A gaming expert finds himself transported to another world, unexpectedly gaining a surprising academic genius system. In the classroom of Class 304 at Second High School in Bay City, Lin Feng sat in the last row by the window. The golden sunlight streamed through the glass, warming him and making him drowsy. On the podium, a history teacher with graying hair and thick glasses was passionately lecturing. It was the last class of the afternoon, and the students were already exhausted. The monotonous history lesson was like a lullaby, lulling more than half the class into a daze, with some in the back even boldly laying their heads on their desks. Lin Feng's eyes began to droop as well, his head nodding involuntarily despite his attempts to stay upright. Just as he was about to drift off completely, the bell rang, snapping him back to reality. Suddenly, a series of notifications appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. You have listened through a history class. Your history skill gained 3 experience points. Your student profession gained 0 experience points. Lin Feng's face darkened. Normally, he would earn at least 1 point of experience per class, and if he paid attention and the lesson was rich in content, he could gain up to 4 points. But today, the warm sunlight and a full day of classes had drained his energy. He quickly pulled up his status panel to check. Name, Lin Feng. Essence, 3. Age, 16. Strength, 7. Agility, 9. Constitution, 8. Profession, student LV 3177500. Skills, language level 3, 60,500. Mathematics level 2120320. Chemistry level 3, 395,500. Physics level 2, 51320. History level 3, 220,500. Biology level 4, 280,800. Geography level 3, 121,500. Miscellaneous knowledge level 4, 125,800. Professional talent skills. Learning LV2 passive. Enhances learning ability by 80. Flow state LV1 active. Enter a focused state, increasing concentration by 4 times. It seemed he had already gained 30 experience points today, which was a decent accomplishment. As a traveler from Blue Star, the system Lin Feng acquired seemed ordinary at first glance, but was incredibly beneficial. Whenever he studied diligently, he could see his experience points increase rapidly, and the attribute points and talent points gained upon leveling up were something he couldn't get enough of. Lin. A group of classmates approached, arms around each other's shoulders, inviting him to the internet cafe. Although Lin Feng had once been a gaming pro, he now replied, "Guys, I've told you, I've quit gaming. No matter how much you ask, I won't go." Lin Feng dismissed the 3 people and took out the biology, history, and chemistry textbooks he had brought home the previous night from his backpack. He replaced them with the language, physics, and math books he needed for the day. His movements were slow, as if he were deliberately stalling for time. By the time he finished packing, the classroom was completely empty. Just then, a girl with large-framed glasses quietly slipped in through the back door. Nervously, she placed a pink envelope on Lin Feng's desk and said hastily, "Lin Feng, this is from Socializing." Before he could respond, she darted away like a startled rabbit. Lin Feng frowned at the letter on his desk, trying to recall who Socializing was. After a moment, he remembered she was a girl from the neighboring class. Without opening the letter, he already knew its contents. He looked around to ensure no one was watching, then crumpled the letter into a ball and tossed it into the trash without hesitation. "Dating is out of the question," he muttered to himself. "Women will only distract me from my studies." With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Lin Feng left the classroom, the sunset casting a golden glow on his figure. He hopped onto his electric scooter and arrived at Xinglong Community, located east of the school, 7 minutes later. Opening the door to apartment 501 in Building 3, Lin Feng saw his father, Lin Guiting, and his younger brother, Lin Xiao, engrossed in a video game in the living room. Both held game controllers, their eyes glued to the TV screen. Lin Guiting worked at a nearby forest park, responsible for the health of the animals. The job was easygoing, but the pay was average. In contrast, Lin Feng's mother, Su Hong, worked for a pharmaceutical sales company, frequently traveling for business, and her salary was several times that of his father's. "You're back." Lin Guiting glanced at his son before returning his focus to the game. "Brother, come help me." "I can't beat Dad," Lin Xiao called out urgently. At 12 years old, he was in the 6th grade at the school across from their community. Just as Lin Feng reached the couch, he saw Lin Xiao's game character get KO'd by their father. "Haha, how about that? I told you I could beat you with just 1 life left. Your old man is pretty good, huh?" Lin Guiting laughed triumphantly, completely devoid of the usual sternness of a father. Lin Feng felt a mix of emotions. When he first arrived in this world, he wasn't accustomed to having such a playful father. In his original world, his father had been the typical stern Chinese dad, deeply loving but emotionally distant. Now, after over a month in this new world, he was gradually getting used to it and growing fond of this warm family. "Don't be so smug. I still have 1 life left. I haven't lost yet." "Brother, avenge me," Lin Xiao said, handing the game controller to Lin Feng. Whenever Su Hong was away, Lin Guoting would play games with his two sons. He always said that moderate gaming was harmless and could improve reaction time, stimulate the brain, relieve stress, and even help with learning. The truth of these claims was debatable. Lin Feng's grades remained near the bottom of his class, but his brother Lin Xiao had always excelled academically, consistently ranking at the top. In the Lin family living room, an intense fighting game was underway. Lin Xiao and his father, Lin Guoting, each controlled 3 game characters in a father-son showdown. However, Lin Guoting managed to defeat 2 of Lin Xiao's characters with just one of his own, causing Lin Xiao to protest loudly. "Hey, Lin Xiao, you're cheating!" Lin Guoting exclaimed triumphantly. Not backing down, Lin Xiao grinned slyly. We never said you couldn't have someone else play for you. Dad, are you afraid you'll lose to my brother? What do I have to be afraid of? I still have 3 lives left. Surely I can beat his one." Lin Guoting replied dismissively. You never know." Lin Xiao turned to his brother, Lin Feng. "Bro, help me take down Dad." Lin Feng picked up the game controller but paused, looking at his brother. "What's in it for me if I beat Dad? I'll do the dishes after dinner," Lin Xiao promised without hesitation, eager for victory. Realizing he was supposed to do the dishes today, Lin Feng quickly agreed. Okay. With that, he sat down, ready to face the challenge. "Oh, so confident. You really think you can win with just 1 life against my 3? Lin Guoting teased as he watched the brothers. Lin Feng retorted, "We'll see about that. If I lose, I'll clean the house for a week. But if you lose, Dad, how about you send me 100 yuan? Deal." Lin Guoting accepted the wager enthusiastically. The game began, and the true father-son duel commenced. With his natural talent and recent boost in intellectual attributes, Lin Feng was brimming with confidence. In the first round, he managed a flawless victory over Lin Guoting, who was already low on health. In the second round, he defeated his opponent again, this time with only minor damage. By the third round, Lin Guoting was visibly tense, focusing intently on the screen. As the battle intensified, Lin Feng was left with just a sliver of health, but Lin Guoting's overconfidence led to a mistake. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, executing a combo that drained most of Lin Guoting's health. "Yay!" Lin Xiao cheered, jumping up excitedly. "Dad, don't forget the red envelope." Lin Feng handed the controller back to Lin Xiao with a satisfied grin, feeling relieved. The game not only earned him the wager, but also helped him unwind. "Call me when it's time to eat," Lin Feng said, opting not to continue playing. Instead, he returned to his room to study. He took out his textbooks, set a 50-minute timer, and entered a state of flow. During this time, he was completely absorbed in his studies, with everything else fading away. When the alarm rang, Lin Feng emerged from his flow state, gaining experience points in language arts and physics, along with 7 points of professional experience. He rubbed his slightly aching head contentedly and began planning his next study session. Just as he was about to resume studying, Lin Xiao knocked on the door, calling out, "Bro." Lin Feng opened the door. "Is it time to eat?" Dad cooked the rice and chopped the vegetables, but he got a call from the forest office and had to leave in a hurry, Lin Xiao explained. Lin Feng frowned. "Is there an emergency this late?" "It seems there was an issue with the animals in the park, and they needed Dad to check it out," Lin Xiao added. "He said we should order takeout and use the 100 yuan you just won." Lin Feng shook his head with a sigh, considering their dinner options. This unexpected turn disrupted his study plan, but also provided the brothers with some time alone together. "I want to eat snail noodles with a fried egg, chicken wings and nuggets, and a Coke," Lin Xiao said, his face full of excitement, his eyes sparkling as if he was already envisioning a sumptuous takeout feast. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Well, aren't you a big spender? Do you think 100 yuan is enough for all that?" He shook his head, declining his brother's request to protect his already precarious wallet. As he walked into the kitchen, Lin Feng glanced at the cooked rice and neatly chopped ingredients on the counter. He turned and asked, "Did Dad say when he'd be back?" Leaning against the kitchen doorframe, Lin Xiao replied while playing on his phone. "He called earlier and said he'd be back around 9. He looked up, a sly glint in his eyes. "Come on, bro, let's just order takeout for today. You can cover it now and ask Dad for the money tomorrow. I'm starving." Lin Feng chuckled, seeing right through his brother's little scheme. "You just want takeout because it's more enticing than home-cooked meals, don't you? Forget takeout. Let me show you what I can do," Lin Feng said, surveying the kitchen. Determined not to waste the prepared ingredients, he decided to cook himself. Lin Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. "You can cook?" Lin Feng didn't answer. Instead, he silently tied the apron hanging on the wall, letting his actions speak for him. He might not have been able to cook in this life, but his skills in a past life were nothing to scoff at. Quickly scanning the ingredients, Lin Feng deduced what his dad had planned to make. A cleaned carp with chopped garlic and ginger, likely for braised fish, along with bell peppers and meat for a simple stir-fry, plus some greens. With a confident glance at Lin Xiao, Lin Feng said, "Watch and learn." He then skillfully lit the stove and heated the oil. Lin Xiao watched nervously, stammering, Maybe we should just order takeout. I'll pay for it. You should have said so earlier, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head at the smoking pan. But with the oil already sizzling, there was no turning back. He decisively tossed in the chopped fatty meat to render the fat, then added the lean meat. The sizzling sound filled the kitchen as Lin Xiao watched his brother's every move. Lin Feng moved swiftly, tossing ingredients into the pan with practiced ease, making it hard to believe he was a novice. Lin Zhao's initial fear turned to curiosity. He recalled their mom, Su Hong's, previous cooking attempts. She had once bought expensive ingredients, promising the brothers a feast, only for it to become their family's infamous culinary disaster, teaching Lin Xiao that even eating could become a terrifying ordeal. Lost in thought, Lin Xiao was brought back to reality by Lin Feng's shout. Lin Feng placed a dish on the table, the stir-fry vibrant with red and green peppers and golden meat slices, the colors harmoniously appealing. As Lin Xiao approached, the rising steam carried a mouth-watering aroma. Gulp! Lin Xiao swallowed involuntarily, reaching out to taste. No sneaking bites. Lin Feng mock scolded. But Lin Xiao couldn't resist. He quickly grabbed a piece of meat and popped it into his mouth. The blend of savory oil, perfect spiciness, and tender meat was a revelation. He rushed to the rice cooker, filled his bowl, grabbed chopsticks, and eagerly sat at the table. Watching his brother's eagerness, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. It seemed his cooking skills hadn't diminished after all. The aromatic vegetables and braised carp were placed on the table. Lin Feng watched Lin Xiao devouring the food and gently reminded, "Slow down, no one's going to take it from you." He had just finished cooking 3 dishes and was about to take off his apron when his movements suddenly froze. Several prompts flashed before his eyes. You have made a gourmet stir-fried pork. You have made a gourmet braised carp. You have made a gourmet stir-fried vegetables. Then, an astonishing inquiry appeared in his vision. You have unlocked a new profession, chef. Would you like to spend a bit of source essence to activate it? Lin Feng's pupils narrowed, and a storm surged in his heart. Ever since he acquired the data panel, he had been curious about the source essence section, but had never figured out its purpose. He hadn't expected it to be the key to unlocking new professions. Aren't professions fixed as a student? Can new ones be unlocked? Lin Feng pondered, realizing that this data panel was far more complex than it appeared. Without hesitation, he mentally agreed to activate it. In an instant, a brand new panel appeared before him, distinctly different from the student profession. Chef level, 01200130. Basic skills. Fire control level, 084130. Walk handling level, 084130. Knife skills level, 065130. Ingredient identification level, 098130. Stir frying level, 11802110. Steaming and boiling level, 125210. Frying and pan frying level, 086130. Pastry making level, 01293130. Just as Lin Feng was immersed in the excitement of his new profession, Lin Zhao's voice brought him back to reality. Bro, come eat. Why are you just standing there? Suppressing his astonishment, Lin Feng took a large bowl from the cabinet, set aside a portion of food for Lin Guiting, and then sat down to eat. He casually asked, "How's the food?" Lin Xiao didn't hold back his praise. "Delicious. Unbelievably delicious. 10 times better than dad's and 1,000 times better than mom's." Lin Feng chuckled to himself, grateful that Lin Guiting and Su Hong weren't there, or Lin Zhao's comment would have offended both of them. He quickly finished his meal, eager to return to his room and check out his new profession. What about cleaning the kitchen and dishes? Lin Feng asked. I'll handle it, Lin Xiao offered willingly. Good to see you're being responsible, Lin Feng complimented, then swiftly retreated to his room. He eagerly opened the attribute panel, discovering it now had 3 main pages. The first for his basic information and physical attributes, the second for the student profession, and the third for the newly added chef profession. Lin Feng examined the chef profession page closely, noting it contained 8 skills: fire control, wok handling, knife skills, ingredient identification, stir-frying, steaming and boiling, frying and pan-frying, and pastry making. These skills had accumulated experience points, evidently converted from his cooking experience on Blue Star. He was thrilled to find that stir-frying and steaming and boiling had reached level 1, and pastry making was on the verge of leveling up. Most surprising was that although the chef profession was still at level 0, it had already amassed 120 experience points, just 10 short of leveling up. Recalling the student profession's leveling system, where each level gained awarded an attribute point and a talent point, Lin Feng was filled with anticipation, feeling as though he had touched upon a whole new world. Of course, it's only after leveling up that one can determine if the two professions are the same. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He knew that upgrading a chef only required 10 experience points, which meant he could soon verify his hypothesis. If the chef profession was the same as the student profession, gaining attribute and talent points upon leveling up, it would open up a new path for his growth. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the attribute panel, where two flickering essence points caught his attention. Each essence point could unlock a new profession, which could mean he might be able to unlock 2 more professions. Adding the student and the newly unlocked chef, he would have 4 professions, 4 avenues to gain attribute and talent points. However, Lin Feng quickly reined in his wild thoughts. He knew these were just speculations that required step-by-step verification. For example, how does one unlock a new profession? Does it require just 1 essence point or 2? Can other profession paths provide attribute points? These questions needed to be answered one by one. Take things one step at a time, just like eating a meal bite by bite, Lin Feng reminded himself, deciding to first upgrade the chef level to 1 to see if he could gain attribute points. But soon, he encountered a new problem. How does a chef gain experience? Should he buy some cooking books, practice cooking, or watch others cook? Glancing at the clock, Lin Feng realized it was already late, and these questions would have to wait until tomorrow. He decided not to waste time on idle thoughts, refocused his mind, and continued working on the unfinished test paper. Time slipped away quietly, and it wasn't until 10 o'clock at night that Lin Feng put down his pen. Noticing that Lin Guiting hadn't returned yet, he called his father. "Dad, are you still busy?" "Yes, I probably won't be back until 11. Don't wait up for me, just go to sleep. Take care." After hanging up, Lin Feng checked the time. It was his usual bedtime. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had developed a habit of going to bed on time to focus all his energy on studying. The next morning, when Lin Guiting and Lin Xiao got up, they were surprised to find Lin Feng already busy in the kitchen. By the time they finished freshening up, 2 bowls of fragrant noodles were already on the dining table. The noodles were topped with tender fried eggs and stir-fried red and green peppers with meat, looking very tempting. Lin Xiao widened her eyes and half-jokingly said, "Brother, did something happen to you recently? Like a breakup?" "Go away," Lin Feng replied, annoyed. Lin Guiting chuckled and said, "When I got back last night and saw the food you left for me, I couldn't believe you made it. Now I'm convinced." He joked, "Lin Feng, it seems you not only have a talent for games, but also for cooking. If you don't get into college after high school, you at least have gaming and cooking as career options." "I think gaming is better than cooking," Lin Xiao interjected. "Eat your noodles." Lin Feng glared at Lin Xiao before turning to Lin Guiting. "Dad, when did you come back last night? What happened at the park?" Lin Guiting's expression turned serious as he frowned and said, "I'm not sure what's going on, but a lot of animals in the forest have died recently, all drained of blood." "Drained of blood?" Lin Xiao looked up from her noodles, excitedly asking, "Could it be vampires?" Lin Guiting and Lin Feng exchanged a glance and chose to ignore this far-fetched idea. Lin Feng thought for a moment and asked, "Could it be weasels?" Lin Guiting shook his head. Some birds in the trees were also bitten to death. "It probably isn't weasels, it might be blood cats." Blood cats? Lin Feng recalled these feline creatures that don't exist on Blue Star. They are rare and bloodthirsty, preying on small animals. Due to their terrifying appearance, they are often used by adults to scare children. After a brief conversation, Lin Feng and Lin Xiao quickly finished their breakfast and headed off to school. Lin Feng's culinary skills improved once again. The 3 bowls of meticulously prepared green pepper shredded pork noodles not only satisfied his family's taste buds, but also brought him substantial skill experience. Noodle making skill increased by 18 points, frying skill by 10 points, stir-frying skill by 11 points, knife skill by 8 points, and fire control skill by 6 points. More importantly, his chef profession experience increased by 5 points, leaving him just 5 points shy of leveling up. Early in the morning, Lin Feng focused on 50 minutes of flow learning, then busily prepared breakfast. Despite feeling a bit tired, the effort was worth it for the valuable experience points. After arriving at school, the morning passed swiftly. Lin Feng attentively listened to a Chinese class, increasing his Chinese skill by 16 points and student profession experience by 2 points. He also took 10 minutes to read a history book, gaining 2 points in history skill. He then diligently attended a math class. Throughout the morning, Lin Feng didn't waste even the 10-minute break between classes. When the lunch bell rang, classmates rushed to the cafeteria. Someone noticed Lin Feng heading towards the school gate and curiously asked, "Lin Feng, aren't you going to the cafeteria?" "No, I feel like eating outside today," Lin Feng replied and walked out the gate. The street outside the school was lined with small stir-fry restaurants, as the quality of the school cafeteria food was poor, leading many students to dine off campus. Lin Feng chose a bustling little restaurant. "What would you like to eat?" the enthusiastic hostess asked as she approached. The restaurant was packed, mostly with students from No. 2 high school and nearby office workers. "I'll have the stir-fried tofu with pork," Lin Feng ordered and found a seat. The restaurant owner, wearing a mask, was busy at the stove, skillfully stir-frying the ingredients. After observing for a while, Lin Feng looked away. Soon, a prompt appeared before his eyes. "You watched a street chef stir-fry, but your viewing time was too short, so you gained no experience." Seeing this message, Lin Feng was not disheartened. Instead, he felt a thrill. This confirmed his hypothesis. Watching someone cook could indeed yield experience, but he needed to observe for longer. This was precisely why he had chosen to eat outside today. To observe more closely, Lin Feng stood up and moved a few steps closer to the kitchen. Student, there are quite a few people, so your dish will take a while, the hostess kindly reminded Lin Feng, thinking he was anxious as he watched the chef intently. Auntie, it's fine, I'm not in a hurry, Lin Feng replied, moving to a corner to focus on every move the chef made. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he thought of the flow skill. Lin Feng quickly opened the data panel, delighted to find that the flow skill was available for use. Without hesitation, he activated it. With the flow state engaged, the restaurant's noisy environment faded away, leaving only the busy figure of the chef in Lin Feng's sight. Every detail of oil heating, ingredient adding, pan flipping, spoon shaking, and fire control was crystal clear. Student, someone gently tapped Lin Feng on the shoulder, bringing him out of his focused state. It was the hostess, carrying a fragrant dish. Your stir-fried tofu with pork is ready. Thank you. Lin Feng accepted the dish, and immediately a string of data appeared before him. You intensely observed a street chef's stir-frying. Your stir-frying skill experience increased by 38 points. Your pan-tossing skill experience increased by 26 points. Your fire control skill experience increased by 13 points. Your chef profession experience increased by 9 points. Your chef profession level has risen to 1. You gained 1 attribute point and 1 talent point. Your chef profession talent has been unlocked. Lin Feng looked at these gains, filled with joy and anticipation. He knew this was just a small step on his path of growth, with more challenges and opportunities awaiting him in the future. Lin Feng gazed at the newly appeared chef profession page on his attribute panel, feeling a wave of satisfaction. At the bottom of the cloud pattern page, a gray icon stood out. It was the first talent of the chef profession, sensitivity. Its passive effect was astonishing, a 40 increase in taste and smell sensitivity. Lin Feng couldn't help but imagine himself in a white chef's uniform, wearing a tall hat, skillfully wielding a long-handled ladle over the fire. He quickly shook his head to dispel the fantasy. Although being a chef wasn't his ideal path, the sensitivity talent was undeniably appealing. However, after careful consideration, Lin Feng decided to hold off on activating sensitivity. He realized that at this stage, he should prioritize the student profession, with the chef as a secondary pursuit. More importantly, the learning and flow talents of the student profession seemed to have broader applications. Lin Feng speculated that the learning talent, which increased learning ability by 80, might not only apply to traditional subjects, but could also enhance his culinary skills. Although he couldn't confirm if this passive ability would truly impact the chef profession, he had just verified that flow was equally effective for cooking. In comparison, while this sensitivity talent was powerful, it was limited to the chef profession. From a cost-benefit perspective, investing in the student profession talents seemed wiser. Lin Feng needed to confirm one more thing, whether the newly acquired talent points could be used for the student profession. He quickly flipped to the student profession talent page and, with almost no hesitation, chose to enhance flow. With a single thought, the flow icon burst into dazzling light, and its level leapt from 1 to 2. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The talent points earned from each profession were indeed interchangeable. This discovery thrilled him, as it meant he could focus his resources on a specific profession in the future. Relieved, Lin Feng intently examined the newly upgraded flow talent, eager for the surprises it might bring. The skill description for flow LV2 appeared before Lin Feng's eyes, and his gaze instantly sharpened. This upgrade not only increased his focus to an astonishing 8-fold, but also granted him the ability to set the duration of the flow state himself. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy, realizing that this new function perfectly solved the issue that had been troubling him. Recalling the awkwardness of using flow LV1, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Back then, he had to rely on a phone alarm to interrupt the flow state, which was obviously inappropriate in certain situations. Now, he could precisely control the duration of his flow, which was undoubtedly a significant improvement. However, the upgrade also brought new challenges. Lin Feng noticed that flow LV2 consumed an additional 20 of his mental and physical energy. To quantify this impact, he decided to conduct a practical test. Turning his attention to the chef cooking nearby, Lin Feng quietly activated his flow ability. After careful calculation, he discovered that the maximum duration of flow LV2 was 55 minutes. Including the 15 minutes he had already spent observing the chef, he could maintain a flow state for a total of 70 minutes. This was about 20 minutes less than with LV1, but considering the other advantages gained, the cost seemed relatively low. After dealing with the newly acquired talent points, Lin Feng turned his focus to the remaining attribute points. He quickly ruled out strength and agility, believing they had little impact on his current high school life. Weighing between intelligence and constitution, he ultimately chose constitution. Although theoretically increasing intelligence might be more beneficial for learning, Lin Feng wanted to experience the effects of enhancing other attributes. More importantly, He speculated that improving constitution might extend the duration of his flow state. When his constitution attribute increased from 8 to 9, Lin Feng felt a brief but noticeable sensation of pleasure filling his body. Although this feeling was fleeting, he immediately noticed that the maximum duration of his flow state extended by 10 minutes, reaching 65 minutes. With this increase and decrease, the total flow duration was only 10 minutes less than LV1, which did not significantly affect him. Having completed all the upgrade matters, Lin Feng focused on enjoying his lunch. A plate of stir-fried tofu with pork, accompanied by 3 large bowls of rice, left him content and satisfied. After leaving the small restaurant, Lin Feng walked while pondering. The advancement in his chef profession made him realize that, regardless of the profession, leveling up would bring rewards of attribute points and talent points. Moreover, talent points were universal and could be freely allocated. Now, he faced a new problem: how to unlock a new profession and which 2 professions to choose next. Recalling the activation process of the chef profession, Lin Feng speculated that activating a profession might require engaging in activities related to it. Walking along the tree-lined path at school, Lin Feng looked around, seeking opportunities to test this hypothesis. Around him were students returning to their classrooms after lunch, some chatting in small groups on the lawn under the sun. In the distance, the basketball court was bustling with noise as a group of students played an enthusiastic game. Suddenly, the scene at the basketball court caught Lin Feng's attention. Basketball. His thoughts began to stir, as if he had found a new breakthrough. Sports events. Athletes. Lin Feng pondered this idea, and images of sporting scenes seemed to flash before his eyes. He recalled that this world indeed had sports events, and even the seemingly absurd profession of being a student existed, so athletes should be no exception. However, a doubt crossed his mind. Despite various countries having sports events, there didn't seem to be any official competitions, and even basketball was merely a spontaneous activity among the public. Lin Feng's thoughts wandered back over the past month since his arrival in this world. Although the PE teacher often inexplicably fell ill, he had attended a few PE classes. He clearly remembered playing basketball during one of those classes, so why hadn't he activated the athlete profession then? Could it be because there were no official sports competitions in this world, and thus no athlete profession? Besides this, Lin Feng considered another possibility. He recalled that it took cooking 3 dishes to activate the chef profession. Could it be that participating in 3 sports is necessary to activate the athlete profession? Upon reflection, he realized that apart from running, he'd only played basketball briefly and hadn't tried a 3rd sport yet. Lin Feng looked around, seeing a bustling field. A group was playing basketball, while others lazily basked in the sun on the lawn. No one was playing table tennis or badminton. His gaze finally landed on the pull-up bars at the edge of the field, and he walked over decisively. Although unfamiliar with pull-ups, Lin Feng decided to give it a try. He knew he was slightly weaker than the average person, so he might not manage many, but he resolved to attempt it. He jumped up, gripping the bar tightly. 1, 2. Lin Feng counted silently. By the 6th pull-up, his face was flushed red, struggling to pull himself up further, but finding it impossible. Eventually, he had to let go, gasping for air. At that moment, several notifications suddenly appeared before him. You have participated in a basketball activity. You have participated in a running activity. You have participated in a pull-up activity. You have unlocked a new profession, athlete. Would you like to spend 1 origin point to activate it? Lin Feng was pleased that it was just as he suspected. Participating in 3 related sports was necessary to unlock the profession. Activating the new athlete profession also required just 1 origin point. Faced with the system's inquiry, Lin Feng hesitated. The athlete profession would undoubtedly help him strengthen his body and enhance various sports skills, which was perfect for someone as frail as he was now. However, he hesitated. Another profession, similar to athlete but more suitable for him, came to mind. Reflecting on his hasty activation of the chef profession yesterday, Lin Feng felt a twinge of regret. After all, compared to being a chef, the benefits of being an athlete seemed more substantial for his health. He silently reminded himself that nobody is perfect, and having made one mistake, he couldn't afford to make another. This time, he resolved to consider his choice more carefully. After careful consideration, Lin Feng decided not to activate the athlete profession. He understood that hastily using up 2 points of source energy would limit his future options. With this caution in mind, he spent an afternoon focused on studying, accumulating 11 points of student experience. As the school bell rang, Lin Feng packed his bag and hopped onto his small electric bike. Today, his destination was not the familiar Xinglong community but towards the northern part of the city. The streets were bustling with traffic and noise. Suddenly, the laughter of children caught his attention. At the corner, a group of young boys were chasing and playing. The leading boy was so focused on avoiding his companions behind him that he paid no attention to the danger of the road. At that critical moment, a car came speeding towards them. Watch out! Lin Feng urgently braked and shouted. However, it was too late. Just as the boy was about to be hit, a dark figure flashed by like lightning. The expected tragedy did not occur. A pale and weary-looking middle-aged man was now standing on the opposite sidewalk, holding the boy. This man, who looked to be in his mid-30s, gently patted the frightened child, whispered a few comforting words, and then set him down before disappearing into the crowd. Lin Feng was stunned. The area around the boy had been empty, yet the man seemed to appear out of nowhere, swiftly bringing the child to safety. Such speed was beyond even the fastest sprinters. What was even more astonishing was that the man showed no signs of exertion, his face calm and his breathing steady, as if he had done something trivial. Lin Feng quickly rode his bike to catch up, but by the time he crossed the street, the man had vanished without a trace. This strange event lingered in his mind. Based on his body's memories and his experiences over the past month since crossing over, this world seemed no different from his previous one. But how could he explain the extraordinary speed displayed by that man? With a head full of questions, Lin Feng continued on his way. Soon, he arrived at his destination, the White Ape Martial Arts School. This was one of the two best martial arts schools in Bay City he found online, the other being the Jiga Martial Arts School. He chose the closer White Ape School. Lin Feng's purpose for visiting the martial arts school was clear: to pursue a profession as a warrior, martial artist, or fighter. This was also why he had previously refused to activate the athlete profession. In his view, while both professions involved physical training, martial arts could offer self-defense, whereas being an athlete would merely build muscles. For Lin Feng, the choice was obvious. Honestly, if it weren't for the data panel, Lin Feng might never have considered practicing martial arts given his qualifications. But with the panel's support, he was confident in his potential. Two images flashed in his mind. One of an ancient swordsman, wearing a bamboo hat and cloak, carrying a long sword, walking alone in a heavy snowstorm. The other of a modern hero, clad in a black trench coat and sunglasses, standing atop a skyscraper under the moonlight, overlooking the city's lights. These visions brought a smile to Lin Feng's face. The White Ape Martial Arts School was located in a two-story building, with the first floor housing regular shops and the martial arts school on the second floor. From the outside, it resembled an ordinary taekwondo training center. However, when Lin Feng ascended to the second floor, the scene before him was a pleasant surprise. The interior of the martial arts school was tastefully decorated in a classic and grand style, and it was quite spacious, indicating more than just a small operation. At the reception desk sat a young woman in a well-fitted martial arts uniform, exuding a cool and composed beauty that left a lasting impression. Lin Feng approached and softly asked, "Hello, I'd like to learn about martial arts." Martial arts? Lin Feng was taken aback. This was not his area of expertise. Clad in his school uniform from second high, he stood at the reception of the martial arts school, feeling somewhat uneasy. The receptionist sized up the young student and got straight to the point. "Have you ever practiced martial arts before?" Lin Feng shook his head honestly. "No, I haven't." "Do you have anyone who referred you?" The receptionist continued to ask. "A referral?" Lin Feng looked puzzled. "Do you need a referral to learn martial arts?" He shook his head again. "No, I don't." The receptionist persisted. "Do you have any friends or relatives who practice martial arts?" "No," Lin Feng replied truthfully. "So, how did you hear about our martial arts school?" "I found out about it online," Lin Feng answered. The receptionist raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with a hint of skepticism. "So, you're just spontaneously deciding to learn martial arts?" Lin Feng looked even more confused. Seeing this, the receptionist explained, "Don't look so surprised. I ask these questions because many people come to learn martial arts on a whim, imagining they'll become impressive fighters. In reality, learning martial arts is very tedious and challenging. Many lose interest after the initial excitement. We're just trying to avoid unnecessary trouble by being upfront." Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed. He had indeed fantasized about becoming a formidable martial artist, only to have his thoughts seen through immediately. This martial arts school seemed quite different, not trying hard to attract customers, but rather appearing to deter them. He wondered if it was because the school had no shortage of students. However, his goal was to activate a new career, and he couldn't achieve that if he couldn't even get in. Lin Feng quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not here for fun. I'm serious about learning martial arts." The receptionist scrutinized Lin Feng, seemingly assessing his sincerity. After a moment, she said, "No worries, I'm just asking as a formality. Since you're interested, we have a few packages for beginners that you can look at." With that, she rummaged through a drawer and handed Lin Feng a chart. Lin Feng glanced at the chart and was taken aback. The packages were divided into 5 levels, with the highest costing 500,000 per term and the cheapest at 30,000, with each term lasting 3 months. This meant even the most basic martial arts class would cost 120,000 a year. Seeing Lin Feng's shocked expression, the receptionist explained, "Our martial arts school is top-notch in Bay City. Compared to others, our prices aren't high. We offer specially prepared ingredients for training, professional medical staff, and unique secret medicines. These are things ordinary schools can't match." She continued, "If you're genuinely interested in learning martial arts and not just on a whim, you can try a 3-day experience at our school." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. An experience? Can I take a tour of the school first? Sure. The receptionist called into the school. Lu Chang, come here. A young man who was idling nearby heard the call and immediately ran over. Senior sister, did you call me? Senior sister? Lin Feng was a bit surprised. The receptionist pointed to Lin Feng and said, this young man wants to learn martial arts. I have to go back, so show him around the school. All right, no problem. Lu Chang agreed readily. The receptionist got up and left, leaving Lin Feng and Lu Chang ready to start their tour of the martial arts school. Lin Feng quietly asked Lu Chang beside him, with a hint of confusion in his eyes, isn't she the receptionist of your martial arts school? Lu Chang responded with a slightly peculiar smile and explained, she's not just any receptionist. She's actually the second-ranked expert among our official disciples and the most promising candidate to enter the inner circle this year. He paused and extended his hand, introducing himself. By the way, my name is Lu Chang, and I'm also an official disciple of the school. What's your name? Hello, Brother Chang. My name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied politely, with a touch of respect in his tone. Lu Chang nodded approvingly. You're quite polite for a young one. Not bad. Let me show you around the school. Thank you, Brother Chang, Lin Feng said gratefully. As they walked and chatted, Lu Chang enthusiastically explained. Except for the first floor, the next 4 floors are all part of our martial arts school. The second and third floors are for regular students to practice and learn, divided into training zones and teaching areas. The 4th floor is a rest area with medical facilities and a cafeteria. Lin Feng asked in surprise. The school even has a cafeteria? Lu Chang proudly explained. Of course. Our school's cafeteria is quite special. The dishes are specially prepared to benefit martial artists. Not only do people from our school eat here, but many people from the city also come specifically to order our meals. Just then, a pale-faced middle-aged man came down the stairs. Lin Feng was stunned. Wasn't this the man who had saved someone on the road earlier? Lu Chang immediately called out respectfully, Coach Feng. The man responded calmly. Lu Chang, today's training still starts at 7:30. Got it. I'll be there early. Lu Chang replied respectfully. The man nodded and walked past them. Lin Feng's mind was racing, but he restrained his urge to ask questions. Once the man disappeared down the hallway, he couldn't help but ask, Brother Chang, who was that? That's Feng Lai, our school's coach, Lu Chang explained. Lin Feng pursued further. How strong is Coach Feng? Lu Chang's eyes showed a hint of reverence. Very strong, extremely strong. I heard that when Coach Feng was younger, he made it to the finals of the Qi Yin martial arts competition. Seeing Lin Feng's puzzled expression, he added, the Qi Yin martial arts competition is one of the top martial arts competitions in the country, bringing together the best fighters nationwide. Making it to the finals is an incredible achievement. Lin Feng, knowing nothing about the martial arts community, could only ask, how much stronger is Coach Feng compared to an ordinary person? Lu Chang chuckled. Forget about Coach Feng, just talking about myself. If I were unarmed, I could confidently take down a dozen or 20 ordinary people at once. And Coach Feng could take on 10 of me. Lin Feng was shocked. Although he had witnessed Feng Lai's astonishing speed, the idea of 1 against 200 was still hard to believe. He didn't dwell on it further and continued to follow Lu Chang around the school. By now, it was already 6 in the evening, but the martial arts school was still bustling with activity. Lin Feng saw people sparring, others training their strength, and many training devices he had never seen before. Not far away, 3 young people were gathered around a machine. One of them suddenly punched the machine's target, and the numbers on the screen above rapidly jumped, finally stopping at 396. Lin Feng stood in the martial arts school's training ground, his attention drawn to a lively group of students. They were eagerly gathered around a testing machine, excitedly measuring their punching power. Wow, 396 pounds, someone exclaimed. Wait, you've made great progress lately. It was only 356 pounds last month. Noticing Lin Feng's curiosity, Lu Chang approached him and explained, they're testing their punching strength. Do you want to give it a try? Lin Feng shook his head with a wry smile. Me? I'd better not. He glanced at his own arms and thought to himself that if he were to slip and hit a single-digit score, it would be quite embarrassing. Chang, what's your punching strength? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The few people who had been at the machine earlier had already left. Without saying a word, Lu Chang strode over to the machine, assumed a stance, and threw a powerful punch. With a loud bang, the numbers on the machine rapidly jumped. 1,423 pounds. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the display. Seeing Lin Feng's shocked expression, Lu Chang grinned proudly. I've been busy with other things recently, so my training has slacked, and my strength has decreased. At my peak, I could hit 1,500 pounds. Lin Feng recalled that in his past life, the boxing champion Sen's punching power was said to be only about 800 pounds. Now, a student at an ordinary martial arts school could punch nearly 1,500 pounds, completely overturning his understanding. Impressive. Lin Feng snapped back to reality and gave Lu Chang a thumbs up. How many years have you been practicing martial arts? It's been about 6 years, Lu Chang reminisced. I was frail and sickly as a child, just like you now when I started. Seeing Lin Feng's disbelief, Lu Chang laughed heartily and patted his shoulder. Just kidding. The two of them wandered around the martial arts school for a while longer. Lin Feng hadn't forgotten the purpose of his visit to activate his identity as a martial artist, warrior, or fighter. To achieve this, he needed to complete 3 tasks related to martial arts. Chang, you're so skilled. Could you teach me a few moves? Lin Feng asked, gesturing as he spoke. I'd love to learn something new. Lu Chang shook his head with a smile. You guys who are new to martial arts always imagine that learning a few moves will make you formidable. In reality, martial arts is a gradual process. You have to start with the basics and then move on to combat techniques. He patiently explained. Basic training includes physical fitness, stance holding, horse stance, and punching. Only with a solid foundation can you learn combat techniques. Otherwise, just practicing moves without a foundation is merely for show. Lin Feng asked with curiosity. Is there no method to practice martial arts? Lu Chang explained. Of course there is. Some martial arts techniques are not only for attack, but also for strengthening the body. However, these require a certain foundation in martial arts to practice. He looked at Lin Feng and continued. You don't have any foundation right now, so you can only start with the simplest stance training. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, Can I give it a try? Lu Chang nodded and said, If you want to try, I'll teach you one of our martial arts school's basic stances, White Ape Embracing the Moon. Thanks, Brother Chang, Lin Feng said, holding back his excitement. No problem, follow me. Lu Chang led Lin Feng to a spacious training ground. He explained, although White Ape Embracing the Moon is a martial arts stance, it's also considered a form of health-preserving exercise. Regular practice can enhance your vitality and physical strength. Even if you don't plan to practice martial arts, it's beneficial for your health. Lu Chang stood still and said, Watch carefully. He then bent his body into a peculiar position, half squatting with his arms encircling as if an old ape was holding a full moon. Lin Feng watched intently, not missing any details. After a moment, Lu Chang spoke. Did you get that? This is the standing stance, and next is the closing stance. He slowly raised himself from the squat, his hands lowering together with palms up, as if holding something, and slowly lifted them. Lin Feng noticed that as his hands moved up, Lu Chang took a deep breath. When his hands reached his chest, he turned them over and began to press down, exhaling slowly. The standing and closing stances form a complete set, Lu Chang explained. After standing for a while, your vitality fills your body, and it's crucial to calm it down. If you don't close properly, it can harm your body. All right, give it a try. Lu Chang gestured to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, recalling Lu Chang's movements, and got into position. Lu Chang guided. Relax your body, lift your head, keep your spirit up. Lower here a bit, tuck in your abdomen. Good, just like that. As time passed, Lin Feng realized that White Ape Embracing the Moon wasn't as simple as it seemed. His thighs began to burn, and his raised arms felt sore and heavy. Each second he held on, the discomfort increased. Clenching his teeth, Lin Feng's legs started to tremble, but Lu Chang remained silent. Finally, Lin Feng could no longer hold it, stood up, and began the closing movement. Don't rush, Lu Chang reminded. Steady your breath. Inhale slowly, take your time. Who? Lin Feng exhaled deeply after finishing the movement and asked, How long did I stand? Lu Chang checked his watch and said, 6 minutes. Lin Feng's face fell. He felt like he had held it for a long time, thinking it was at least 20 minutes. Your posture and closing movements were good, Lu Chang encouraged. The time being short is okay. Everyone starts with just a few minutes. How do you feel? Lin Feng answered honestly, very tired. Lu Chang smiled. That's martial arts for you. Tiring and uncomfortable. But if you persevere, you'll reap the rewards. Lin Feng nodded seriously. I'll keep at it. Lu Chang smiled, but didn't comment further. Sticking to something isn't just about saying you will. It's about taking action. When you decide to do something, do it immediately and persistently. That's the mark of a true strong person. Lin Feng stretched his sore body and leaned against the wall for a short rest. His gaze fell on a peculiar room in the corner, piquing his interest. The room had transparent glass on 2 sides, with strange machinery embedded in the surrounding walls, resembling a specialized training area. Chang, what's this room for? Lin Feng asked, his eyes shining with curiosity. Lu Chang glanced at the room and replied, That's the training room for practicing agility. Agility. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had completed 1 project and had 2 left. Could this be an opportunity? Eagerly, he asked, Can I give it a try? Of course, Lu Chang agreed readily. Lin Feng noticed a fleeting smile on Lu Chang's face, but didn't dwell on it. Stand in the center, yes, on the yellow spot. Lu Chang instructed, positioning Lin Feng. He then explained, I've only activated the front, right, and left directions, using the largest softballs, with the speed set to the lowest. If you can't handle it, just call out to stop. Okay, Lin Feng nodded, tensing his body in a ready stance. Here we go. As Lu Chang finished speaking, a fist-sized ball shot out from the machine in front of him. Lin Feng responded quickly, ducking just in time to dodge it. However, the right machine immediately launched a softball that struck his back, causing him to wince in pain. Before he could recover, another ball came whistling from the front, hitting him square on the head. Balls from the left and right machines continued to bombard him, forcing Lin Feng to retreat from the yellow zone in a flustered manner. How was it? Lu Chang asked with a chuckle, stopping the machine. Lin Feng finally understood why Lu Chang had that mischievous expression earlier. This training setup was designed to be challenging. The average person wouldn't be able to react in time, and the softballs were quite painful upon impact. However, Lin Feng worried that the training session was too short to meet the requirements for activating his profession. Rubbing his sore shoulder, he asked bravely, "Can I try again?" Lu Chang, mistaking Lin Feng's persistence for competitiveness, nodded approvingly. Great spirit, a man should never give up. 5 minutes later. Enough, that's enough. Lin Feng shouted, asking Lu Chang to turn off the machine. He was panting heavily, his chest heaving like a bellows, and his clothes were soaked through. Not only was his stamina depleted, but his entire body ached from the barrage of softballs. A determined look flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he thought, I've held on this long. It should meet the requirement. With the white ape embrace and agility training, 2 out of 3 tasks are done. What should I tackle next? As he scanned the area for the next training project, several messages suddenly appeared before him. You have completed 1 session of the 13th set of radio calisthenics. You have completed 1 session of the white ape embrace training. You have completed 1 session of basic agility training. You have unlocked a new profession, ancient martial artist. Would you like to spend 1 essence point to activate it? Completed? Just like that? Lin Feng was astonished. He never expected the daily radio calisthenics to count as martial arts training. But why was the new profession called ancient martial artist instead of just martial artist? Lin Feng was puzzled. He wouldn't have been surprised if it was called warrior or fighter, but the addition of ancient was intriguing. Is ancient martial arts a specific style, or just a term? If there's ancient martial arts, is there also modern martial arts? Do you agree to activate ancient martial artist? The panel inquired again. Lin Feng quickly set aside his doubts, thinking to himself, no matter the name, as long as it's related to martial arts, it's good. Agree to activate. As he made his decision, a screen appeared before him. Profession, Ancient Martial Artist LV024130. Skills, Basic Fist Technique LV016130. Basic Kick Technique LV019130. Basic Agility LV010130. 13th Set of Radio Calisthenics LV18210. White Ape Embrace LV03130. With only 24 experience points in his career, Lin Feng felt like a novice compared to when his chef profession was active. He frowned slightly, his gaze falling on the Level 1 broadcast gymnastics on the panel, feeling a bit puzzled. He couldn't understand why the system categorized square gymnastics as martial arts, but seeing the meager experience points in basic boxing, leg techniques, and body movements, he realized that without the Level 1 broadcast gymnastics, his ancient warrior career experience might not even reach 24 points. After activating the ancient warrior, his source essence dropped from 2 points to 1. Lin Feng calculated in his mind that this meant he could activate 1 more profession. Although he had a target in mind, he needed to confirm whether that profession existed. He decided to put this idea aside for now, as the 3 professions of student, chef, and ancient warrior were already keeping him busy. Fearing that his prolonged distraction might alert Lu Chang to something unusual, Lin Feng quickly closed the panel. He turned to Lu Chang, feigning nonchalance, and asked, Brother Chang, why is our martial arts school called Ancient Warriors? Does ancient martial arts imply the existence of new martial arts? Lu Chang's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this, and he glanced around warily. After confirming no one was paying attention, he relaxed a bit and replied in a serious, low voice, Where did you hear about these things? Lin Feng was startled, realizing he might have touched on a taboo subject. He hurriedly explained, What's the matter? I just saw it online. Lu Chang solemnly advised, Remember, never discuss ancient or new martial arts in the school. If others find out, they won't allow you to learn martial arts. Why? Lin Feng pressed further. Shaking his head, Lu Chang said, I don't know the specifics either, but the school strictly forbids discussing this topic. There were once 2 special class students who were expelled from the school for this reason. Lin Feng was shocked. A special class, which costs $500,000 per session, expelled over a discussion? He asked incredulously, Is it that serious? Don't take it lightly, Lu Chang warned in a hushed voice. You were right about ancient martial arts. Our school has always passed down ancient martial arts. But there's no new martial arts like you mentioned, only what I've heard referred to as evil martial arts and demon martial arts. Evil martial arts? Demon martial arts? Lin Feng inquired, What are those? How do they differ from ancient martial arts? Lu Chang shook his head again. I don't know either, just heard it mentioned occasionally. You can't find any information about it online. Let's drop this topic. If the instructors hear us, it won't be a joke. He paused, and then changed the subject. Want to check out the rest area on the fourth floor? Having achieved his goal for the visit, Lin Feng declined politely. No, that's enough for today. I'm a bit tired. Lu Chong smiled understandingly. You've just started training, and it's natural to feel exhausted after a session. Well then, let's call it a day. If you feel you can handle it and are serious about learning martial arts, come back tomorrow. Lin Feng nodded in thanks. Thanks a lot, Brother Chong. Lu Chong waved it off. No problem. I ate a bit too much tonight anyway, so it was just a bit of fun. For someone who rarely exercises, suddenly engaging in such high-intensity activity is going to result in some serious soreness tomorrow. Lin Feng returned home with an exhausted body, and when he opened the door, he was surprised to find his father, Lin Guiting, sitting in the living room. Weren't you supposed to be back by 9? Lin Guiting asked in surprise. Lin Feng recalled the message he had sent his father earlier and explained, things got done quicker than expected, so I came back early. He looked around and noticed the unusual quietness in the house. His sister Lin Xiao was not around. Where's Lin Xiao? She went to a friend's house. Lin Guiting replied, pointing to the dining table. You haven't eaten yet, right? There's some food left for you on the table. It should still be warm. Starving, Lin Feng sat down immediately and started devouring the food. As he ate, he opened his data panel. A holographic screen appeared before his eyes, revealing that the fourth page, Ancient Martial Artist, had now been unlocked. Lin Feng was very pleased with this development. The Ancient Martial Artist role suited him better than the previous professional athlete role. However, the Ancient Martial Artist's basic skills were limited to 5, one of which he had just learned: White Ape Embracing the Moon. Lin Feng pondered his next steps. Practice alone at home. Although he had the data panel to assist him, without guidance, equipment, or interaction, his progress would definitely be slow. Join a martial arts school? The thought of the steep 30,000 yuan per term fee made him hesitate. He decided to first make use of the 3-day trial period and then discuss it with his family. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng washed the dishes. Lin Guiting invited him to play games together, but Lin Feng politely declined, saying he wanted to read. Once back in his room, he sat at his desk and earnestly opened his textbooks. Among the 3 activated roles, student, chef, and ancient martial artist, the ancient martial artist intrigued him the most. However, he did not intend to give up on the other 2, especially the student role, which came with the talents of learning and flow. After concentrating on his studies for half an hour, Lin Feng got up, moved to an open space in the room, and began practicing White Ape Embracing the Moon. As time passed, a searing pain shot through his thighs, and he could only rely on deep breaths to distract himself. After enduring for 10 minutes, Lin Feng finally collapsed onto the bed. The panel indicated he had gained 3 points of skill experience in White Ape Embracing the Moon, but no experience in the Ancient Martial Artist role. Lin Feng was not surprised, as short training sessions typically only increase skill experience. After a short rest, he struggled back to his desk to continue studying. Due to the pain in his legs, this 30-minute study session only earned him 1 point of role experience. Once the discomfort in his legs subsided, Lin Feng stood up again to practice White Ape Embracing the Moon. This time, he decided to enter a flow state, setting a duration of 20 minutes. In the flow, everything around him seemed to fade away, and even the pain became a distant blur. After 20 minutes, Lin Feng was surprised to find himself in much better condition than he had anticipated. He slowly finished his practice and let out a long breath. The panel showed he had gained 61 points of skill experience in White Ape Embracing the Moon and 10 points of role experience as an ancient martial artist. 61 experience points? Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the panel. The White Ape Embracing the Moon had brought him such a bountiful reward. The increase was truly astonishing. The flashing prompt on the panel caught his attention. You have undergone an immersive training. Immersive training? Lin Feng's mind raced. Could the flow state have a special bonus for martial arts training? He suddenly remembered that his flow state had just leveled up to 2, and he hadn't yet tested its power. Driven by curiosity, he moved his aching body and struggled to sit back at his desk. Picking up his textbook, Lin Feng took a deep breath, set the timer for 30 minutes, and activated his flow state. At level 1, the flow state could earn 6 to 8 experience points per hour. What surprises would the upgrade bring? He thought with anticipation. As he delved deeper into the flow state, distracting thoughts receded like the tide, leaving only the textbook before him. The soft light from the desk lamp cast a glow on the slender figure of the young man, who was engrossed in reading, occasionally scribbling furiously in his notebook. 30 minutes flew by. When Lin Feng exited the flow state, a wave of intense discomfort hit him instantly. His stomach churned, his head throbbed, and he felt as if he had been tossed into a blender. This feeling was not unfamiliar. It was a consequence of overusing the flow state. Lin Feng was puzzled. The level 2 flow state should last for 1 hour and 20 minutes. He had used it for 20 minutes while standing earlier, and then 30 minutes just now, totaling only 50 minutes. Why was this happening? Before he could figure it out, a strong wave of nausea surged up his throat. Lin Feng staggered to his feet and barely managed to collapse onto his bed. The soft bedding offered a slight comfort, but it was not enough to alleviate his pain. Lying in bed, Lin Feng tried to sort out his thoughts. Was it because he had exhausted too much energy at the dojo, then continued with the stance training, leaving his stamina unrecovered, thus shortening the flow state duration? Or did using the flow state during martial arts consume more energy than studying? Various guesses swirled in his mind, but Lin Feng was too exhausted and soon fell asleep. At 5 o'clock the next morning, the alarm rang punctually. Lin Feng awoke from his slumber, his mental state restored to normal, but his body was in a sorry state. When he reflexively tried to get up, his legs seemed unresponsive, and any slight movement caused him to gasp in pain. His arms were also unbearably sore. Was this muscle strain from overexercising yesterday or lactic acid buildup? Lin Feng regretted it deeply. He should have known when to stop. The pain made him grimace, and he could only lie back down. The soft bed offered a moment of comfort, but Lin Feng soon struggled to sit up again. That's when he noticed a puddle of vomit on the floor by the bed, a masterpiece from the flow state overload last night. He hadn't noticed it earlier, but now he caught a whiff of the pungent sour stench. Lin Feng frowned, recalling yesterday's events. He hadn't anticipated that in a state of severe energy depletion, the duration of the flow state would be so drastically reduced. This unexpected discovery had left him in a rather embarrassing predicament. Lin Feng opened his eyes, and the first thing he did was to check his data panel, bringing up yesterday's study prompts. He carefully examined the data on the panel. 30 minutes of deep study had yielded substantial rewards: 40 points of experience in biology skills, 38 points in math skills, and an impressive 7 points in professional experience. This number caught Lin Feng's attention. 7 points of professional experience is equivalent to what he would gain in an hour in a level 1 flow state. He recalled that after reaching level 2, the rate of experience gained in the flow state doubled. However, compared to ancient martial artists who could gain 10 points of experience in just 20 minutes, the progress of a student was still much slower. Lin Feng quickly calculated. An ancient martial artist could gain about 30 points of experience in an hour, which is twice that of the student profession. Additionally, the 10 minutes of flow state yesterday increased his White Ape Embraces the Moon skill by 61 points, nearly half a level's improvement. He couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable enhancement flow state provided to martial arts. His thoughts drifted to the ancient martial artist profession, and Lin Feng wondered what its first talent might be and whether the second talent could rival the flow state. He also considered that his student profession was only level 3, with the flow state appearing in the lower half of the talent page, leaving more powerful talents above waiting to be unlocked. This unknown sparked his intense curiosity. The idea of crawling back into bed was instantly replaced by a surge of determination. Lin Feng shouted in his mind, I must level up quickly. Whether it's the student profession or the ancient martial artist, I need to speed up the progress. Let's do this. No longer hesitating due to physical pain, he sprang into action with vigor. First, he found tools to thoroughly clean his room, then sat at his desk, and after a brief hesitation, he activated the flow state. 50 minutes later, the system notified him that his student profession had gained 16 points of experience. Lin Feng was quietly pleased. It was indeed morning. With his body at its peak performance, even the experience gained in flow state was a few points higher than usual. After finishing his studies, Lin Feng didn't rush into stance practice. Considering his physical discomfort, he decided to consult professionals at the martial arts hall in the evening. It was just past 6, with plenty of time before the first class at 7:45. This world was quite kind to students, with no early or late self-study sessions and weekends off. Instead of continuing with studies or stance practice, Lin Feng decided to relax by making breakfast. He reflected that when he only had the student profession, he had to go all out, which often resulted in diminishing returns. Now, with more options, he could better balance various activities. After freshening up, Lin Feng walked into the kitchen, quickly surveyed the area, and decided on the breakfast menu: millet porridge, scallion pancakes, and 2 oranges. To practice his knife skills, he carefully peeled the oranges and cut them into tiny cubes, his movements skillful and focused. Here is your kung fu uniform and the key to the locker, the receptionist at the White Ape Martial Arts School said with a smile, handing Lin Feng a neatly folded black training outfit and a shiny key. Lin Feng accepted the outfit, feeling its soft yet sturdy fabric, clearly designed for professional training. The receptionist patiently explained, we offer a 3-day free trial, but you need to pay a 300 yuan fee for the uniform. Lin Feng nodded, took out his wallet, and counted out 3 crisp 100 yuan bills. Considering you have classes during the day and don't want to stay too late in the evening, I suggest joining Coach Feng's second class, the receptionist said, flipping through a thick schedule book. Coach Feng starts teaching at 7 every day, which fits your schedule perfectly. Plus, this class just started the day before yesterday, so it's full of beginners, just like you. Hearing the name, Coach Feng, a vague image flashed in Lin Feng's mind, but quickly faded. He nodded and walked into the changing room with the uniform. A moment later, a slender young man emerged from the changing room. The black martial arts uniform made him look tall and well-proportioned, a stark contrast to his previous appearance in a school uniform. The receptionist's eyes lit up with genuine admiration. Wow, you look completely different in the kung fu outfit. I didn't expect you to be so handsome. This outfit suits you perfectly. Lin Feng blushed slightly and followed the receptionist to the training room. As they opened the door, a spacious room came into view. Inside, over a dozen young men and women were practicing punches, most of them looking a bit out of their depth. At the front, a middle-aged man in a coach's uniform was instructing them, and Lin Feng immediately recognized him as Feng Lai, whom he had encountered the day before. Coach Feng, this is our new student, Lin Feng. I'll leave him in your capable hands. The receptionist introduced him. Feng Lai nodded and said to the receptionist, "Thank you, Xiaoya." The receptionist waved her hand with a smile. "No problem, it's my job." She turned to Lin Feng and said, "Study hard, little brother. I hope to see you again tomorrow." With that, she turned and left. Feng Lai watched her leave, then turned to Lin Feng. "Hello, Lin Feng. I'm Feng Lai, your coach from now on. You can stand over there," he said, pointing to an empty spot at the back of the group. Lin Feng obediently moved to the designated spot. Feng Lai addressed the class, raising his voice. "Everyone, pause for a moment. I know you might find the punching motion a bit monotonous, but it's the foundation of martial arts. The essence of kung fu lies between each punch. Let me demonstrate again." Feng Lai crouched slightly and slowly threw a punch. Although his movements weren't fast, each action was as steady as a mountain. "Did you see that?" he explained while demonstrating. "Lower your shoulders, tighten your abdomen, and throw the punch. The focus isn't on speed but on feeling the force of the punch. Adjust gradually to find the best way to exert power. Alright, continue practicing. Each of you should throw 200 punches first. Afterward, I'll teach you something new." The mention of learning something new excited the students, and their punches became more focused. Standing in the back row, Lin Feng began practicing, imitating Feng Lai's movements. At this time, Lu Chang, the assistant instructor who had been observing the group, approached him. "Spread your legs a bit more," Lu Chang advised. "Yes, just like that. When starting with shadow boxing, you don't need to use too much force. If you don't control the power well, you might strain your muscles." Lin Feng listened intently, adjusting his posture and gradually feeling the contraction and relaxation of his muscles with each punch. Under Lu Chang's guidance, Lin Feng's movements gradually transformed from clumsy to smooth. Although 200 punches might not seem like much, they were quite challenging for Lin Feng. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance by massaging his thighs and arms during the day, and he even set aside his usual afternoon reading to take a rare nap for energy recovery. Inside the martial arts hall, a group of people punched the air with varying rhythms. Some delivered punches with the speed of the wind, finishing in no time, while others took their time, savoring the force of each punch. Lin Feng noticed others finishing around him, but he remained unhurried, focusing on his own rhythm and feeling the subtle changes with each punch. When Lin Feng finally completed his 200 punches, the others had already finished. A system notification appeared. "You have undergone training and guidance. Your basic boxing skill gained 13 experience points. Your profession as an ancient martial artist gained 2 experience points." Lin Feng felt a spark of realization, pondering how a mere 200 punches could yield 13 experience points in boxing. It must have been closely tied to Lu Chang's guidance. Reflecting on it, he indeed gained a new understanding of punching. Previously, he only knew clumsy punches, but now he could perceive the differences. "Alright," Feng Lai's voice interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. "Next, I'm going to teach you the most important skill in martial arts." The crowd became excited at these words. A young woman with light makeup and a slender figure eagerly asked, "Coach, are you going to teach us real martial arts?" Feng Lai calmly replied, "I've been teaching martial arts all along. The physical training from the day before yesterday and yesterday's punching are all parts of martial arts." "What kind of martial arts is that?" the woman scoffed. "I'm talking about martial arts that can actually be used in a fight." Ignoring her complaint, Feng Lai continued, "I'm about to teach you Zhuanggong, the most fundamental skill in martial arts. Zhuanggong is divided into static and dynamic stances. Today, we'll learn the static stance. This stance is called White Ape Embraces the Moon. Watch my movements carefully." With that, Feng Lai slowly demonstrated the White Ape Embraces the Moon posture. He invited everyone to come closer for a better view, and they all gathered around, including Lin Feng, who observed Feng Lai's every detail intently. Though Feng Lai's movements appeared similar to Lu Chang's demonstration from the previous day, Lin Feng sensed something different but couldn't pinpoint exactly what. He widened his eyes, trying to capture every subtle change. "Did everyone see clearly?" Feng Lai asked. "This is the standing stance. Next is the closing stance, so please observe carefully." Feng Lai slowly transitioned from the standing position. This movement brought Lin Feng to a moment of clarity, finally understood the difference. Feng Lai's movements were slower than Lu Chang's, yet they contained an indescribable grace. It was as if, with each upward motion of Feng Lai's hands, an upward surge of energy flowed through him. As his hands pressed down, a wave of energy seemed to settle throughout his body with his exhalation. Feng Lai exhaled deeply, concluding his demonstration. After a brief pause, he asked. Lin Feng was surprised to gain so much experience just from observing one demonstration by Feng Lai. He was glad he chose to come to the martial arts school instead of practicing alone at home. In the center of the arena, Feng Lai meticulously repeated the movements of the white ape embraces the moon technique to ensure everyone remembered them. Once again, Lin Feng watched intently, focusing on every detail, but this time he gained only a quarter of the experience he had before. Got the movements down? Feng Lai looked around. This is one of the basic stances of our white ape martial arts school. The white ape embraces the moon. Now, everyone get into position and stand as I showed you. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly took their positions, imitating the stance. Feng Lai and the assistant instructor, Lu Chang, moved among them, correcting any mistakes. When Feng Lai reached Lin Feng, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He softly said, "Not bad," before moving on to guide the other students. Once everyone was in position, Feng Lai returned to the front and explained the key points of starting and finishing the stance. Remember, no matter what, you must complete the closing movements, or you'll harm your body over time, he emphasized. Now, take a break, and in 2 minutes, we'll continue the stance for another 10 minutes. At this, the training room filled with groans. Among the dozen or so people, only a few were physically fit. Most were office workers who lacked regular exercise. A woman with carefully applied makeup pleaded playfully. "Coach, standing in this stance is exhausting. Can we rest a bit longer?" Feng Lai glanced at her, but didn't respond. Instead, he raised his voice to address all the students. "I know you all have different reasons for signing up to learn martial arts. Some want to master the skills, some aim to improve their health, and others seek self-defense techniques. But no matter your purpose, you can't shy away from hard work. Many of you may have only heard about martial arts on TV or from others. Today, let assistant instructor Lu and I show you what real martial arts are." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chang, who had been standing quietly in the corner, stepped into the center of the arena. To Lin Feng's surprise, neither of them put on gloves or any protective gear. They simply stood there, as if ready to engage in an intense confrontation at any moment. After Lu Chang clasped his fists in salute to Feng Lai, he swiftly crossed a distance of 3 or 4 meters to stand beside him. His fists came down like a torrential storm towards Feng Lai's head, with a ferocity far beyond ordinary sparring. Lin Feng recalled Lu Chang's earlier demonstration of over 1,400 pounds of punching force and couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, Lu Chang's attack was even more fierce, with speed and power that were truly astounding. Feng Lai, however, handled it with ease, tilting his head slightly to avoid the first punch. Unwilling to concede, Lu Chang launched another punch immediately. Feng Lai sidestepped, letting the punch skim past his face. Despite missing twice, Lu Chang was not discouraged. Instead, he became more invigorated, his punches raining down like a relentless storm. Yet, amidst this whirlwind of attacks, Feng Lai moved like a butterfly, gracefully dodging left and right, always keeping just a hair's breadth away from Lu Chang's fists. The crowd watched in awe, with Lin Feng particularly astonished. He had expected a back-and-forth akin to a boxing match, not the cinematic martial arts scene unfolding before him. Only this was real. After countless punches, Feng Lai finally made his move. He effortlessly caught Lu Chang's fist, pushed with his palm, and Lu Chang staggered back several steps, the outcome clear. With that, the sparring ended. Lu Chang once again clasped his fists and stepped aside. In just a few minutes of engagement, Lu Chang's fierce attacks and Feng Lai's composed responses provided a vivid lesson in martial arts to everyone present. Feng Lai, unfazed and breathing steadily, surveyed the crowd and said, "Assistant Lu's skills, my skills, they all started like yours, with physical training, punching, and stance work, developed step by step. To reach our level, you must endure hardships that ordinary people cannot. Continue with your stances." Feng Lai's demonstration greatly boosted the morale of the participants. The trainees, who had been complaining earlier, were now more motivated and engaged in their training. After 9:30, Feng Lai announced, "Today's training is over. Lin Feng and Guyu, stay behind. The rest of you are dismissed." Despite the breaks during the 2-hour training, Lin Feng felt exhausted. However, he gained significantly. His ancient martial artist skill experience increased by 15 points, and both his basic boxing and white ape embracing the moon techniques improved, with the latter advancing to level 1 with room to spare. Notably, the woman with light makeup, who had spoken twice, left during the break and did not return. As the crowd dispersed, only the 2 coaches, Lin Feng and Guyu, remained in the training room. Feng Lai explained, "You 2 stayed because the class started the day before yesterday, and you only joined today, missing 2 days of lessons. I'll catch you up." He then thoroughly taught the movements covered in the previous days, which were straightforward, a set of physical exercises similar to squat jumps, and the punching motion demonstrated earlier. Lin Feng diligently learned these movements and quickly grasped the essentials. Just then, a notification popped up on his interface. You have acquired the basic physical skills of an ancient martial artist. Feng Lai patiently demonstrated the basic moves several more times to ensure that both of them fully understood and mastered them. After that, Feng Lai began a practical demonstration of the boxing techniques. He didn't rush through just because they had mastered the basic moves. Instead, he diligently demonstrated twice, and then gave detailed guidance to both of them. Under the guidance of this seasoned martial artist, Lin Feng felt a significant improvement in his skills. His basic boxing experience increased by 34 points, and his ancient martial artist profession experience also increased by 6 points. After the training session, Feng Lai left. Lu Chang approached with a smile and asked, "How was the training?" Lin Feng, panting heavily, answered honestly, "I might not be able to get up tomorrow. Changge, with my body aching like this, can I still practice at home?" Lu Chang laughed heartily. "Don't worry, the more it hurts, the more you should practice. The more you train, the less it will hurt. But if your body really can't take it, you should rest appropriate. Don't practice blindly." Lin Feng nodded in understanding, then curiously asked, "Thanks for the advice, Changge. By the way, aren't you a formal disciple of the martial arts school? How come you're working as an assistant instructor?" Lu Chang explained, "Once you become a formal disciple, if you're qualified, you can apply to be an assistant instructor." Lin Feng inquired further, "Is there a difference between a trainee and a formal disciple?" "Of course, there's a difference," Lu Chang replied seriously. "The White Ape Martial Arts School is just one of the White Ape Dao's enterprises. Trainees are merely customers of the school, whereas formal disciples are entry-level disciples of the White Ape Dao." White Ape Dao? Lin Feng was confused. "Is it a martial arts sect?" "Yes." Lu Chang confirmed with a nod. Lin Feng continued to ask, "So how can one become a formal disciple of the martial arts school?" Lu Chang patiently explained, "It mainly depends on your abilities. If you've been training at the school for a certain number of years and meet the strength requirements, you can become a formal disciple. There's also a case where someone with exceptional talent can directly become a formal disciple. Once you become a formal disciple, you don't have to pay tuition fees. You get access to superior martial arts resources, and you can learn secret martial arts that ordinary trainees can't access. Like me, as an assistant instructor, I also earn a salary." Lin Feng listened with great interest, his eyes shining with longing. Noticing his eagerness, Lu Chang smiled and said, "Don't get carried away. In all my years at the martial arts school, I've only seen 2 people become formal disciples directly because of their innate talent. One had immense natural strength, able to lift 800 pounds at the age of 12. The other had arms that reached past his knees, with a natural ape-like physique that caught the attention of the headquarters. It said he was taken as a disciple by a grandmaster within the sect. They have extraordinary talents that ordinary people like us can't compare to. Regular folks who want to become formal disciples need to spend years diligently honing their martial arts skills, just like I did." The White Ape School, a martial arts sect in the southern part of Li Fire country, traces its origins back 300 years to the Five Spirits sect. The current head, Song Cheng, hails from Jizhou in Li Fire country. The school oversees businesses such as Mu Chu Pharmaceuticals, the White Ape Martial Arts Hall in the capital, and another in Beia City. These details swirled in Lin Feng's mind as he sat in front of his computer, eyes fixed on the screen, fingers flying over the keyboard. The search results astonished him. There were over a dozen White Ape martial arts halls across the country. However, when he tried to delve deeper into the Five Spirits sect and Song Cheng, he hit an invisible wall, finding no further information. In the living room, the air was filled with the faint aroma of leftover food. Lin Guoting was focused on the TV, the news anchor's voice low and steady. Su Hong, having just returned from a business trip, leaned on the sofa, her fingers scrolling through her phone, occasionally letting out a soft chuckle. Her return seemed to bring an unusual atmosphere to the home. Lin Xiao had retreated to his room early, not playing games in the living room as he usually did. Lin Feng, having just showered, his hair still dripping, casually dried it with a towel as he slowly walked into the living room. "Dad, Mom, I have something I want to discuss with you." Lin Feng's voice, slightly hesitant, broke the living room's silence. Lin Guoting looked up, a hint of confusion in his eyes, then smiled knowingly. "Is your allowance too little? For that, you can just talk to your mom." Lin Feng shook his head, water droplets flinging from his hair. "My allowance is a bit low, but that's not what I want to talk about. I want to learn martial arts." He took a deep breath, deciding to be direct. "After experiencing a day at the martial arts hall, I've realized that training there has far more benefits than staying home and leveling up." Martial arts. Lin Guoting was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting his son to come up with such an idea. Su Hong put down her phone, her face full of confusion. "Lin Feng, why the sudden interest in martial arts?" Suddenly, her expression changed, and she asked urgently, "Did something happen at school that made you want to learn martial arts?" Seeing his parents' worried expressions, Lin Feng realized the situation was not going as he expected. He quickly explained, Mom, it's not what you think. I haven't been bullied. He carefully chose his words. I've always been interested in martial arts, just never told you. I tried out at the White Ape Martial Arts Hall recently and really liked it. However, the tuition is quite expensive, 30,000 yuan per session. Suhong wasn't concerned about the cost. She looked earnestly into Lin Feng's eyes. Are you sure nothing happened at school? Son, don't worry. No matter what happens, just tell us, and your dad and I will support you. Despite Lin Feng repeatedly assuring them that nothing had happened at school and that he wanted to learn martial arts purely out of interest, his parents seemed unconvinced. After a prolonged discussion, Suhong finally said, your dad and I will talk about the martial arts classes and let you know our decision tomorrow. Okay. Lin Feng nodded, feeling both hopeful and anxious. Lin Feng stood in the room, his mind racing. The 30,000 yuan tuition for the martial arts school was indeed steep, but he had already discussed it with his parents. I'll only enroll for 1 term. 3 months is enough to build a foundation in martial arts. After that, I can practice on my own, and the results should be similar, he calculated silently. As night fell, Lin Feng felt unusually exhausted from today's training. Instead of reading as he usually did, he decided to practice the white ape embracing the moon stance for 20 minutes. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and his muscles trembled slightly, but he persevered until the very last second. Afterward, he collapsed into bed, quickly drifting into slumber. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains. Lin Feng opened his eyes and began his unshakable routine, studying, stance training, cooking. Today he adjusted his time allocation, dedicating 20 minutes to studying and increasing the stance practice to 30 minutes. Despite the total duration reaching 50 minutes, he found that his body wasn't too uncomfortable. Instead, he felt a warm current flowing within. Lin Feng emerged from the kitchen with a fragrant breakfast. His father, Lin Guiting, and sister, Lin Xiao, were used to it, but his mother, Su Hong, was seeing her son's homemade breakfast for the first time. She looked at the dishes in surprise, murmuring about how her son had grown up, her eyes filled with comfort. After breakfast, Lin Feng pushed his electric bike out of Building 3 and ran into an unexpected person, Coach Feng. Feng Lai emerged from behind Building 3 and seemed momentarily surprised to see Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you live here? Feng Lai asked, his voice tinged with fatigue. Yes, in Building 3. Lin Feng pointed to the building behind him. Do you also live in Xinglong community, Coach Feng? No, I'm here visiting a friend and stayed overnight. Feng Lai replied briefly. You're a student at number 2 high school, right? Hurry to school so you won't be late. Lin Feng nodded and rode off. Outwardly calm, his mind was full of questions. Feng Lai's appearance was too unusual. His face was haggard, his clothes were dirty and disheveled, his pants had a large hole, and the edges of his shoes were caked with mud. Where in this city could there be so much mud? Filled with questions, Lin Feng arrived at school. As the bell rang, he suppressed his inner restlessness and focused on the biology class. After class, a familiar system prompt appeared. You have attentively listened to a biology class. Your language skill has gained 8 experience points. Your student profession has gained 1 experience point. Seeing this meager 1 point of experience, Lin Feng frowned. He realized that since he had already self-studied part of the material, even paying close attention in class yielded minimal experience. This was true not only for biology, but also for language and chemistry classes. Now, the experience he gained from doing exercises and reading far exceeded that from attending classes. With the help of mastering the flow of learning and an increase in intelligence, Lin Feng's grades skyrocketed, quickly catching up on what he had previously fallen behind. He eagerly absorbed all the knowledge from his freshman year, as if trying to make up for the wasted time all at once. Lin Feng realized that at this rate, it wouldn't be long before attending classes would no longer provide him with any new experiences. Linzi. A familiar voice interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. He looked up to see a group of his close friends approaching. Lin Feng smiled. Wenzi, why did you bring Xiao Fei and the others here? Didn't I tell you I've quit going online? Bringing them to persuade me won't work. However, Zhang Wen's expression was unusually serious. He shook his head. Linzi, we're not here about the internet. Lin Feng was taken aback. Then what? After the first class, your parents came to school looking for us. Zhang Wen's words confused Lin Feng even more. Lin Guiting and Su Hong came to school? But if they did, why didn't they come directly to him instead of secretly meeting his classmates? This behavior left Lin Feng baffled. Zhang Wen continued. Is someone giving you trouble? Why didn't you tell us? Is it someone from sophomore or junior year? We're not afraid of trouble. Just tell us who it is, and after school, we'll confront them together. Only then did Lin Feng realize why Zhang Wen had brought a Fei from the neighboring class. He couldn't help but laugh and explained. No, really, no one is bothering me. How is that possible? Zhang Wen didn't believe him. Your parents asked us like that. Something must be up. Tell us, who is it? Seeing his friends' earnest expressions and their willingness to stand up for him, Lin Feng felt touched. Some of them he had known since elementary school, others since middle school. Their friendship had stood the test of time. It's really nothing. Just a misunderstanding. Lin Feng emphasized again. If there really was something, how could I not tell you? Really nothing? His friends were still a bit skeptical. Don't worry, if something does happen, I'll definitely call you. Lin Feng promised. Just remember, if something happens, don't handle it alone. Of course. After much reassurance, his friends finally dispersed. Watching them leave, Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. He took out his phone and called Su Hong. Mom, did you come to school today? We did. Su Hong admitted straightforwardly. And now? We're already back. All right. Lin Feng paused. So, you didn't find anything at school, right? We didn't find out much. It seems you weren't lying to us. Su Hong's tone had a hint of relief, but she quickly followed up. Your homeroom teacher said that in the recent assessment test, you ranked in the top 10 of your class. This made Lin Feng realize they not only asked Zhang Wen and the others, but also spoke to his homeroom teacher. He felt a bit overwhelmed and answered truthfully. I ranked 10th in the class. Why didn't you tell us? Su Hong pressed. It's not a big deal. Lin Feng tried to downplay it. Not a big deal. Su Hong's voice rose several pitches. All these years, when have you not been at the bottom of the exams? Getting into the top 10 this time is definitely not a small matter for us. Lin Feng heard the excitement and happiness in his mother's voice, feeling warmth but also a bit helpless. He knew he was about to face a series of questions and concern. Lin Feng hung up the phone and rubbed his ear, which was still ringing from Su Hong's yelling. His mother's anger was entirely focused on his hiding his grades. The topic of bullying was no longer mentioned. Clearly, after asking around at the school, his parents finally understood that the bullying was just their own misconception. Lin Feng sighed, understanding his parents' anxiety. After all, his sudden interest in martial arts did invite wild speculations. The misunderstanding about bullying was cleared, but convincing Su Hong and Lin Guoting to let him pursue martial arts remained a tricky issue. 30,000 yuan. Lin Feng muttered. Money is such a nuisance. For a moment, various ridiculous money-making ideas flashed through his mind. Copying web novels from his past life? Like that classic by Brother Potato. Unfortunately, even if he succeeded in copying, it would be hard to monetize in the short term. Besides, his writing skills were far inferior to Brother Potato's. Songwriting? Lin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. Being tone-deaf and clueless about basic music theory, how could he write songs? Although he remembered a few popular songs, with his voice, he feared he'd turn heavenly music into wailing. Forget it, Lin Feng laughed at himself. I might as well just go back and plead with Mom. He tidied up his chemistry book, and his thoughts drifted back to the course progress. Chemistry was fine, just slightly ahead of the teacher's schedule. But this semester's biology, he was almost done learning on his own. With his current level of effort and flow state, he was confident he could soon finish all the semester's courses ahead of time. I need to get the textbooks for sophomore year, Lin Feng muttered, suddenly having a bright idea. Wait, isn't Zhang Wen's sister in college? He glanced around the classroom and quickly spotted Zhang Wen. Lin Feng walked over and patted Zhang Wen on the shoulder. Wenzi, I need a favor. What is it? Zhang Wen asked warily. Is it about what happened before? No, I've told you. No one's bothering me. Lin Feng reassured him and got straight to the point. Your sister's in college, right? Can you help me get her sophomore and junior year textbooks and study materials? I want to borrow them. What do you need sophomore and junior textbooks for? Zhang Wen asked, puzzled. What else? To study, of course, Lin Feng replied matter-of-factly. Zhang Wen was stunned, momentarily speechless. He and a few other friends had been puzzled by Lin Feng's sudden diligence. They knew Lin Feng, whose grades had been at the bottom for years. Catching up in such a short time seemed impossible. They had advised Lin Feng not to push himself too hard, assuring him they wouldn't look down on him for poor grades. Even if he wanted to improve, he should take it step by step, rather than burying himself in books even during breaks, which would eventually take a toll on his health. However, when the results of the recent mock exams came out, everyone was shocked Lin Feng had ranked 10th in the class. Not only were his classmates incredulous, but even the teachers were skeptical and called Lin Feng to the office to question him. In the end, the homeroom teacher announced to the class that Lin Feng's results were indeed earned honestly, without cheating. In just over a month, Lin Feng had miraculously improved his grades to an astonishing level. Since then, although Zhang Wen and the others still often urged Lin Feng to hang out at the internet cafe, they secretly admired him. Now, hearing that Lin Feng wanted to self-study sophomore courses, Zhang Wen couldn't help but sigh. Lindsay, you're amazing now. Of course, Lin Feng replied with a confident smile. Lin Feng grinned with satisfaction and said to Zhang Wen, the books should be all set. I'll bring them to you tomorrow. With the issue of the second-year textbooks resolved, he felt relieved and grateful that he didn't have to bother asking anyone else. After school that afternoon, Lin Feng hurriedly ate 2 pancakes by the roadside before heading to the martial arts hall. His goal today was clear, to advance his ancient martial artist rank to level 1. In the past few days, especially after observing Feng Lai's demonstration and receiving his guidance, Lin Feng's ancient martial artist experience had significantly increased to 92 points. He was just 38 points away from the 130 points needed for advancement. When he arrived at the martial arts hall, Lin Feng was surprised to ask, "What? My parents have already paid the fees." Lu Chang replied, equally surprised, "You didn't know?" Lin Feng honestly admitted, "I really didn't know. They didn't tell me." He had never expected Su Hong and Lin Guading to pay the fees directly. He had been worried about how to persuade them. Lin Feng immediately took out his phone and called home. "Dad, did you both pay the martial arts hall fees?" On the other end, Lin Guading's hearty laughter came through. "Huh? How about it, touched?" After hanging up, Lu Chang said with a smile, "You're now an official student of the martial arts hall. Chinya has already left for the day, but she left this student ID card for you." He handed over an antique-looking oval card and explained, "There's a difference between official students and trial participants, you know?" Lin Feng nodded. "I know a bit, but not much." Lu Chang elaborated, "Regular students can have 1 medicinal bath and 2 massages per month. Don't underestimate these. Both the medicinal baths and massages use special concoctions unique to our hall, which are highly beneficial for martial arts training. Additionally, the hall provides a medicinal meal for regular students every day. Have you eaten yet? It's still early. Why not go upstairs for a meal?" "I was just about to eat too." Having only eaten 2 pancakes earlier, Lin Feng accepted Lu Chang's suggestion and nodded, "Sure. But, Brother Chang, how's the medicinal meal?" Lu Chang chuckled, "I've been eating it for years. The taste isn't anything extraordinary, but it's excellent for boosting energy and blood, especially the meals for new students." Hearing Lu Chang's description piqued Lin Feng's interest in the medicinal meal. The two went up to the 4th floor. As they entered, they found a dining hall set up much like a regular restaurant, with several martial arts students already eating. Lu Chang pointed to another lit room. "That's the massage room. Besides massages, you can also see the apothecary there for general muscle strains. The medicinal baths are there too." Lu Chang went to the dining window and swiped his student card on a sensor. Without saying a word or ordering, the staff handed him a porcelain pot. He gestured to Lin Feng, "Swipe your student card." Lin Feng nodded and pressed his newly received student card against the sensor. A beep sounded, and 2 pieces of information appeared on the screen. Phase 1 student. Level 1. A masked man used a metal rod to retrieve a clay pot from a large vat behind him, placing it on a tray. Besides the medicinal meal, there were also regular dishes available. Lin Feng picked 2 kinds of vegetables and 2 portions of meat, got some rice, and followed Lu Chang to an empty table. After sitting down, Lu Chang explained, "There's no menu for the medicinal meals here. You eat whatever is made each day. The only difference is that the kitchen prepares different meals based on the student's rating, which is assessed by the coach." This explanation clarified the information Lin Feng had seen on the electronic screen. Lu Chang urged, "Eat up and be quick." He pointed at the clock on the wall, reminding him that training would start soon after 7 p.m. Lin Feng quickly opened the clay pot in front of him. As he lifted the lid, steam mixed with a peculiar aroma wafted out, a blend of medicinal and meaty scents that was quite appetizing. The so-called medicinal meal turned out to be a pot of soup. He picked up a spoon and scooped out some ingredients, seeing unfamiliar herbs and some meat that looked like pigeon. Taking a sip of the soup, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to take another spoonful, a string of data appeared before his eyes. "You have tasted the 4 herbs rejuvenation soup. You have triggered a class change condition. Your chef level has not reached level 9. Your profession as a chef cannot advance to become a master medicinal chef. Job change. Is that even possible?" Lin Feng was taken aback and quickly checked the prompts on the panel. After reading it, he stood there in disbelief. He never imagined that careers could undergo such transformations. The panel indicated that if his chef level reached 9, he could switch to become a so-called arcane chef. Although he knew nothing about what being an arcane chef entailed, Lin Feng had a gut feeling that it was no ordinary profession. His heart raced as a bold speculation crossed his mind. Perhaps being a culinary student and a martial artist were just entry-level careers, and there were more advanced professions like arcane chef built upon these foundations. This thought thrilled Lin Feng. If his guess was correct, wouldn't that mean there were broader development prospects for these careers? Just as he was lost in thought, Lu Chang's voice pulled him back to reality. "Lin Feng, what are you daydreaming about? Is the medicinal soup that good?" Lu Chang asked with a smile from across the table. Lin Feng, having his thoughts interrupted, refocused and took another sip of the soup, sincerely praising, "Brother Chang, honestly, I've never had such soup before. It's truly exceptional." It was true, the freshness of the soup combined with the unique aroma of the herbs was a perfect match, making it extraordinary. "Haha, the first time is quite impressive, but after a while, it's just okay," Lu Chang laughed. The two chatted as they ate, and soon finished their meal. After going downstairs, Lin Feng frowned and said, "Brother Chang, is there something wrong with the food? I feel strange in my stomach." "Do you feel a warm sensation in your stomach and a growing heat all over your body?" Lu Chang asked. Lin Feng nodded in confirmation. "It's nothing. Many people experience this reaction the first time they try medicinal food. There's no need to worry. It's normal," Lu Chang explained. "I need to find Coach Feng, so you wander around for a bit. Once the food digests a little, Go practice some standing meditation. In your current state, it will be very beneficial. Remember to do the closing exercises properly afterward. With that advice, Lu Chang hurried off. Lin Feng wandered around the martial arts hall by himself. There were quite a few people inside, mostly experienced trainees practicing on their own. Besides the second class taught by Feng Lai, there was also a fourth class starting after 8:30. In an open area in the distance, a group of people sat around watching a man and a woman sparring. The woman was Zhang Min, whom Lin Feng had initially mistaken for the receptionist on his first visit to the martial arts hall, and whom Lu Chang referred to as senior sister. Their fight was intense. They moved with the speed of rabbits and struck as fast as lightning, making it hard for Lin Feng to follow their movements. Both Zhang Min and the man's skills were comparable to martial arts stars on television. With a loud bang, after several rounds, the man was struck and sent flying backward. Lin Feng watched in astonishment, inwardly amazed. A seemingly delicate young woman in her 20s surprisingly punched a sturdy man, over 6 feet tall, sending him flying 3 to 4 meters across the training ground of the martial arts school. This astonishing scene caused quite a stir, making everyone marvel at the extraordinary martial arts of this world. In the center of the arena, Zhang Min, who had just demonstrated her incredible strength, clasped her hands in respect to the man on the ground. "Are you all right, brother Han Yuan?" Han Yuan, who had been knocked down, struggled to his feet and grinned. "Haha, senior sister, I'm fine. I thought I had made significant progress recently and could withstand at least 30 moves against you. But it seems you've improved even more. Last time I managed to hold on for 20 moves, but this time I couldn't even last 15. Especially your white ape hunts the tiger from the white ape moves mountain style. It's truly fierce." Zhang Min humbly replied. "You're too modest, brother Han Yuan. Your 5 cloud hands and springing leg have reached a good level, similar to Coach Long's. There were a few moves that taught me a lot. How did you come up with hiding the pluck flowers and leaves move in the right sweep? It almost caught me off guard." Han Yuan explained. "I got the inspiration from watching Coach Long's videos, where he hides his palms within his punches. But it didn't help much, you still dodged it easily." The two continued to discuss their insights from the recent sparring match. Although Lin Feng, who was listening nearby, couldn't understand the specifics, he was thoroughly engaged. Their conversation filled in some gaps in his understanding of martial arts. As Lin Feng immersed himself in this fascinating exchange, he suddenly felt increasingly hot all over, even noticing a slight redness on his skin. Can a bowl of medicinal soup cause such a reaction? Lin Feng wondered to himself. No wonder it costs 30,000 yuan per session. It's worth every penny. Looking around, Lin Feng found a quiet corner and prepared to practice standing meditation. His white ape embraces the moon had reached level 1, and to conserve energy, he chose to rest after lunch. With over 20 minutes before the official training began, he decided to practice for 20 minutes. As he entered a state of flow, Lin Feng quickly became focused. Meanwhile, Zhang Min concluded her discussion about the white ape moves mountain style and prepared to leave. "Everyone, I have other matters to attend to today, so I'll take my leave. Thank you, brother Han Yuan, for sharing your thoughts today." "You're welcome, senior sister. Let's discuss again next time," Han Yuan replied respectfully. Zhang Min nodded in acknowledgement and gracefully departed. Dressed in her specially made black martial arts attire, her striking beauty and confident demeanor drew everyone's attention. As she walked past, the trainees couldn't help but take notice, but Zhang Min paid no heed and continued on her way. As she passed a corner, a young man practicing standing meditation caught her attention. The young man was practicing the most basic stance of the martial arts school white ape embraces the moon. It was clear he was a beginner. However, it wasn't his stance that intrigued Zhang Min, but an indescribable quality about him. Frowning slightly, Zhang Min approached slowly. The young man's eyes were half closed, and he showed no reaction to her approach. Even as she stood very close, his body, expression, and gaze remained completely still, as if he was fully immersed in the meditation. "This person is quite interesting," Zhang Min thought to herself. "Isn't he the student from the other day at school number 2? She recognized Lin Feng. Perhaps it's because he's familiar that he caught my attention. Finding a reasonable explanation for her interest, Zhang Min was about to leave when she paused. She suddenly recalled something. "I remember this young man claimed to know nothing about martial arts. How could he have reached the beginner level in White Ape Embraces the Moon in such a short time?" Zhang Min furrowed her brow. Although White Ape Embraces the Moon was simple, for someone with no martial arts background, reaching the beginner level required diligent practice. She remembered that even with unknown guidance from her coach, it took her 8 days to reach the beginner level. Right. This young man only claimed he hadn't learned martial arts. Who knows if he was telling the truth? If he'd practiced White Ape Embraces the Moon before, reaching the beginner level wouldn't be surprising. Zhang Min chuckled to herself, having resolved her curiosity, and left with long strides. Reaching the beginner level in a martial art in just a day or two. Impossible, she thought one last time, disappearing down the corridor of the martial arts school. Lin Feng was deeply immersed in his standing meditation. completely unaware that Zhang Min's gaze had quietly fallen upon him. 20 minutes later, as that state of absorption gradually faded, his consciousness returned to reality. Lin Feng slowly stood up, completing his closing movements. A tingling sensation swept through his body, and to his surprise, instead of feeling any fatigue, he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Is this the effect of the medicinal diet? Lin Feng marveled to himself. If the regular class's medicinal diet, costing 30,000 yuan, had such miraculous effects, he couldn't help but wonder about the astonishing results of the special class, which cost 500,000 yuan per session, with its customized medicinal meals and secret remedies. At that moment, a system notification sounded. You have undergone a session of selfless training. Your skill, White Ape Embraces the Moon, has gained 66 experience points. Your profession, Ancient Martial Artist, has gained 18 experience points. Lin Feng silently compared the results. Although this 20-minute flow state only increased his stance skill experience by a few points more than last time, his profession experience had increased by a whole 8 points. He exhaled deeply, feeling the heat within him dissipate. With just 10 points left to level up, reaching level 1 as an ancient martial artist today seemed inevitable. Time was of the essence, so Lin Feng hurried to the training room. Feng Lai succinctly outlined the training content. First, do 2 sets of physical exercises, 2 sets of punches, and then I'll teach you the hanging technique from the basic boxing forms. Hearing about a new technique to learn, everyone was excited, Lin Feng included. After quickly completing the 2 sets of exercises, Feng Lai began to meticulously explain the key points of the hanging technique, continually demonstrating its movements. The system notification sounded again. You have observed a demonstration and explanation by a master of basic boxing. Your skill, Basic Boxing, has gained 65 experience points. Your profession, Ancient Martial Artist, has gained 6 experience points. Your Ancient Martial Artist level has increased to LV1. You have gained 1 attribute point and 1 talent point. Your profession, Ancient Martial Artist, has unlocked talents. Finally, he had leveled up. Lin Feng couldn't wait to open the Ancient Martial Artist panel and headed straight to the talent page. The dominant, passive talent stood out, increasing recovery ability by 40%. This vague description only highlighted the talent's power. It could potentially cover aspects like vitality, stamina, mental strength, and even wound healing. Lin Feng initially planned to allocate his talent point to flow state, but the capabilities of dominant made him hesitate. This recovery ability was a godsend for him right now, not only solving the problem of post-training fatigue, but also meaning he could reduce sleep time, thus increasing time for study and training. More importantly, the quick recovery of stamina and spirit meant he could enter the flow state more frequently each day. After careful consideration, Lin Feng decisively activated the dominant talent. Instantly, a sensation like an electric shock coursed through his body and disappeared just as quickly. He moved slightly but felt no obvious change. With the talent point allocated, next was the distribution of the attribute point. Lin Feng focused his thoughts, ready to make the optimal decision. As Lin Feng was practicing martial arts, he contemplated how to allocate his attribute points. He weighed the benefits of strength, agility, constitution, and intelligence. Ultimately, he focused on intelligence, believing it would not only enhance his memory, but also significantly aid in learning martial arts techniques. Decisively, he added the attribute point to intelligence. Intelligence, 1011. In an instant, Lin Feng felt a cool sensation sweep through his mind, and his thoughts became exceptionally sharp. It was as if a door had burst open in his mind, with everything around him transforming into a flood of data. Prepared for this, he immediately closed his eyes, shutting off the torrent of information. When he opened them again, the strange phenomenon had vanished. Despite the brief moment, Lin Feng received a wealth of information. His gaze swept across the training room, keenly capturing various details. The suspicious lump on Brother Li's abdomen, the cartoon underwear of the muscular guy opposite him, the perfect figure of the beautiful sister, and even the texture of the floor and the intricate construction of clothing. What surprised him most was noticing an anomaly near Coach Feng's heart. It didn't seem like an ordinary tumor, but rather some strange tissue. Lin Feng was quite curious, but with limited medical knowledge, he couldn't make an accurate judgment. He rubbed his slightly throbbing temples, trying to push aside the chaotic information. Lin Feng recalled his previous experiences of adding intelligence points, which always briefly plunged him into this peculiar state. The first time, unprepared, he had been overwhelmed by the information and fainted. Now, he had learned how to manage it. Closing his eyes in time prevented discomfort. All right, this is the basic boxing move demonstration. Everyone, give it a try, Coach Feng said loudly from the front. As Lin Feng looked at the coach's unhealthy complexion, he finally understood the reason behind it. With training about to begin, Lin Feng closed the attribute panel. He believed that with his innate ability to recover, his upgrade speed would significantly increase. At 9:30, the training session ended. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and said a brief goodbye to Lu Chang before leaving the gym. Returning home, he saw Su Hong sitting on the sofa watching TV, while Lin Xiao pretended to read a book nearby, with a mischievous expression. Lin Feng looked around, not seeing his father, and couldn't help but ask, "Mom, where's Dad?" "He went to the park, said something about catching a cat," Su Hong replied casually. Lin Feng frowned slightly, surprised as he muttered, "The issue with the blood cat still hasn't been resolved?" Su Hong looked at Lin Feng with a smile and asked, "How's your martial arts training going? Is it tough?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao raised his head, looking curiously at his brother and mother. Lin Feng knew that the past few days of training had left him sore all over, falling asleep as soon as he hit the bed every night. But he didn't want to show weakness in front of his mother, so he replied casually, "It's okay, not too tiring." "Mom, what are you and brother talking about?" Lin Xiao interjected curiously. Su Hong explained, "Your brother wants to learn martial arts and has enrolled in a martial arts class. He's been training at the dojo every evening these past few days." "Wow, learning martial arts." Lin Xiao's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Mom, I want to learn martial arts too." Su Hong playfully tapped Lin Xiao on the head, dampening his enthusiasm. "You focus on your studies. You're always jumping on the bandwagon. Why can big brother learn, but I can't?" Lin Xiao grumbled in dissatisfaction. Taking advantage of his brother's complaints, Lin Feng quietly grabbed his clothes and slipped into the bathroom. He took off his school uniform and stood in front of the full-length mirror, examining himself carefully. Reflected back was a thin figure with prominent ribs on both sides, resembling a skinny dog. This explained why his strength level was only 7 points. Although a few days of martial arts training hadn't visibly changed his muscles, Lin Feng could feel a new tautness in his body. He flexed his abdomen, and the faint outline of a six-pack was visible. If he covered the ribs on both sides, his physique was actually quite decent. Lin Feng scrutinized his face closely. His features were well-defined, particularly his striking eyebrows paired with bright eyes, making him quite handsome. Unfortunately, his complexion was too pale, and combined with his slender frame, he appeared more scholarly than robust. However, this was just Lin Feng's own perception. At school, his looks were quite popular with the female students. During this time since his transformation, he had received 3 love letters. After placing 10th in the class rankings recently, he even received a note from his former crush. "Lin Feng, the new milk tea shop at the commercial street is nice. Let's go for a drink after school." Faced with this invitation, Lin Feng hesitated for a full 10 seconds before ultimately deciding to decline. Lin Feng stood in front of the bathroom mirror, examining his slender frame. He frowned, pondering to himself, "Should I add some strength during the next upgrade?" But he quickly dismissed the thought. He knew that muscles could be built through exercise, but intelligence was much harder to improve. With his current intelligence score of 11, which was 2 points above average, finding ways to enhance it would be challenging. After his shower, Lin Feng found that his father, Lin Guiting, had already returned. He couldn't help but ask, "Did you catch that blood cat?" Lin Guiting shook his head, looking serious. "It doesn't seem to be a blood cat. Some animals were found drained of blood again yesterday, but according to the city's experts, the wounds on these animals don't look like the work of a blood cat. The situation is still under investigation." As the person responsible for the health of the animals at the forest park, Lin Guiting was clearly troubled by this issue. However, he quickly composed himself and asked, "How's your martial arts training going?" "It's going okay," Lin Feng replied simply. Lin Guiting smiled and said, "Martial arts can indeed strengthen the body, but don't forget your recent academic improvements. To be honest, I wasn't really in favor of you learning martial arts, but your mom believed in you and convinced me to pay for it." At this point, Lin Feng's mother, Su Hong, chimed in, "Don't listen to your dad. He agreed to it too. He said martial arts could build your body, but he's right that you shouldn't neglect your studies." Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart, sensing his parents' care. However, his younger brother, Lin Xiao, looked displeased and complained loudly. "You guys are so biased. Why did you only sign up my brother for martial arts classes, and not me? Am I just someone you picked up from the street?" Su Hong feigned surprise and said, "Oh dear, now that you mention it, I almost forgot. Old Lin, do you remember where we picked up Lin Xiao?" Lin Guiting pretended to ponder seriously and said, I think it was from a trash bin in the north of the city, and it was snowing at the time." "You're driving me crazy," Lin Xiao shouted, while Su Hong and Lin Guiting laughed heartily, and Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Guiting finally offered a suggestion. "Martial arts classes are so expensive. There's no way we could afford to send both of you. Your brother can teach you what he learns at the dojo, can't he?" Lin Xiao immediately perked up, grinning at Lin Feng. "Brother, teach me martial arts." "Do you even know what martial arts are?" Lin Feng asked. "Of course I do. I've seen it on TV," Lin Xiao said, jumping off his chair and striking a few exaggerated poses. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "That's not martial arts. Real martial arts. I've seen it firsthand at the dojo these past few days." "What does it look like?" Lin Xiao asked, his curiosity piqued. To spark Lin Xiao's interest in martial arts, Lin Feng exaggerated, I saw a young woman at the dojo punch a guy who was over 6 feet tall, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters away. As expected, upon hearing this, Lin Zhao's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly leaned closer to Lin Feng. Is there really such powerful martial arts? When have I ever lied to you? Brother, teach me quickly. His voice was filled with an impatient longing. Lin Feng slumped onto the sofa, pretending to be nonchalant. Teach you? I think not. Why not? Lin Xiao pressed. Martial arts training is tough and exhausting. You won't be able to handle it, Lin Feng said casually, while secretly observing his brother's reaction. Being in his teenage years, Lin Xiao couldn't stand being looked down upon. He immediately straightened his neck and stubbornly replied, I can handle it. You can't. I can. The two went back and forth, with Lin Zhao's face gradually turning red and veins bulging on his forehead, almost shaking with anger. Lin Feng, seeing that his teasing had reached its peak, changed his tune. I can teach you, but what if you can't stick with it? I. Lin Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words. How about this? Lin Feng said with a sly glint in his eye. I'll teach you martial arts, but if you can't keep up, you'll have to give me half of your weekly allowance. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and agreed without hesitation. Deal. Having successfully sparked Lin Zhao's competitive spirit, Lin Feng didn't waste any more time. He stood up and moved to the center of the living room to teach Lin Xiao the basic move called White Ape Embraces the Moon. He demonstrated the standard movements first, then guided Lin Xiao in adjusting his posture and breathing. After teaching him the basic moves, Lin Feng clapped his hands and said, for your first time doing the stance, some people can only last 6 minutes, while others can go for about 10. How long do you choose? Lin Xiao replied with a question. How long did you last your first time? 6 minutes, Lin Feng answered truthfully. Then I'll choose 10 minutes, Lin Xiao said, standing tall. Brave choice. Of course, Lin Xiao replied confidently. Get ready, I'll start timing, Lin Feng said, pulling out his phone and opening the stopwatch. Following instructions, Lin Xiao assumed the White Ape Embraces the Moon stance, arms outstretched, knees slightly bent, eyes looking straight ahead. Minutes ticked by. After 5 minutes, Lin Xiao, who had been indifferent at first, began to show signs of strain, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lin Feng noticed this and his lips curved slightly. At the 7-minute mark, Lin Feng looked at his brother with a hint of surprise, re-evaluating the determination of the boy gritting his teeth to persist. Watching from the side, Su Hong saw Lin Zhao's legs beginning to tremble uncontrollably. His face flushed red and said worriedly, Lin Xiao, maybe that's enough. It's already been 7 minutes. Mom. Lin Feng gently shook his head, signaling Su Hong to remain silent. A little while later, the timer showed 9 minutes. Lin Zhao's body swayed, almost falling, but he clenched his teeth and steadied himself. Time felt frozen as it passed second by second. All right, 10 minutes are up, Lin Feng finally announced. Upon hearing the time was up, Lin Xiao could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily, his t-shirt soaked with sweat. Not bad at all. Lin Feng praised sincerely. Huh. Of course, I'm better than you, right? Lin Xiao said, gasping for air, a trace of pride flashing across his face. Lin Feng had to admit that Lin Xiao was indeed better. The first time, he had only lasted 6 minutes before giving up. Although he had provoked Lin Xiao with words, for someone of Lin Zhao's age to last 10 minutes showed a determination beyond many. You are better than me, he acknowledged. But you've experienced the hardships of martial arts now, right? Lin Zhao's pride faded instantly. After experiencing the stance, he realized that real martial arts training was far from his imagination. The soreness, numbness, and shaking were not as glamorous as he had imagined. Seeing this, Lin Feng asked with a smile, still want to learn martial arts? Lin Xiao didn't answer directly, but instead changed the subject. Brother, you said someone could punch a person 7 or 8 meters away. Is that true? Were you lying? No. Lin Feng shook his head. He hadn't exaggerated much. Zhang Min had indeed only sent someone flying 3 or 4 meters, but she was just a regular student at the martial arts school. The real experts were the coaches and the head of the school, who definitely had the ability to send someone flying 7 or 8 meters. Then I'll learn, Lin Xiao declared with determination, his eyes shining with resolve. I want to be that strong too. In that case, Lin Feng nodded. Set your alarm 50 minutes earlier for tomorrow morning. Ah. Lin Zhao's face was full of shock. In the darkness, Lin Feng opened his eyes and reached out to turn on the bedside lamp. The clock showed 4:10 a.m. He climbed out of bed, feeling unusually alert. Despite having slept for less than 5 hours, he felt more refreshed than after his usual 7 or 8 hours of sleep. Is this the effect of the Dominator? Lin Feng pondered to himself. The soreness in his body was still there, but compared to the previous days when even moving was difficult, he felt much better now. The 40 improvement in recovery ability was indeed impressive. With his family still asleep, Lin Feng quietly washed up and went to the balcony. Below him were brightly lit, yet deserted roads, and in the distance lay the pitch-black Qing Shui River and the forest park. The sky was adorned with a full moon and a crescent moon, casting a silver-gray glow all around. The cool morning breeze brushed his face, leaving Lin Feng feeling invigorated. The morning air is really nice, Lin Feng remarked. Now that his family had accepted his martial arts training, he no longer needed to practice in secret in his room. The balcony was too small for physical training, so Lin Feng decided to practice his boxing form. He loosened up his joints and quickly entered a state of flow. Since it was his first time practicing boxing in this state, he cautiously set a timer for just 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, a system prompt sounded. You have engaged in an immersive training session. Your basic boxing skill increased by 26 points. Your professional skill increased by 6 points. Lin Feng exhaled deeply and stood up slowly. He felt that the 10 minutes of punching hadn't overly fatigued him, so he decided to continue training. He re-entered the flow state and focused on his punches. When he entered the flow state for the third time, though he hadn't reached his limit, he was completely exhausted, particularly his arms, which had lost all strength. While he hadn't determined the maximum duration of his flow state, he discovered that he could punch continuously for up to 30 minutes. After these 3 sessions, combined with his previous experience, his basic boxing skill successfully advanced from LV0 to LV1. Unable to continue with boxing training, Lin Feng returned to his room and took out his textbooks to study. With the data panel, time had become incredibly precious to him, and he refused to waste even a moment. Since training had tired him out, he switched to studying. An hour later, as he prepared to resume his martial practice, an unexpected figure appeared in his sight. In the moonlight, Lin Xiao stood motionless on the outside balcony in the pose of the white ape embracing the moon. Good kid, he really got up, Lin Feng silently praised. For the rest of the time, Lin Feng went through standing exercises, guided Lin Xiao, prepared breakfast, and attended classes. The day passed quietly. In the evening, Lin Feng arrived at the martial arts gym on time to begin his training. As usual, the session started with physical conditioning, followed by boxing practice and standing exercises. However, Feng Lai mentioned that after completing one set, he would teach new moves, which made everyone more enthusiastic than the day before. After the physical training ended, the group began their punching practice. Lin Feng, have you practiced martial arts before? Feng Lai's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, watching Lin Feng's every move intently. Among the group of ordinary trainees throwing punches, Lin Feng's technique was particularly striking. Each punch was steady and powerful, clearly demonstrating a grasp of the basic principles. As an experienced coach, Feng Lai could tell at a glance that Lin Feng had already grasped the fundamentals. The surrounding trainees paused their actions, curious about Lin Feng after hearing Feng Lai's question. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lin Feng calmly replied, Coach, I've never practiced martial arts before. Feng Lai furrowed his brow and pressed further. Not even a little. Lin Feng chuckled and added, if we don't count the radio calisthenics as martial arts, then no, I haven't. Feng Lai pursed his lips and said thoughtfully, I noticed your punches are quite good, so I assumed you'd trained before. No worries, just asking. Continue practicing. With that, he turned away, moving through the crowd to correct other trainees' punching posture. The 300 punches were quickly completed. After a brief rest, the training moved into the stance-holding phase. After 2 days of training, everyone's white ape embracing the moon pose had noticeably improved, no longer awkward and unsteady. However, Feng Lai's attention remained on Lin Feng. He observed expressionlessly, though his mind was full of doubt. He distinctly remembered this kid being just as clumsy as the others when demonstrating moves on the first day. Yet, if he hadn't practiced martial arts, how did he master the power of punching in just a day or two, and even get the hang of the white ape embracing the moon? Was this kid exceptionally gifted, or was he lying? Suppressing his doubts, Feng Lai asked again, Lin Feng, are you sure you haven't practiced martial arts? This repeated questioning caught everyone's attention. Even Lu Chong nearby found it strange. Coach Feng Lai explained, it's nothing, keep practicing. I just find Lin Feng's martial arts skills to be very methodical, so I'm curious if he's trained before. Lin Feng helplessly reiterated, Coach Feng, I really haven't learned martial arts before. Feng Lai pondered for a moment and said, I want to check your body, is that okay? Don't overthink it. I just see you have a natural talent for martial arts and want to check your physical condition. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. As you wish. Feng Lai cautioned, it might hurt a little, bear with it. Before he finished speaking, his large hand clamped onto Lin Feng's neck. His fingers were as hard as iron, with no warmth, exuding a slight chill. Lin Feng tensed up, his hair standing on end, as if caught in an iron grip, fearing his neck might be crushed at any moment. Feng Lai's fingers slowly moved along the bones, from the neck to the shoulders, then to the arms, back of the neck, thighs, and calves, examining every part carefully. Lin Feng winced in pain but endured it without a sound. After the examination, Feng Lai was amazed. Lin Feng hadn't lied. His body showed no signs of martial arts training. This meant that Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, furrowing his brow in confusion over Feng Lai's intentions. After a brief hesitation, he nodded, thinking about the opportunity to learn martial arts. If Coach Feng is willing to teach, I can only be grateful. Why wouldn't I be willing? Feng Lai nodded in satisfaction and said, all right, this technique is called the White Ape Mountain Fist, consisting of 18 moves. I'll demonstrate it once. White Ape Mountain Fist. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he recalled Zhang Min's powerful punch that sent someone flying, and he couldn't help but feel delighted. Nearby, other trainees couldn't resist chiming in. Coach Feng, can we learn it too? Feng Lai glanced around and replied calmly, yes, you can all learn it. However, how much you learn depends on your own abilities. This left everyone puzzled, but the prospect of learning a new martial art excited them nonetheless. Watch carefully. As soon as Feng Lai finished speaking, he crouched down, lifting his arms slightly, moving slowly and fluidly. He didn't explain each move, but demonstrated the entire set of techniques seamlessly. At this moment, Feng Lai resembled an old ape surveying a mountain, each movement exuding power. Techniques like the white ape hunts tiger and white ape captures leopard seemed simple on the surface, but were fraught with hidden danger. However, for a beginner like Lin Feng, Feng Lai's movements were just a more complex routine than a typical exercise. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, trying hard to memorize each move. Despite his intelligence and memory being above average, the 18 distinct forms of the technique still challenged him. Coach, can you teach us slowly? One of the trainees couldn't help but ask. Yeah, with so many moves and so fast, how can we remember them? Others chimed in agreement. Feng Lai ignored them, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng, and asked, do you need me to teach you move by move? This specific question stirred something in Lin Feng. He quickly realized that this might be Feng Lai's way of testing his martial arts aptitude. Recalling Feng Lai's previous deliberate inquiries, Lin Feng speculated that it might be related to his white ape embracing the moon and basic martial arts reaching level 1. Lin Feng's mind raced as he weighed whether to showcase his abilities. The data panel was his biggest secret and must not be revealed, but the martial arts talent it brought seemed unnecessary to hide. Moreover, in this situation, showing his ability was evidently more advantageous. However, he had only remembered half of the 18 moves from that earlier demonstration. If he asked Feng Lai to teach him move by move, it might diminish his standing in Feng Lai's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng spoke. Coach Feng, could you demonstrate it once more? Feng Lai raised an eyebrow, a smile appearing on his face. He caught the nuance in Lin Feng's words using demonstrate instead of teach. Interesting. All right, I'll do it again. With that, Feng Lai performed the technique once more. This time, his movements were even more fluid, the transitions between moves faster, and the hidden dangers more pronounced. Unfortunately, the others in the training room only saw the surface excitement, with some unable to even keep up with that. This is way too fast. How can we remember it? Coach Feng, can you slow down? We can't keep up. The other trainees complained. In the training room, Feng Lai's movements flowed seamlessly as he demonstrated the 18 forms of the White Ape Mountain Fist. Each motion was infused with deep skill. The surrounding students expressed their amazement, but Feng Lai seemed oblivious, focused solely on his practice. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed intently on Feng Lai, the surrounding noise fading into oblivion. In his eyes, there was only Feng Lai's fluid silhouette, with every subtle movement etched clearly into his mind. Lin Feng? Lin Feng. The coach's voice called out, but Lin Feng remained engrossed in his observation. It wasn't until someone gave him a firm pat on the shoulder that he snapped back to reality. Haha, this little brother is too adorable, someone nearby teased. Coach Feng is specially teaching you martial arts, and you're daydreaming? And no matter how much we call you, you don't respond. What are you thinking about? Feng Lai's expression darkened. He hadn't expected the boy to be spacing out during his serious demonstration. With a cold snort, he asked, so, how much did you learn? Before Lin Feng could reply, the people around him started chattering noisily. Coach, isn't that question a bit harsh? You move so fast. Who can remember all of that? Exactly. I barely remembered 3 moves. You remembered 3? I only got 2. Ignoring the others, Feng Lai directly asked, what about you, Lin Feng? In Lin Feng's mind, the 18 forms of the White Ape Mountain Fist flashed by. Without holding back, he answered honestly, I got the gist of it. Not sure if a few moves are correct. Feng Lai was surprised by this response, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Oh, then let's see you try. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, and a wave of surprised chatter erupted around him. Can he really remember that? Getting the gist means he remembered everything? This kid was clearly daydreaming earlier, and now he claims he got the gist? Is he bluffing? Despite their skepticism, the crowd instinctively gave Lin Feng enough space to demonstrate. Standing in the center of the area, Lin Feng began his demonstration. His movements were a bit clumsy and lacked power, but he proceeded to execute each move he had committed to memory. Feng Lai's expression shifted from initial calmness to surprise, and finally to delight. The onlookers widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Wow, he actually remembered? How did he do that? Someone exclaimed. Feng Lai, in a good mood, pointed out some shortcomings. It's not entirely accurate. 2 moves are wrong, and 1 has a connection issue. The crowd was speechless. Even with mistakes, being able to roughly remember all 18 moves was impressive enough. Feng Lai instructed, Lu Chang, go ahead and teach everyone the basic fist techniques. Lin Feng, come with me. Yes, Lu Chang responded. Amidst the surprised gazes of the crowd, Lin Feng followed Feng Lai out of the training room to a locked room on the 3rd floor. Feng Lai swiped a card to open the door, revealing a smaller training room with mirrored walls and thick carpeting. This is a private training room. I'll grant you access shortly, Feng Lai said. Seeing Lin Feng's puzzled expression, Feng Lai didn't explain but asked, do you know why I'm doing this? Is it because you see potential in my martial arts skills? Lin Feng ventured. Precisely, your potential is excellent, Feng Lai nodded. But your physical foundation is lacking, and you're a bit older. If I had met you a few years ago, things would be simpler. With your talent, I would have taken you as a formal disciple right away. You've proven your ability, but you need to show even more. Lin Feng was stirred, reflecting on his stats. 9 physique, 7 strength, and 9 agility comparable to an average person, with strength even below average. It seemed his physical condition wasn't great. Practice the White Ape Mountain Fist again, Feng Lai instructed. Yes, Lin Feng nodded and began practicing. Stop, Feng Lai interrupted after the first move. The force in the cloud supporting palm needs to be stronger, and your footwork lighter. Following the guidance, Lin Feng executed the move again. Good, keep going, Feng Lai nodded approvingly. Feng Lai meticulously guided Lin Feng through each move until he fully grasped the essence. After going through all 18 moves, several lines appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. You have received guidance from a master of the White Ape Mountain Fist. Your skill White Ape Mountain Fist has gained 78 experience points. Your profession as an ancient martial artist has gained 9 experience points. Feng Lai's voice echoed in the training room as he fixed his sharp gaze on Lin Feng. For the next few days, focus on practicing the White Ape Mountain Fist here. If you can reach the beginner level within 3 days, I can apply to the martial arts school to accept you as a formal disciple. Lin Feng looked up in surprise, his heart racing. He recalled Lu Chang mentioning the many benefits of being a formal disciple at the martial arts school, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. However, a question quickly surfaced in his mind. What exactly is the beginner level? Lin Feng asked directly. Feng Lai smiled slightly and explained, familiarity leads to mastery, and martial arts have levels. The levels are beginner, proficient, adept, accomplished, and perfect. If you can grasp the basic movements and the initial techniques of generating force, you've reached the beginner level. Your basic fist techniques and White Ape Embracing Moon are already at the beginner level. Otherwise, why would I have noticed you? Lin Feng suddenly understood and thought to himself. So reaching level 1 in a skill is what they call the beginner level. He discreetly pulled up his attributes panel and saw that his White Ape Mountain Fist had 86 experience points, just 104 points away from reaching the beginner level. Reaching it in 3 days? That should be a piece of cake. However, Lin Feng noticed a detail. Leveling up the White Ape Mountain Fist to level 1 required 190 experience points, 60 more than his previous skills. Though a bit surprising, with the help of his innate talent, this gap wasn't enough to worry him. What concerned Lin Feng more was the incomplete tag next to the skill name. Did it mean that the White Ape Mountain Fist taught by Feng Lai was not complete? Just as he pondered this, Feng Lai finished his instructions and left the training room. The large space was now empty except for Lin Feng. He took a deep breath and began focusing on practicing the White Ape Mountain Fist. Time flew by, and sweat soaked through his clothes. At 9:30, Lu Chang entered the room and saw Lin Feng drenched in sweat. Smiling, he handed him a towel. You've worked up quite a sweat. Take a break. Lin Feng took the towel and wiped his sweat as he asked, is your training done? Lu Chang nodded. Yeah, Coach Feng had to leave for something. He asked me to tell you that you can head back anytime if you're tired. I'm not too tired. I'll practice a bit more before heading back, Lin Feng replied, inwardly marveling at the incredible effect of his innate talent. He felt much better today than he did yesterday. The two of them sat on the soft carpet. Lu Chang couldn't help but comment. Lin Feng, I didn't expect your martial arts talent to be this impressive. How did you memorize those 18 moves? I've been practicing martial arts for years and have encountered various techniques, but I barely remembered 5 moves back then. Lin Feng could only respond vaguely. Maybe I just have a good memory. He couldn't reveal his true abilities, so he had to use this ambiguous answer to brush it off. If Lin Feng doesn't enter a state of flow, even if Feng Lai teaches him the moves again, he won't be able to remember them all. This thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, but was interrupted by Lu Chang's arrival. Your memory is truly something else. Lu Chang stood at the entrance of the training room, a hint of amazement in his eyes. Coach Feng asked me to tell you that the access to this training room has been activated for you. He pointed to the private training room behind him. Usually, only coaches and elite class students can use this kind of facility. What's going on with Coach Feng allowing you to train here? Lin Feng straightforwardly revealed the truth had reached the entry level in the White Ape Mountain Fist, and Feng Lai was willing to take him as an official disciple. What? Lu Chang's eyes widened. Coach Feng said he'd take you as an official disciple if you reach the entry level of the White Ape Mountain Fist within 3 days? Yes, but I have to pass a test, Lin Feng added. Lu Chang took a deep breath. I knew you were talented, but I didn't expect this level. The martial arts school has only recruited 2 people like this in recent years. You're the third. He sighed. For instance, it took me 6 years to qualify for the assessment, and I only became an official disciple by luck. Sometimes, the gap between people is bigger than between a person and a dog. However, Lu Chang's expression turned serious. Mastering a martial art in 3 days is extremely challenging, especially the White Ape Mountain Fist, which is not a simple technique. No matter how hard it is, I have to try. What if I succeed? Exactly, Lin Feng, you must seize this opportunity. Lu Chang spoke earnestly. Becoming an official disciple of the martial arts school is as valuable as getting into a university. It's a rare life opportunity. I suggest you take 3 days off to focus entirely on this. If you're hesitant to ask, I can talk to your family for you. Lin Feng was surprised by how seriously Lu Chang took the matter. In any world, getting into university is one of the most important paths for ordinary people. Yet Lu Chang compared becoming an official disciple to that. Thank you, Brother Chang, but I'll handle the leave myself. Lu Chang seemed to see through Lin Feng's doubts. Don't take this lightly. The White Ape sect is influential in Lihua country. Becoming an official disciple means you're part of the White Ape sect, and this connection can significantly improve your life. Moreover, you're recognized for your talent, so your future achievements will surely be extraordinary. Do you know how much Coach Feng earns in a month? Seeing Lin Feng shake his head, Lu Chang continued, 10,000. After deducting the salary and adding supplements like medication, his annual income is at least 2 million. 2 million. That number shocked Lin Feng. In Beha City, a monthly salary of 10,000 is already top tier. Take Su Hong, for example, who works in pharmaceutical sales. Her monthly income is only 1 or 2,000, reaching 2 or 3,000 at best when business is good. An annual income of 2 million explains why Lu Chang said this is a rare life opportunity. Brother Chang, you mentioned earlier that being an assistant also comes with a salary. How much do you earn? I've only recently started as an assistant, so it's just 1,000 a month. Lin Feng's heart stirred. While the coach's income seemed unattainable, the position of assistant seemed achievable once he became an official disciple. Lin Feng stood in the hallway of the martial arts school, frowning slightly as he pondered the issue of the assistant instructor. Just then, Lu Chang, who was nearby, asked, Lin Feng, you haven't used your monthly herbal bath and twice-a-month massages yet, have you? Lin Feng shook his head. No, I haven't. Training has been running late these days, so I haven't had the chance. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang immediately suggested, I think you should use one of your massage sessions in the next 3 days, and also take a herbal bath. Both can effectively relieve fatigue and enhance your vitality and physical strength. He paused and added, moreover, the herbal shop on the 4th floor sells qi and blood pills, which are perfect for you right now. I recommend buying one, although they're quite expensive at 5,000 each. But don't be stingy. For an official disciple, this is just a small expense. Lin Feng nodded, but he was thinking that the Bai Yuan Xingshan fist was not difficult for him, and the so-called test was already a certainty. He simply said, I'll discuss it with my family. But what's the effect of the qi and blood pill? Lu Chang patiently explained. The first stage of martial arts training is strengthening the body, which involves various exercises to build muscle and strengthen bones, thereby increasing your qi and blood. However, relying solely on ordinary food, even if it's all meat, isn't enough. You need a lot of medicinal meals and pills that boost qi and blood, and the qi and blood pill is one of them. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully and then asked, what's the second stage of martial arts training? Lu Chang continued, once your body is strong enough and your qi and blood are like a dragon, you'll develop special internal strength, which is the inner strength stage. After that, it progresses to opening the meridians, accessing acupoints, refining organs, marrow transformation, and achieving true form. Opening the meridians, true form? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Brother Chang, which stage are you at now? Lu Chang humbly replied. I'm only at the first stage, still a bit short of having qi and blood like a dragon. I can barely say I've achieved body strengthening. Lin Feng was stunned. Lu Chang, who could exert over 1,400 pounds of force, was only at the first stage and not even complete? His curiosity piqued. He eagerly asked about the higher stages. However, Lu Chang shook his head. I don't know either. I have no idea what opening the meridians or true form looks like. These stages are just things I've heard about, but I don't know the specifics. He continued, among our school's official disciples, only senior sister Zhang Min has reached the level of qi and blood like a dragon and completed body strengthening. As for inner strength, Brother Tong Bin on the 4th floor might have achieved it. I'm not sure about the coach's levels, but you saw my match with Coach Feng before. It wasn't a demonstration. I was going all out, and I still couldn't touch a hair of his. Lin Feng recalled Feng Lai's calm demeanor under Lu Chang's fierce attacks and couldn't help but marvel at Feng Lai's strength. Brother Chang, Lin Feng asked again, how can a regular student become an official disciple in the martial arts school? Lu Chang chuckled. Lin, you really have a lot of questions. It's tough for regular students to become official disciples. There are many requirements to meet. Lin Feng listened carefully as Lu Chang explained the conditions for promotion within the martial arts school. To become an official disciple, one must meet 4 key requirements. Complete a year of study at the school, master 3 basic martial arts, master 1 advanced martial art, and be under the age of 20. Additionally, both the headmaster and the chief instructor must approve, and sometimes a test is required when there are many candidates. Thank you for clarifying, Brother Chang. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude sincerely. Lu Chang laughed heartily. Huh? It's nothing. No need to be so formal with me. He stood up. It's getting late. I should head back. Are you staying for a while, or leaving with me? Lin Feng, feeling at his peak, replied, I'll stay and practice a bit longer. You should keep pushing yourself. I'll be off then. Lu Chang waved goodbye and walked away with large strides. Left alone, Lin Feng became absorbed in his thoughts. Strengthening the body, blood and energy flowing like a dragon, nurturing inner strength, true form. The martial arts system of this world was gradually becoming clear in his mind. After a short rest, he stretched and resumed practicing the White Ape Mountain Fist. After 20 minutes of intense training, a system notification sounded. You have completed an intense training session. Your skill White Ape Mountain Fist has gained 58 experience points. Your skill White Ape Mountain Fist has reached LV1. Your profession as an ancient martial artist has gained 9 experience points. Lin Feng had finally mastered the basics of the White Ape Mountain Fist, as he had expected. Only a little over 2 hours had passed since Feng Lai's 3-day deadline, and he had already met the requirement. The effect of being in a state of flow on martial arts improvement was truly remarkable, and Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder if this was the core talent of the ancient martial artist profession or the student profession. After wiping away his sweat and turning off the lights, Lin Feng locked the door and headed to the 4th floor instead of going downstairs. Since Lu Chang recommended medicinal baths and massages, he decided to try them while his body was still sore. The restaurant was closed, but the pharmacy across the way was still lit. In the dim light, he could faintly hear suppressed screams. Lin Feng paused, hesitated for a moment, then cautiously approached. Through the glass, he saw an old-fashioned herbal medicine room. Sitting on a chair was Hong Yuan, who had been punched by Zhang Min the day before. An old pharmacist with the character medicine embroidered on his chest was writing and drawing, while a young man was weighing herbs nearby. Relieved, Lin Feng pushed the door open. The screams were coming from the massage room inside, and he realized he had misunderstood the situation. Kid, what are you looking around for? The old pharmacist asked, glancing up. Night had fallen, but the lights in the martial arts school's pharmacy were still brightly lit. Lin Feng pushed open the door, and a strong aroma of medicine greeted him. Master, I'm here for a massage, Lin Feng said. The old pharmacist glanced at the clock on the wall and shook his head. A massage? Not today, it's too late. There's a queue. He pointed to a burly man sitting nearby. What about a medicinal bath? Lin Feng asked, unwilling to give up. A medicinal bath is fine. The old pharmacist nodded, gesturing towards the card reader on the counter. Come over and swipe your card. Lin Feng took out his martial arts card and swiped it on the machine. The old pharmacist looked at the screen, frowning slightly. Lin Feng, 16 years old, only a level 1 trainee? It seems you've just started practicing martial arts. I've been at the school for less than a week, Lin Feng replied honestly. The old pharmacist gestured for him to sit down. Let me check your pulse to assess your condition and decide on the dosage. Lin Feng complied, placing his wrist on the soft cloth on the table. The old pharmacist pressed his 2 thin, yellowed fingers on Lin Feng's pulse, squinting his eyes as he focused. Lin Feng's gaze shifted between the old pharmacist's intent expression and the thick medical books beside him, feeling an inexplicable sense of nervousness. The room was silent, occasionally interrupted by a distant cry. After a while, the old pharmacist spoke, his voice tinged with concern. Your body is quite depleted. Have you been practicing martial arts day and night recently? Lin Feng nodded in surprise. Yes, I've been practicing diligently these past few days. You're amazing, being able to tell so much with just a touch. The old pharmacist shook his head with a sigh. Overtraining is not good. It can lead to exhaustion. Without nourishing medicines, you'll become outwardly strong, but inwardly weak. It's a good thing you came today. Otherwise, continuing like this would cause problems sooner or later. He stood up. The medicinal bath is just right for you. Wait here while I prepare the herbs. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Feng sat on a chair nearby. The burly man beside him smiled and struck up a conversation. Not bad, young man. You've only been practicing for a few days, and you're already working so hard. Impressive. I'm Ma Hongyuan. Hello, brother Ma. I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied politely, noticing Ma Hongyuan's meaningful smile. You're brave, Lin. Just a few days in, and you're already going for a medicinal bath. Admirable. Lin Feng was puzzled. Brother Ma, is there something special about this medicinal bath? Haha. Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough, Ma Honyuan said mysteriously. By the way, who are you training with? Coach Feng Lai. Coach Feng. Ma Hongyuan's eyes lit up. That's great. Coach Feng is the best in our school, only second to the headmaster. You're lucky to learn from him. Lin Feng was taken aback. Ma Honyuan didn't seem to be joking. He couldn't help but wonder, if Coach Feng is really that good, why isn't he teaching the special class instead of the regular one? Could the pay be the same in both classes? That seemed unlikely. He cautiously asked, Brother Ma, does our Coach Feng have any health issues, like an illness or something? Why do you ask? I noticed Coach Feng looks pale and weary, so I thought. Ma Honyuan waved his hand dismissively. No such thing. I've been here for years, and Coach Feng has always looked like that. He turned to the young doctor behind the counter. Luqing, you're a doctor. The coaches often come to you for medicine, so you must know their health conditions well, right? The young doctor looked up with a smile. I don't know if Coach Feng is sick, but I do know that if he hit me, one punch would knock me out. Ma Honyuan burst into laughter. Lin Feng, however, was deep in thought. Coach Feng isn't sick? Then what is that thing near his heart? Just then, the door to the massage room was flung open. A towering figure over 2 meters tall with bulging muscles emerged, his martial arts uniform straining against his frame, exuding an intimidating presence. Behind this imposing masseur, a martial arts student stumbled out, looking ashen. Ma Honyuan, why are you standing there? Get in here, the burly masseur barked. Ma Honyuan immediately shrank a bit, nervously entering the massage room. Lin Feng was left wide-eyed, unable to resist asking the student who had just finished, is the massage really that terrifying? It's okay, you'll see for yourself someday, the student replied, though his steps were clearly unsteady. In less than 2 minutes, Ma Hongyuan's agonized cries echoed from the massage room. The piercing "oh-oh" sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Lin Feng swallowed hard, feeling grateful that he was only here for a medicinal bath today. The quiet of the apothecary was intermittently pierced by the deafening cries of Ma Honyuan. The pain from the massage was so intense that it could make a man over 6 feet tall scream in such agony, highlighting the severity of the discomfort. Yet, despite this torment, students from the martial arts school continued to come in droves, a testament to the efficacy of the treatment. Lin Feng sat patiently in a corner of the apothecary, waiting. Before long, the old apothecary's voice called out, Young man, the medicinal bath is ready. Come on over. Lin Feng stood up and followed the old apothecary through several corridors until they reached a door marked Medicinal Bathroom in large characters. Upon entering, they found 5 small rooms lined up side by side. The old apothecary pointed to the first room and said, This is the shower room. After your soak, if the medicinal smell is too strong, you can rinse off here. Then, the old apothecary opened another wooden door, releasing a rush of rich herbal aroma and steam. The room was small, with a large wooden tub in the center that could fit 2 people. The old apothecary carefully instructed, while soaking, make sure to submerge your body up to your neck. No matter how uncomfortable it gets, hold on for at least 8 to 9 minutes. If you can tough it out for 20 minutes, the effect will be even better. Sensing the implication, Lin Feng asked, What if I can go beyond 20 minutes? The old apothecary chuckled. Soaking in the 10,000 needles bone-melting decoction is no easy feat. Most people find 8 or 9 minutes impressive enough. But if you can endure past 20 minutes and still want to continue, aim for 30 minutes. Any longer won't enhance the effect. He added, Also, once you're in the water, you mustn't stand up. Why not? Lin Feng inquired curiously. Because standing up allows cold air to stimulate the pores to close, altering the medicine's effect inside your body. If you re-enter the water, the reopening pores might cause a conflict between the internal and external medicinal properties, which can be harmful. So, remember, don't stand up. If you do, don't get back in. Lin Feng nodded seriously. I understand. Thank you for the warning, sir. The old apothecary mused. You young folks are lucky to be born in modern times. In ancient days, this 10,000 needles bone-melting decoction was a privilege reserved for inner disciples. He pointed to a large clock on the wall. Keep an eye on the time, and try to soak as long as possible for maximum benefit. With his warnings delivered, the old apothecary departed the bathroom. Lin Feng closed the wooden door and approached the steaming tub. It was filled to the brim with dark, murky water, floating with various impurities, which was a bit off-putting. The air was thick with a pungent odor, clearly not from ordinary herbs. 10,000 needles, bone-melting decoction? Quite a peculiar name, Lin Feng muttered to himself. He undressed, cautiously climbed the wooden steps, and slowly immersed himself in the black water. The water's temperature was just right hot, but bearable. As his body acclimated, Lin Feng let out a contented sigh. He had mentally prepared for this, but aside from the unpleasant smell, the bath was surprisingly soothing. A large clock, much bigger than a regular one, hung on the opposite wall, clearly to ensure visibility despite the steam. Though the bath was relaxing, Lin Feng remained vigilant. The old apothecary's serious instructions made it clear that this medicinal bath was far from ordinary. Lin Feng cautiously monitored his physical condition. After being submerged in the Wanjun Ronggu Tang for over a minute, he couldn't help but frown. Every inch of his skin submerged in the water was starting to ache, and the pain was gradually intensifying. Another minute passed, and Lin Feng finally understood why this medicinal bath had such a name. At that moment, it felt as if his entire body was being pierced by thousands of needles, the intense pain nearly driving him to leap out of the water. He took a deep breath, struggling through 3 minutes as the pain grew more severe, seemingly penetrating deep into his body. Lin Feng began to doubt whether he could endure for 10 minutes. However, recalling the old pharmacist's words, he was convinced that the Wanjun Ronggu Tang had significant benefits. Persevere. You must persevere, he repeated to himself, determined to endure the needle-like pain. Whenever the thought of giving up surfaced, he forced himself to shift his focus. By the 8-minute mark, the pain had reached his bones. Lin Feng truly understood the meaning of melting bones, a pain that seeped into the very marrow. The pain seemed endless, with every nerve in his body convulsing as if scorched by fire. Waves of the urge to quit surged over him, yet Lin Feng fought desperately, only to falter repeatedly. Just as Lin Feng felt he could no longer hold on, he suddenly remembered his innate skill flow. But flow required concentration on a single task, and how could he enter such a state amidst this excruciating pain? A sudden inspiration struck him. What if he focused on the pain itself? He stopped resisting the boundless pain and tried to accept it, directing all his attention to the sensation of pain. Miraculously, he was able to enter a state of flow. Overjoyed, Lin Feng immediately activated his flow state. Meanwhile, the door to the massage room opened. Ma Honyuan emerged, rubbing his shoulder with a crooked grin. He looked around and, noticing Lin Feng's absence, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Lu Lao, did that kid just go in for a soak?" "He's already in," the old pharmacist replied. "How long has he been in there?" "By my count, it must be around 11 or 12 minutes now." "What? That long? Can he really last that long?" Ma Honyuan exclaimed in surprise. A burly man walked out of the massage room, mocking, "Why not? You think everyone is like you," jumping out of the tub with a grimace in less than 6 minutes the first time. Although Ma Honyuan was considered burly among ordinary people, he seemed average next to this man. "Tong Bin, stop exaggerating. It was 6 minutes and 45 seconds, Ma Honyuan muttered. "Shame on you." Tong Bin scoffed at Ma Honyuan, then turned to the old pharmacist. "Master, I'm heading off now." "All right, go ahead," the old pharmacist responded. Tong Bin turned and asked Ma Honyuan, "Aren't you leaving?" "You go first, I'll rest here for a bit," Ma Honyuan said, plopping down on a chair. He then turned to the young doctor. "Lu Cheng, do you think that kid might have gotten out already, hiding in the bathroom to avoid being mocked for soaking too short?" The young doctor put down his work, looking at Ma Honyuan with disdain. "You think everyone's like you?" Time ticked by, but there was still no sound from the bathroom. Ma Honyuan widened his eyes and exclaimed, "It's been 20 minutes. What's going on?" Even if he's slow at undressing, he should have been soaking for 10 minutes by now. He fidgeted impatiently in his chair, frequently glancing toward the bathroom. The young doctor couldn't help but remark, "This guy looks so pale and frail. I didn't expect him to last this long. He's got some serious grit." His tone held a mix of surprise and admiration. Unable to contain his curiosity, Ma Honyuan stood up and tilted his head toward the bathroom, listening intently. "I can't hear any cries of discomfort. It's impossible he's still in there, right? Maybe I should check." "No need to check, he's still in the tub," the old apothecary said calmly, not even looking up. His fingers deftly sifted through the herbs, as if he were fully aware of the situation in the bathroom. Ma Honyuan was taken aback. He looked around, realizing that although the pharmacy wasn't far from the bathroom, they were separated by 2 doors. He thought to himself, how could anyone hear what's happening in the bathroom from here? If anyone else had said this, he would have mocked them mercilessly. But in front of Lu Lao, the senior at the medical hall, he dared not be disrespectful. Ma Honyuan recalled the respect the trainers and the hall owner had for Lu Lao. It was said that Lu Lao held a high status in Baiyuan Dao. Although Lu Lao had never shown his skills, his disciple, Tong Bin, was a formidable character, even stronger than the trainers. "This guy is really something," Ma Honyuan muttered in disbelief, sitting back down, his eyes filled with astonishment. As time ticked by and the clock approached 25 or 26 minutes, Ma Honyuan's face was a picture of shock. Even the young doctor, who had been focused on measuring herbs, couldn't resist glancing at the bathroom, his eyes filled with curiosity. Finally, the old apothecary looked up, surprised. "This guy is really unusual. His breathing is steady, not the least bit disturbed, almost like he's in a meditative state. Whether intentional or not, maintaining such calm is rare. At this rate, he should manage 30 minutes without issue." 30 minutes? Ma Honyuan gasped in disbelief. In all these years at the martial arts hall, no one has ever soaked for 30 minutes. Even that guy with natural brute strength only lasted 24 minutes. and that was because of his thick skin and lack of sensitivity. His voice was full of incredulity. If he lasts 30 minutes, he'll be the first in our martial arts hall to do so. As Ma Honyuan finished speaking, a hush fell over the pharmacy. Everyone's eyes were glued to the bathroom door, anticipating a moment that might make history at the martial arts hall. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, waking Lin Feng from his sleep. Instinctively, he reached for his phone on the bedside table. The time on the screen made his eyes widen. 8:40 a.m. How did I sleep in so late? Lin Feng murmured to himself, surprised. Ever since he unlocked the Dominator's talent, he had stopped using alarms, thinking his talent would wake him naturally. But today, unexpectedly, he had overslept. Lin Feng quickly got out of bed, only to notice something unusual about his body. Standing in front of the mirror, he examined his reflection. The persistent fatigue he usually felt was gone, replaced by an unprecedented sense of vigor, as if he were a new person. Even more surprisingly, the constant aches he used to experience had vanished. He stretched his limbs, feeling the surge of energy within him. Memories from the previous day flooded back. He recalled soaking in the bone-melting needle bath for over 30 minutes, and the excruciating pain that nearly made him faint when he emerged from his flow state. He had hurriedly left the tub, his body red as a boiled crab, so weak he could barely walk. The old pharmacist had been unfazed by his condition, attributing it to his frail physique reacting strongly to the medicine. He had given Lin Feng a mysterious pill and instructed Ma Honyuan to take him home, advising a good night's sleep would set things right. Lin Feng vaguely remembered being somewhat conscious on the way home, hearing Su Hong's anxious calls and Ma Hongyuan's explanations. As Lin Feng pondered how to explain yesterday's events to Su Hong and Lin Guiting, a series of notifications appeared before him. You have undergone days of rigorous training. You have experienced the stimulation and nourishment of the bone-melting needle bath. You have had ample rest. Your constitution has increased by 1 point. Your strength has increased by 1 point. Your agility has increased by 1 point. Lin Feng was stunned by the sudden 3-point attribute increase. He quickly opened his character attribute panel and indeed saw that his strength, agility, and constitution had each increased by 1 point. Name: Lin Feng. Essence: 1. Age: 16. Strength: 8. Agility: 10. Constitution: 10. Intelligence: 11. Average person has 9 in all attributes. Although the panel suggested that this was the result of training and the bone-melting needle bath, Lin Feng knew that the few days of martial arts practice contributed very little. The main credit for the 3-point attribute increase should go to the bone-melting needle bath. Luckily, I was in the flow state. Otherwise, I couldn't have lasted 30 minutes, Lin Feng thought with relief. If I hadn't held on, the effects would have been much less. He clenched his fists, feeling the powerful energy within him, as if he could knock down a bull with a single punch. Throwing a few punches, Lin Feng was delighted to find that his speed and power were noticeably improved. Satisfied, he began tidying up his room. Glancing at the time, it was already 8:40 a.m., making it impossible to go to school. As he made his bed, he wondered if his mom had already called in to excuse his absence. Once everything was in order, Lin Feng took a deep breath, opened the door, and prepared to face any questions that might come his way. Su Hong was mopping the floor when she saw Lin Feng come out. She quickly put down the mop and asked, "Awake? I just went in and you were still sound asleep. How are you feeling? Is anything uncomfortable? What happened yesterday? Why did it turn out like that?" A barrage of questions hit him. Lin Feng was a bit bewildered, but seeing Su Hong's concerned face, he quickly reassured her. "Mom, I'm fine. I was just exhausted from practicing martial arts, so I fell into a deep sleep." "Are you really okay now?" she asked, still worried. Lin Feng moved his body a bit and said, "See, I'm all good now. How could practicing martial arts make you like that? Your father and I were scared to death last night." Su Hong scolded. "It was just an accident," Lin Feng admitted, surprised himself at the intense reaction after soaking for 30 minutes. "I promise it won't happen again." Su Hong glared at him, saying, "What's the use of promises? Your father and I talked it over and decided you can't go to the martial arts gym anymore." "No." Lin Feng was anxious. This was the last thing he wanted. "It wasn't what you think yesterday. It was because of..." He patiently explained what happened the previous day, exaggerating the effects of the 10,000 needles bone-melting soup and boasting about his abilities. Always showing off. "Others can't even soak for 20 minutes. Why must you push it to 30? Su Hong scolded him again. "Are you sure that soup really improves health as you say?" "Mom, haven't you noticed I'm a bit different?" Lin Feng asked. Su Hong looked him over, noticing the subtle changes. His face, still thin and pale, now had a healthy, jade-like whiteness with a hint of rosy color. He stood more upright, no longer slightly hunched, exuding a newfound confidence and vitality that was absent before. "You do seem different, more energetic," she admitted. "Of course, not only that, but our coach said I have a talent for martial arts and plans to make me an official disciple at the gym. As an official disciple, the resources are better than in the regular classes, and I won't have to pay tuition anymore," Lin Feng added, trying to ease her worries. You're just bragging. Su-hong didn't believe him. She had seen the fees at the White Ape martial arts gym and was shocked. Despite their income, she and Lin Guoting had paid for one term because of Lin Feng's improved grades. The regular class fee was 30,000 yuan per term, and the better classes were 50,000 or 100,000 yuan per term. How could it possibly be free? You don't believe me, but you should believe in me as your son, Lin Feng teased. You're just like Lin Xiao now, with all your joking around, Su-hong said, finally relaxing a bit. Mom, did you ask for leave for me from school? Lin Feng asked. I did, I got you a sick leave. By the way, isn't today Friday? Why aren't you at work? He realized belatedly. Su-hong feigned anger. After the state you were in last night, how could your father and I go to work? If you hadn't woken up by 11, we were planning to take you to the hospital. Lin Feng glanced around and didn't see his father, asking, where's Dad? He couldn't wake you yesterday, and worried you might have a fever, so he stayed by your side all night. He only went to sleep after I got up this morning, Su-hong explained. Lin Feng felt grateful. It's good to have parents like you. Of course, if we don't care about you, who will? Are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat. Su-hong offered. The spacious training room on the third floor of the White Ape Martial Arts School was filled with the scent of sweat and wooden floors. As Zhang Min pushed open the heavy wooden door, she was greeted with a shocking piece of news. Senior sister, did you hear? Coach Feng plans to take a new recruit as an official disciple of the school. This statement hit Zhang Min's heart like a powerful punch. While it was common for the school to accept official disciples, recruiting a newcomer as a formal disciple was unheard of. This meant that the individual must possess extraordinary talent. Who is it? Zhang Min asked instinctively, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Coach Feng's student, named Lin Feng. I heard he's a high school student from Second High. A student from Second High? Zhang Min was taken aback, and the image of a young man standing in the corner practicing stance involuntarily came to her mind. Could it be him? Just then, the door to the training room was pushed open again. Ma Hanyuan walked in, yawning and looking weary. Old Ma, don't you usually arrive at the martial arts school early? What's up today, coming in so late? Someone teased. Ma Hanyuan rubbed his sleepy eyes. Don't mention it. I had something going on last night and slept late. Seeing Zhang Min, he quickly said, Good morning, senior sister. Good morning? It's already 11 o'clock. Someone laughed. Zhang Min couldn't help but smile. Hanyuan junior brother, what kept you up last night? Ma Hongyuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Senior sister, you wouldn't believe it. Yesterday on the fourth floor, I met an incredibly impressive newcomer who earned my utmost respect. This caught everyone's interest. Haha, brother Ma, what kind of newcomer could earn your utmost respect? That's rare. Not just rare, but unheard of, someone added. Apart from Sister Zhang and Brother Tongbin from the medical hall, I've never seen anyone who could earn Brother Ma's respect. A newcomer who could make Brother Ma use the word respect, could he be a superhero with his underwear on the outside? Everyone laughed and joked. Ma Honyuan shook his head. Not a superhero, but this person. He took a deep breath and began recounting what happened on the fourth floor the previous day. Soaked in the bone-melting needle soup for 30 minutes. The official disciples in the training room were stunned, their mouths agape. Well, what do you think? 30 minutes, can any of you last that long? Isn't that impressive? Ma Honyuan asked proudly. Impressive. If someone really soaked in the bone-melting needle soup for 30 minutes, I, Old Wan, am genuinely impressed. Of course, when you, Old Wan, soaked for less than 5 minutes, you ran out screaming. Of course, you'd be impressed. Another round of laughter erupted. However, some remained skeptical. Ma Honyuan, don't make things up. Soaking in the bone-melting needle soup for 30 minutes? That's never happened since the school was established. How is that possible? Ma Honyuan hurriedly defended himself. Why would I lie? Lu Lao was there too, and even he praised it. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lu Cheng. He was there last night. The crowd exchanged glances. While Ma Honyuan could be unreliable at times, mentioning Lu Lao suggested that this might not be a joke. Soaking in the bone-melting needle soup for 30 minutes? I don't think that's ever happened before. The school's record is only 24 minutes, someone mused. Ma Honyuan, who is this newcomer? Zhang Min finally asked. He's Coach Feng's student, Ma Honyuan replied. Someone asked with a strange expression. Is his last name Lin? Hey, how did you know? Ma Honyuan looked surprised. Don't tell me his name is Lin Feng. Ma Honyuan nodded. Yes, his name is Lin Feng. Ah. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, except for the puzzled Ma Honyuan, who was unaware of Coach Feng's decision to recruit an official disciple. The training room was instantly filled with an atmosphere of shock and curiosity, with everyone speculating about the mysterious newcomer Lin Feng and his extraordinary abilities that led Coach Feng to make an exception for him. Lin Feng had just arrived at the martial arts school, yet he had already caused quite a stir. Yesterday, when Coach Feng demonstrated the White Ape Mountain Fist, this newcomer, Lin, managed to memorize all 18 moves at a glance, leaving everyone in awe. In the training room, the disciples were buzzing with discussions, their eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. I heard Coach Feng intends to take Lin as an official disciple. Ma Honyuan remarked, his eyes widening with disbelief. That's not all, another disciple added. Apparently, if Lin can master the basics of the White Ape Mountain Fist within 3 days, he'll officially become a disciple. The room erupted in astonishment. Even Zhang Min, known for her quick learning, couldn't help but interject. It took me a whole month and 5 days just to get the basics. As the discussion grew more intense, a formal disciple led Lin Feng into the training room. Instantly, all eyes were on this unremarkable-looking, yet gentle-faced young man. Although his appearance was ordinary, the thought of his extraordinary memory and his feat of enduring 30 minutes in the 1,000-needle bone-melting soup quickly dispelled any underestimation in their hearts. Ma Honyuan warmly stepped forward to greet him, introducing Lin Feng to the brothers and sisters present. Everyone expressed their willingness to guide Lin in his martial arts journey, their enthusiasm palpable. Lin Feng responded politely but couldn't hide his discomfort, eventually finding an excuse to leave the bustling training room for some practice. In the hallway, Lin noticed a punching power test machine in the corner. He approached it, took a deep breath, and delivered a powerful punch. The numbers on the screen flickered before settling at 293. He punched 2 more times, with the results hovering around 290 each time. Though far from Lu Chang's 1,423 pounds, Lin couldn't help but smile to himself, considering his progress after just a few days of training. Just then, a soft voice called out from behind, "Brother Lin." Lin Feng turned around to see Wu Hui standing behind him. Wu Hui, the official disciple introduced by Ma Honyuan in the training room earlier, was now standing by the punching power test machine in the corner of the 3rd floor, clearly there on purpose. "Wu Shixiao?" Lin Feng asked with curiosity. "Is there something you need?" Wu Hui nodded, his expression somewhat serious. "I wanted to have a word with you, Lin Shitty." He paused before continuing. "May I ask, do you have confidence in passing Coach Feng's test?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. "Why do you ask, Wu Shixiao?" Instead of answering directly, Wu Hui said, "It's not easy to reach the beginner level of the White Ape Mountain Fist within 3 days. I have a suggestion for you." "Go ahead," Lin Feng replied, his curiosity piqued. Wu Hui took a deep breath and slowly proposed. "If you're willing to give up the test, I can offer you 50,000 yuan." Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Give up the test for 50,000 yuan? What?" Wu Hui explained. "To be honest, the martial arts school only has 3 official disciple spots each year, and 2 have already been filled this year." Lin Feng suddenly understood, his eyes involuntarily landing on Wu Hui's official disciple attire. He realized that if he took the last spot, the recruitment for this year would conclude. Seeing Lin Feng's confusion, Wu Hui clarified, "It's not for me, but for my brother. He's been preparing for years and will meet the requirements next month, so I came to ask you." Wu Hui continued to persuade. "Lin Shitty, you have great talent. Even if you don't become an official disciple this time, you will surely succeed in the future. But this test is extremely difficult, and to master the White Ape Mountain Fist in 3 days is almost impossible. Instead of gambling on a slim chance, why not take the 50,000 yuan?" Lin Feng smiled and asked, "If you think I have no chance, why come to me?" Wu Hui looked slightly embarrassed. He had been confident Lin Feng couldn't pass the test, but Ma Hongyuan's report Lin Feng soaking in the bone-melting soup for 30 minutes shook his confidence. Coach Feng must have had a reason for such an outrageous test. These factors combined made Wu Hui attempt to mitigate the risk with money. Lin Feng curiously asked, "Why can't your brother wait until next year?" Wu Hui sighed. "In 2 months, he'll turn 20. The maximum age for recruitment is 20, so." Lin Feng nodded in understanding but still politely declined. "I'm sorry, Wu Shixiao, I can't agree to that." Wu Hui became anxious and raised the offer. "If it's too little, I can offer more. How about 80,000? Lin Feng firmly shook his head. He had already reached level 1 in White Ape Mountain Fist, making the official disciple spot essentially his. Moreover, 80,000 yuan paled in comparison to the status of an official disciple. "Wu Shixiao, I'm afraid I can't agree. I need to continue my training, goodbye." With that, Lin Feng turned and walked away. "Lin Shitty," Wu Hui called out, trying to persuade him further, but Lin Feng didn't stop. Wu Hui turned back to the punching power machine, noticing the number, 291 pounds. Remembering Lin Feng's punches earlier, he laughed to himself. That's quite a punch. Lin Feng stood outside the door of the single training room, quietly mocking Wu Hui's underestimation of him. He gently swiped his martial arts card, and the tightly shut door opened in response. Today he had purposely packed a large backpack, which held not only towels and water but also energy-boosting snacks and a few books, so he could gain some student experience points during breaks. He loosened up his joints and began the long training session. Physical training, basic boxing techniques, stake exercises, and the White Ape Mountain Fist were practiced in turns. With the soreness in his body gone and each of his 3 attributes slightly improved, Lin Feng felt in better shape than ever, and he relished the sweat dripping from his exertion. Whether it was Feng Lai's arrangement or mere coincidence, the entire 6+ hours passed without anyone disturbing the single training room. Lin Feng was able to devote himself fully to his training, using 2.5 hours in a state of flow, which significantly boosted his ancient martial artist experience points. By 6 p.m., he had accumulated 148 points, just 62 points shy of leveling up. Exhausted, Lin Feng rubbed his throbbing head and popped a piece of chocolate into his mouth. Despite taking breaks, the afternoon's intense workout and frequent use of the flow state pushed his body and mind to their limits. Though tired, he found an unusual exhilaration in this physical challenge. Dragging his weary body to the fourth floor, Lin Feng encountered the gray-haired old pharmacist, Lu Sun, as soon as he entered. Despite being a bit muddled yesterday, he remembered Lu Sun had taken his pulse, checked his health, and given him a pill. "Thank you for yesterday, sir," Lin Feng said politely. "Oh, it's you. My name is Lu Sun. You can just call me Old Lu like the others," Lu Sun replied, ready to leave, but suddenly turned back, frowning as he scrutinized Lin Feng. "What's going on with you? I just nourished your body yesterday, and today you look like you're worn out again." He grabbed Lin Feng's arm to check his pulse carefully, confirming, "I wasn't mistaken. Your body is indeed depleted. What on earth did you do?" "I didn't do much, just practiced martial arts all afternoon," Lin Feng answered honestly. "Practiced all afternoon?" Lu Sun was taken aback, quickly asking, "What time did you wake up today?" 9 in the morning. Lu Sun's long eyebrows furrowed together. Without further ado, his bony fingers pinched Lin Feng's neck and then his shoulders. Lin Feng knew this was a technique to assess his physical condition, so he stood still for the examination. "No, no," Lu Sun muttered, shaking his head as he continued the assessment. "You're only slightly stronger than the average person, and your constitution isn't exceptional. You shouldn't have woken up so early. At the very least, you should have woken up around this time in the afternoon." After finishing, Lu Sun incredulously asked, "Are you sure you woke up at 9 in the morning?" To be exact, it was 8:40, Lin Feng replied truthfully. "Did you go to the hospital?" "No." "Did someone forcibly wake you up?" "No." Lin Feng shook his head. Puzzled, Lu Sun said, "Come with me. I'll give you a thorough checkup." Lin Feng wanted to say he was starving and ask if he could eat first, but Lu Sun didn't give him the chance, disappearing around the corner in just 2 strides. Left with no choice, Lin Feng followed him. In the pharmacy, a young pharmacist named Lu Cheng was applying a plaster to a student. Seeing Lu Sun bring Lin Feng in, he looked on with curiosity. "Sit down and extend your arm," Lu Sun commanded, resuming the pulse check. From Lu Sun's earlier words, Lin Feng had already guessed the situation. Typically, someone soaking in the Wanjin solution bone soup for 30 minutes would likely sleep for a long time due to the medicinal effects. However, due to his unique innate talent, Lin Feng had slept for less than 10 hours, which was why Lu Sun was puzzled and intrigued. Naturally, Lin Feng couldn't reveal his special talent, so he sat quietly on the chair, allowing Lu Sun to continue his examination. In the herbal medicine shop, Lu Sun was intently taking Lin Feng's pulse. His fingers pressed against Lin Feng's wrist, his brow furrowing deeper as he muttered under his breath about the strange case. "The effects of the Wan needle bone melting soup have indeed diminished quite a bit," Lu Sun remarked, asking Lin Feng to stick out his tongue for examination and checking his palms meticulously. Then he took out some silver needles, gently inserting them into several acupuncture points on Lin Feng's body, musing to himself, "Could it be some special constitution?" After this round of examination, Lin Feng felt a bit overwhelmed. "Mr. Lu, it's getting late, and I haven't eaten yet. How about I grab something to eat and come back later?" "Hold on, let me draw a little blood first." Lu Sun turned and rummaged through a cabinet, pulling out an oversized syringe, several times larger than the usual blood-drawing ones. Lin Feng instinctively hugged his arm. "Mr. Lu, isn't this a bit much? I forgot to buy the regular syringes, so this is all I've got." "Don't be stingy, it's just a bit of blood." Lin Feng shook his head vigorously, staying silent. Lu Sun, exasperated, grabbed a small box from the cabinet and tossed it to Lin Feng. "This is a half-used qi and blood pill as compensation. Can I draw blood now?" "Half-used? Don't look at me like that. It's a leftover from the last batch of qi and blood pills, with about half the efficacy of a normal one, but no other issues." "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Lin Feng grinned from ear to ear. "Give me your hand," Lu Sun said, somewhat annoyed, as he expertly tied a tourniquet around Lin Feng's arm. Perhaps feeling the pinch from giving away the pill, he drew a full syringe of blood, causing Lin Feng to wince. "Come back tomorrow. I must figure out what's going on." "All right." Lin Feng wasn't too concerned about the tests. Even if they discovered his exceptional talent, it wouldn't matter to him. "Mr. Lu, how should I use this qi and blood pill?" "There's no special method. Just take it and practice a few sets of punches." "That's simple enough." Lin Feng nodded, then asked, "How can I soak in the Wan needle bone melting soup again? Can I buy it?" "Most people wouldn't dare to try it again, but you're hooked." Lu Sun shook his head. "However, you'll be disappointed. You can only soak in it once a month." "Why? With your frail body, you think you can handle it more than once a month? Your internal organs and bones can't take that kind of strain." Lin Feng had no response to that. Remember to come back tomorrow. Okay. Leaving the medicine shop, Lin Feng headed straight to the adjacent restaurant. After picking up his medicinal meal for the day, he piled on a large amount of food and began devouring it. The exertion of energy and the ordeal with Lu Sun had left him famished. Fortunately, in this martial arts school, almost everyone had a big appetite, so his voracious eating didn't stand out. After 2 more helpings, Lin Feng finally felt satisfied, leaning back in his seat with a sense of contentment. On his way downstairs, he ran into some formal disciples he had met earlier at lunch, exchanging a few pleasantries. He couldn't help but feel that life was more carefree when he was just an unnoticed presence. Back in the training room, Lin Feng didn't immediately start practicing martial arts, being so full, he couldn't train effectively. Instead, he picked up a book and strolled leisurely around the room as he read. Although he had been focusing on ancient martial arts these past few days, his increased state of flow had actually allowed him to gain more experience than before. The student's experience in his profession has reached 422 points, just 78 points shy of the 500 needed to level up to 4. Lin Feng was restless, pacing back and forth, filled with anticipation. Over 40 minutes later, he put down the book he was holding and felt the changes in his body. This time, the medicinal food didn't seem as potent as before, only causing a slight warmth. Deciding to practice martial arts, Lin Feng opted for a gentler stance practice considering he had just eaten. He began with the White Ape Embraces the Moon, the first martial art he learned. Recently, with the help of his mental state, his experience points had been increasing rapidly, and he was about to break through to level 2. Although there was no panel in reality to show progress directly, Lin Feng could clearly sense his improvement. While practicing, his body no longer felt stiff but was in a curious state of tension and relaxation. As time passed, he could even faintly feel the flow of energy and blood within him. He let his mind follow his breath, releasing his thoughts. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng exhaled deeply and slowly finished his practice. Your stance training has already reached proficiency? A sudden voice startled Lin Feng. Looking up, he saw Feng Lai had entered the training room without him noticing. Coach! Lin Feng exclaimed. Feng Lai's eyes were sharp, fixating on Lin Feng as if admiring a rare treasure. He spoke with excitement. Yesterday, your White Ape Embraces the Moon just reached the entry level, and today it's at proficiency. You're progressing at an incredible pace. After calming down, Feng Lai continued. You haven't been focusing on practicing the White Ape Ascends the Mountain punches, yet you are here training your stance, which suggests you've already grasped the basics of the punch. Lin Feng was secretly impressed by Feng Lai's keen observation, but he had no intention of hiding anything and admitted openly. I've got the basic moves down, but I'm still unsure about the control of force in the punches. Oh, you've really got the basics down? Show me, Feng Lai said with interest. Without hesitation, Lin Feng demonstrated the 18 moves of the White Ape Ascends the Mountain. His movements were clean and sharp, not at all like someone who had just learned them the day before. He quickly completed all 18 moves. Feng Lai nodded in approval. Not only have you grasped the basics, but you're also quite skilled. The only downside is your force is still too weak, but that will improve with time. Coach, what about my test? Lin Feng asked expectantly. Feng Lai smiled and replied. Since your White Ape Ascends the Mountain has reached the basic level, you've passed the test. So, I'm officially a disciple now. Indeed, you can continue using this training room, Feng Lai said before turning to leave. Thank you, coach. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude sincerely. Though he had anticipated becoming an official disciple, passing the test still filled him with joy. After Feng Lai closed the door, Lin Feng opened his attribute panel. He realized that his stance practice had lasted nearly 50 minutes. White Ape Embraces the Moon had already reached level 2, and this session had brought him 21 profession experience points. Gaining 21 experience points without using his mental state was quite significant. Lin Feng speculated it might be thanks to the medicinal food, recalling that the last time he consumed it, his ancient martial artist experience increased significantly during stance practice. These 21 points brought his ancient martial artist profession closer to leveling up, needing only 41 more points. Lin Feng had an idea. If the medicinal food could boost his martial arts experience, then the qi and blood pill, also a type of medicine, might have a similar effect. He decided to seize this opportunity to reach level 2. Acting on his decision, Lin Feng took out the qi and blood pill given to him by Lu Sun. Upon opening the box, a strong medicinal smell hit him. Inside was a black pill slightly smaller than a longan. He swallowed it without hesitation, washing it down with 2 large gulps of water. After setting the glass down, a wave of warmth spread from his abdomen. Lin Feng hadn't expected such a strong reaction from a supposedly subpar qi and blood pill. He immediately began practicing White Ape Ascends the Mountain, and halfway through, the warmth had spread throughout his body. Filled with energy, Lin Feng was struck by the pill's potent effect, forcing him to accelerate his movements to match this newfound strength. Under the training room lights, his skin flushed slightly as he rapidly practiced. White Ape ascends the mountain over and over until he was exhausted. A system notification appeared. You have consumed a chi and blood pill. Under the influence of the pill, you completed a training session. Your skill, White Ape ascends the mountain, gained 53 experience points. Your profession, Ancient Martial Artist, gained 58 experience points. Your profession has leveled up to level 2. You have gained 1 talent point and 1 attribute point. Lin Feng glanced at the clock on the wall, which showed 10:32 p.m. He realized he had been intensely practicing the White Ape Mountain Fist for over 2 hours. The half-finished blood energy pill was remarkably effective, not only keeping him energized, but also surprisingly providing more professional experience than skill experience. With 58 points of professional experience, he immediately advanced to level 2 as a martial artist, gaining 1 talent point and 1 attribute point. Lin Feng promptly accessed the student talent page and allocated the new talent point to Flow. Once Flow reached level 3, its effects significantly improved. It allowed him to enter a state of deep focus, increasing concentration by 16 times. The newly added shallow flow mode, though reducing learning efficiency, maintained awareness of the surroundings, offering more flexibility. The slightly increased consumption was not a concern for Lin Feng. Lin Feng roughly calculated that if he fully committed to it, he could gain about 150 experience points per day in the student profession and even up to 300 as a martial artist, assuming he spent 5 hours in a flow state each day. Of course, this was a theoretical value, and real-life factors would need to be considered. Lying on the ground, Lin Feng exhaled deeply. The 2+ hours of intense training had exhausted the pill's effects, and even moving a finger felt strenuous. He closed the panel and rested with his eyes closed for over 10 minutes before he managed to get back on his feet. I should head back, Lin Feng thought. I promised Su Hong I'd be home by 10, and it's already so late. I'm probably in for a scolding. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar voice called out. Lin Shitty, are you heading back now? Wan Shixiang, you're still here. Lin Feng was a bit surprised. Yes, I'm feeling a bit worn out and planning to head home for some rest. See you tomorrow then, Wan Shixiang said. See you tomorrow, Lin Feng replied, as he walked down the stairs. The late autumn night breeze brushed against him, and Lin Feng shivered slightly. He looked around, feeling the change in seasons, and thought to himself, the weather is starting to get cooler. Tonight, the northern sky is obscured by clouds, with only a crescent moon hanging in the east. The road is sparsely populated with vehicles as Lin Feng, wearing a helmet, rides his electric scooter slowly along the roadside. After about 10 minutes, he reaches the vicinity of Xinglong Community and turns into a narrow alley. The pitch-black alley lacks streetlights, relying solely on the faint light from the scooter's headlamp for illumination. The mottled walls and telephone poles recede into the darkness, and an unusual silence envelopes the surroundings. Lin Feng, who is usually unafraid of the dark, suddenly feels a chill and instinctively accelerates. What's going on? Lin Feng wonders. I often take this path, and it's not far to Xinglong Community. Why am I suddenly feeling anxious today? As he reaches the middle of the alley, a faint, strange odor wafts through the air, causing Lin Feng to frown. As he continues, the smell becomes more intense, a stench more foul than a dead rat, mixed with a heavy metallic scent of blood. What could be up ahead? Lin Feng abruptly breaks to a stop. What's wrong? Are you scared? A voice suddenly breaks the silence, making Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Once the initial shock passes, he realizes the voice is familiar and quickly turns his scooter around. In the shadows beyond the reach of the scooter's light stands a figure. With the help of the moonlight and the dim glow from the headlamp, Lin Feng barely makes out the person. Coach Feng? Feng Lai steps slowly from the darkness into the light. Lin Feng's pupils contract as he notices Feng Lai wearing a dark jacket stained with blood, especially his right arm, which is soaked with blood, dripping steadily. Yet, Feng Lai's demeanor and tone remain unchanged. The most important thing for a martial artist is courage, the courage to face anything. What are you afraid of? Feng Lai says calmly. Lin Feng's breathing quickens, his mind racing. The blood clearly isn't Feng Lai's, which means it must be someone else's. As if reading Lin Feng's thoughts, Feng Lai says expressionlessly, seeing me covered in blood, you must be wondering if I've killed someone, right? Without waiting for a response, he adds, I did kill someone. Lin Feng's mind goes blank, unable to fathom that Feng Lai would openly admit to murder. In such a situation, revealing his identity as the killer could only mean one thing: Lin Feng is as good as dead. His heart nearly stops as his right hand twists the scooter's throttle to its maximum, ready to release the brake and speed away. But he quickly realizes that with Feng Lai's demonstrated skills, the scooter would never outrun him. If escape is impossible, then Lin Feng braces himself, eyes fixed on Feng Lai, prepared for a desperate fight. However, seconds pass, and Feng Lai doesn't move to silence him. Instead, he comments, that's it. No matter what you face, have the courage to resist. If you'd chosen to beg just now. Feng Lai's gaze turns icy. The alley falls silent once more. Suddenly, Feng Lai laughs. Huh. Did you really think I was going to kill you? Lin Feng is bewildered, unsure of what's happening. With a mocking expression, Feng Lai turns and drags a corpse from the darkness behind him. The body is unusually burly, draped in tattered cloth, revealing impressively developed muscles. However, its skin is a bizarre shade of ashen gray, and its head is covered in large scales. Lin Feng is dumbfounded, his mind in turmoil. Staring at the corpse, he mutters, "What kind of world have I ended up in? Isn't this supposed to be a normal world? Everything in reality and online seemed just like Earth, and for 16 years, life was perfectly ordinary. How could something like this exist?" Struggling to speak, Lin Feng asks, "What is this thing?" Feng Lai answers calmly, "A human, once. But now, we call them returners. They're followers of the evil gods." Evil gods. Lin Feng repeats, overwhelmed with shock. Lin Feng took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner shock. The words returner and evil god echoed in his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. He forced himself to remain composed, eyes fixed intently on Feng Lai, and asked in a slightly trembling voice, "Coach Feng, who exactly are you?" Feng Lai chuckled lightly, responding with a calm demeanor, "Me? I'm just an ordinary martial arts instructor." His tone was flat, as if the bloody scene earlier had nothing to do with him. Inwardly, Lin Feng was screaming, "Ordinary my foot." His gaze involuntarily drifted to Feng Lai's bloodstained clothes, the vivid red glaring in the night. Sensing Lin Feng's doubts, Feng Lai continued, "Of course, as you can see, I occasionally make some extra money." He paused, his tone turning serious. "I shouldn't be telling you this, but I don't want you to misunderstand me as a murderer. After seeing this, you should realize I won't kill you to keep you silent, right?" Lin Feng managed to force a weak smile, his fears slightly alleviated. Seeing Feng Lai covered in blood and admitting to killing someone, he was genuinely worried about being silenced. "Let's go." Feng Lai's voice interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. "This has nothing to do with you, so don't overthink it. Remember, don't tell anyone about this." Lin Feng quickly nodded in assurance. "Coach Feng, rest assured, I won't say a word." Feng Lai nodded in satisfaction and added, "I've taken care of your formal disciple status. Just be at the martial arts school by 8 a.m. tomorrow for the initiation ceremony." "Okay," Lin Feng replied, starting the car with a heavy heart and soon disappearing into the night. After Lin Feng left, a young man in his 20s emerged from the shadows not far from Feng Lai. Frowning, he asked, "Old Feng, shouldn't you erase his memory? Even if he's a student at your school, he's just an ordinary person." Feng Lai watched the direction Lin Feng had gone and shook his head. "It's fine. He's my apprentice." "Apprentice?" The young man was taken aback, then said indignantly, "Old Feng, you took him as an apprentice? He's just an ordinary high school student. I begged you to take me as your apprentice, and you refused. Now you take on an ordinary person. Is my talent worse than his?" Feng Lai replied calmly, "Your talent is excellent, very excellent. But your path is different from ours." The young man exclaimed excitedly, "What's different? If I had even a fraction of your martial skills, combined with my talent, I could definitely become a Dragon Realm level expert." At that moment, a cold snort came from the darkness, followed by the sound of something dragging on the ground. A tall man, over 2 meters high, emerged, dragging a corpse similar to the one at Feng Lai's feet. It was Tong Bin, the apprentice of Lu Sun from the medicine hall. Tong Bin looked at the young man coldly, saying bluntly, "Uncle Feng may not have officially taken you as an apprentice, but he's taught you what you need to know. If you can't learn it, who's to blame?" The young man glared at Tong Bin. "Tong Bin, do you think you'll die if you don't speak?" Tong Bin was undeterred, taunting, "I'm speaking, so what? Wanna hit me?" The young man, enraged, was about to act when Feng Lai intervened. "Enough, stop it. Tang Jin, ask Qing Wu if they need support." "Yes." The young man shot Tong Bin a glare and pulled out a special phone to make a call. Tong Bin laid the corpse down and said to Feng Lai, "Uncle, what's with these fanatics worshipping Bodico lately? They keep causing trouble here, making Qing Wu overwhelmed. Should we bring someone who can use the Voidless Realm to assist us?" Feng Lai shook his head. "You think people who can use the Voidless Realm are easy to come by? I've already brought it up with them, and they said at most they can send a silent singer to help." He then asked, "How many people saw the situation here earlier?" Tong Bin replied, "About 5 or 6 people saw my battle with the returner. A group of 5 or 6 shouldn't be a problem. I'll inform the police." Lin Feng sat on his electric scooter, replaying the thrilling scene in his mind. He could hardly believe that monsters really existed in this world. His thoughts wandered all the way home, and it was only when he stopped at his doorstep that he snapped back to reality. As Lin Feng reached for his keys, the door suddenly swung open from the inside. His sister, Lin Xiao, peeked out excitedly. "Brother, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you for ages." From inside, he heard his parents calling, "Lin Feng, come over here." His mother, Su Hong, and father, Lin Guiting, both beckoned. Lin Feng changed into the slippers Lin Xiao eagerly handed him. Puzzled, he asked, "What's going on?" Lin Xiao couldn't wait to explain. "Brother, Did you become an official disciple of the White Ape Martial Arts School? How did you know? Lin Feng asked, surprised. Someone from your school came by earlier and gave us all invitations to your initiation ceremony tomorrow, Lin Xiao said excitedly. I didn't expect an initiation ceremony to be so formal. A bit taken aback, Lin Feng walked into the living room. Su Hong eagerly said, don't just stand there, come tell us what's going on. Your dad and I know nothing about this martial arts world. We're completely in the dark. Once Lin Feng settled in, Su Hong continued. We asked some friends about the White Ape Martial Arts School earlier and found out it's not what we thought. It's quite prestigious in Beja City, almost reaching the upper circles. Becoming a formal disciple is something many wealthy people can only dream of. Son, I can't believe what you said last night was true. How did you become a formal disciple? Lin Feng shared everything with them except for the data panel. After listening, Lin Guoding couldn't help but laugh heartily. My son is a rare martial arts genius. Huh. Not bad. Not bad at all. Su Hong rolled her eyes and couldn't help but tease. Why are you so proud? Do you think you have a martial arts gift too? Lin Guoding retorted. You never know. Lin Feng's martial arts talent might just be inherited from me. Su Hong countered. Isn't he my son too? Maybe he got it from me. I had a talent for dance when I was young. Lin Xiao chimed in. Brother, I stood in a stance for 10 minutes on my first try. Does that make me a martial arts prodigy too? Lin Feng chuckled. Sure, you're all geniuses. Suddenly, Lin Guoding remembered something. By the way, Lin Feng, what should we wear to the school tomorrow? Your mom and I have never attended such an event and have no experience. Lin Feng had no idea either, so he replied, Mom, it's too late to decide now. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Su Hong checked the time. It was nearly midnight and hurried everyone off to bed. However, Lin Feng didn't sleep when he returned to his room. Instead, he opened his computer to search for information about monsters and evil gods online. Unfortunately, the results only yielded novels, images, and fabricated news, with no reliable information. He put down the mouse, deep in thought. Monsters he had seen with his own eyes, and the evil gods he learned about from Feng Lai. The lack of information online suggested that the authorities might not want ordinary people to know about these things. He walked to the window and stared into the darkness outside. During the day, he could see the alley from here, but now it was pitch black. Knowing such extraordinary things existed, Lin Feng felt an inexplicable excitement rather than fear. This world is getting more interesting, Lin Feng murmured to himself. Early in the morning, in a villa by the Bay River, Wu Hui sat on the sofa, his face dark and his expression extremely grim. In the living room, a family storm was brewing. Wu Hui and his younger brother Wu Jun sat facing each other, tension thick in the air. Wu Jun's face was etched with anger and resentment, his voice trembling with emotion. Brother, didn't you say that guy was worthless? Didn't you say there was no way he could pass the test? Why, after just one day, did the martial arts school announce he became an official disciple? Wu Jun's questions came like rapid fire. Why did you only give him 80,000 yesterday? Is our family that short on money? Can't we even afford 1 million? What? With each why from his brother, the veins on Wu Hui's forehead began to bulge. Finally, he could no longer bear it. Leaping to his feet and pointing angrily at Wu Jun. Why? You're asking me why? Isn't it because you're the worthless one? Wu Hui's voice was filled with disappointment and anger. You've been practicing martial arts for over 10 years, with resources from our family 10 times what others get, yet you can't even become an official disciple. What does that make you if not worthless? Wu Hui pressed on relentlessly. And even if you had managed to bribe Lin Feng yesterday, with your skills, could you really master the 5-cloud hand technique in 2 months? Wu Jun retorted defiantly. Why not? Coach Long said, I'm just a bit short of mastering the 5-cloud hand, and within 2 months, I can definitely reach a proficient level. Wu Hui sneered him. Coach Long, if he didn't say that, how would he get your 200,000 special training fee? Think about it. You've been practicing the 5-cloud hand for 6 years without mastering it, yet you think you can in the next 2 months? Is that realistic? Stung by the truth, Wu Jun lashed out in anger. What's the point of all this talk? You just didn't want to spend the money. If you had offered 1 million, that guy who only signed up for the regular class would have given up the test, wouldn't he? Infuriated by Wu Jun's words, Wu Hui was about to explode when a middle-aged woman intervened. Jun, that's enough. Your brother has been running around for your sake. How could he think like that or be unwilling to spend the money? It turned out there was a middle-aged couple in the living room as well. The middle-aged man tried to ease the tension, saying, Wu Jun, your mother is right. This isn't your brother's fault. Who could have thought that someone who just started practicing martial arts would master the White Ape Mountain Fist in 3 days? Wu Hui took a deep breath, correcting him. Not 3 days, just 1. He sighed, a mix of reluctance and admiration in his voice. That person truly has exceptional talent. Reflecting on yesterday's events, the number 291 and the mocking words echoed in Wu Hui's mind. In light of the other's success in passing the test in just 1 day, Wu Hui felt like a fool. The middle-aged man, sensing the tension, sighed. What's done is done. Let's discuss what to do next. Wu Jun, gritting his teeth, eyes burning with a desire for revenge, declared, "He took my spot as an official disciple. I want Lin Feng to pay." Idiot. Wu Hui, enraged, slapped his brother hard, knocking him onto the sofa. He warned angrily, "Lin Feng is now a specially recruited disciple at the martial arts school, even outranking me. If you dare to provoke him, I'll skin you alive." Wu Jun, holding his burning cheek, shouted furiously, "Wu Hui, how dare you hit me?" Seeing the brothers about to clash, the middle-aged man shouted, "Enough, both of you." This stopped the impending conflict. The middle-aged woman, heartbroken, hugged Wu Jun, chiding, "Wu Hui, there's no need for violence. You know your brother has always been timid. He was just speaking out of frustration. Did you have to take it so seriously? Look at how hard you hit him. His face is swollen." Wu Hui replied expressionlessly, "If I don't hit hard enough to make him understand, I'm afraid he might actually do something stupid, and that would harm not just himself, but our whole family." The announcement at the Martial Arts Academy was like a thunderbolt, causing a stir among Wu Hui's family and other students. Student Lin Feng, due to his exceptional talent, has been specially admitted as a formal disciple of the academy with the master's approval. This single sentence sent the entire academy into an uproar. Originally set for a 3-day assessment period, Lin Feng mastered the basics of the White Ape Mountain Fist in just one day. This news left everyone speechless. To put it in perspective, even the highly talented Zhang Min took a month and 5 days to reach the same level, while others took 2 to 3 months, or even half a year. Lin Feng's astonishing speed shocked the formal disciples who considered themselves superior. On the solemn and dignified 5th floor of the White Ape Martial Arts Academy, Lin Feng, in the presence of his parents, the master, and several coaches, respectfully bowed before the portrait of the White Ape Dao ancestor, officially becoming a disciple of the academy. Master Su Hao shook hands with Lin Guiting, earnestly praising, "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Su, your son is truly a martial arts prodigy. You've raised a remarkable son." Lin Guiting modestly smiled and replied, "Oh, not at all." After some polite conversation, Lin Feng didn't leave with his parents. Instead, he said, "Mom, Dad, Lin Xiao, you go ahead. I need to speak with the master and then train at the academy." With joy on their faces, Lin Guiting and his wife, along with their daughter Lin Xiao, left. Their son's success kept smiles on their faces all day long. Su Hao looked at Lin Feng with some surprise. "You need to see me?" Although this master in his 50s was highly skilled, he carried no airs of a grandmaster and appeared like an ordinary middle-aged man with his short and stout build. "I have a few questions for you, master," Lin Feng said respectfully. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng walked down from the 5th floor, satisfied. As soon as he reached the ground floor, he was surrounded by his fellow students. "Congratulations, Lin. Your talent is truly impressive. I, Lao Wan, am genuinely convinced," one senior brother said enthusiastically. Everyone offered their congratulations, as Lin Feng was only the 3rd student specially admitted by the White Ape Martial Arts Academy in Beha City over the years. Following tradition, Lin Feng was expected to at least become an inner disciple in the future, with unlimited prospects. Ma Honyuan threw an arm around Lin Feng's shoulder, laughing heartily. "Lin, just by holding out in the Wan needle bone melting soup for 30 minutes, I knew you'd pass the test. Well done. Let me treat you to a drink tonight." Feeling slightly awkward, Lin Feng replied, Brother Ma, I'm still in school." Ma Honyuan suddenly remembered, laughing apologetically. "Oh, right, I forgot you're still in high school. My memory's slipping." At that moment, a voice called from a distance, "Lin Feng." It was Coach Feng Lai, waving him over. Lin Feng quickly apologized to the group. "Brother Ma, everyone, Coach Feng is calling me. I'll head over." "Go on. Coach Feng must have something important to tell you. Don't worry about us," Ma Honyuan said, waving him off with a smile. Lin Feng hurried towards Feng Lai, who led him to the 3rd floor, smiling and asking, "How does it feel to become an official disciple?" Lin Feng stood in the single training room on the 3rd floor of the White Ape Dojo, filled with anticipation and confusion. The joy of becoming an official disciple still lingered in his heart, but last night's thrilling encounter had given him a new understanding of the world. His gaze fell on Coach Feng Lai beside him. Today, Feng Lai was dressed in a black coach's uniform, making his face appear even paler. His slender figure seemed a far cry from the cold and commanding presence he had shown last night. Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder if this seemingly ordinary coach was really the same fearless warrior who had faced monsters without hesitation. "Coach," Lin Feng eagerly began, "those monsters and the so-called evil gods, do they really exist in this world?" Feng Lai nodded. "Yes, they have existed since ancient times. Many myths and legends are actually based on these beings. But according to research, they've become more active in the past 100 years. Then why not let the public know the truth? Why choose to hide it?" Lin Feng pressed on. Feng Lai shook his head. "It's not about hiding it, but sometimes the truth itself can be disastrous." Lin Feng frowned, about to ask more, but Feng Lai changed the subject. "Speaking of martial arts, I heard you already know about the benefits for official disciples. Besides free tuition, there's medicinal baths, massages, medicinal meals, and most importantly, you can choose a secret martial art. You must be interested in that, right? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Yes. Coach, what's so special about these secret martial arts? Are they more powerful than techniques like the Five Clouds Hand or the White Ape Mountain Fist? Feng Lai chuckled. It's not that simple. Ordinary martial arts might win with unique moves or speed and strength, but they're just techniques for brute force, not enough to strengthen the body. Secret martial arts not only defeat enemies, but also train the body, enhancing vitality and pushing beyond normal human limits. The more advanced ones can even transform bones and tendons, reaching superhuman levels. He looked at Lin Feng meaningfully. In fact, you've already encountered such martial arts. Lin Feng was taken aback, quickly recalling the basic martial arts he had learned. Suddenly, something clicked. Do you mean the White Ape Mountain Fist? Yes and no, Feng Lai said with a mysterious smile. It's actually called the Demon Ape Mountain Fist. This answer hit Lin Feng like a hammer to the heart. His eyes widened, with countless questions swirling in his mind, unsure where to start. Just then, Feng Lai's voice echoed again, as if ready to unveil another layer of this world. Magic Ape Mountain style? Lin Feng was taken aback. Feng Lai then explained, the so-called White Ape Mountain style is actually a simplified version of the Magic Ape Mountain style. The version taught in martial arts schools lacks two crucial elements, the breathing technique and the power exertion skills. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately recalled the incomplete mark next to the White Ape Mountain style on his data panel. He realized that this martial art indeed had flaws. Today, I will help you complete this martial art, Feng Lai said solemnly. The Magic Ape Mountain style has two breathing techniques. The first is the regular breathing technique, which will replace your normal breathing. You need to use this while walking, sleeping, sitting, and standing, until you achieve the Magic Ape form. Achieve the Magic Ape form? Lin Feng was intrigued and asked, Coach, I've heard that the White Ape Martial Arts School once specially recruited two individuals, and one of them was taken as a personal disciple, because he was born with an ape-like physique. Is this Magic Ape form the same as that ape body? Feng Lai shook his head slightly. Yes and no. The ape body is just a type of physique, while the Magic Ape form goes beyond that. It's the foundation of martial arts. This foundation is hard for the average person to reach, and only someone with exceptional talent, like you, might barely achieve it. He paused briefly and continued. Besides the regular breathing technique, there's a more complex refining breathing technique. Each move has a unique breathing style that needs to be paired with internal power exertion skills. This requires coordination with the moves and is no easy task. Now, observe my breathing carefully and remember it well. Lin Feng nodded seriously. All right. Feng Lai said no more and began to demonstrate. Lin Feng immediately entered a shallow flow state, where everything around him seemed to disappear, leaving only Feng Lai's demonstration in his eyes. Lin Feng? Lin Feng. Lin Feng snapped out of the flow state, realizing that his perception of the outside world was weaker than he had imagined in this shallow flow state. Although it didn't require physical contact to wake him like the deep flow state, only loud noises could rouse him. Feng Lai asked, how much of the demonstration did you remember? Almost all of it, Lin Feng replied confidently. He already had a remarkable memory, and with the added benefit of the shallow flow state, the content taught by Feng Lai was clearly imprinted in his mind. Show me. Lin Feng nodded and began to demonstrate. The Magic Ape Mountain style didn't differ much from the White Ape Mountain style in terms of moves. The key was the newly introduced breathing technique. This technique involved not just inhaling and exhaling, but also incorporated sounds like hum, ha, na, which needed to perfectly sync with the moves and special power exertion skills. Although extremely complex, it wasn't challenging for Lin Feng. He slowly unfolded his movements. While he had already mastered the basics of the White Ape Mountain style, the new breathing technique required some adaptation, making his actions slightly awkward. However, the breathing and power exertion techniques for the three moves were spot on. Impressive, Feng Lai remarked after watching, feeling a mix of emotions. Seeing that his three moves didn't challenge Lin Feng, Feng Lai immediately increased the difficulty, doubling the moves to 6. Lin Feng nodded seriously, his eyes fixed on Feng Lai, with his mind in high concentration. Every action and explanation from Feng Lai was etched deeply into Lin Feng's mind. The 6 moves of the Demon Ape Mountain style were quickly taught. Without hesitation, Lin Feng perfectly replicated them. This astonishing ability to learn made Feng Lai's eyes light up with excitement, and he decided to teach the remaining 9 moves as well. Thanks to his exceptional memory and the flow state, Lin Feng easily mastered all 18 moves. After learning them, he began to practice on his own. Outwardly, the moves appeared the same, but with the addition of the breathing technique, each move was accompanied by distinct inhalation and exhalation sounds. As he applied the force techniques, his muscles rippled and twisted like waves, and his tendons and bones vibrated with each breath. After completing a set of the Demon Ape Mountain style, Lin Feng felt a surge of heat throughout his body, his blood rushing, and a sense of invigorating satisfaction swept over him. It was as if every muscle, bone, and cell was thoroughly fulfilled. This feeling compelled him to exclaim, "This is amazing! This is true martial arts." At this moment, Lin Feng realized the vast difference between the White Ape Mountain style and the Demon Ape Mountain style. Although the movements were the same, the realms were entirely different. A system notification chimed in. With guidance, your skill, White Ape Mountain style, has been completed. Your skill, White Ape Mountain style, has transformed into Demon Ape Mountain style. Lin Feng quickly checked the Ancient Martial Artist section and found that White Ape Mountain style LV1120330 had changed to Demon Ape Mountain style LV0212240. Although the total experience had decreased from 350 points to 212 points, and the experience needed for an upgrade increased from 130 points to 240 points, the experience boost from the flow state made this difference almost negligible. Feng Lai nodded in satisfaction. Very good. You've mastered the breathing technique and the application of force. Next, I'll teach you the regular breathing technique. This time, Feng Lai taught a breathing method with a pattern of long, short, slightly different from normal breathing. Seeing Lin Feng's relaxed expression, Feng Lai chuckled. Does it seem simple? In fact, this regular breathing technique is much more difficult than the one for martial arts because it requires continuous practice until it becomes instinctual, even in your sleep. Lin Feng was taken aback by this, realizing it was indeed more challenging than he had imagined. Seeing this, Feng Lai allowed himself a rare amused smile. Huh? It's actually not that hard, just a matter of persistence. With diligent practice, it will soon become instinctual. After teaching both breathing techniques, Feng Lai's expression suddenly turned serious. There's one more thing you must remember. The Demon Ape Mountain style must not be disclosed to anyone, and I mean anyone. Although Lin Feng didn't fully understand, he saw Feng Lai's seriousness and quickly promised, "Rest assured, coach, I won't breathe a word." Feng Lai smiled and explained, "Don't worry too much. Although there's a demon in its name, the Demon Ape Mountain style isn't some heretical practice. It's a legitimate form of ancient martial arts, more orthodox than many of today's major schools. Is it not some kind of sinister martial art, but a genuine ancient technique?" Lin Feng felt a sudden tension at Feng Lai's suspiciously defensive claim. Feng Lai seemed oblivious to Lin Feng's unease as he pulled a small, exquisite porcelain bottle from his pocket and handed it over. "What is this?" Lin Feng asked curiously as he took the bottle. "The demonic Ape Mountain Fist consumes much more energy and vitality than typical martial arts, requiring special medicine for training," Feng Lai explained. "This bottle contains Sanyuan pills, which not only enhance energy and vitality, but also nourish the muscles and bones. They are more suited for you than regular vitality pills." Lin Feng was overjoyed to hear this, and was about to express his gratitude when Feng Lai stopped him. "Hold on," Feng Lai said with a peculiar expression. "These Sanyuan pills are 10,000 each, and there are 5 in the bottle, totaling 50,000. You didn't think I'd give them to you for free, did you?" He finished with a knowing wink. Lin Feng froze, staring blankly at the porcelain bottle in his hand. Feng Lai continued, "I know you're currently strapped for cash and come from a modest background. Let's consider it a loan, but we must follow the rules." "What rules?" Lin Feng asked. "The age-old 9 out, 13 back," Feng Lai replied, waving his hand dismissively as he walked out. The training room fell silent. Lin Feng looked down at the pills in his hand, feeling a mix of emotions. He knew that training in martial arts was costly, but a bottle of pills costing over 50,000 was beyond his expectations. He appreciated Feng Lai's goodwill, but was puzzled by the special attention. Ordinary students who became official disciples typically didn't have access to a private training room, let alone unknown guidance from someone like Feng Lai or access to such precious pills. Although it was 9 out, 13 back, Feng Lai hadn't mentioned a repayment deadline, and there wasn't even a promissory note between them. What puzzled Lin Feng even more was the secrecy surrounding the demonic Ape Mountain Fist. Why the secrecy? Why couldn't it be mentioned publicly? Why emphasize that it was a legitimate ancient martial art? Lin Feng recalled his observations of Feng Lai over this period. He was diligent and thorough in teaching, never showing impatience with students' questions. He even hunted down terrifying cultists at night and would lend a hand in dangerous situations. So far, Feng Lai seemed above reproach. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng decided to set these questions aside for now. Rather than speculate, he figured it would be more practical to focus on his training. He carefully stored the pills and entered a state of flow, beginning his practice of the demonic Ape Mountain Fist. Half an hour later, Lin Feng emerged from his intense training. The system notified him that his demonic Ape Mountain Fist had gained 246 experience points, advancing to level 1, well beyond the beginner stage. His ancient martial artist profession also gained 34 experience points. The power of level 3 flow was indeed remarkable. Lin Feng was drenched in sweat, his muscles tense and tingling, his his skin flushed, and heat emanating from his body. This half hour of demonic ape mountain fist training had consumed far more energy than his previous practice of the white ape mountain fist. After half an hour of practicing the demon ape mountain fist, Lin Feng's clothes were drenched in sweat. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in a state of focused training. Suddenly, a series of system notifications flashed before him. Demon Ape Mountain Fist gained 226 experience points, upgraded to level 2. Ancient Warrior Profession gained 31 experience points. Strength and Constitution each increased by 1 point. Lin Feng opened his eyes, blinking in surprise. While the upgrade of the Demon Ape Mountain Fist was expected, the increase in attributes was not. Just 2 sessions, totaling 1 hour, had improved his attributes by 2 points, far exceeding his expectations. This Demon Ape Mountain Fist really has an impressive effect on the body, Lin Feng thought to himself, but it also consumes a lot. At that moment, his face was flushed, his heart pounding in his chest, and his breathing was rapid, like a bellows. Just 1 hour of flow state training had left him exhausted. Worse still, a hunger pang hit him as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days. Lin Feng instinctively reached for the food he had prepared, only to remember that he hadn't brought any due to the initiation ceremony. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 11, and the cafeteria on the 4th floor would soon open. Should I eat a San Yuan pill? The thought crossed his mind, but was quickly dismissed. The cost of 10,000 per pill was daunting, and he had just taken a qi and blood pill the day before. After a brief rest, Lin Feng remembered his promise to Lu Sun to visit the pharmacy. He dragged his weary body to the 4th floor, but Lu Sun was nowhere to be found. In the pharmacy, Lu Chang was focused on preparing medicine. Nearby, Tong Bin, as large as a small mountain, was feasting on a pile of beef. The rich aroma of the meat stirred Lin Feng's appetite, and he couldn't help but swallow. "Brother Tong, may I have some?" Lin Feng asked eagerly. Tong Bin paused, but seeing Lin Feng's hopeful expression, he nodded. "Thank you, brother." Lin Feng was overjoyed and immediately sat down to devour the food. The beef tasted bland with a strong medicinal flavor, a bit strange, but Lin Feng didn't care about the taste at that moment. He was focused on eating as much as he could. He quickly finished one fist-sized piece and grabbed another. Initially, Tong Bin was a bit surprised but soon realized what was happening. He hurriedly stuffed the meat into his mouth and grabbed a new piece. Lu Cheng watched in amazement as the two seemed to compete in devouring the food, the large basket of meat rapidly disappearing. When only one piece of meat remained on the table, Lin Feng reached for it, but then pulled back. "Brother Tong, you take it," he said politely. Tong Bin gave Lin Feng an amused look. "So polite, should I thank you?" With that, he tossed the last piece into his mouth. Haha. Tong Bin laughed heartily, looking at Lin Feng with interest. "You don't look very big, but I didn't expect you to have such a good appetite." Lin Feng wasn't sure why, but ever since he started practicing martial arts, his appetite had been increasing daily. Just yesterday morning, he finished 3 servings of rice from the rice cooker, and only after Su Hong made him a bowl of noodles did he finally feel full. Earlier, he devoured about 4 pounds of meat and only felt slightly satisfied. Honestly, if there was more, he could easily eat it. "Thank you for the meal, Brother Tong," Lin Feng explained somewhat awkwardly. "I got really hungry after practicing martial arts and couldn't quite control it, so—" "No worries, it's just some meat," Tong Bin said casually, as he got up and carried the bamboo basket filled with meat into the medicine shop. Nearby, Lu Cheng gave Lin Feng a thumbs up, and Lin Feng returned the gesture with a smile. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his visit and turned to ask, "Brother Lu, where has old Lu gone? When will he be back? You're here because of yesterday's matter, right? My master should be back soon." "All right, I'll wait for him here." Lin Feng sat down, thought for a moment, and then pulled out a porcelain bottle of San Yuan pills, handing it to Lu Cheng. "Brother Lu, could you tell me what kind of pills these are?" Lu Cheng took the bottle, opened it, and sniffed. He laughed. "These are San Yuan pills, made by my master." "Where did you get them?" "Someone gave them to me." "It must have been Coach Feng, right? He just bought a bottle from here yesterday." "Brother Lin, those San Yuan pills cost 50,000 per bottle. Coach Feng is really generous to you." Confirming that the bottle indeed contained San Yuan pills, Lin Feng felt relieved. After chatting with Lu Cheng for a bit, he returned to his seat and began practicing his regular breathing technique. Although he constantly adjusted his breathing, every time he practiced for a while and lost focus, his breathing would revert to its original rhythm. Changing a breathing pattern developed over more than a decade was truly challenging. After practicing for about 10 minutes, Lu Sun walked in from outside. He immediately noticed Lin Feng sitting on the chair and, after a careful look, frowned and said, "What's the matter with you? Why do you always seem so frail every time I see you?" Lin Feng was taken aback. After consuming several pounds of meat, he felt his physical condition had improved significantly, but in Lu Sun's eyes, he still had many issues. "Frail? Isn't it just because I'm a bit tired from practice? Calling it frail seems a bit much," Lin Feng thought to himself. Seeing Lu Sun sit down at the consultation table, Lin Feng didn't wait for him to speak. He walked over and placed his right hand on the table. Old Lu, am I really that weak? And did you find anything yesterday? Lin Feng was curious if the talents given by the system could be detected in real life. Lu Sun placed 2 fingers on Lin Feng's wrist and shook his head. Soon. Your blood condition is somewhat different from the average person. I've sent the blood test report to an old friend who's reviewing the data. According to our hypothesis, your recovery ability exceeds that of ordinary people, and you might possess some special physical traits. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect it could actually be detected, which meant that the talents and attribute points indeed had a direct effect on his body. When Lin Feng acquired his talent, did the data panel transform his body? He recalled the moment he activated the Overlord talent. It felt as if an electric current surged through him, bringing a tingling sensation. Was it at that moment that the talent was integrated into his body? As Lin Feng was lost in thought, Lu Sun's voice interrupted him. What's all this talk about decline? Can't you feel your own body's condition? Lu Sun said as he examined Lin Feng carefully. Suddenly, his eyebrows raised in surprise. Wow, you're quite the anomaly. It's only been a day, and you've almost completely absorbed the potency of the Wanzhen Ronggu Tang that was lingering in your body yesterday. Lu Sun continued his examination for a few more seconds, murmuring to himself. On the surface, your vitality is significantly depleted, but internally, it's increased by at least 20 compared to yesterday. Did you take the vitality pills I gave you? I did, Lin Feng replied honestly. No wonder. Lu Sun frowned and continued. The rapid increase in vitality isn't just because of the pills. What kind of martial arts did Feng Lai teach you? Lin Feng was startled and quickly feigned ignorance. What are you talking about, Lu Lao? Coach Feng didn't teach me anything. He was relieved that Feng Lai had warned him not to reveal the demon ape Xingshan fist. Otherwise, he might have been in a difficult position. Playing dumb. Lu Sun looked at Lin Feng disdainfully and then snorted. Feng Lai isn't on the right path. Kid, your talent is impressive, but it's a pity to follow Feng Lai. How about I find you a more reliable mentor within the sect? At that moment, a tall figure appeared at the door. Master, Tong Bin shouted, with a tone of clear disapproval. Lu Sun was immediately furious. Tong Bin, you fool. After a few days with Feng Lai, have you forgotten who your master is? Do I need your reminder for what I say? Tong Bin quickly explained. I'm just thinking for you, master. If you try to poach Uncle Feng's student, it won't be good if Uncle Feng finds out. Does he dare? I am, after all, his senior, Lu Sun said. But he didn't mention finding a mentor for Lin Feng again, focusing instead on checking his pulse. Tong Bin shook his head helplessly and turned to Lu Cheng beside him. Junior brother, I've just eaten, so I need to go downstairs for some practice to digest. If someone comes for a massage, call me. Don't worry, senior brother. If someone comes, I'll let you know, Lu Cheng replied with a smile. Before leaving, Tong Bin called out again. Master. I know, stop nagging and get going. Lu Sun shouted impatiently. Tong Bin grinned and strode away. He's getting more controlling, acting like he's the master and I'm the apprentice. Lu Sun complained, then frowned at Lin Feng. I don't know what Feng Lai taught you. If not for the fact that the Wanzhen Ronggu Tang and vitality pills hadn't been fully absorbed, training like you did today could have severely harmed your body. Wasn't Feng Lai supervising you during your practice? Lin Feng remained silent. He knew Feng Lai couldn't have imagined he'd master the demon ape Xingshan fist to a proficient level in just an hour. Nor could he have anticipated his unique heart flow talent. Feng Lai is as unreliable as his master, Lu Sun muttered, then asked. Did you eat anything particularly nourishing just now? How come there's a surge of medicinal energy in your pulse again? He just ate a few pounds of senior brother's Gui Yuan meat, Lu Cheng chimed in. Lu Sun's eyes widened as he scolded. You little rascal, you refuse to give a drop of blood, but you're eager to take advantage of us. Lin Feng awkwardly lowered his head, unsure of how to respond to Lu Sun's reprimand. Gui Yuan meat? As Lin Feng descended the stairs, he pondered over the name. Just from the sound of it, you could tell it was meant to nourish the body. No wonder after eating it, he felt an incredible sense of well-being. Thinking about it, he definitely owed Tong Bin a favor. Lin Feng touched his arm, recalling how Lu Sun had drawn some blood from him without hesitation after learning he had eaten several pounds of Guiyuan meat. He carefully removed the cotton swab pressed against his arm, and seeing that the needle mark had stopped bleeding, he casually tossed the swab into the trash can at the stairway corner. How many times had he been to the pharmacy now? Lin Feng couldn't remember. But from Lu Sun's intermittent conversations, he gradually understood an important principle. Martial artists need the nourishment of elixirs or medicine to achieve success. If one trains recklessly, there might be short-term progress, but eventually, their body will break down. Of course, this is different for ordinary people learning martial arts. If someone just wants to learn some self-defense, these special medicines aren't necessary. Take the regular classes at the martial arts school, for example. With systematic training, a daily medicinal meal, monthly herbal baths, and bi-weekly massages, they can manage the physical demands of training. But Lin Feng was not an ordinary person. His innate talent for heart flow allowed him to progress much faster than regular disciples. Moreover, The demonic ape mountain punch he practiced was more intense in body conditioning than typical martial arts. Combined, Lin Feng's 1 hour of immersive training could be more intense than several days of regular training for others. Lu Xun hinted that it was fortunate the effects of the Wan Needle bone-melting soup and Qi blood pill were still lingering in his body. Otherwise, just half an hour in the heart flow state might have been too much for his body. No wonder Feng Lai had given him a bottle of nourishing elixirs in advance. He had anticipated the intensity of the demonic ape mountain punch. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. At the current pace of cultivating the demonic ape mountain punch, the 5 Sanyuan pills he had would soon be depleted. And those pills were worth a hefty 50,000. The old saying, a poor scholar and a wealthy martial artist, certainly held true. Back in the third-floor training room, Lin Feng didn't start training immediately. Perhaps the effects of the guiyuan meat were kicking in. He felt warm and comfortable all over, like being gently lulled to sleep after a hearty lunch in the sun. He didn't resist the drowsiness and simply laid down on the soft carpet. Before long, the room was filled with the sound of his steady breathing. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 2 p.m. Lin Feng had slept for a full 2 hours. Thanks to his dominant talent, he felt his body was back to peak condition, with none of the weakness from practicing the demonic ape mountain punch earlier. He didn't rush to resume training, but instead went to the corner of the training room where the punching power tester was located. Yesterday, when his ancient martial artist level increased to level 2, he had intentionally left some attribute points unallocated, planning to add them to his strength today and test how much his punching power would increase with an additional point. Unexpectedly, his practice of the demonic ape mountain punch had already granted him 1 more point in strength and constitution, raising his strength attribute from 8 to 9 without needing to allocate more points. Standing before the punching power tester, Lin Feng recalled that with a strength attribute of 8, his punch force was 292 pounds. Now with his strength increased to 9, he wondered how much it would change. Taking a deep breath, he delivered a powerful punch to the target. With a muffled bang, the red numbers on the tester rapidly jumped before settling at 362 pounds. Lin Feng delivered another focused punch, and this time the number slightly increased to 369 pounds. Compared to yesterday's 292 pounds, Lin Feng's punching power surged by 78 pounds in just 1 day, reaching 370 pounds. This means that for every point of strength attribute he improves, his punching power increases by approximately 78 pounds. Lin Feng quickly calculated that to reach Lu Chang's astounding 1,400 pounds of punching power, he would need to raise his strength attribute to over 20 points. He frowned in thought and suddenly realized a crucial point. Previous tests were conducted using the basic swing punch from the Wangba fist, rather than martial arts techniques. If he applied the intricate techniques of the Mo Yuan Xingshan fist, his punching power could be unleashed even more effectively. Lin Feng focused his gaze on the punching target, rapidly recalling the 18 techniques of the Mo Yuan Xingshan fist in his mind. Each move had its unique characteristics, including chopping, sweeping, and swinging, with 3 techniques being particularly fierce, concentrating power at a single point. Mo Yuan Hunting Tiger, Mo Yuan Clearing the Way, and Mo Yuan Slaying Dragon, with increasing power. Let's give it a try. Lin Feng motivated himself. He assumed a stance, with his right leg positioned diagonally, and executed the Mo Yuan Hunting Tiger technique with a whoosh. At the proficient level, the Mo Yuan Xingshan fist demonstrated astonishing power, with Lin Feng's full strength converging on his fist, like rivers flowing into the sea. Bang! A deafening crash echoed. The numbers on the machine jumped wildly before settling at 678. It was 316 pounds more than the previous 362 pounds, nearly doubling the power. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief at the number. Was this the vast difference between martial arts and ordinary punching techniques? Despite his basic punching skills being at level 1, with force application techniques far surpassing the average person, they were still like a firefly compared to the bright moon when compared to true martial arts. Filled with adrenaline, Lin Feng was eager to try even stronger techniques. He took a deep breath, his muscles tensing like coiled dragons, and unleashed the more powerful Mo Yuan Clearing the Way. Accompanied by a unique low roar, his entire body vibrated with force converging on his fist like a torrent. Another loud crash followed. 779. An increase of 101 pounds from before. Without pausing, Lin Feng immediately executed the most ferocious move of the Mo Yuan Xingshan fist Mo Yuan Slaying Dragon. 980 pounds. The number nearly made Lin Feng see stars. It was 618 pounds more than the initial 362 pounds, nearly tripling his previous power. This had already surpassed the 800-pound punching power of the Blue Star boxing champion, and he had only been practicing martial arts for a few days. Although there was still a gap between him and Lu Chang's 1,400 pounds achievement, that was the result of 6 years of hard training on Lu Chang's part. What excited Lin Feng even more was that this was only the proficient level of Mo Yuan Xingshan, mastery, perfection, and even reaching the pinnacle were still ahead of him. With his eyes sparkling with excitement, Lin Feng couldn't help but imagine, when he mastered Mo Yuan Xing Shan to perfection, how incredible would his punching power become. In the bustling noise of classroom 304 at Second High School, Zhang Wen plopped himself down in front of Lin Feng's desk. He stared at Lin Feng, who was engrossed in his book, with a slight frown as if pondering something. Lin Zi, Zhang Wen began. I don't know what's going on, but I feel like you've changed a lot recently. Lin Feng looked up, closed his sophomore history book, and glanced at Zhang Wen with a puzzled expression. Haven't I been like this for the past month? Zhang Wen shook his head and explained, I'm not talking about your focus on studying. It's your appearance, your physique. How should I put it? Just then, the setting sun's golden rays streamed through the classroom window, casting a glow on Lin Feng's sharp features. For a moment, Zhang Wen was taken aback. Two nearby girls also noticed, and were momentarily captivated, their eyes fixed on Lin Feng's face. Snapping back to reality, Zhang Wen continued, I don't know why, but these past few days, you seem more handsome and confident than before. You also seem taller, and your physique looks much more robust. Lin Feng smiled slightly and replied, You noticed that, huh? Lately, I've been working out. He initially wanted to say practicing martial arts, but opted for the more common working out. At this point, it had been 3 days since Lin Feng tested the power of the Demon Ape Mountain Punch at the martial arts gym. With his level 3 flow state, Lin Feng had made rapid progress in these 3 days. His student profession had successfully advanced to level 4. Although he hadn't acquired a new talent, he allocated the gained talent points to his Dominator trait. After upgrading the Dominator trait from level 1 to level 2, his recovery ability increased from 40% to an impressive 80%, significantly enhancing his foundation. As his primary focus, Lin Feng's progress in ancient martial arts was even more remarkable. In just 3 days, Lin Feng advanced his ancient martial artist level twice, and his mastery of the Demon Ape Mountain Punch reached the consummate stage, only needing 100 more experience points to reach level 5. This final 100 points were elusive because Lin Feng could no longer gain skill experience from practicing the punch due to the constraints of his breathing technique. Nevertheless, reaching the consummate stage of the Demon Ape Mountain Punch in 3 days was nothing short of astonishing. When Feng Lai learned of Lin Feng's achievement, he was so excited that he trembled, and his coach's uniform fluttered without wind, creating a gust that nearly knocked Lin Feng over. Fortunately, Feng Lai managed to regain his composure in time. Although Lin Feng no longer gained skill experience due to the breathing technique's limitations, his professional experience continued to grow. Moreover, the physical conditioning effects of the Demon Ape Mountain Punch were formidable. In 3 short days, his attribute points increased twice through this martial art, strength by 2 points, agility by 1 point, and constitution by 2 points. Lin Feng allocated his remaining 1 point and the newly acquired 3 attribute points all to intelligence. His attributes are as follows. Name, Lin Feng. Source quality, 1. Age, 16. Strength, 11. Agility, 11. Constitution, 13. Intelligence, 15. These values far exceed the basic attributes of 9 points for an average person. However, the most remarkable aspect is his newly acquired talent as a level 3 ancient martial artist Frenzy. Frenzy active LV1. Strength increases by 80. Agility increases by 60. Intelligence decreases by 30. Duration, 10 seconds per point of constitution. Intelligence decreases by 1 point every 10 seconds. Loses rationality if intelligence falls below 3 points. Causes weakness for 7 days after use. After advancing to a level 4 ancient martial artist, Lin Feng gained 2 talent points. Although theoretically, these should be used to enhance dominance, to improve cultivation efficiency, the encounter with the so-called returnees and learning about the existence of evil gods from Feng Lai made Lin Feng realize that the world isn't safe. This unease drove him to seek powerful combat capabilities. Without hesitation, he invested both talent points into Frenzy, making it his trump card. Frenzy LV2. Strength increases by 160. Agility increases by 120. Intelligence decreases by 40. Vitality increases by 100. Duration, 8 seconds per point of constitution. Intelligence decreases by 1 point every 8 seconds. Loses rationality if intelligence falls below 3 points. Causes weakness for 10 days after use. The upgraded Frenzy, although offering no experience gain, boasts formidable attack power. Especially when combined with the Demon Ape Mountain Fist, its attack potential is maximized. However, it has clear drawbacks. 1. Short duration. With Lin Feng's 13 points in constitution, it theoretically lasts 104 seconds. 2. Intelligence limitation. Activating it drops intelligence directly to 9 points, reducing by 1 every 8 seconds, effectively sustaining only 48 seconds. 3. Long cooldown. Requires 10 days to recover after use. Even with the Dominance's exceptional recovery ability, it takes 6 days to recuperate. Despite this, The 48 seconds of frenzy remain overwhelmingly powerful. Upon activating frenzy, Lin Feng now possesses 4 talents: learning, flow state, dominance, and frenzy. The significant increase in attributes has also visibly transformed his appearance, changing from a frail boy to a tall, confident young man. As Lin Feng was immersed in his transformation, Zhang Wen reminded him, "The teacher's here." Lin Feng looked up to see the class teacher stride into the classroom. Zhang Wen quickly returned to his seat. The teacher stood at the podium, clapping his hands to signal for silence. Once the classroom was quiet, he said sternly, "I have something important to tell you. The school has received notice that several dangerous criminals have entered Beha City recently. You must go straight home after school these days, and avoid going out at night. Remember to remind your family to stay indoors during the evening as well." "Danger? Don't go out at night?" Lin Feng frowned as he slowly descended the steps of the school building. The sunlight cast a long shadow behind him. He took out his phone and dialed Feng Lai's number. "Coach, the school issued an emergency notice." Lin Feng briefly summarized the content of the notice before getting straight to the point. "Is something going on?" Feng Lai's voice came through the earpiece, calm yet with a hint of seriousness. "You're right to be concerned. Things have been a bit unstable lately. Just a day ago, someone discovered a high priest of the Despair Dragon Saragu near Beha City." "The Despair Dragon?" Lin Feng's heart tightened. The name of this otherworldly evil deity struck him like a heavy blow. Images of the cultists causing terror and disaster flashed through his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Sensing Lin Feng's anxiety, Feng Lai's tone softened. "Don't worry about these matters. There are people who will handle it. Just pretend nothing happened." After hanging up, Lin Feng stood still, his gaze sweeping over the students passing by in small groups. Some were planning their gaming sessions for the evening, while others gossiped about who liked whom. These once familiar scenes now felt strangely foreign to him. "See you tomorrow, Lin." Zhang Wen whizzed past on his bicycle, stirring up a breeze. "See you tomorrow," Lin Feng responded mechanically, mounting his own electric bike. The changes brought on by his increased intelligence left Lin Feng both excited and puzzled. In class, he often grasped concepts faster than the teacher explained them, making lessons seem dull. He began to ponder how to use his time more efficiently, weighing the use of his mental flow and dominant skills. At the entrance of the number 2 high school, Lin Xiao squatted by the roadside, idly playing with a stalk of foxtail grass. Hearing Lin Feng's call, she immediately jumped onto the back seat of his bike. "Come on, hurry up," Lin Xiao urged impatiently. She showed an extraordinary enthusiasm for martial arts training. Lin Feng couldn't help but tease her. "If you think I'm slow, why don't you go by yourself?" Lin Xiao pouted. "I would if I could, but Mom won't let me. Even though I went to the martial arts gym by myself the first time, she insists I wait for you. It's so annoying." "Huh, you think I want to drag you along? You're the one who's a burden." The two brothers bickered as they made their way up the stairs to the second floor. The wooden steps creaked under their feet, as if complaining about the quarrelsome pair. As soon as they entered the martial arts school, a young man in a student uniform blocked their path. He might have been good-looking, but his left cheek was swollen like a bun, clearly from a hard slap. His comical appearance clashed with the serious atmosphere of the school. Squinting his eyes, the young man asked in a hostile tone, "Are you Lin Feng?" He continued, "I heard Coach Feng has taken a liking to you and accepted you as an official disciple. Your martial arts must be impressive. Would you care to show me?" At this, those who had been sitting idly around perked up, eagerly listening. Lu Chang, who had been about to greet Lin Feng, frowned and quickly interjected, "Wu Jun, what's gotten into you? You've been practicing martial arts for over 10 years, while Lin Feng has only just started. Where did you get the idea that his skills are impressive?" "Wu Jun," Lin Feng thought, instantly recognizing the man as Wu Hui's brother, the one whose spot as an official disciple he had taken. It seemed Wu Jun was here to vent his grievances. Yet, Lin Feng was puzzled as to why it had taken him several days to confront him. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, Wu Jun had been hiding at home for days, ashamed of the handprint on his face. He had been unable to sleep, seething with anger but too embarrassed to show his face. Only today, when his injury had somewhat healed, did he muster the courage to confront Lin Feng at the school. Ignoring Lu Chang's warning, Wu Jun stared intently at Lin Feng and taunted, "What? Afraid to fight?" Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he was about to respond, but an official disciple of the school stepped in to mediate. He reassured Lin Feng, "Junior brother Lin, ignore him. The slots for official disciples are full this year, and Wu Jun's term is up. He's just upset. Just ignore him." He then turned to Wu Jun with a hint of resignation in his voice. "Junior brother Wu, stop talking nonsense here. Come on, let's go train." He reached out to grab Wu Jun, only to be shrugged off. Wu Jun continued his provocation. "What? No guts?" Before Lin Feng could react, Lu Chang couldn't hold back his anger any longer. He shouted, "Wu Jun, can't you understand human speech? If you want to fight, come to me. I'll beat the crap out of you." Lin Feng held back the furious Lu Chang, a slight smile playing on his lips. He said to Wu Jun, "Wu Jun, if you want a match, I accept. Junior brother Lin." "Bro." Lu Chang and Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Lin Feng reassured them. Don't worry, it's fine. Seeing Lin Feng agree, a flash of excitement crossed Wu Jun's eyes, and he said smugly, you do have some guts. I'll be waiting at training ground number 2. With that, he left, laughing provocatively. Is that guy insane? Lu Chang fumed. Where's Wu Hui? Someone get him to rein in his crazy brother. Someone nearby whispered. Brother Wu Hui isn't at the school today. Lu Chang sighed and said to Lin Feng, you shouldn't have agreed, Lin Feng. Wu Jun was trying to provoke you on purpose. Lin Feng replied calmly. It's all right, Brother Chang. Lu Chang said helplessly. You've only been practicing for a few days. Even if you refused to fight him, no one would blame you. In the changing room, Lin Feng took off his school uniform, and the reflection in the mirror showed a transformed version of himself. Once gaunt and bony, his body was now defined with sharp, powerful muscles not exaggerated, but brimming with strength. He quickly donned his martial arts attire and stepped out. Lin Xiao was anxiously waiting outside and immediately blurted out, Brother, you're being reckless. That guy has been practicing martial arts for over 10 years. This is clearly bullying. Lin Feng, however, just smiled and asked, What? You don't believe your brother can win? You're still joking. Lin Zhao's face scrunched up with worry. You've only been practicing for how long? How could you possibly beat him? And why not? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Don't forget, your brother is a martial arts prodigy. Can you take this seriously? Lin Xiao stomped her foot in frustration. You're the one who's going to get beaten up, not me. As they talked, they arrived at training room number 2. The room was already bustling with people, packed to the brim with onlookers. Wu Jun stood there with arms crossed, exuding arrogance. When he saw Lin Feng arrive, a flicker of hatred crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by a look of excitement. Lu Chang sighed again. Junior brother Lin, you really shouldn't have accepted his challenge. Don't worry, Brother Chang, Lin Feng said, patting Lu Chang on the shoulder with a laid-back tone. The crowd around them was buzzing with discussion. How many moves do you think Lin Feng can last against Wu Jun? How many? Wu Jun has been practicing since he was a kid, and Lin Feng has only just started. He'll probably lose in just one move. It depends on Wu Jun's mood. Who knows how much he'll make Lin Feng suffer. Wu Jun is really something else. He couldn't become a formal disciple, so he blames others for taking his spot. Lin Feng is too young, just a freshman, right? He's probably in for a beating today. Lin Feng walked into the center, looked directly at Wu Jun, and said, How do you want to do this? You decide. Wu Jun gritted his teeth. No holds barred. If you get hurt or crippled, you can't blame anyone but yourself for not having the skill. Fine. Lin Feng clasped his hands in salute. Please, go ahead. But Wu Jun didn't fight honorably. As Lin Feng was bowing, Wu Jun took a step forward, lunging with a kick like an iron whip aimed straight at Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng barely managed to lean back in time to narrowly avoid the sneaky attack. Shameless. The onlookers shouted in anger at Wu Jun for breaking the rules. Wu Jun was unfazed. He spun around, launching another fierce kick. Lin Feng hurriedly sidestepped, barely dodging it. Despite being labeled as a failure, Wu Jun's skills were not to be underestimated. He had mastered 3 basic martial arts and was close to perfecting the formal technique Five Clouds Hand. Though he wasn't at the level of a formal disciple, he had surpassed 99 of the students at the White Ape Martial Arts School. Seeing his first 2 moves fail, Wu Jun's face showed a hint of surprise. But noticing Lin Feng's frantic dodging, he sneered and moved in like a phantom. His fingers formed a beak, light as a feather yet fast as lightning, aiming straight for Lin Feng's right eye, a move from the Five Clouds Hand known as plucking flowers in the clouds. At that moment, he wasn't trying to pluck flowers but Lin Feng's eyeball. This vicious move clearly showed no mercy. Wu Jun's attack was not only vicious but also carried a lethal intent, leaving no trace of camaraderie between fellow disciples. The onlookers gasped in shock. Such a fierce move would be difficult even for those who had been training for years to counter, let alone Lin Feng, who had only been a novice for a few days. Seeing this, Wu Jun and Lu Chang rushed forward to help, but they were still 4 or 5 meters away, and it seemed they wouldn't make it in time. Just as Wu Jun's fingers were about to reach Lin Feng's eyes, Lin Feng suddenly exploded with a swift, lightning-fast punch. The punch was both quick and powerful, catching Wu Jun completely off guard, as he had not expected Lin Feng to counterattack. With his defenses down, Lin Feng's fist slammed into Wu Jun's chest with the force of a battering ram. With a loud bang, Wu Jun was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, scattering a trail of blood in the air. As Wu Jun struggled to get up, Lin Feng's foot landed heavily on his chest, sending him flying out of the training ground once more. The series of actions was so fluid and rapid that it left the spectators stunned. The crowd that had been criticizing Wu Jun fell silent. Even Lin Xiao, who had been worried about her brother, was left speechless. Lin, junior brother you. Lu Chang stammered in shock. He clearly remembered that just a week ago, Lin Feng couldn't hold the basic stance of White Ape embraces Moon for more than 6 minutes, and his punches were clumsy. How could he now execute such a fierce move in just a few days? What a move! White ape hunts tiger. Zhang Min's voice cut through the silence. She had just heard about the duel and arrived in time to witness the astonishing scene. Your form and intent are aligned, junior brother Lin. Your mastery of the white ape ascends the mountain technique is perhaps only matched by a few of the coaches. Lin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that ordinary people couldn't discern the true nature of the demon ape ascends the mountain technique. At this point, Wu Jun had already passed out, fortunately only fainting without any serious harm. Sister, you're too kind. My skills are nowhere near those of the coaches, Lin Feng replied modestly. Zhang Min looked at the young warrior before her with a complex expression, recalling how he had seemed so naive when he first arrived. It was like he had become a different person. At that moment, a system notification flashed before Lin Feng's eyes. You have experienced a battle. Your ancient martial artist profession has gained 35 experience points. While Lin Feng was pondering the fact that battles could increase his experience, Wu Hui hurriedly arrived on the scene. Upon seeing Wu Jun lying on the ground, Wu Hui's face darkened. A formal disciple whispered the events into his ear, and as the story unfolded, Wu Hui's expression grew more severe. He shot a glare at the unconscious Wu Jun before turning to Lin Feng with a deep bow. Junior brother Lin, my brother has been spoiled at home, and his impulsiveness almost caused you harm. I sincerely apologize. This response surprised Lin Feng, as he had expected Wu Hui to stand up for his brother. Instead, Wu Hui not only admitted the mistake, but also promised to visit and apologize once Wu Jun recovered. This upright behavior was a stark contrast to Wu Jun's recklessness. The incident with Wu Jun was just a minor interlude, and Lin Feng didn't dwell on it. He went straight back to the training room on the third floor and began his daily practice. First, Lin Feng focused on practicing basic movement techniques in the movement training room for half an hour. Sweat trickled down his forehead, but he remained undisturbed. Then, he shifted to practicing the demon ape mountain punch. Although this martial art wouldn't immediately enhance his skill experience, it was crucial for his career experience and physical development as an ancient martial artist. Lin Feng was well aware of the hefty price of practicing the demon ape mountain punch. He took out a crystal-clear Sanyuan pill from his pocket and swallowed it in one gulp. Without this pill, his body wouldn't be able to withstand the immense strain from the practice. Half an hour in a state of flow passed quickly, but Lin Feng didn't stop. He insisted on completing a full set of the demon ape mountain punch before gradually finishing his practice. Just then, a familiar voice came through. Not bad. Lin Feng turned around to see Coach Feng Lai standing at the door. Coach, when did you get here? Lin Feng asked, somewhat surprised. Feng Lai smiled and said, I've been here for a while. Every time I see you practice martial arts with such focus, I truly admire and envy you. Lin Feng, you're a natural-born martial artist. Feeling a bit embarrassed by the compliment, Lin Feng lowered his head and said, it's all thanks to the flow state. Feng Lai continued, I heard about what happened this afternoon. Well done. He praised Lin Feng's actions, but didn't dwell on it. Instead, he moved on to a more important topic. You need to practice your breathing technique well and master the Demon Ape Mountain Punch as soon as possible. You should know that if the entry-level stage of the Demon Ape Mountain Punch changes your body at a speed of 1, then the proficient stage is 2, mastery is 3, great achievement is 4, and the perfect stage can reach a change speed of 10 to 50. Once you reach the perfect stage, your demon ape form will quickly transform. Seeing how seriously Feng Lai regarded the demon ape form, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, what benefits does mastering the demon ape form bring? You know the stages of martial arts, right? Feng Lai asked in return. Lin Feng nodded. I heard from Brother Lu that the first stage for a martial artist is internal strength. After achieving great blood energy comes internal force, then opening meridians, connecting acupoints, refining organs, marrow transformation, and true form. Correct, Feng Lai said approvingly. True form is the ultimate goal of martial artists. The so-called true form can be powerful monsters, formidable exotic beasts, or even innate gods and demons. The ultimate goal of the Demon Ape Mountain Punch is to transform into the ancient mythical beast, the mountain-moving demon ape. Huh? Transforming means becoming a monster. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. This was completely different from his previous conception of martial arts. Coach Feng, are you saying the highest level of martial arts is to become a mythical beast? Lin Feng asked incredulously. Feng Lai laughed and explained, of course not. The so-called true form is just a transformation. Martial artists remain human. Hearing this explanation, Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. With the data panel and 4 professions, getting stronger was just a matter of time. If he really turned into a non-human entity, he would have a hard time accepting it. Feng Lai continued. It said that in ancient times, some martial artists could achieve 72 true forms, possessing 72 transformations, with divine powers that could move mountains and drain seas. 72 transformations? Lin Feng had a peculiar expression. Coach, does this person with 72 transformations have the surname Sun? Surname Sun. Feng Lai shook his head. It's just a legend. There's no specific name. In this world, the story of Journey to the West doesn't exist, but the 72 true forms is a real martial arts realm. Lin Feng looked at Coach Feng Lai with a slight frown. Is it possible for someone to master all 72 true forms? He thought of his fellow disciple Lu Chong, who had been arduously practicing martial arts for 6 years without breaking through the most basic internal strengthening stage. Beyond internal strengthening lay internal energy, meridian opening, acupoint penetration, organ training, marrow transformation, and finally the true form realm. Each stage was more challenging than the last, and for most people, reaching the threshold of true form might take a lifetime. It certainly is, Feng Lai replied, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. In ancient times, some indeed achieved it, but martial arts today are not what they once were. Modern martial artists often resort to unorthodox methods to achieve even one true form, and those willing to pursue the path of ancient martial true forms are rare. He looked seriously at Lin Feng. With your talent, achieving true form isn't difficult. But remember, resist the temptation to switch paths. Ancient martial arts are the right path. Others are not orthodox. Other paths? Lin Feng asked, intrigued. Do you mean evil martial arts and demon martial arts? As he asked, he watched Feng Lai's expression closely and relaxed when he saw no change. Feng Lai shook his head and explained, although demon martial arts have the word demon, they are actually legitimate martial arts, just another name for ancient martial arts. Demon martial arts are ancient martial arts. Lin Feng was surprised, but upon reflection, it made sense. The ultimate goal of martial arts is to reach the true form realm, transforming into a being like a demon beast, so calling it demon martial arts was fitting. He cautiously asked, Coach, I heard that discussing these in the martial arts hall is prohibited, and some have been expelled for discussing demon and evil martial arts. Why is that? Feng Lai smiled and explained. Discussing demon martial arts won't get you expelled. Expulsion happens for discussing evil martial arts, those who follow evil gods and gain power through bloodshed. Evil gods thrive on blood and extreme emotions, and pleasing them often involves heinous acts. Though this path to power is a shortcut, it comes at a terrible cost. The martial arts hall forbids such discussions to prevent anyone from being tempted by quick gains and straying down the wrong path. He paused, then continued. Besides evil martial arts, there's another forbidden path called demon martial arts. Unlike ancient martial arts that seek true form, demon martial artists transform themselves into demons by consuming demon flesh. In the past, demon martial artists were hunted down, but with the new era, more people are choosing the demon martial path, while ancient martial arts practitioners dwindle. Nowadays, even the government has relaxed its stance on demon martial arts, with most opting for a permissive attitude except for some traditional ancient martial sects that remain resistant. Finally, Feng Lai added, as for the benefits of the demon ape form, you can think of it as a foundation or framework. Building this foundation is greatly beneficial for mastering the various levels of the mountain-moving demon ape. Lin Feng listened quietly to Feng Lai's explanation. As a hidden world of martial arts unfolded before him, demon martial arts, evil martial arts, the true form realm, 72 transformations. It was a world far more fascinating and complex than he had imagined. As soon as Lin Xiao entered the living room, he eagerly started recounting the events at the martial arts school to his parents. Gesturing animatedly, he said, Dad, Mom, you wouldn't believe it. My brother barely punched that guy, and he flew back like a scarecrow, 7 or 8 meters. Then my brother took a quick step forward and kicked him flying again. Su Hong and Lin Guiting listened in astonishment, exchanging bewildered looks. Lin Guiting couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Xiao, are you making things up again? Your brother's only been practicing martial arts for a few days. There's no way he's that strong. Seeing his parents' disbelief, Lin Xiao's face turned red with urgency. He quickly defended himself. Dad, I'm not lying. Everyone at the martial arts school saw it. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Noticing her son's earnest expression, Su Hong asked worriedly, was the person your brother hit badly hurt? Lin Xiao, oblivious to his mother's concern, boasted, of course. My brother punched him so hard he coughed up blood, and then he kicked him unconscious. At that moment, Lin Feng emerged from the bathroom and overheard Lin Xiao's exaggerated recounting. He frowned, remembering he had warned his brother not to tell their parents about the incident at the school. But it seemed Lin Xiao couldn't keep it to himself. Seeing Lin Feng, Su Hong immediately asked, Lin Feng, did you really hit someone that hard? Lin Xiao quickly jumped in to defend his brother. Mom, it's not my brother's fault. That guy was despicable. He's been practicing martial arts for over a decade and still bullied newcomers, saying nasty things. Worse, he tried to sneak attack and almost blinded my brother. Oh, Su Hong gasped. Lin Xiao continued. That's why my brother got angry and hit him a bit harder. You don't know, after the fight, all the seniors cheered and said he deserved it. After hearing this, Su Hong sighed deeply. I'm starting to regret letting you two practice martial arts. Lin Feng reassured her. Mom, don't worry. I'll be more careful in the future. He understood his parents' concerns. As ordinary people, they had lived peaceful lives, rarely encountering conflict. But Lin Feng was different now. Faced with repeated provocations and even attempts to blind him by Wu Jun, how could he just stand by? Although he didn't go all out, the power behind his punch and kick was significant, likely leaving Wu Jun bedridden for 10 days or 2 weeks. Lin Feng stood in front of the punching strength testing machine, taking a deep breath. His strength attribute had reached 11 points, meaning that even with a basic punch, he could unleash nearly 600 pounds of force. This was just the beginning. As his fundamental boxing skills improved, his power was rapidly growing. The demonic ape mountain fist, a martial technique he had practiced diligently, had now reached its peak mastery. Lin Feng recalled his recent impressive performance on the testing machine. At its peak, this technique was 5 times more powerful than when he was merely proficient. This meant he could now unleash a terrifying 3,000 pounds of force in an instant, enough to incapacitate or even kill opponents like Wu Jun with a single punch. However, what truly astonished Lin Feng was his innate skill berserk. Once activated, his strength attribute would skyrocket by 160, increasing by an additional 17 points in a short time, reaching an incredible 28 points. Lin Feng calculated silently. With each point equating to 80 pounds of punching force, his basic punch would reach 2,240 pounds. Coupled with the demonic ape mountain fist, he could unleash a cataclysmic force of 11,200 pounds. This figure made Lin Feng gasp. He even began to worry whether his body could withstand such a violent outburst of power. The skill's description mentioned that using it would leave him in an extremely weakened state for up to 10 days, but the specifics were unknown to him. He decided internally that this skill would be his last resort, only to be used in life-or-death situations. As night fell, the Lin household was already asleep. Lin Feng sat alone at his desk, the high school textbooks he borrowed glimmering under the desk lamp. He took a deep breath, activated his flow state, and began an intense study session. The next day at school, Lin Feng, are you serious? You've really self-taught all of the first-year courses? The homeroom teacher looked incredulous. Lin Feng replied calmly. Teacher, I know just saying it doesn't prove much. You can test me with any questions. If I get them right, perhaps I could take last year's final exams for the first year. 2 hours later, the classroom was silent. Zhang Wen stared in amazement as Lin Feng packed his bag. So, you really scored full marks in all 7 subjects? Lin Feng shook his head. Not quite. I only got 96 in Chinese. Mr. Yin said my handwriting was poor, so he deducted 2 points. The essay cost me another 2. After proving his capability, Lin Feng declined the school's offer to skip a grade. Eventually, they agreed that Lin Feng could study at home, but must return to school for a monthly exam. If his performance was unsatisfactory, he would have to return to regular classes. Before leaving, Lin Feng patted Zhang Wen on the shoulder. Brother, if you ever need anything, just call me. I'll be there. Zhang Wen's eyes lit up. Anything? Even gaming together? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Get lost, he said, turning to leave. Wait. Zhang Wen called after him. Can I hitch a ride? I want to go to the old internet cafe. Could you drop me off? Going to the internet cafe? Who else is going with you? Lin Feng asked with a frown, a hint of concern in his eyes. Zhang Wen replied casually. Xiao Fei and the others. What time do you plan to play until? Lin Feng pressed, his tone slightly disapproving. The usual. 10 o'clock, Zhang Wen said nonchalantly. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked, Wenzi, didn't the teacher say there are dangerous people around, and it's not safe to be out at night? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wen rolled his eyes. Since when did you become so obedient? Even when we got these warnings before, we still went out, didn't we? Lin Feng silently thought to himself. Well, that was because we were ignorant of the dangers behind those warnings. However, he kept this to himself, pondering how to dissuade Zhang Wen. Seeing Lin Feng's silence, Zhang Wen continued. Besides, what are the odds I'd run into trouble? Lin Feng had a sudden idea and changed the subject. Wenzi, haven't you always wanted to play on my high-ranking account? Zhang Wen looked puzzled, unsure why the topic had shifted so suddenly. Lin Feng tempted him further. If you promise not to go out at night for the next week and keep Xiao Fei and the others from going too, I'll let you use my account. Really? Zhang Wen asked excitedly, his eyes shining with anticipation. He had long coveted Lin Feng's top-ranked account. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng added, you can even change the username if you want. Haha, great. You're the best, man, Zhang Wen exclaimed joyfully. Lin Feng added seriously. But let me be clear. If you don't keep your promise, you won't get the account. Don't worry, Zhang Wen assured him, patting his chest. For the next week, after school, I'll stay home and won't go anywhere. I'll make sure Xiao Fei and the others do the same. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and prepared to leave. But he noticed Zhang Wen following him and asked, if you're not going to the cafe, why are you tagging along? Give me a lift home, will you? It's on the way anyway, Zhang Wen said with a cheeky grin. Seriously? I'm heading south, and your house is north. How's that on the way? Lin Feng grumbled, but he didn't chase Zhang Wen away. The two of them went to the parking lot, and Lin Feng gave Zhang Wen a ride from school. Sitting in the back seat, Zhang Wen excitedly sent voice messages to Xiao Fei and the others, sharing the news that Lin Feng was lending them his account. Suddenly, Zhang Wen realized something. Wait a minute, you're lending us your account and keeping us indoors for a week because you're worried about us? What are you worried about? Lin Feng casually made up a story. The other day, I had my fortune told by the roadside, and they said a friend of mine might have a bloody accident in the coming days, so. Zhang Wen widened his eyes in mock horror. What? A bloody accident? Let me out right now. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll walk home. Too late, Lin Feng laughed. They joked around as they drove along the riverbank, the sky painted with vibrant hues of red, adding a touch of beauty to the ordinary afternoon. Hey, take the mountain road, Zhang Wen suddenly directed from the back seat. Lin Feng frowned. The road there is terrible. Let's stick to the main road. No, it's much shorter that way, Zhang Wen insisted. I have something to do when I get home. That's why I asked for a ride today. Lin Feng asked skeptically. You had something to do, but you were going to the cafe? Lindsay, I'm serious. Take the mountain road. Zhang Wen's tone suddenly turned earnest, prompting Lin Feng to glance back at him. Lin Feng reluctantly turned the car towards the three-way intersection, driving into an abandoned industrial area. The road was in disrepair, full of potholes that jostled the car as he drove. Suddenly, Zhang Wen broke the silence from the back seat, gossiping. Lindsay, I heard Su Lu invited you for milk tea the other day, but you didn't go? Lin Feng absent-mindedly denied it, saying, that didn't happen. His attention was already caught by a familiar stench of decay, reminding him of a night he'd rather forget. Zhang Wen persisted. How could that be? The whole class heard about it. They say she cried after you turned her down. Haven't you always had a crush on her? What? Lin Feng abruptly cut off Zhang Wen's chatter, his gaze fixed on a horrifying scene by the roadside. A fallen electric scooter with parts scattered everywhere, and in the nearby bushes, a tall, shadowy figure was frantically gnawing on a corpse. The creature seemed to sense Lin Feng's stare and lifted its head. In the dim light, Lin Feng clearly saw its scaly face and glowing yellow slit-pupiled eyes. Instantly, every hair on his body stood on end, and without hesitation, he sharply turned the steering wheel to drive away. Hey, why are you turning around? Zhang Wen hadn't yet realized the danger approaching. Lin Feng glanced back to see the creature had abandoned the corpse and was rapidly pursuing them. The electric scooter's speed was no match, and the creature caught up in no time. In a split second, Lin Feng pushed the unsuspecting Zhang Wen out of the car and quickly rolled away himself. A loud crash followed as the creature smashed the moving scooter into pieces. Zhang Wen hit the ground hard, letting out a cry of pain. Meanwhile, the creature had set its sights on its nearest target, Lin Feng. Thanks to his agility score of 11 and extensive training, Lin Feng narrowly dodged the creature's lunge. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a sweeping kick to the creature's thigh, sending it tumbling like a skewer of candied fruit. Lin Feng quickly got to his feet, creating distance between him and the creature. At this point, Zhang Wen finally grasped the situation and screamed in terror. What the hell is that thing? Lindsay, what the hell is that? Stop asking and run. Lin Feng shouted angrily. He urged Zhang Wen to flee first while he stayed put. He knew that with the creature's speed, if they both ran, exposing their backs, neither would likely survive. The creature on the ground had gotten up and faced Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng finally saw its full form, bluish-gray skin covered in scales, its original suit torn apart by bulging muscles, leaving only a few strips hanging. Its mouth stretched to the back of its head, revealing rows of sharp white teeth stained with blood, with bits of flesh caught between them. The creature didn't attack immediately, seemingly assessing its opponent. Lin Feng felt a chill, recognizing it as the returned one, that Feng Lai had mentioned, a follower of an evil god. Lin Zi, run! Zhang Wen shouted from a distance. You run first. I'll hold it off, Lin Feng replied, not daring to look back. He cursed himself for jinxing them, as he'd just mentioned a disaster, and now it had come true in less than 10 minutes. The creature let out a low growl, advancing slowly. Lin Feng didn't retreat. Instead, he charged forward, yelling, die. The creature lunged instantly, its speed astonishing. It covered the 4-meter gap in a heartbeat, the stench of decay overwhelming as its sharp claws targeted Lin Feng's vitals. Lin Feng barely evaded but still got grazed on the shoulder, leaving 3 long wounds. Yet, he didn't panic. He noticed a flaw in the creature's attack. It was ferocious, but left itself open after its full-force lunge. As they crossed paths, Lin Feng seized the chance, turning to execute the Demon Ape Hammer from the Demon Ape Mountain Fist, striking the creature's back hard. Though Lin Feng's strength was only 11, 2 points above average, the enhanced power from the Demon Ape Mountain Fist sent the creature sprawling. Pressing the advantage, Lin Feng dashed forward, delivering another Demon Ape Hunt Tiger punch to the creature's head. The force of this punch was nearly 3,000 pounds, sending the creature flying across the road like a cannonball. For a regular person, such a punch would have been lethal. However, the creature merely shook its bloodied head and struggled to rise again. Damn, you're tough as nails. Lin Feng cursed under his breath as he watched the creature rise from the ground. This monster had strength, agility, and endurance all close to 20 points, completely overpowering him. With its sharp claws and terrifying jaws, it was like a walking meat grinder. Lin Feng looked down at the wound on his shoulder. 3 long gashes were bleeding profusely, staining his school uniform dark red. He tried moving his shoulder. Although it was uncomfortable, it wasn't too serious. This gave him some relief. At least he didn't have to resort to his last-ditch berserk mode. Just then, Zhang Wen came running back, panting, with a wooden stick he found somewhere. Lin, don't be afraid. I'm here to help. He stammered, his face full of tension and worry. Lin Feng was both exasperated and touched, almost on the verge of tears. What can you help with? A slide tackle? Don't just stand there. Call the police. Oh, right. The police. I'll call them right away. Zhang Wen snapped out of it, fumbling for his phone. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. This blockhead might be a bit slow, but his loyalty was commendable. Facing such a terrifying monster, he didn't run away but came back to help. The monster across from them was already back on its feet. Although Lin Feng's punch had knocked its jaw askew, leaving it bloodied, the injury seemed insignificant to it. It continued to glare at Lin Feng with vicious intent, ready to pounce at any moment. At this critical moment, a red car honked its horn as it approached, interrupting the impending battle. The car boldly stopped in front of them, and the window rolled down to reveal the face of a bald middle-aged man. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? The man shouted at Lin Feng and the monster. Shooting a movie without blocking the road ahead? Such nonsense in the middle of the street. Shooting a movie? Are you crazy? That's a monster. Get out of here. Lin Feng shouted desperately. Monster, my foot. Are you out of your mind? Too caught up in a movie? You. The man's words were cut short as the monster lunged at him like lightning. The creature's grayish-blue hand grabbed the greasy head of the middle-aged man, and with a terrifying scream, it gave a light tug. With a sickening crunch, the man's head was torn off, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The monster tossed the head aside and began to voraciously suck on the headless body. The gruesome scene made Lin Feng's stomach churn, nearly causing him to vomit. But he quickly realized this was a golden opportunity to escape. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Run! Lin Feng shouted back, snapping Zhang Wen out of his stupor. Zhang Wen dropped the wooden stick and took off running. With his 11 agility points, Lin Feng quickly overtook Zhang Wen. But unwilling to leave his friend behind, he grabbed Zhang Wen and dragged him along as they sprinted away. As they ran, Lin Feng glanced back and felt a chill of terror. The monster had abandoned the middle-aged man's body and was now furiously chasing them, its speed astonishing. Damn it! Is it ever going to end? Lin Feng was furious, his muscles tense, and a determined glint flashed in his eyes. He knew that even if he didn't hold Zhang Wen back, he couldn't outrun the creature. Continuing to run would only waste energy and ultimately turn him into a helpless victim. Lindsay, what are you doing? Zhang Wen shouted in panic as he saw Lin Feng suddenly stop. You run ahead, don't worry about me. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said. This time, Zhang Wen realized that staying behind would only be a burden. After a brief hesitation, he turned and sprinted forward. Behind them, the creature was closing in on all fours at an alarming speed. The foul stench mixed with the smell of blood filled the air as Lin Feng stood resolute, body on high alert. The creature quickly approached, its claws like knives, slashing towards Lin Feng. Anticipating the attack, Lin Feng stepped back just in time to avoid the deadly strike. The creature leaped again, pouncing ferociously. Despite knowing the creature's speed, Lin Feng was still caught off guard when a shadow suddenly loomed close. A grotesque head appeared by his neck, reeking of decay. In this critical moment, Lin Feng's nerves were taut, and he instinctively swung his arm back, striking the creature under the chin. This move was a variant of the Demon Ape's hammer from the Demon Ape Mountain Fist technique, executed reflexively without thought. With a loud bang, the creature was sent flying, rolling several meters away. Such a blow would have been fatal to an ordinary person, yet the creature seemed unscathed and quickly got up. Lin Feng, his expression cold, tore off his school uniform and gripped it tightly. Opposite him, the creature crouched on all fours, its yellow eyes filled with madness, its tongue licking the blood from its chin before letting out a terrifying roar. The creature lunged again, its sharp claws sparking on the concrete. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng decisively threw his uniform, the wide garment enveloping the creature and obscuring its vision. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng swiftly sidestepped, his fist whizzing through the air to smash into the creature's head just as it shook off the uniform. The force of nearly 3,000 pounds sent the creature crashing backward into a tree. The blow had an effect. The creature began to wobble dizzily. Knowing the creature was tough-skinned, Lin Feng wouldn't let this chance slip by. He immediately advanced, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Demon Ape slays the dragon. Lin Feng shouted, landing another powerful punch on the creature's face. A crack sounded as the creature's nose caved in, blood splattering. Strike first, strike fast, kill. Lin Feng showed no mercy, following with a demon ape hunts the tiger. Another crisp crack echoed as the creature's head tilted to one side. Lin Feng didn't stop. He leaped high, executing the demon ape's hammer again. With a resounding bang, his fist crashed down on the creature's now-deformed skull, sending brain matter splattering. Breathing heavily, Lin Feng wiped the blood from his mouth and looked down at the creature's mangled corpse, finally halting his assault. Lindsay, are you okay? Zhang hadn't run far. Seeing Lin Feng defeat the creature, he rushed back to support the bloodied Lin Feng, his face full of concern. Did you call the police? Lin Feng asked. I did, Zhang replied. Good, good. Lin Feng nodded, then took out his phone to call Feng Lai, quickly recounting what had happened. It was you who got attacked? Feng Lai's voice came through. The police and my people are on their way to you. Since you managed to call me, I assume you've dealt with the Ritter Ni that attacked you. Lin Feng hadn't mentioned killing the creature, but Feng Lai had already guessed the outcome. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel admiration. Coach, I did kill a Ritter Ni just now, Lin Feng admitted truthfully. There was a slight pause on the other end before Feng Lai spoke again. I'm surprised you managed to kill a Ritter Ni. However, you must leave there immediately. Knowing Badiko's methods, there are likely more returnees nearby. More than one. Lin Feng's scalp tingled as he had just relaxed, now instantly tense again. Ignoring the phone at his ear, he quickly scanned his surroundings. Due to the isolated mountain road, there were no vehicles passing by. To the south of the road was an abandoned factory, and further away was Goathead Mountain. About 20 meters ahead, a shadow on all fours was rapidly charging through the underbrush towards them. Damn it, not again. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. He had just barely managed to defeat one monster, and now another one appeared, leaving him in a panic. Wenzi, run! Lin Feng shouted as he grabbed Zhang, and the two of them took off at a sprint. He didn't even consider running to the other side of the street, knowing full well they couldn't outrun the creature. Instead, they headed toward the car of the middle-aged man they had seen earlier. Get in the car, Lin Feng yelled. Although Zhang hadn't seen the second monster, he could sense the danger from Lin Feng's tense expression. Without hesitation, he yanked open the car door and jumped inside. Lin Feng leaped into the driver's seat and quickly started the engine. He floored the gas pedal, and the car shot forward like an arrow. Just then, a dark shape leapt onto the roof from behind. Lin, it's on the roof. Zhang cried out in terror. Ignore it. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. The monster's claws scratched at the roof, creating a nerve-wracking screech of metal on metal. Lin Feng pressed the pedal to the floor, accelerating rapidly. The creature clung to the side of the car, its scaly, menacing head peering inside. Once they had gained enough speed, Lin Feng suddenly slammed on the brakes. The monster on the roof was flung off by the inertia. He immediately sped up again, skillfully maneuvering around the creature sprawled on the ground. Lin Feng glanced in the rearview mirror, relieved to see the monster left far behind. Just as he was about to relax, Zhang shouted, "Watch out!" Another monster sprang from the roadside, lunging at the driver's seat. The stench hit them like a wave, and Lin Feng instinctively ducked to the side, narrowly missing the creature's claws reaching through the window. The swerve caused the car to veer out of control, crashing into a tree by the road. The impact threw the monster at the window aside, leaving Lin Feng dazed, and Zhang in the backseat jolted forward with a painful cry. Despite his dizziness, Lin Feng forced himself back into the driver's seat, attempting to restart the stalled car. After 2 failed attempts, it was clear that the collision had damaged something vital. Outside, another gust of foul wind approached. Damn you, Lin Feng shouted, punching the attacking monster and knocking it to the ground. He quickly pushed open the door and jumped out, slamming it shut behind him. Ahead, the monster stood on all fours, its mouth full of sharp teeth dripping with saliva, clearly seeing Lin Feng as a tasty meal. This creature was smaller than the last, and from the tattered clothing, it seemed to have transformed from a woman. Meanwhile, the monster that had been thrown from the car was rushing back, and worse yet, another was creeping from the direction of the abandoned factory on the right. Lin Feng found himself surrounded by 3 monsters. Damn it, you forced my hand. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, knowing that without unleashing his berserk power, he wouldn't survive. Without hesitation, he activated the berserk ability within him. Instantly, Lin Feng's hair stood on end, his eyes turned blood red, and veins bulged across his skin, which took on a strange crimson huia sign of his blood boiling. His heart pounded like a drum, and a surge of violent emotion rose from within, flooding his entire being. Lin Feng felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body, and a sinister grin crept across his lips. Suddenly, a foul stench filled the air as a monster ahead launched an attack. This time, Lin Feng didn't dodge. Instead, he assumed the stance of a demon ape hunting a tiger. His muscles tensed like steel cables, with immense power coursing beneath every inch of his skin. These forces combined to form a powerful synergy, concentrating in his right fist. With his basic strength significantly enhanced, The power of the demon ape's hunting tiger move was amplified many times over. Lin Feng unleashed a powerful punch, and the air cracked like an explosion. The monster's chest burst open, spraying blood in all directions. It flew backward at 10 times the speed it had attacked, leaving a long trail of blood on the hard ground. Originally possessing only 11 points of strength, Lin Feng's power skyrocketed to an incredible 28 points in his berserk state. Coupled with the five-fold boost from the perfected demon ape mountain punch, the punch's explosive force exceeded 11,000 pounds. In reality, Lin Feng felt its true power might far surpass that number. The monster, thrown over 10 meters away, wasn't immediately dead. Despite the gaping, bullseyed wound in its chest, it struggled on the ground, showcasing its mutated resilience. Just then, Lin Feng sensed a malevolent gust behind him. Another monster was launching a sneak attack. Lin Feng quickly sidestepped, roaring, "Die!" as a more muscular fist smashed onto the ambusher's head. With a bang, the monster's head shattered like a watermelon struck by a sledgehammer, scattering brain matter everywhere. The body, missing half its head, rolled like a ragdoll into the roadside brush. Suddenly, a disturbance came from the right. Lin Feng whipped around, his blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. The third monster, about to attack, froze in fear at his terrifying gaze. Its yellow-slit pupils showed a hint of dread, and after a moment's hesitation, it turned to flee. Trying to escape? Lin Feng sneered, determined not to let it get away. He stomped the ground and shot forward like a bullet. With his agility now at a staggering 24 points, he closed the 5 or 6 meter gap in an instant. Grabbing the fleeing monster, he yanked it back forcefully. The monster was flung into the air and caught by Lin Feng's powerful hands before it hit the ground. "Die!" he roared, lifting it high and slamming it down with all his might. With a thunderous bang, the monster's head and upper body crashed into the hard concrete, bones cracking audibly. Bloody teeth flew in all directions, leaving a vivid red stain on the ground. Lin Feng didn't stop there. He lifted the barely alive monster again, repeatedly slamming it to the ground with relentless force. The sound of impact echoed, blood splattering and painting the ground red. Filled with exhilaration, Lin Feng continued to smash the monster's corpse. His eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted with rage, and he kept roaring, "Die! Die! Die!" Just then, a soft voice called from behind, "Lin Shitty." Lin Feng spun around, his face a mask of madness, eyes blood-red and covered in gore, startling the newcomer. "Junior brother Lin, it's me, Tong Bin. Uncle Feng sent me." A familiar voice pierced through Lin Feng's hazy consciousness. He struggled to lift his gaze and saw a tall figure standing before him. It was senior brother Tong. Lin Feng felt the rage in his eyes gradually dissipate, a hint of clarity returning. His mind flickered to the explanation on the panel about the berserk state. For every 8 seconds it lasts, intelligence decreases by 1 point. When intelligence drops to 3 points, a person loses all reason. Lin Feng realized that while he didn't push the limit of 48 seconds, he was close to 30 seconds. The rapid decline in intelligence made it nearly impossible for him to control himself, drowning in bloodlust and violence. Realizing his recent madness, Lin Feng immediately withdrew from the berserk state. As the state ended, the immense power that filled his entire being vanished in an instant. He felt his strength drain away, his legs gave out, and he collapsed toward the ground. Tong Bin reacted swiftly, stepping forward to catch Lin Feng. "Junior brother Lin, are you all right?" he asked with concern. Lin Feng tried to respond. His lips moved slightly, but no words came out. Darkness surged over him like a tide, swallowing his consciousness. "Junior brother Lin," Tong Bin exclaimed, seeing Lin Feng close his eyes with no response. He quickly placed his fingers on Lin Feng's carotid artery. Feeling a steady pulse, he breathed a small sigh of relief. "Is he okay?" A female voice came from the side. It turned out that besides Tong Bin, 2 women had also arrived on the scene. One was a tall young woman, around 26 or 27 years old, wearing a black trench coat that highlighted her elegant demeanor. She was the one who had just spoken. The other was slightly younger, about 16 or 17, with a face still carrying a hint of youthful roundness. She wore a tracksuit, her black hair simply tied into a ponytail. At that moment, the young girl was frowning as she surveyed the surroundings, seemingly searching for clues. Tong Bin shook his head. "He's fine, just fainted from exhaustion." "Phew, as long as he's okay." The trenchcoat woman visibly relaxed. "Team Leader Feng urgently called us over. If something had really gone wrong, it would have been hard to explain." She paused, then remarked, "No wonder Team Leader Feng has his eye on him. To think he could actually beat a returner to death. I heard he hasn't been training for long." "Not just one," Tong Bin corrected, pointing to another corpse by the tree stump in the distance. "There were 2. Tong brother, sister Chung Wu." The young girl suddenly spoke, pointing to tracks on either side. "It's 4. There's one in the bushes over there, and another in the wild forest here." Sure enough, in the 2 places she pointed out, lay 2 more gruesomely slain returner corpses. 4. The trench coat woman, known as Sister Cheng-Wu, gaped in astonishment. He took down 4 returners by himself? Hasn't he only been training for a short time? Tong Bin nodded to confirm. Indeed, he's only been training for a little over a week. Before that, he was just an ordinary high school student. An ordinary high school student, my foot. Cheng-Wu and the young girl exchanged incredulous glances. An ordinary high school student training for just over a week and managing to handle 4 returners alone. It was simply unbelievable. Is he an awakened one? Cheng-Wu pressed on. Tong Bin shook his head. Probably not. If he were, Uncle Feng wouldn't be paying this much attention. Then what was that just now? The 3 recalled the scene they had witnessed upon arrival. Lin Feng's bloodshot eyes, frantically pounding the already dead returner corpse, looking nothing like an ordinary person. Tong Bin shook his head. I don't know either. Forget it, let's not dwell on it. Cheng-Wu decisively changed the subject. Let's focus on our main task. Xiaoya, use the Void Realm to see if there are any more of Beidix's lunatics around. Sister Cheng-Wu, how large of an area should we seal off? About 10 miles in radius. Got it. The girl, Xiaoya, leaped gracefully, as if she had become weightless, and landed atop a nearby tall tree. Standing steadily on the swaying branches, a gray stone suddenly appeared in her hands. Clutching it tightly, Xiaoya closed her eyes, and an invisible force began to emanate from the stone. Centered around her, an unseen barrier rapidly expanded to encompass the entire 10-mile radius. No one is allowed to leave this place, she declared. As the barrier formed, everyone within its range suddenly appeared dazed. The Void Realm is established. Still with her eyes closed, Xiaoya opened them after a dozen seconds and pointed southward. Sister Cheng-Wu, there's one in the abandoned factory over there, and another about 150 meters away. 2 of them. All right, leave it to me. The woman in the trench coat, Cheng-Wu, dashed out like an arrow released from a bow. With each step covering more than 10 meters, she quickly leapt into the distant derelict factory, her speed astonishing. Meanwhile, Tong Bin carefully placed the unconscious Lin Feng in the SUV they had arrived in, before beginning to clean up the battlefield on the road. As he dragged out a corpse of a returner from the bushes, he paused in shock upon seeing the gruesome remains of its head. Was its head blown apart with a single punch? Tong Bin examined the wound on the returner's head, clearly caused by a powerful punch. These returnees had undergone divine modifications by Bardco, losing their sanity, but gaining significantly enhanced physical attributes, with muscles and bones far tougher than ordinary humans. To shatter a returnee's head with one punch, the force required. Tong Bin recalled Lin Feng's not particularly robust physique and found it hard to believe such a terrifying punch came from him. Even for Tong Bin, with his natural strength, years of martial arts training, and the opening of 11 hidden meridians, delivering such a clean and powerful punch would be challenging. Silently, Tong Bin placed the body back and dragged out another corpse from the distant grass. This one was similarly brutalized, bearing no other wounds except for a bullseyed hole in its chest. The long trail of blood on the ground indicated it was also killed with a single punch. Tong Bin felt a chill run down his spine, thinking to himself, what kind of monster has Uncle Feng taken under his wing? At that moment, Tong Bin's phone vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID and answered, Uncle. Tong Bin, what's the situation? Feng Lai's voice came through the phone. We've arrived at the scene. Xiaoya has set up the Void Realm. There are about 2 returnees left here, and Cheng-Wu is handling them. We've also found Junior Brother Lin. He's injured and unconscious due to exhaustion. Exhaustion? Junior Brother Lin killed 4 returnees by himself. There was a pause on the line. Feng Lai was currently in the mountains several miles away from the city. Killed 4 returnees. Yes. Feng Lai took a deep breath. He was well aware of the power of the great accomplishment stage of the Demon Ape Mountain Punch. But Lin Feng had only been practicing martial arts for a short time, and although his physical attributes had improved, he still lagged behind those who had trained for years. Even with the powerful Demon Ape Mountain Punch, without adequate base strength, its effectiveness would be limited. Moreover, life and death battles are not the same as sparring, where the slightest misstep could mean death. Even with the strength, without mental fortitude and the courage to risk it all, facing one returnee could be fatal, let alone 4. What exactly happened? Feng Lai asked urgently over the phone. What happened? How should I know? Tong Bin was equally puzzled and could only reply, Uncle, I'm not clear on the details either. I'll give you a full report when you return. Feng Lai was silent for a moment before finally saying, all right, after you handle things there, take Lin Feng to your master. I'll come over once I'm done here. The day before yesterday, a serious car accident occurred near the mountain road in the northern part of the city, resulting in the unfortunate deaths of 2 citizens. This news interrupted Lin Feng's breathing exercises, causing him to abruptly open his eyes and focus on the television across the room. The scene on the screen was chaotic. Parts of an electric bike were scattered everywhere, and a small car was severely damaged after crashing into a tree. Lin Feng's heart sank. Wasn't this accident his doing? Could the officials really be covering it up like this? At that moment, Lin Feng was not at home, but lying on a bed in the medicine room of a martial arts school. It had been 2 days since he was attacked by the returnees. After breaking out of his berserk state that day, he fell into a deep sleep and only regained consciousness last night. Upon waking, Lin Feng felt the intense weakness described by his berserk talent. His body was so weak that even lifting a hand was difficult. The old apothecary, Lu Sun, gave him a pill and then immersed him in a large wooden tub to steam and stew, during which he fell asleep again. Upon waking today, he felt slightly better and could at least walk. The intense battle had provided Lin Feng with a wealth of data feedback, which he only had the chance to review today. Basic movement technique experience 285 points. Basic fist technique experience 135 points. Ancient warrior profession experience 385 points. Ancient warrior profession level up to level 5. Gained 1 talent point and 1 attribute point. Option to consume 1 origin essence to convert ancient warrior to bardic evil warrior. Faced with the choice of switching professions, Lin Feng refused without hesitation. He clearly remembered Feng Lai's explanation about ancient warriors and evil warriors. Ancient warriors followed the path of transcendence, while evil warriors served evil gods. Obviously, becoming an ancient warrior was far better than being a lackey of an evil god. The life and death battle had yielded an astonishing amount of experience, especially with the ancient warrior profession experience skyrocketing by 385 points. However, Lin Feng did not wish to endure another battle of such danger. The experience gained had directly elevated his ancient warrior level to level 5216-1200. Faced with the newly acquired attribute point, Lin Feng pondered deeply. In the past, he would unhesitatingly invest in intelligence and constitution, but this life-threatening crisis had made him acutely aware of the importance of agility and strength. Agility could enhance speed and reaction, aiding in escape. The role of strength was self-evident. After a long period of deliberation, Lin Feng ultimately chose to increase intelligence. In his view, this choice offered the highest cost-effectiveness under the current circumstances. Lin Feng understood well the advantage that intelligence provided in gaining professional experience. But more importantly, each point of intelligence delayed the onset of madness by 8 seconds. This was especially crucial when activating the true man state. Without hesitation, he increased his intelligence from 15 to 16. As for the talent points, Lin Feng only needed to choose between level 2 dominance and level 2 berserk. Considering the dangers of this world, he decisively chose berserk, his life-saving skill. After upgrading berserk to level 3, Lin Feng carefully studied the newly acquired ability. Level 3 berserk. Strength increases by 320, agility by 240, and intelligence decreases by 50. Each point of constitution maintains the state for 6 seconds, and 1 point of intelligence is lost every 6 seconds. Losing rationality occurs when intelligence drops below 3 points. In berserk state, health increases by 200. What satisfied Lin Feng even more was that berserk now had 3 levels, allowing flexible choice based on the situation. Level 1 berserk. Strength increases by 80, agility by 60, intelligence decreases by 30. Each point of constitution maintains the state for 18 seconds, with 1 point of intelligence lost every 18 seconds. Level 2 berserk. Strength increases by 160, agility by 120, intelligence decreases by 40. Each point of constitution maintains the state for 12 seconds, with 1 point of intelligence lost every 12 seconds. Lin Feng quickly calculated that with his current intelligence of 16 points, he could sustain level 1 berserk for 147.6 seconds, far exceeding the 30 seconds of level 3 berserk. This flexibility was particularly important in complex situations. As Lin Feng was immersed in contemplating his new abilities, his phone suddenly rang on the bedside table. Maintaining the rhythm of the ape breathing technique, he picked up the phone to find it was a video call from Zhongwen. Lin Feng recalled the incident from that day. Zhongwen was thrown against the back of a chair, unconscious, with a broken rib and a 5-centimeter wound on his head. At this moment, Zhongwen was lying in a hospital bed, looking confused as he asked, "Lin, what exactly happened the day before yesterday? How did we get hit?" Lin Feng realized that Zhongwen had completely forgotten about the ordeal. He remembered Feng Lai's explanation. They had erased Zhongwen's memories of the returner's attack. Feng Lai believed that it might be better for ordinary people to forget this experience. Lin Feng pondered. He realized that for Zhongwen, erasing this memory might indeed not be a bad thing. If ordinary people knew about the other side of the world but were powerless to fight against it, they would only live in fear. In comparison, ignorance became a form of happiness. Lin Feng recalled his own life over the past 16 years, unaware of the hidden world, yet he had lived happily. He couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes, ignorance truly is bliss. Lin Feng was left speechless by Zhongwen's voluntary decision to have his memory erased. At that moment, a sharp question suddenly popped into Lin Feng's mind. "Coach, why didn't you ever ask me if I wanted my memory erased? How do you know you haven't had your memory erased before?" Feng Lai responded with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. Don't worry, being able to kill for returnees proves you're not an ordinary person, and you naturally have the strength to know these things. But, Lin Feng, what really happened back then? How did you manage to kill those 4 returnees? Lin Feng was prepared. He took a deep breath and began. Coach, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself. I was on the phone with you when I suddenly saw a returnee charging at me. Knowing I couldn't outrun them, I grabbed a classmate and jumped into a nearby car, planning to drive away. But as soon as we lost one, another pounced on the steering wheel, and the car crashed into a tree. He paused for a moment before continuing. I had no choice but to fight for my life. Faced with the returnee's assault, at the brink of death, an inexplicable power surged within me. I don't know how, but in a blur, I managed to kill 3 of them. Lin Feng cautiously hid the existence of the data panel, vaguely alluding to the sudden power as a possible special talent. He noticed Feng Lai musing to himself. Perhaps it's a unique bloodline or physique. Clearly, Feng Lai was unaware of the concept of rage. As Lin Feng was lost in his memories, Zhang Wen's voice suddenly shouted from the video. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Lin Feng, are you even listening to me? Lin Feng snapped back to reality, hurriedly responding. I'm listening. I'll send you the number once you're discharged. He suddenly realized that at some point, he had stopped the demon ape breathing. Lin Feng exhaled softly, quickly adjusting his breathing rhythm. For some time now, Lin Feng had been diligently practicing the regular breathing technique of the demon ape Xingshan fist. Although it initially required his full concentration to maintain, he had made significant progress. As long as he wasn't too distracted, he could maintain the demon ape breathing in his daily life. Lin Feng had once used his phone to record his breathing patterns during sleep. He found that he could maintain the demon ape breathing in the early stages of sleep, but it would revert to his instinctual rhythm during deep sleep. Despite this, he believed that with another week of focused practice, he could completely transform his breathing method. Once the demon ape breathing fully replaced his original breathing, the demon ape Xingshan fist, which was stuck at the advanced stage, could break through to the perfect stage. This would not only greatly accelerate the transformation of his muscles and bones, but also fill Lin Feng with anticipation for the demon ape form, mentioned by Feng Lai. Of course, what he yearned for most was achieving the true form. According to Feng Lai, the ultimate goal of the demon ape mountain fist is to become a mountain-moving demon ape. After Lin Feng learned this from Feng Lai, he immediately started an online search. Initially, he found nothing, but he persisted and eventually discovered some clues in an ancient mythology forum. An old member of the forum mentioned that the mountain-moving demon ape is a demon from the mythology of the northern Yan kingdom, residing in the celestial Curtain Mountain, with the power to move mountains and shift rivers. Lin Feng was skeptical, clearly not equating the true form of the mountain-moving demon ape with mere myth. With a playful attitude, Lin Feng showed this post to Feng Lai the next day, asking, Coach, is the mountain-moving demon ape you mentioned the same as the one in this myth? After reading carefully, Feng Lai shook his head and replied, There are some differences, but not too far off. Lin Feng, eyes wide with curiosity, quickly asked, What's different and what's the same? Feng Lai explained, The main difference lies in the ability to move mountains and shift rivers. Achieving the true form, becoming the true mountain-moving demon ape, it's not possible to move massive mountain ranges like Shishan Tianyue Mountain or Jiuqing Mountain. He elaborated on the scale of these mountains. Shishan Tianyue Mountain is a 1,000-milling range connected to the sea on one side and the wind-cracked valley on the other. Jiuqing Mountain covers 28,000 hectares with a peak reaching 2,124 meters. By this point, Lin Feng had guessed what Feng Lai was about to say. Sure enough, Feng Lai continued, but moving smaller peaks and mountains, around 100 meters high, is definitely possible. This, 100 meters, is roughly equivalent to over 300 meters. Moving such large mountains is clearly beyond human capability. Lin Feng was so astonished that he almost doubted his own ears and wondered if Feng Lai was joking. He stood there, his previous ideas about the highest level of ancient martial arts completely overturned, leaping from ordinary martial arts to the mythical realm of moving mountains and filling seas. Seeing through Lin Feng's thoughts, Feng Lai earnestly said, What? You don't believe me? I'm not exaggerating. Do you think achieving the true form is easy? He shook his head and continued, Whether it's internal strength, opening meridians, or the stages beyond, countless extraordinary talents have failed at these hurdles. Very few achieve the true form. Currently, Lin Feng is in the hospital room chatting with Zhang Wan while practicing his breathing technique. Meanwhile, an important conversation about Lin Feng's future is taking place in the office of the martial arts hall on the 5th floor. The hall master, Su Hao, handed a freshly brewed cup of Gu Mountain tea to Feng Lai, who was sitting opposite him, and said with a smile, Brother Feng, try this Gu Mountain tea I just acquired. Feng Lai took the cup, placed it on the table, and said directly, Brother Su, you know I'm just a rough person, not someone who appreciates tea. You must have called me up here for Lin Feng, right? Su Hao admitted. Indeed, it's about Lin Feng. He explained that although he didn't oppose Feng Lai keeping Lin Feng back, then due to his age, according to Brother Lu's diagnosis, Lin Feng not only has a super recovery physique, but might also possess another special trait. Such talent even surpasses the direct disciples at headquarters, and if Lin Feng stays here, it might cause dissatisfaction among the inner sect. Feng Lai responded candidly. Brother Su, you don't need to bear the pressure alone, nor do you need to tell Brother Lu to keep this news a secret. You can report Lin Feng's situation to headquarters. If there's any trouble, let them come to me. Honestly, if it weren't for our master's sake, I wouldn't have let Lin Feng join the White Ape Dao. Su Hao sighed. Ah, Brother Feng, your dedication would surely make our master proud if he knew. But isn't it a bit of a waste for Lin Feng, with his talent, to follow your path? Feng Lai retorted. Who says he has to follow my path? On the third day, Xinglong community welcomed the warm morning sun. Among the city's tall buildings, the sun peeked out halfway, with a few rays cautiously streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the Lin family living room. Lin Xiao, dressed in loose sportswear, was focused on practicing basic martial arts in the living room. His movements were crisp and efficient, with a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead. In the kitchen, Lin Feng, wearing an apron, was busy at the stove, as the spatula made a soft clattering sound against the pan. At 7:30, the sun had risen a bit higher. The door to the master bedroom opened, and Su Hong emerged, disheveled. Seeing Lin Zhao's earnest practice, she couldn't help but smile. You act like reading is a chore, but you're so enthusiastic about martial arts. Following her, Lin Guoting closed the bedroom door casually, half awake and yawning, his eyes barely open. He complained, hey, can we make a deal? Can you two get up a bit later? The crack of dawn, and there's already so much noise. Su Hong rolled her eyes at him. You should be grateful. Our two sons are so self-disciplined now, each doing their own thing. We get up and breakfast is ready. You're getting a good deal and still complaining. Lin Xiao paused his practice and couldn't resist chiming in. Exactly. Dad, you used to wake up at 6 when my brother wasn't cooking. Now you sleep till 7:30 and still think we're noisy. Should I tell my brother to let you handle cooking again? Lin Guoting, unfazed, replied with a smile. I'll take over if you're willing to eat what I cook. I have no objections. I disagree. Su Hong immediately interjected. Lin Xiao quickly backtracked. Never mind, Dad. It's not that your cooking is bad, but it's just not quite on par with my brother's. You little rascal. Lin Guoting pretended to be angry. You grew up on my cooking for 13 years, and now you're turning your nose up at it? That's because I hadn't tasted my brother's cooking before, Lin Xiao replied slyly. The three of them bantered playfully in the living room, while Lin Feng remained quietly focused in the kitchen, preparing breakfast with a calm, expressionless demeanor, clearly in a state of flow. Brother, how much longer for breakfast? I'm starving. Lin Xiao suddenly dashed into the kitchen to ask. Lin Feng, momentarily startled, paused slightly in his egg frying, then replied, almost done. Are Dad and Mom up? They're washing up. Perfect, go set the table then. By the time Su Hong and Lin Guoting finished washing up, Lin Xiao had already set 4 bowls of beef noodles on the table. The rice noodles were neatly topped with thin slices of beef, a perfectly fried egg in the center, garnished with scallions and cilantro. Wow, it smells amazing. Su Hong, with her hair tied up in a bun, leaned in to take a deep breath and praised. Lin Xiao boasted, of course my brother's cooking is unbeatable now. Sycophant, Lin Feng said as he walked out of the kitchen, though he felt gratified by his family's appreciation. He sat at the dining table, and in his mind, data appeared. You meticulously made 4 bowls of beef noodles with fried eggs. Your culinary skills gained 40 experience points. Your frying skills gained 26 experience points. Lin Feng awoke from his unconscious state, and the world around him slowly came into focus. The wooden furnishings of the herb shop and the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs filled his senses. The old apothecary, Lu Sun, looked at him with a satisfied smile. Young man, you can go home now, Lu Sun said, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. Remember to get plenty of rest. Back at home, although Lin Feng was physically weak, he didn't remain idle. He opened his junior year textbooks, letting his gaze wander over the dense text, all the while busying himself in the kitchen, preparing delicious meals for his family. Over time, his culinary skills had unknowingly improved, and today he finally broke through a bottleneck. Ding! A system notification sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Your skills stir-fry gained 32 experience points, knife skills gained 21 experience points, and fire control gained 13 experience points. Your profession chef gained 18 experience points and has leveled up to level 2. You have earned 1 attribute point and 1 talent point. Lin Feng smiled slightly and quickly made a decision. He allocated the attribute point to intelligence without hesitation and used the talent point to upgrade dominant. Dominant LV3 passive is maxed, increasing recovery ability by 120, the system's voice announced again. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. Aside from the talent dominant, the other 3 talents had all reached their maximum levels. His gaze drifted to the blank space at the top of the talent page, filled with anticipation. Although no new talent appeared when the ancient martial artist reached level 5, Lin Feng was confident that new talents would be revealed as he leveled up. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng's body had fully recovered thanks to the dominant talent and the treatment from the old apothecary Lu Sun. He donned his sportswear, packed a bag full of food and water, and headed off to the martial arts school with a spring in his step. As he pushed open the glass door of the school, Chinya at the front desk looked at him in surprise. Lin Feng, I heard you had a car accident a few days ago and were unconscious for more than a day. How are you bouncing around already? Lin Feng explained with a smile. It was just a minor bump on the head, nothing serious. Is Coach Feng here? In the office, Chinya gestured inside. Lin Feng nodded in thanks and quickly made his way to the locker room. He took off his outerwear, revealing a weltoned upper body, with 3 faint red marks on his shoulder that were now barely visible scars from his battle with the returning ones. After changing into his martial arts uniform, Lin Feng headed to Feng Lai's office and knocked gently on the door. Feng Lai looked up, slightly surprised to see Lin Feng. You're back on your feet so soon? Didn't old Lu tell you to rest for at least 4 or 5 days? I feel completely fine, Lin Feng replied, standing tall with a determined look in his eyes. Feng Lai assessed Lin Feng, noting his vigorous spirit, and decided not to press the matter further. You usually head straight to the 3rd floor to practice when you come to the school. This time, you came to my office. What's up? Lin Feng smiled and got straight to the point. Coach, besides the magic ape fist, can I learn another martial art? Lin Feng stood in the martial arts training ground, recalling the intense battle with the returners. He couldn't help but frown. The demon ape mountain fist was powerful, but during that life and death struggle, he realized the limitations of his attack methods. A thought flashed through his mind. It was time to learn a new martial art. With this in mind, Lin Feng headed to Coach Feng Lai's office. Feng Lai didn't say much, only asked calmly, which martial art do you want to learn? Tan Tue, Lin Feng replied decisively. Although this martial art wasn't a secret technique of the White Ape Path, even ordinary apprentices could practice it. Lin Feng thought back to the battle. If he had mastered a leg technique, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed dealing with the first returner. Feng Lai nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. You do need a leg technique, he said. But I suggest you first master the basic martial arts before learning advanced ones. Your basic leg and body techniques haven't reached mastery yet, have they? Lin Feng admitted honestly, no. He had been focused on the demon ape mountain fist, and his basic leg and body techniques were only proficient, not yet mastered. Feng Lai's lips curled into a slight smile. Once you've mastered the basic techniques, I can teach you a leg technique even more powerful than Tan Tue. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Really? Feng Lai chuckled. Of course. It's just a martial art. Why would I lie to you? Thank you, coach, Lin Feng said excitedly. I won't disturb you any longer. He turned to leave, eager to start improving his basic techniques. Wait. Feng Lai suddenly called after him, taking a bank card from his desk drawer and handing it over. The investigation on Mountain Road is complete. This is your share. Lin Feng looked puzzled. What is this? What else? It's money, Feng Lai explained. Every time there's a supernatural event, the authorities award a bonus. Each returner is worth 100,000 yuan. You killed 4, so that's 400,000. After deducting the 50,000 you borrowed last time and the 5,000 for the electric bike compensation, there's 355,000 left on the card. 355,000. Lin Feng was stunned. Feng Lai smiled. What? You don't want it? Of course I want it. Lin Feng quickly took the bank card. The card is in your name, and the password is your birthday, Feng Lai added. You can buy the Sanyuan Dan needed for the demon ape mountain fist from old Lu yourself. Lin Feng looked at the bank card and suddenly remembered something. Coach, wasn't it agreed that the Sanyuan Dan would be 9 out and 13 back? Feng Lai waved his hand. Forget it, the loan wasn't out for long. Charging you interest would make me seem petty. Thank you, coach, Lin Feng said sincerely. Go on, get back to your training, Feng Lai said. Once your basic techniques meet the requirements, come find me anytime. All right, I'll come by later, Lin Feng said with a smile as he left the office, patting the bank card in his pocket with delight. He never expected to receive a reward for defeating returners. With this money, he could finally afford the necessary elixirs for his training. Lin Feng headed straight to the pharmacy on the 4th floor. As he entered, he saw Lu Sun engrossed in a heavy ancient book. Old Lu, Lin Feng called softly. Lu Sun looked up and, seeing it was him, said in a slightly annoyed tone, Didn't I tell you to rest at home? Why are you back at the martial arts center? Lin Feng replied with a smile. I feel like I've almost fully recovered, so I thought I'd come out and get some exercise. Feelings? If it were all about feelings, then what's the point of having a doctor like me? Lu Sun scoffed, furrowing his brows. Lin Feng, hearing this, obediently stepped up to the consultation table and placed his hand on the cotton cloth. Lu Sun extended 2 bony fingers and gently pressed them against Lin Feng's wrist. The room fell silent, with only the ticking of the wall clock echoing in the background. Mr. Lu, Lin Feng couldn't help but speak up, seeing Lu Sun with his eyes closed for a long time. Lu Sun slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Lin Feng, and silently withdrew his hand. After a moment, he spoke. Your body functions have indeed returned to their peak. Lin Feng, if I were to introduce. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Introduce what? Lin Feng asked curiously. Mr. Lu, you must be mistaken. I'm only a high school freshman. Only a freshman? Lu Sun's eyes widened. I'm not introducing you to a girlfriend. Never mind, let's not talk about this. He waved his hand dismissively. You didn't just come to have your pulse checked, did you? I'm here to buy the Sanyuan pill, Lin Feng admitted honestly. So the Sanyuan pill that Feng Lai bought last time was for you. Lu Sun realized, turning to the back of the pharmacy and soon returning with an exquisite porcelain bottle. Swipe your card. Lin Feng was a bit confused, not understanding why Lu Sun was suddenly upset. He took out the card Feng Lai had given him, swiped it gently, and entered the password. Transaction successful. After Lin Feng left, Tong Bin emerged from the back of the pharmacy, and, seeing Lu Sun's sullen expression, couldn't help but laugh. Is there any need to be so angry? I'm not angry. Lu Sun gritted his teeth. I'm frustrated. Such a promising talent with multiple gifts, snatched up by that little bastard Feng Lai. It's infuriating. Nothing you can do about it if you can't beat Uncle Feng, Tong Bin said nonchalantly. Lu Sun, enraged by this, grabbed an apple from the table and hurled it at Tong Bin. You ungrateful traitor. Tong Bin easily caught the apple, took a big bite, and laughed. Master, I'm going downstairs to practice some boxing. Call me if you need anything. Get out. Lu Sun shouted angrily. Lin Feng returned to the training room on the third floor and immediately took a Sanyuan pill. The medicinal power quickly spread from his abdomen to his entire body. He began practicing the Demon Ape Mountain Punch, entering a state of flow. The room echoed with his breathing and the sound of his punches cutting through the air. 40 minutes later, Lin Feng emerged from the flow state. He didn't stop immediately, but instead completed the entire set of Demon Ape Mountain Punch before finishing with a closing gesture. A system notification appeared. You have engaged in an immersive training session. Your skill, Demon Ape Mountain Punch, gained 0 experience points. Your profession, Ancient Martial Artist, gained 156 experience points. Lin Feng breathed heavily, feeling both exhausted and invigorated. He unscrewed his water bottle and took a few satisfying gulps. Instead of continuing his practice, he did some simple stretches and then sat on the carpet to rest. Although 40 minutes of flow training wasn't his limit, today's main focus was on basic martial arts rather than the Demon Ape Mountain Punch. Lin Feng adjusted his breathing, preparing to start the next phase of his training. In the training room, Lin Feng lay on the carpet with his eyes closed, resting. Thanks to the exceptional recovery ability of a level 3 overlord, his body quickly returned to normal. Opening his eyes, he decided to upgrade his basic leg techniques first. Flow state. Lin Feng murmured softly, then entered a state of focus. The basic leg techniques were not complicated, consisting of just a few simple moves: front kick, side kick, sweep, and hook kick. In the flow state, Lin Feng was completely immersed, repeating these moves over and over. He set a training time of 1 hour, and with his enhanced intelligence and physique, he could now maintain the flow state for up to 2 hours and 6 minutes. Time flew by. When Lin Feng stopped, his clothes were soaked with sweat. Data appeared before his eyes. You have undergone immersive training. Your skill in basic leg techniques has gained 556 experience points. Your basic leg techniques have advanced to level 4. Your profession as an ancient martial artist has gained 72 experience points. In just 1 hour, his basic leg techniques had jumped from level 3 to level 4, reaching a state of mastery. Lin Feng had earlier mentioned finding Feng Lai, and it wasn't a joke. He truly had the confidence to master 2 martial arts in a short time. He grabbed his backpack, took out the prepared food, and leaned against the wall to eat heartily. The flow state consumed both physical and mental energy, but the ratio varied depending on the activity. During reading and studying, mental energy might be twice the physical. In martial arts training, physical energy consumption far exceeded mental, roughly at a 3-to-1 ratio. After a hearty meal, Lin Feng rested again. With the Overlord talent, he didn't need to train in the conventional way and could use the flow state throughout. This method was simple and efficient. Train until tired, rest, and then re-enter the flow state after recovery. Soon, there was a knock on the office door. Come in, Lin Feng responded. Feng Lai entered and asked, It's you again. What's up? Is there an issue with the bank card password? Lin Feng just smiled without answering. Feng Lai immediately understood and exclaimed in surprise. Your basic leg techniques and movement techniques have both reached mastery? Glancing at the time, he laughed and said, It's only been a short while. You're a real monster among monsters. Since both martial arts have met the criteria, let's go. Back in the training room, Feng Lai began. The martial art I'm teaching you is called Shadowless Thunderbolt, a secret technique of the Tianhe sect. Tianhe sect? Lin Feng was puzzled, having searched online for domestic martial arts schools without finding Tianhe sect. Feng Lai explained. Tianhe sect is not a martial arts school from our Lihua country, but a martial arts sect from the northern Yin country, a great sect with a 1,000-year tradition. A 1,000-year-old sect. Lin Feng was astonished. Coach, if the Tianhe sect is so formidable, then their secret martial art, shadowless thunderbolt, must be quite powerful too. It's decent. Feng Lai paused, and then chuckled. However, if you learn this martial art, be cautious when you meet someone from the Tianhe sect in the future. Sensing something amiss, Lin Feng quickly asked, Coach, how did you come by this martial art? Shadowless Thunderbolt is a secret technique of the Tianhe sect, so how does someone from the Baiyuan Dao like you know it? Feng Lai candidly replied, I stole it, of course. What? Huh? Lin Feng's exclamation shattered the tranquility of the training ground. He frowned slightly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. What? Are you scared? Feng Lai smirked with a hint of teasing. If you don't want to learn, I can teach you leg kicks. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. I want to learn the kicks too, and shadowless thunder as well, he stated firmly, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Only kids make choices. Seeing Lin Feng's enthusiasm, Feng Lai explained, I was just surprised by how you acquired shadowless thunder. He chuckled. As for the northern Yin kingdom being thousands of miles away, and the Tianhe sect's location unknown, what is there to fear? Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Shadowless thunder, just the name suggests it's a powerful martial art. Especially being a secret technique from a major sect, it must be extraordinary. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Why would I give up? Feng Lai put away his playful demeanor and said seriously, if you want to learn techniques like leg kicks, I can teach you later. With your talent, it's just a matter of observing a few times. But for now, let's talk about shadowless thunder. Lin Feng immediately focused, ready to listen intently. Feng Lai began slowly, his voice deep and rhythmic. Shadowless thunder is unlike ordinary martial arts. It consists of training techniques and combat techniques. There are 3 sets of training methods, each with different moves, progressing from simple to complex. I had you master the basic leg and body techniques because some moves are very difficult, and without a foundation, you can't practice them. He paused and continued. The combat techniques consist of 3 moves, each corresponding to a set of training methods. Although it's called a martial art, it's actually a collection of 3. Engrossed, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, why not just practice the combat techniques directly? Feng Lai didn't answer immediately, but instead kicked lightly in the air. Lin Feng frowned, puzzled. The move Feng Lai used was nothing complicated, just a sidekick from the basic leg techniques. Did you learn it? Feng Lai asked, looking at Lin Feng intently. Recalling Feng Lai's move, Lin Feng awkwardly replied, Coach, isn't that just a kick? A kick. Feng Lai smirked, rolled up his pants to his thigh, and kicked again. This time, he slowed down the motion so Lin Feng could see every detail. Lin Feng watched Feng Lai's leg closely. Initially, it looked like any normal leg, with no special muscles. However, when Feng Lai kicked, a sudden transformation occurred. The muscles on his thigh rapidly emerged, forming menacing and terrifying muscle dragons, making his leg instantly thicker. Lin Feng was stunned, imagining the consequences of being kicked by such a leg. Did you learn it? Feng Lai asked again, his tone playful. Lin Feng remained silent. He knew the sidekick, but he couldn't replicate those terrifying muscles. Feng Lai lowered his leg, straightened his pants, and explained, the so-called techniques of shadowless thunder are just ways to exert force, and the training methods are about changing muscles and bones to master this exertion. Changing muscles and bones. Lin Feng, intrigued by the familiar term, asked, can shadowless thunder also change muscles and bones? Feng Lai nodded. Any martial art, with long-term practice, can change muscles and bones. Even simple punching, if you practice continuously, the punching hand will differ from the non-punching one. That's changing muscles and bones, isn't it? Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. According to Feng Lai, muscles thickening, tendons strengthening, bones hardening, could indeed be considered changing muscles and bones. He didn't dwell on the issue and asked, Coach, compared to Demon Ape Mountain Fist, which is more powerful, shadowless thunder, as a secret martial art of the Tianhe sect? Feng Lai's expression turned serious. Although shadowless thunder is a secret martial art, it's primarily for defeating enemies. Demon Ape Mountain Fist, however, is a foundational martial art. Within the Tianhe sect, shadowless thunder is undoubtedly invaluable, but comparing it to Demon Ape Mountain Fist is an insult to the latter. His tone carried a hint of disdain. Have you ever seen dog feces compared to a gem? Dog poop. Lin Feng was taken aback by this comparison. Comparing the secret techniques of a millennium-old sect to dog poop seemed a bit too much. What made him even more bewildered was that he still had to learn this dog poop of a martial art. Feng Lai remained expressionless, yet his eyes were full of disdain. He continued to explain, fundamental martial arts can establish the foundation for true forms, something that ordinary martial skills can't compare to. In ancient times, a single foundational martial art was enough to establish a sect. Now you understand why I told you not to reveal the Demon Ape Mountain Fist. Lin Feng nodded slightly, somewhat shocked by the differences in the levels of martial arts. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Feng Lai smiled and said, "Actually, it doesn't matter if you let it slip out. The one in trouble would be you. After all, no one dares to mess with me." Returning to the main topic, Feng Lai began explaining the shadowless thunderbolt leg technique. The first move consists of 85 actions, divided into 3 groups. The first group has 18, the second group has 26, and the third group has 41. 85 actions just to master one move. Lin Feng asked in surprise. "It's not a move, it's a force," Feng Lai corrected, "shadowless force." Recalling Feng Lai's previous demonstration, Lin Feng suddenly understood. This shadowless thunderbolt wasn't just an ordinary martial art, it was a unique way of exerting force. Those 85 actions were meant to master this special force. Feng Lai moved to the center of the area, ready to demonstrate. "I'll teach you the first set of actions." Lin Feng immediately entered a shallow flow state, focusing entirely on observing. The first form, crescent shape, Feng Lai slowly demonstrated. Move slowly, engaging the inner thigh muscles and tendons. He stepped forward with his right leg, leaned backward with his body, assuming a strange posture with his ankle arched and toes turned inward. Feng Lai demonstrated each move only once before moving on. The second form, old ox plowing. Half an hour later, Feng Lai finished the demonstration. "Remember everything?" Seeing Lin Feng lost in thought, Feng Lai raised his voice and called, "Lin Feng." Lin Feng snapped back to attention. "I basically remember it." "Then practice it once." Lin Feng hesitated, not because he couldn't remember, but because the actions were so bizarre. Especially the last 7 or 8 moves, which twisted the body into impossible positions for the average person. Feng Lai noticed his hesitation. "Afraid you can't pull it off? Don't worry, your foundational leg and body techniques are already well developed. The first set shouldn't be too difficult for you." Lin Feng took a few steps back and took a deep breath, ready to attempt the first move of Professor Feng Lai's technique, the shape of the arching moon. He recalled the key movements he had observed earlier and slowly assumed the starting position. However, as he began the motion, he realized the complexity of the move was far beyond what he had imagined. Halfway through, Lin Feng felt a sharp strain in his thighs and waist. Gritting his teeth, he managed to complete the first move, then made a slight adjustment and began the second. This time, the pain was even more intense, as if an invisible force was tearing at his muscles and tendons. Despite the discomfort, Lin Feng persevered, moving on to the third and fourth moves. With each progression, the pain compounded, each move more excruciating than the last. By the fifth move, he was grimacing in agony, his clothes drenched in sweat. He barely managed to push through to the seventh move before he had to stop, gasping for breath. "Not bad," Feng Lai commented with a smile from the sidelines. Struggling to stand upright, Lin Feng felt waves of pain coursing through his body, particularly in his legs, which felt as if they were being torn apart. This was even more painful than when he first tried the white ape embraces the moon. "Coach, is there a special connection between these moves? Why does it hurt more the further I go?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Feng Lai chuckled and explained, "That's the mystery of this martial art. If you practice the moves individually, the effect is just 1 point. But when practiced as a complete set, the effect reaches 50 points. The effect multiplies by 50, so naturally, the strain on your muscles and tendons increases by 50 times." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Feng Lai replied calmly. "You didn't ask." Lin Feng was left speechless, silently lamenting to himself. After that, he changed his approach. He paused to rest briefly after each move, no longer performing them consecutively. Even so, the last 4 moves still required all his effort to complete. Seeing Lin Feng struggle, Feng Lai explained, "You're finding it difficult now because your muscles and tendons haven't fully stretched. Once you practice the earlier moves more, the later ones won't be as challenging." Lin Feng nodded, focusing on his physical condition. Just demonstrating the shadowless force once made him feel as if his entire skeleton had been dismantled and reassembled, with the strain in his muscles and tendons clearly evident. Aside from the demon ape mountain fist, he had never encountered such an immediately effective martial art. Despite Feng Lai referring to the shadowless thunder as dog shit, Lin Feng realized it was an extraordinary martial art. "Coach, did I make any mistakes in my moves just now?" Lin Feng asked cautiously, worried he might have practiced incorrectly. "No," Feng Lai replied, unfazed, as if accustomed to Lin Feng's exceptional learning ability. He continued, "Today, I'll teach you this set of moves. Once you can perform it effortlessly, I'll teach you the second set. This martial art requires gradual progression. Once you're proficient in one set, you move on to the next. Only when you've mastered all 85 moves will you complete the shadowless force." "Okay," Lin Feng agreed earnestly. Feng Lai added, "I've taught you the martial art. If you have any questions, you can call me or come to my office." With that, he left the training room. Standing alone in the vast training room, Lin Feng opened his data panel to check the notifications he hadn't had time to look at earlier. "You have been taught by a martial artist and acquired a new martial art, shadowless force. Shadowless Force LV014130 incomplete. The martial arts name on the data panel wasn't Shadowless Thunder, but was named after the move, Shadowless Force, with an incomplete note. Shadowless Thunder. Shadowless Force. Lin Feng pondered, sensing a connection between the two. He speculated. The first move is called Shadowless Force, so the second move is likely Thunder Force. Lin Feng recalled Feng Lai's side kick demonstration and the intimidating thigh muscles, feeling a surge of determination. He decided to first go through the motions twice, calculate the time needed for the entire sequence, and then attempt to enter a flow state. Faced with such a difficult move and the accumulating pain, Lin Feng knew he couldn't complete the entire set in one go. Practicing just the first few moves to improve his flexibility would already be challenging, and mastering the whole routine could take a long time. Moreover, the shadowless technique had 3 sets of exercises, comprising 85 moves in total, and it was uncertain when he would master them. Lin Feng planned to use the flow state to practice the entire routine. He calculated the practice time to avoid getting too immersed in the flow state and setting a duration that might harm him. After all, just practicing a few moves earlier had left him grimacing in pain. He decided to set a time limit for one set, and then adjust based on his body's response after exiting the flow state. Putting his plan into action, Lin Feng began practicing each move, recording the approximate time for each. After going through the routine twice, he found that the 18 slow moves took roughly 5 minutes and 30 seconds. He finally set the time to 5 minutes and 50 seconds. With a focused mind, Lin Feng entered a flow state, and the sensations around him faded away. In the training room, he was fully immersed in the routine, moving slowly. Though not entirely proficient, his absolute focus made his movements precise. One move after another, when Lin Feng's awareness returned, he was at the arching moon pose. He quickly stopped, feeling intense pain throughout his body, especially in his thighs and waist. Damn it, Lin Feng felt as if his legs were no longer his. In the flow state, he accomplished what he couldn't normally do, completing all 18 moves in one go. Thankfully, he had only set it for 5 minutes and practiced just once. A system prompt appeared. You have practiced the shadowless technique with complete focus. Your skill shadowless technique has gained 52 experience points. Your profession as an ancient martial artist has gained 6 experience points. With just one session, he earned 52 experience points, advancing the shadowless technique from LV014130 to LV066130. One more practice session would bring it to the beginner level, which delighted Lin Feng. However, continuing practice was out of the question. The intense pain in his thighs made him grit his teeth as he slowly sat down to massage his legs. After a while, thanks to his exceptional recovery ability, Lin Feng felt better. The discomfort in his legs persisted, but was less severe. He stood up, moved around a bit, and then re-entered the flow state. This time, his movements were noticeably smoother than before. After completing one set and starting the second, the flow state ended. Lin Feng frowned and stopped, his body once again stiff, his face contorted with pain. It hurts, he took a deep breath. Despite the discomfort, he successfully advanced the shadowless technique to the beginner level. At 3 p.m., Lin Feng staggered out of the training room. Apart from having a simple meal upstairs at noon, he had spent the entire morning rigorously practicing the shadowless force. Although the training nearly exhausted him, the results were significant, had advanced from beginner to proficient level. Even without entering a flow state, he could now seamlessly complete all 18 movements. Mr. Liu, is Brother Tong here? Lin Feng hesitated for a moment at the entrance of the medicine hall before stepping inside. As a formal disciple, he had yet to use his 3 massage benefits. Although his powerful recovery abilities were impressive, they still required time. Given his current state of near exhaustion, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to test the effects of a massage. When it came to massages, the martial arts hall disciples all praised their effectiveness, especially for muscle strains and recovery. However, whenever this topic was brought up, there was always a hint of hesitation in their voices. Lin Feng recalled the piercing screams he heard when preparing to soak in the 1,000-needle bone-melting bath, and Ma Hongyuan's pig-like howls, making him instinctively pull back his foot as he entered the medicine hall. Before Lu Sun could respond, the door to the massage room opened, and Tong Bin poked his head out. Brother Lin, looking for me? Yes, I was hoping you could give me a massage. Is now a good time? Perfect timing, come on in. The massage room was small, simply furnished with just a bed, a table, and a glass cabinet filled with various medicine bottles against the wall. Tong Bin immediately noticed Lin Feng's condition. You've got some strains from training, haven't you? I'll use tiger marrow redwood oil for you then. Seeing Lin Feng's puzzled look, Tong Bin explained. This oil is particularly effective for strains and muscle recovery. Brother Tong, my thighs and lower back are the worst. Got it. Take off your clothes and lie down on the bed. Halfway through undressing, Lin Feng hesitated. Brother Tong, do I need to take off my underwear? This question left him perplexed, as he had never been to such places before. No need. Tong Bin's already dark face darkened further. Lin Feng obediently lay down, and Tong Bin retrieved the oil from the cabinet and poured it into his palm. A pungent medicinal aroma quickly filled the room. Brother Lin, I'll start by loosening the muscles in your upper body. Then I'll work on your thighs. With that, Tong Bin evenly applied the oil on Lin Feng's back, and his large hands radiated a comforting warmth, making Lin Feng feel momentarily at ease. However, this comfort was short-lived. Tong Bin suddenly increased the pressure, kneading the muscles around Lin Feng's shoulders as if trying to crush them. Lin Feng finally understood why Ma Honyuan had screamed so loudly it was sheer torture. 20 minutes later, Lin Feng wobbled out of the medicine hall. Despite the excruciating process, the results were miraculous. Back in the training room, he collapsed onto the carpet and quickly fell asleep. When he awoke, it was already past 6 in the evening. The fatigue had vanished, and the pain in his thighs and lower back was gone. The relief from exhaustion might have been due to his natural recovery abilities, but the rapid healing was undoubtedly the result of the massage. Feeling the renewed energy coursing through him, Lin Feng tried punching and kicking, realizing something had changed. His technique had subconsciously improved. He kicked the punching bag again, and a shadow shot out like a dragon. Bang! The punching bag soared into the air. Lin Feng took a deep breath, realizing that both his power and speed had increased significantly by at least 20 and 30 respectively. Achieving such results in just half a day, the shadowless force was indeed extraordinary. Lin Feng stared at the swinging punching bag, sweat dripping from his forehead. After half a day of practice, the shadowless force had quietly transformed his striking technique. This martial art, dismissed as garbage by Feng Lai, surprisingly proved quite beneficial to him. After finishing his practice, Lin Feng picked up his phone and began searching for information about the Tianhe sect. The screen gradually revealed details. The sect originated from the true man Tianhe 1,000 years ago, with Wei Jie as the current sect leader. As one of the 3 major martial arts sects in Beiyin, its enterprises include Tianhe Group and Wuyo Financial Company. Lin Feng frowned slightly and put down his phone. This sect with a millennium-long heritage was clearly not simple. The clock pointed past 6, and Lin Feng's stomach growled in protest. After dinner, he was about to return to the 3rd floor to continue practicing the shadowless force when Ma Honyuan stopped him. Lin Jr. brother, weren't you injured? Are you better now? Ma Honyuan asked with concern. Lin Feng nodded and explained, I got hit a few days ago, but after resting for a couple of days, I'm fine now. Ma Honyuan looked Lin Feng up and down and nodded with satisfaction. You look full of energy. Are you going to practice martial arts again? Don't stay cooped up in the training room all the time. The formal disciples are gathering downstairs. Do you want to check it out? A gathering? Lin Feng asked, intrigued. Ma Honyuan explained. It's where we formal disciples get together to share learning experiences and sometimes spar. It happens 3 or 4 times a month. Lin Feng recalled the scene when he first arrived at the martial arts school, where Ma Honyuan was knocked away by Zhang Min with a single punch, realizing that might have been their martial arts exchange. Having been at the school for so long, he had been focused solely on his own practice and hadn't interacted with the other formal disciples. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. When does it start? Lin Feng asked. It's already started. I was late, so that's why I'm here. Come on, let's go down, Ma Honyuan said, leading the way. On the way, Ma Honyuan suddenly asked, Lin Feng, what happened with Wu Jun that day? I heard you knocked him out with one move. Lu Chang insists you hadn't practiced martial arts before. Be honest with your brother, have you trained or not? Lin Feng thought about his 10 years of practicing the 13th set of radio calisthenics and nodded. I've trained. Haha, I knew it. Lin Jr. brother, you definitely have a martial arts foundation, but they wouldn't believe it. Ma Honyuan laughed triumphantly. The two arrived at the 2nd floor gathering area, where a circle of people was already seated, watching 2 individuals sparring in the center. Lin Feng recognized one as Wan Lei. The other, though unfamiliar, was wearing the formal disciples' martial arts attire. Someone made room for them, and they sat down. Lin Feng nodded at acquaintances around him before focusing his attention on the match. Wan Lei moved swiftly, using White Ape Mountain Fist in combination with an unknown leg technique. His opponent wielded a martial art unfamiliar to Lin Feng. Wan Lei's attacks were relentless, and his opponent was struggling to defend. Though it was a sparring session, the scene was quite intense. Lin Jr. brother, who do you think will win? Ma Honyuan suddenly asked. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. The situation on the field was already clear, and it was evident to anyone with a keen eye that Wan Lei was about to win. Ma Honyuan watched the fierce duel between the two in the arena, pondering to himself, shouldn't the winner be Wan Lei? Lin Feng, observing closely, noticed that Wan Lei showed no sign of defeat and shook his head, saying, Senior brother Ma, I can't tell who will win. Within 15 moves, Wan Lei will lose, Ma Honyuan declared with certainty. Seeing Lin Feng's puzzled look, he explained, although Wan Lei's Gale Kick and Hong Liang's 5-Spirit Fist are of the same level, and both are equally skilled, Wan Lei's attacks are too reckless. His 3 consecutive aggressive moves failed to take down Hong Liang, which means his defeat is inevitable. He's just holding on now. Lin Feng looked at the arena in confusion. Wan Lei's legs were attacking like a storm, forcing Hong Liang to defend desperately, seemingly struggling to keep up. A few swift moves later, Hong Liang narrowly dodged a powerful whip kick from Wan Lei and suddenly shifted from defense to a fierce counterattack. This wave of attacks was as fast as lightning, breaking through Wan Lei's defense in just a few moves and sending him rolling with a heavy punch. Indeed, within 15 moves, Wan Lei was defeated. Lin Feng felt a chill, realizing that the strength of the two on the field paled in comparison to the returnees. Even without using his berserk state, he was confident he could defeat them with his demon ape mountain fist. However, in terms of martial arts experience, he was far behind these seasoned practitioners. Senior Brother Ma, I must say, impressive insight, Lin Feng sincerely praised. Ha! Ma Hanyuan laughed. I've been practicing martial arts for so many years. If I couldn't see that much, it would all be for nothing. Lin Feng thought to himself, my practical experience is still lacking. I need to learn more from these senior brothers in the future. Suddenly, a string of data appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. You watched a decent martial arts match. Your skill basic fist technique gained 25 experience points. Your skill basic leg technique gained 22 experience points. Your skill basic movement technique gained 36 experience points. Your ancient martial artist gained 13 experience points. Lin Feng was stunned. Watching a match could earn him experience? He recalled watching Feng Lai and Lu Chong spar in the training room and the duel between Zhang Min and Ma Hanyuan, yet he hadn't gained any experience then. Thinking it over, he realized, at that time, he was new to martial arts and knew nothing, merely watching for entertainment. Now, though his martial arts experience was still shallow, he could grasp some insights from their exchanges, thus gaining experience. Wan Lei, you're shouting from below, laughing like an idiot. Do you have something to say? Come up and say a few words. Wan Lei shouted in embarrassment and anger. Wan Lei, you fool, taking out your frustration on me because you lost? Ma Hanyuan retorted, I wasn't laughing at you just now. I don't have anything worthwhile to say today, so find someone else. Wan Lei's gaze shifted to Lin Feng. Junior brother Lin, you're a rare guest. I heard from senior sister Zhang that your White Ape Mountain Fist has reached a high level. Why don't you come up and share some insights on the White Ape Mountain Fist? Lin Feng didn't expect the topic to suddenly shift to him. He practiced the Demon Ape Mountain Fist, not the White Ape Mountain Fist, so he had nothing to share. No. Senior brother Wan, I wouldn't know what to say, he politely declined. Ha! Wan Lei laughed. Nervous? Youngsters are always thin-skinned. Feng Su, why don't you come up and say a few words? Wan Lei scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on Lin Feng. Seeing that Lin Feng was reluctant to step onto the stage, Wan Lei didn't insist, and instead directed his attention to a young boy. Feng Su, you go ahead. Wan Lei nodded an indication. Feng Su stood up, a bit nervous, and asked, Brother Wan, are you asking me? Wan Lei encouraged him with a smile. You've been an official disciple for over a month now. Feel free to share any thoughts or experiences you have. Ma Hanyuan leaned closer to Lin Feng and whispered, at every gathering, they choose someone to lead the discussion. Wan Lei is the topic guide this time. Lin Feng suddenly understood, realizing why Wan Lei remained on stage despite losing. Feng Su took a deep breath and began. Brother Wan, I don't have much experience as a martial arts beginner, but I do have a question for all the senior brothers and sisters. Go ahead and ask. Encouraging laughter erupted around him. Nodding, Feng Su continued. During the last match between Brother Ma and Sister Zhang, I was deeply impressed, especially with Brother Ma's hidden moves within moves. I studied it afterward, but my approach differed from Brother Ma's. I focused on deconstructing and altering moves. He gave an example. For instance, in the plucking flowers and falling leaves move from the Five Clouds hand, I thought of suddenly switching to the White Ape Hunts Tiger move from the White Ape Mountain Punch. The force application is similar, so I thought it was a good idea and started practicing. But I didn't expect that the sudden change almost strained my back. Brother Feng, that's quite a genius idea. Someone couldn't help but laugh. Wan Lei also smiled and explained, Brother Feng's idea is good. In martial arts, one shouldn't be rigid but adaptable. However, your method was incorrect. Fortunately, you used the less powerful Five Clouds hand. If you had used a more powerful secret technique and suddenly changed moves during force gathering, you might be bettered in for 10 days or more. Feng Su mumbled in disappointment. So it was the wrong approach. Haha. The approach isn't wrong. Your mastery of the Five Clouds hand isn't sufficient. Wan Lei continued to explain. Once you reach the level where moves come naturally, sudden changes won't be an issue. If you attain the perfect level where force is effortlessly controlled, you can change moves as you please. So it requires mastery, Feng Su pondered. Yes, achieving mastery in a martial art requires years of hard work. As for the perfect level, that depends on talent. Lin Feng listened intently, reflecting on his own training. Since yesterday, his breathing had shifted to the demon ape breathing technique. Throughout the day, whether eating, daydreaming, conversing, or even sleeping, he maintained this breathing technique. It was an unprecedented duration, far surpassing his previous half-day record. Lin Feng sensed that through this prolonged practice, his body was undergoing subtle changes. The level of the Demon Ape Mountain Punch, which had been stalled for days, seemed poised to break through to the perfect level within a day or two. While Lin Feng was absorbed in his insights, the discussion in the center of the gathering continued. Wan Lei's smile carried a hint of helplessness as he looked at Feng Su. His tone was gentle yet serious. Junior brother Feng, your intentions are good, but your skill level isn't quite there yet. It's normal to be unfamiliar with certain martial arts knowledge, especially since you've just become a formal disciple. Remember, if you have any questions about martial arts in the future, just ask the coach or us directly. Don't take risks like this again. Feng Su sensed the concern in Wan Lei's words and quickly nodded in agreement. Senior brother Wan, you're right. I understand and won't take such risks again. He paused, curiosity flickering in his eyes. By the way, senior brother Wan, I've heard that martial arts can change one's innate constitution. Is that true? Wan Lei nodded slightly. Indeed it is. Feng Su's eyes lit up as he pressed on. Does that mean people with poor constitutions can improve by practicing martial arts? Wan Lei's expression turned complex. In theory, yes. But, junior brother Feng, have you considered that those with poor constitutions progress slowly in martial arts? To change their constitution through training would take even longer. Even if you manage to change it after 20 or 30 years of hard work, what then? Feng Su's face fell, his voice filled with dejection. Does that mean people with poor innate constitutions have no future in martial arts? Not necessarily. Wan Lei's words rekindled a spark of hope in Feng Su. Really? Is there another way? Feng Su asked eagerly, hope reigniting in his eyes. Wan Lei shook his head. There's no specific method, but some people manage to do it. He gestured toward Lin Feng, who was standing nearby. Take junior brother Lin, for example. Lin Feng, who had been listening intently, was taken aback when mentioned. Wan Lei looked at him with a slight smile. For instance, junior brother Lin's innate constitution was also quite poor, but his comprehension is exceptional, allowing him to quickly advance in martial arts. The higher the martial arts level, the faster the constitution changes. Thus, the issue of constitution is quickly resolved, allowing him to catch up with those naturally gifted in martial arts. Hearing this, Feng Su's dejection deepened. He hadn't met Lin Feng yet, but Lin Feng's reputation had already reached him. Mastering the White Ape Mountain Fist in a day, was that even humanly possible? Just then, Ma Hanyuan stood up, his tone carrying a hint of discontent. Old Wan, you're always discouraging newcomers. Feng Su, don't listen to his nonsense. Is martial arts only about reaching higher levels? Can't it just be for fitness or pure enjoyment? The gathering continued until 8 in the evening. After Feng Su's question, others stepped forward to share their martial arts insights and doubts. Two even had an impromptu spar, providing Lin Feng with valuable insights. Lin Feng remained quietly seated, listening intently. Although his martial arts skills were on par with those present, his knowledge of martial arts was still lacking compared to these seasoned practitioners. Even some basic martial arts concepts were new to him. This hour was truly enlightening for him. After the gathering, Ma Hanyuan approached Lin Feng, asking, Junior brother Lin, how late do you plan to train tonight? Until 11, Lin Feng replied. The martial arts hall closed at 11:30. Otherwise, he would train until 2 or 3 in the morning. With no school obligations, his schedule was much more flexible. They exchanged a few more words before parting ways due to different training rooms. As Lin Feng passed the main training hall, he saw his fellow students practicing basic punches. Feng Lai was absent, with Lu Chang taking over the lesson. Lin Feng didn't linger and quickly returned to the third-floor training room to resume his practice of shadowless force. Lin Feng was deeply immersed in practicing the shadowless force, fully concentrating on maintaining his flow state. As he accumulated more experience with the skill, he advanced from the beginner stage to a proficient level. However, this progress came at the cost of pain. Once he exited the flow state, the intense pain in his thighs caused him to gasp and sit down with difficulty. Gently massaging his sore thighs, Lin Feng contemplated the effectiveness of his training. Although the 2-hour nighttime sessions weren't as effective as daytime practice, the advancement of his shadowless force indicated progress in his technique. This unique martial art didn't directly enhance the power of his moves, but rather refined his technique to better train his muscles and tendons. The time on his phone read 10:51 p.m., and Lin Feng realized it was time to head back. He closed his eyes to rest for over 10 minutes, allowing his body to recover slightly, then got up to tidy the training room and left with his backpack. The cool autumn breeze hit him as he stepped outside, but wearing just a thin shirt, Lin Feng didn't feel cold at all. Instead, the breeze invigorated him. Standing on the empty street, he glanced around, feeling secretly relieved that this world didn't have someone like Cao Cao. His original electric scooter had been destroyed by the returnees, and Lin Feng initially considered asking Su Hong to buy another one. However, with the bounty for killing a returnee, he could afford to purchase it himself. Yet, he decided to let Su Hong pay for it, as he couldn't explain the sudden influx of money. The bounty of 355,000 yuan was something Lin Feng planned to keep secret for now. Not only was it difficult to explain, but his family wasn't in need of money at the moment. Most importantly, he needed these funds to support his martial arts training. As he pondered, Lin Feng strolled along. The street was sparsely populated, with only a few hurried pedestrians, and the streetlights stretched his shadow long. After walking for a while, an empty taxi finally appeared in the distance. Lin Feng considered flagging it down but decided against it, realizing he was already halfway home. Looking up at the night sky, only a few scattered stars were visible, and neither of the two moons could be seen tonight. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized with a start that he had taken the wrong route. Unknowingly, he had ended up on Yushu Road instead of the intended Yingbin Road. I must have been really out of it, he chuckled to himself, ready to turn back. However, just as he was about to step onto Yingbin Road, an inexplicable force seemed to seize control of his consciousness. His eyes turned vacant, and his body, unbidden, continued down Yushu Road. After walking 5 or 6 meters, Lin Feng snapped back to awareness, staring in shock towards Yingbin Road. What happened? Was I just controlled by something? He focused intently, filled with confusion and vigilance. From the outside, the direction of Yingbin Road seemed perfectly normal. However, Lin Feng had a vague feeling that something as thin as a veil was separating that direction. As he concentrated on observing, the space there suddenly fluctuated violently, and a figure flew out from it. Looking closely, it turned out to be a very beautiful girl. She rolled on the ground several times, continuously spitting blood, clearly having been struck by some powerful force. Struggling to stand, she found herself unable to muster any strength. Her gaze landed on Lin Feng, who was standing dumbfounded nearby, and her face lit up with a hopeful expression as she weakly called out, "Help me." Lin Feng's eyebrows furrowed, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted away. His agility of 11 was utilized to its fullest, and within a few breaths, he had run over 100 meters. Despite the girl's plea for help, Lin Feng was not heartless. However, at the moment she cried out, he saw the space in the direction of Yingbin Road tear open, revealing an enormous, scaly hand. The size of the hand was nearly that of an adult, clearly belonging to some colossal creature trying to emerge from that space. A deafening crash sounded from behind, but Lin Feng did not look back. Instead, he increased his speed. He ran for over 2 miles before daring to glance back. However, having run so far and under the cover of night, he naturally saw nothing. What on earth was that? Lin Feng wondered, but his rational mind warned him not to return out of curiosity. He wanted no part of such supernatural occurrences. He glanced back towards Yingbin Road once more, then resolutely headed home. As he walked, Lin Feng cautiously observed his surroundings. He was now on a bustling night market street, the lively crowd providing him with a sense of security. He pulled out his phone and dialed Phone Lie's number, only to hear, "The user you are trying to reach is unavailable. Please try again later." He tried again, but still couldn't get through. Lin Feng then called Tong Bin. Since being rescued by Tong Bin, Lin Feng had learned that Tong Bin was a member of Phone Lie's team. While being treated at the pharmacy, he had obtained Tong Bin's phone number. However, Tong Bin's phone was also unreachable. What on earth is going on? I can't reach either of them. Lin Feng recalled not seeing Phone Lie in the training room earlier, where Lu Chong was training the recruits instead. He realized something must have happened, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for both their phones to be unreachable. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Feng decided to call the police. "Hello, is this the police? I'd like to report an incident." He lowered his voice and succinctly explained what had occurred on Yingbin Road. "We are already aware of your report, and we will send someone over immediately." The response from the police left Lin Feng stunned. "Officer, I'm not making this up. What I'm saying is true," Lin Feng quickly explained. "I know, let me talk to him." The phone seemed to be handed over to another person, and a middle-aged man's voice came through. "Lin Feng, I know you're telling the truth. After the last incident, your phone was encrypted, so whenever you call the police, the call gets automatically redirected here." "You're not the police?" Lin Feng asked in confusion. "We are indeed the police," the middle-aged man clarified. "We are aware of the situation you reported, and I will send someone to assist immediately. Just head home safely, and thank you for reporting." Lin Feng hung up the phone, his brows furrowed in concern. He hadn't anticipated being marked by the police after the last incident involving the returnees. The operator was clearly not a regular officer, but rather part of a special unit handling unusual cases. The response from the middle-aged officer on the line, "I understand, I'll send someone over immediately," suggested he was already aware of the situation on Yingbin Road. Lin Feng tried to reach Coach Feng and Tong Bin, but neither answered their phones, likely because they were already at the scene on Yingbin Road. Recalling the terrifying giant hand, Lin Feng felt both fear and intrigue. Although he had encountered returnees before, he was still ignorant of other mysterious events. A strong impulse urged him to return to Yingbin Road to investigate further, but reason quickly overcame this reckless urge. Lin Feng was acutely aware that, Despite having defeated 4 returnees, it was only because he had activated his desperate talent, Frenzy, that he managed to do so. At this point, he was only slightly stronger than an average person, and fleeing from unknown dangers was the wisest choice. He remembered a news story he had read about a bystander who was accidentally stabbed to death during a fight, which had taught him to avoid any potentially dangerous situations. As night fell, Lin Feng left the bustling food street and prepared to cross Tianxin Road to return to Xinglong community. Though still a bit uneasy, knowing the police were involved offered him some comfort. After all, if the state could maintain a semblance of peace, it meant the authorities likely had the means to handle these hidden threats. While Lin Feng hesitated about taking Tianxin Road, a figure hidden in the trees by the roadside silently watched him. It was a burly man in his mid-30s, with a square face and brooding eyes, his large hands with unusually thick knuckles. Seeing Lin Feng change direction, the man frowned and deftly leaped down from the over-formator high tree. The man carefully avoided the surveillance cameras and moved to a shadowy corner outside Xinglong community, his gaze fixed on the third building. Building 3, apartment 501, he muttered, seemingly weighing his options. After a moment, he chuckled softly. Well, today you're lucky. With that, he turned to leave, pulling out his phone to make a call as he walked. A worried voice came from the other end. Tian, how did it go? Did you get him? No, the man replied tersely. What? How's that possible? Lin Feng shouldn't have been a match for you. How could you not get him? He didn't take Tianxin Road today. Damn, how does this guy have such good luck? The voice on the other end erupted into a string of angry curses. Lin Feng entered the residential area, internally grumbling about his unfortunate experiences. Being caught up in extraordinary events twice in a row made him consider visiting a temple for blessings. However, in this world, there was neither Taoism nor Buddhism, and the other so-called deities made him uneasy as they were vastly different from the religions he remembered. In fact, Lin Feng had intended to use his remaining bit of source energy to unlock a profession related to religion, but not those of this world. He was interested in extraordinary professions like Taoist priests, Qi practitioners, or mages. In his spare time, he tried meditation, drawing talismans, and reciting scriptures. The talisman he drew was something he had seen online called 9 Dragons Bone-Dissolving Water, and the scripture he recited was Zhuangzi's free and easy wandering. Thinking back to the 9 Dragons Bone-Dissolving Water, Lin Feng remembered an experience on Blue Star when a fishbone got stuck in his throat. His mother took him to see an old man, and after drinking a bowl of what was said to be the 9 Dragons Bone-Dissolving Water, the pain in his throat quickly disappeared. This miraculous experience piqued his interest, so he searched online for methods to draw the talisman and the accompanying chant. Unfortunately, he only managed to learn how to draw the talisman and a few lines of the chant, but had never seen the portrait of the founder. It was said that to draw the 9 Dragons Bone-Dissolving Water effectively, one needed to pay respects to the founder and visualize their image. As for free and easy wandering, Lin Feng had memorized it during his youth because he liked the phrase in the Northern Sea, there is a fish, its name is Kuan, which struck a chord with his teenage imagination. Sadly, too much time had passed, and now he could barely remember half of it. Whether it was due to not paying respects to the founder or only remembering half of free and easy wandering, Lin Feng found that after completing these 3 tasks, he still hadn't activated the Taoist priest profession. Since the Taoist priest profession wasn't activated, Lin Feng didn't rush to use his remaining source energy. After all, his professions as an ancient martial artist and a student kept him busy enough, and he could only find time to gain some experience as a professional chef. He simply didn't have the energy to develop a 4th profession. Returning home, Lin Feng found that Su Hong and the others were already asleep. He quietly returned to his room, feeling the sticky discomfort after a day of intense martial arts practice and his recent mad dash. Considering that his family might have just fallen asleep, he decided to wait until they were in a deep sleep before taking a shower to avoid disturbing them. Sitting at his desk, Lin Feng looked out towards the pitch-black direction of Yingbin Road, pondering the situation over there. But soon, he dismissed it with a smile. Whatever happened, it was beyond his control, and worrying was pointless. He picked up his textbook, intending to gain some student experience. Suddenly, an indescribable sensation swept over him, as if something had broken through. Immediately, a notification appeared on his data panel. Your breathing method has completely changed. Your breathing has transformed from the original method to the Demon Ape breathing technique. Your skill, Demon Ape Mountain Fist, has gained 100 experience points. Your skill, Demon Ape Mountain Fist, has reached the maximum level. Success. Lin Feng finally broke through the barrier of the great accomplishment level in the Demon Ape Mountain Fist technique, feeling his breath gradually merge with that of the Demon Ape. He sensed that within the next 2 days, he might achieve the perfect realm breakthrough. Although his experience points only increased by 100, this breakthrough signified that the technique had truly reached a flawless state. At the moment of breakthrough, an indescribable emotion surged within Lin Feng. He had an overwhelming urge to leap up and unleash the Demon Ape Mountain Fist with abandon. The various moves of the technique flowed through his mind like a river, but he restrained himself as he was in his bedroom. Lin Feng closed his eyes, savoring this mysterious sensation. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and swung his right fist. The sound cut through the silent bedroom as he executed the demon ape hunting tiger move from the technique. Although he was seated, making it theoretically difficult to perform such moves, he executed it perfectly, showcasing the precise control over the technique and power that came with the perfect realm. Even though the power of a seated punch couldn't match that of a standing one, its explosive force reached the level of a proficient demon ape mountain fist practitioner, equivalent to 4 times the power of a normal punch. To truly understand the potential power of the perfect realm technique, he would need to test it at the martial arts hall the next day. After calming his excitement, Lin Feng picked up a book and entered a state of flow. As a professional ancient martial artist, he never considered abandoning his student identity. Even with his chef skills only at level 2, he planned to improve them in the future. However, for now, he decided to focus on his martial arts career. Once he reached a certain level of self-defense, he intended not only to enhance his chef skills, but also to pursue a fourth profession. The next morning, Lin Feng woke up naturally a little after 5. Despite studying until past 1 in the morning and only sleeping for a few hours, he felt refreshed. The pain from practicing the shadowless force the previous day had completely vanished, and his body was in optimal condition. Lin Feng checked his phone and found no missed calls or new messages, indicating that Feng Lai and Tong Bin had not returned his calls. He frowned, considered calling again, but decided against it. After getting up, he followed his usual routine of reading for a bit before working on his chef experience. After breakfast, Lin Feng and Lin Xiao prepared to leave. Su Hong handed Lin Feng the keys to the electric scooter, reminding him, "Ride slowly this time, not like last time." Lin Feng reassured her, "Don't worry, Mom. Last time, it was because someone drove drunk and headed toward me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have crashed." He had planned to talk to Su Yang about the scooter, but to his surprise, Lin Guoding had already bought a new one. Lin Xiao excitedly said, "Brother, pick me up after school today, okay?" Since Lin Feng's recent bout of exhaustion, Lin Xiao had been cycling to the martial arts hall alone. Now that Lin Feng had a new scooter, she couldn't help but make the request. Lin Feng hesitated. "I train late every day. If I pick you up at the hall, how will you get home?" After all, Lin Xiao was still in school and needed to return home after evening training. Lin Xiao huffed, "Don't be stingy. Once I start high school, Mom will buy me an electric scooter too." Lin Xiaoming knew Lin Feng was right, but he stubbornly retorted, then hoisted his heavy backpack and left without looking back. Lin Feng chuckled softly, picked up the prepared food and water, and went downstairs to the parking lot to find his newly purchased car. Under the clear sky, the street was bustling with people. Students with backpacks hurried by, while elderly people out for their morning exercise strolled leisurely. A cold wind blew, causing Lin Feng to pull his neck into his collar. After driving for a while, he noticed a large crowd gathered at the entrance of Yingbin Road. As he got closer, Lin Feng was shocked to find the intersection had turned into a pile of rubble. Voices rose and fell around him. "These builders are so unscrupulous, only interested in shoddy constructions. These buildings were fine yesterday, and now they're all collapsed. I heard there was an earthquake last night." "Earthquake? How come I didn't feel it? And why are the buildings next to it unharmed?" Lin Feng parked his car by the roadside and carefully observed the scene. It wasn't just the buildings that had collapsed. The road and walls around them had large areas of subsidence and cracks. This was clearly the aftermath of a battle, not just a mere building collapse. Lin Feng recalled the giant scaly hand and realized there must have been a massive battle here last night. Just as he was silently grateful for leaving in time last night, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed it was Feng Lai. Lin Feng sighed in relief and answered the call. "Coach." "Yes, Lin Feng." Feng Lai's voice sounded a bit tired. "Did you call me last night?" Lin Feng paused for a moment and answered honestly. "Yes, after training last night, I passed by Yingbin Road and noticed something was wrong, so I wanted to call you." "Coach, were you there last night?" "I was inside," Feng Lai replied briefly. Lin Feng picked up on the change in Feng Lai's voice and asked worriedly, "Coach, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Feng Lai replied, "but I used a lot of energy dealing with the enemy last night." "Is the matter resolved?" Lin Feng asked. "It's resolved, more or less," Feng Lai answered ambiguously. He paused, then asked, "Lin Feng, was there a girl asking you for help last night?" Lin Feng's heart sank, realizing Feng Lai already knew about it. Without hiding anything, he admitted bitterly, "Yes, a wounded girl did ask for my help last night, but I ignored her and ran away." "Why didn't you help her?" Feng Lai's tone became noticeably heavier. Lin Feng was flustered but didn't defend himself. Instead, he answered directly, "I didn't feel confident I could save her in that situation. Besides, she was a stranger to me, and I wasn't willing to risk my life for her." Feng Lai asked sternly, "If your brother Lin Xiao was captured and someone used his life to threaten you into surrendering, what would you do?" Lin Feng remained silent for a while before cautiously asking, "Coach Feng, can I not answer this?" No, you can't, Feng Lai insisted. Consider it a test from me. Lin Feng was taken aback, and after a long pause, he replied with difficulty. If the enemy threatened me through Lin Xiao, I wouldn't surrender. That means your brother would die. I know. What? Is your family not important to you? Why wouldn't you surrender to save your brother's life? Feng Lai pressed on. Lin Feng slowly explained his reasoning. If the enemy is using my family to threaten me, it means we're mortal enemies. This implies that if I fall into their hands, I'm as good as dead. After killing me, why would they let my family go? I only know that if anyone dares to harm my family, I will kill every last one of them, make rivers of blood flow, until they are too scared to even think about harming my family. Feng Lai's hearty laughter echoed from the other end of the line. Haha, Lin Feng asked nervously. Coach, did I pass the test? You certainly did, Feng Lai said, sounding very pleased. You're much better than I expected. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously asked, Coach, who was the girl last night? She's my teammate, just like Tong Bin, Feng Lai answered. What? Lin Feng was stunned and cautiously asked. Is she okay? She's fine, Feng Lai said. But she's been cursing you since last night. Do you want to hear it? Lin Feng was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Feng Lai's joking words echoed in Lin Feng's ears, asking if he wanted to hear the girl's angry scolding. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng got on his electric scooter and set off once more toward the martial arts school. The cityscape was shocking. The road was riddled with cracks of varying depths, and the ruins of collapsed buildings were everywhere, silently narrating the brutal battle that had taken place the day before. Lin Feng couldn't help but recall Feng Lai's weak voice, clearly indicating that the enemy they faced was far from ordinary. The world's danger far exceeded Lin Feng's imagination. He couldn't help but ponder why, in the previous 16 years, he seemed to live in a peaceful, tranquil world, never encountering any extraordinary events. The answer was clear: if he had encountered such events, he might have already perished, with no opportunity for a second chance at life. Lin Feng realized that the authorities had the power to erase memories. Those ordinary people who had witnessed extraordinary events had their memories quietly wiped away. This explained why, in the past 16 years, he had felt that the world was peaceful, without a trace of the extraordinary. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a bit helpless towards those who questioned the protagonist's experiences. They always asked why the protagonist encountered these things as soon as he started practicing martial arts, why he had no experiences for 16 years. The truth was, as an ordinary person, Lin Feng might have encountered them, but his memories were erased. Living an ordinary, happy life in ignorance, isn't that normal? Upon arriving at the martial arts school, Lin Feng headed straight to the changing room. In the mirror, a tall, upright young man was reflected, a stark contrast to the thin, frail, skinny dog he remembered. The drastic difference even surprised Lin Feng himself. At this moment, Lin Feng's breathing was long and rhythmic, a characteristic of the demon ape breathing technique. He clearly felt that each breath was subtly changing his body. This clear perception was something that previous levels of mastery hadn't provided. Lin Feng exhaled deeply. He had achieved the perfect level in the demon ape fist, and the next step was to attain the form of the demon ape. Recalling his private inquiry with Feng Lai, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. He had worried about growing fur or something similar, but Feng Lai had laughed, explaining that this was true ancient martial arts, ancient demon martial arts, not the kind that turned one into a demon through devouring and transforming, so such things wouldn't happen. Feng Lai's words seemed to still echo in his ears. Don't worry, it won't turn you into something inhuman. At most, there will be slight changes in your physique. Plus, the benefits are numerous. Many people want to achieve this but can't. Feng Lai's tone was low and solemn when he said this. After changing into suitable martial arts attire, Lin Feng strode toward the third floor. Each step felt lighter and more agile than the day before, a noticeable change he could feel since waking up. Although the shadowless force didn't continuously change his body like the demon ape fist, it subtly altered his way of exerting force during practice. The third floor of the martial arts school was particularly spacious in the morning, with various training equipment quietly awaiting users. A few early rising martial artists were scattered around the large space, focused on their training. Lin Feng took long strides and headed straight to the punch strength testing machine, ready to assess his progress. Feng Lai's words echoed in Lin Feng's ears. The demon ape mountain fist, as a foundational martial art, is not only the basis for achieving true form, but also crucial for solidifying one's foundation. Although its essence lies in cultivation, its explosive power is astonishing. Lin Feng recalled the force of an ordinary punch, which was about 600 pounds, while the perfected demon ape mountain fist could unleash an incredible 3,000 pounds, 5 times that of a regular punch. At this moment, Lin Feng stood in front of the testing machine in the corner, ready to test the power of the perfected demon ape mountain fist. He first loosened his muscles and adjusted his stance, then delivered a basic punch to the target on the machine. The display screen flickered and settled at 675, an increase of 75 pounds from the previous 600. This progress left Lin Feng quite satisfied. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng focused his attention on the target. Open, he silently commanded himself, suddenly unleashing a demon ape mountain fist. The punch wind howled, and a loud bang echoed across the second floor, causing those exercising in the distance to look up. The target shook violently, and the numbers on the display jumped wildly, making Lin Feng worry that the equipment might smoke from overload. After more than 10 seconds, the numbers finally settled, 5,431. This figure left Lin Feng momentarily stunned. It was more than 8 times the force of a regular punch. The perfected demon ape mountain fist truly lived up to its reputation, far exceeding his expectations. Realizing the noise had caught others' attention, Lin Feng quickly cleared the data, left the testing machine, and returned to the training room. He took a tri-element pill, did some simple stretches, and began practicing the demon ape mountain fist. This time, he didn't use his innate skills but executed each move with precision. As Lin Feng moved, the sound of the wind from his punches was accompanied by unique sounds, with his muscles and tendons contracting and strengthening under the flow of energy. Each move was flawless, exuding an indescribable rhythm and beauty that would captivate even an untrained eye, while an expert might be left in awe. Lin Feng immersed himself in practice, with everything around him gradually fading away, leaving only the demon ape mountain fist in his mind. This was his first time naturally entering a state of flow without relying on innate skills. Time slipped by quietly, and when Lin Feng emerged from this state of total immersion, he felt a stuffy sensation in his chest. He let out a long howl, releasing the pent-up energy in his chest. Fortunately, the training room's soundproofing was decent, so it didn't attract much attention. After the howl, Lin Feng felt refreshed and rejuvenated. A system notification appeared before Lin Feng. He had been practicing the demon ape mountain fist in a state of total immersion for 42 minutes. Although the fist had reached perfection and could not gain more experience, his ancient martial artist profession gained 63 experience points. His strength, agility, and constitution each increased by 1 point. Even more thrilling for Lin Feng was that he had made connections, gaining 562 experience points in basic fist techniques and reaching level 3, while his basic footwork and leg techniques gained 298 and 163 experience points, respectively. All of this progress stemmed from Lin Feng's refinement and understanding of the demon ape mountain fist, taking him another step forward on the martial path. Lin Feng stood in the center of the training room, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. He had just completed an intense session of the ape fist technique, and his muscles were still trembling slightly. Suddenly, a series of system notifications flashed before his eyes, causing him to hold his breath. Increases in strength, agility, and constitution by 1 point each, gaining experience in all 3 basic skills. Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement, a thrill coursing through him like electricity. Especially the basic fist technique, which had surged by over 500 experience points, equivalent to an hour of focused training. He took a deep breath to calm his excited nerves. This attribute growth didn't surprise him, as his daily ape fist training always brought noticeable progress. Lin Feng was confident that once he mastered the ape fist technique, his attributes would grow even more rapidly. Eagerly, he opened his data panel. Name, Lin Feng. Origin 1. Age, 16. Strength, 12. Agility, 12. Constitution, 14. Intelligence, 17. A smile crept onto Lin Feng's face. His attributes were now well above average, especially his remarkable 17 points in intelligence. This gave him superior memory and cognitive abilities compared to ordinary people. But it wasn't enough. Lin Feng had already decided that unless absolutely necessary, all attribute points gained from professional upgrades would be allocated to intelligence. Although 17 points hadn't yet shown extraordinary results, he believed that in this extraordinary world, continuous enhancement of intelligence would eventually lead to a breakthrough. Closing the data panel, Lin Feng shook his head to clear away distractions. It was time to continue his training. The ape fist and shadowless force still had a long way to go. Time passed unnoticed as Lin Feng immersed himself in his practice, completely forgetting the outside world. Meanwhile, in the northern suburbs, about 20 miles from the White Ape Martial Arts Hall, a suspicious-looking man was cautiously exploring an eerie, unfinished building. He wore an exaggerated sun hat and sunglasses, wrapped up tightly like a third-rate spy. As he stepped onto the second floor, a tall figure suddenly descended from above, charging at him with fierce momentum. Terrified, the man shouted, "Brother Tian, it's me." The figure halted abruptly, just centimeters away. Trembling, the man removed his sunglasses, revealing a pale facade, was Wu Jun. "Brother Tian, why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come?" Wu Jun tried to sound calm, but his voice betrayed his fear. The burly man withdrew his absurdly large hand, frowning and speaking harshly. "Your phone was off. I couldn't reach you, so I had to come myself. What's with this ridiculous outfit?" Wu Jun forced a laugh. "I was in disguise. no one can recognize me. The burly man looked at Wu Jun's comical getup, his face twitching involuntarily. He took a deep breath, resisting the urge to smack the fool, regretting ever taking this job. The burly man, He Tian, suppressed the raging anger within him, gritting his teeth as he glared at Wu Jun before him. This fool had offered too much money, making it impossible for him to simply turn and walk away. I told you before, only I will contact you. Why did you take it upon yourself to come here? He Tian reprimanded in a low, angry voice. Wu Jun, oblivious to the other's anger, excitedly whispered, I have important news for you, Brother Tian. News? He Tian forced out the word, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. Wu Jun continued, I got news today that Lin Feng rode his electric bike to the martial arts school. Brother Tian, his route home tonight should be. Enough, stop it. He Tian interrupted sharply. He was at a loss for words. The most critical thing about murder was keeping it quiet. This fool was playing with fire by snooping around for information. He Tian didn't want to get caught up because of such an inept partner. He decisively said, Wu Jun, I can't take this job. You'll have to find someone else. Wu Jun was bewildered and quickly asked, Brother Tian, what's going on? What? No reason, I just can't do it, He Tian replied coldly. Unwilling to give up, Wu Jun persisted. How can you not do it? You're already as strong as a dragon, about to nurture internal energy. Lin Feng has only been learning martial arts for less than a month. Dealing with him should be a piece of cake for you, right? He Tian shook his head. It's not about strength, it's just not doable. Wu Jun's eyes darted around as he probed. Is it because the money isn't enough? Fine, I'll add another $500,000. He Tian's body, ready to leave, stopped in its tracks. He thought to himself, that's too much. This guy may be foolish, but he's offering way too much. In reality, He Tian wasn't a professional assassin. He was a down-and-out martial artist from a neighboring city who occasionally dabbled in shady dealings. He went by the name He Tian and had met the Wu brothers, Wu Hui and Wu Jun, by chance. A few days ago, Wu Jun approached him, asking him to take a job to kill an ordinary person. He Tian didn't agree immediately, but told Wu Jun to wait for his message. He then went to Beha City, investigated, and found that the target was indeed just an ordinary person, as Wu Jun had said. The only concern was that the target was a formal disciple of the White Ape Martial Arts School. However, as long as he acted discreetly, it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, a formal disciple was just an outer disciple. If it were an inner disciple, he wouldn't take the job no matter what. I'll add another $500,000, making it $2.5 million, Wu Jun offered. He Tian was tempted. So much money for dealing with an ordinary person was indeed alluring. He feigned reluctance and said, no need for $2.5 million, just $2,490,000. All right, I'll go gather the additional 49,000 in gold, Wu Jun said happily. He Tian suddenly asked, does your brother know about this job you're asking me to do? Wu Jun quickly shook his head. How could I let him know? If he found out, he'd beat me to death. Brother Tian, you won't tell my brother, right? After all, you're friends. Do you think I'm an idiot? He Tian sneered. Haha, of course not. Wu Jun laughed awkwardly. He Tian turned his head to the side, brushing off the dust from his shoulder, and said nonchalantly, Wu Jun, I wanted to leave earlier because your snooping around is too risky. How could you let others find out about this? Haha, so that's what it was about. Wu Jun realized. Brother Tian, don't worry. How could I let a third person know about something like this? You're sure no third person knows? He Tian squinted and asked. Rest assured, absolutely no one knows. Wu Jun patted his chest in assurance. I haven't even shown up at the martial arts school these days. I got the information through. Wu Jun continued to chatter excitedly about the information he had gathered, completely unaware that the cold light in He Tian's eyes was growing more intense. No third person knows? Very well, He Tian thought to himself, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Money is important. As for killing, a target is a target. Once He Tian came to this realization, his gaze fell on the naive Wu Jun beside him, and he suddenly found the young man somewhat endearing. After all, who could remain so calm in the face of such a large sum of money? Wu Jun, He Tian interrupted Wu Jun's endless boasting. What did this Lin Feng guy do to upset you so much? Although a professional hitman shouldn't pry into a client's personal matters, the situation was special, and the usual rules didn't apply. At the mention of Lin Feng, Wu Jun's excited expression turned dark, his eyes filled with venom. That bastard, he said through gritted teeth. He took the spot at the White Ape Martial Arts School that I had been preparing for years, and he humiliated me in public. No one has ever dared to insult me like that before. Wu Jun clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. How can a pauper like him lord over me? Since he's so great, let's see how he handles the power of money. Listening to Wu Jun's complaints, He Tian pieced together the general story. Just a spat between two kids. Was it really worth killing over? He couldn't understand Wu Jun's twisted logic, but it was this very mindset that brought him this job. Speaking of money, He Tian narrowed his eyes, his tone serious. Friendship is one thing, business is another. If you're short, Wu Jun quickly nodded. Don't worry, Brother Tian, money is no issue. After these unpleasant events, my mom gave me some money to relax. It's not a lot, but just enough for this job. Tian cursed inwardly, thinking how fortunate it was to have a wealthy family, where pocket money could cover such extreme measures. However, after completing this job, he could afford some secret elixirs to enhance his internal strength. Life would be better then, and he wouldn't have to risk everything for money anymore. Brother Tian, Wu Jun suddenly spoke, his tone chillingly calm. After killing Lin Feng today, could you also take care of his entire family? Tian looked up and saw Wu Jun's expressionless face, as if they were discussing a casual outing rather than planning a massacre. Where had this kid's conscience and respect for life gone? In the past, Tian would have refused, knowing that a massacre would draw far more attention than a simple murder and could become a high-priority case. But now, since he was already planning to double-cross, the situation was different. Brother Tian, with your skills, it would be a walk in the park, Wu Jun continued. But my money might not be enough. I only have 3 million in total right now. Tian didn't hesitate to accept the additional 500,000, nodding in agreement. Haha, great, Brother Tian, you're the best. Wu Jun laughed excitedly, then added with malice. From today on, I want everyone to know that if anyone dares to cross me, I'll wipe out their entire family. Tian frowned in disgust. Enough, go home. Make sure you have the money ready for me. Tian, go. Do you need Lin Feng's route home tonight? No need. I've already memorized the route from White Ape Martial Arts School to Xinglong Community. I know the perfect spot to make a move. Good. Good. Then I'll wait for your good news tonight. Tian, go. Wu Jun excitedly laughed, just as he was heading downstairs. He leaped down from the other side with agility, landing by the roadside in a few strides, and got into a slightly worn-out car. He started the car, driving towards the main entrance while disguising himself with a wig, fake beard, and skin tone altering makeup. In less than a minute, Tian's appearance was completely transformed. As he turned the car towards the front gate, Wu Jun, wearing big sunglasses, got into a flashy red luxury car. Is this your disguise? Tian frowned, keeping a distance and following Wu Jun's car as it headed south. After a while, Tian, who had already memorized the map of Beha City over the past few days, realized Wu Jun was heading home. Sure enough, the car soon entered one of the best housing estates in Beha City. Tian didn't follow him in, but parked at the entrance. After waiting for more than half an hour without seeing Wu Jun come out, he made a call. Wu Jun, how's the money arranged? Tian, go. Don't worry, it's all exchanged and secured. I've had someone place the gold in a safe location. Someone else? Tian was stunned. No one would have expected that Wu Jun would delegate something as important as handling the money to someone else instead of doing it himself. Haha. Tian, go. It's fine, don't worry. This is a close friend. Absolutely reliable. He doesn't even know what I'm doing with the money night. Tian parked his car by the roadside. This road was called Yud Road. No matter which route Lin Feng took, he would have to pass here to get to Xinglong Community. The place was quite secluded, though not as deserted as Tianxin Road at night. Nevertheless, it would have to do. He needed to wrap up this operation quickly, lest Wu Jun, his foolish partner, mess things up again. Initially, Tian planned to take out Wu Jun during the gold exchange, take the money, and leave. But Wu Jun's unexpected move of not handling the money personally thwarted his plan. He thought of giving up, but couldn't let go of such a large sum of money. He knew that after killing Lin Feng, Wu Jun's sloppy actions would inevitably cause trouble. But he had no choice. He was in desperate need of money lately. Tian had already devised a solution in his mind. After getting the money, he would eliminate Wu Jun as well, solving all problems. As for the target, Tian didn't think much of him. A novice martial artist was no match for him. One strike. Just one strike, and Tian could take him down. It would be a joke if a seasoned fighter like him couldn't take out a beginner in one move. Under the rows of streetlights, cars occasionally passed by. It was already past 9 at night, with few pedestrians on the sidewalks. In the distance, at the intersection, a bicycle slowly approached, ridden by a boy around 13 or 14. It's him. Tian recognized the boy as the target's younger brother, but he didn't make a move, letting him pass. Wu Jun had requested to eliminate the whole family, but Tian had only agreed to get his hands on Wu Jun's money. Since that opportunity was lost, he wouldn't go through with it. One death was no big deal, but a whole family would be a major news story. He didn't want to create a big incident that would draw official attention. Time passed slowly. As it neared 11 o'clock, the target finally appeared. Tian opened the car door. Seeing the electric bike pass by 2 meters away, he launched himself like a spring. His 5 thick fingers clenched into a fist, swelling with blood energy, and his punch landed on Lin Feng's back like a heavy hammer. Tian didn't hold back, using his signature martial art move, the cloak hammer from the 5 refined hands. This punch, driven by his full blood energy, packed a force of over 2,800 pounds. Even a cow would die from such a blow. Die? He thought as he saw his punch connect. But unexpectedly, the target rolled to the side, dodging the attack. Although surprised, Tian didn't hesitate. taking 2 strides to catch up and kicking out fiercely. Yet the target raised his head, not dodging but countering with a punch. Overestimating yourself. This thought had just crossed He Tian's mind when he heard a sharp, explosive sound. How is this possible? How is this possible? Upon hearing the explosive sound of something cutting through the air, He Tian's face changed dramatically. As a martial artist with years of training, he instantly realized the terrifying power behind that sound. How could a young boy unleash such a ferocious punch? Hadn't he just started learning martial arts not long ago? He Tian attempted to retract his full-force kick, but the momentum had already been unleashed, and it was impossible to pull back. At the moment of impact, the sound of bones cracking was unmistakable. He Tian felt as if he had been hit by a speeding train, his entire body sent flying by the tremendous force. Relying on years of training, He Tian twisted his body midair, trying to land on his feet. However, when he attempted to steady himself, a strange sensation from his right leg made him look down. His entire lower leg was grotesquely bent, covered in blood and flesh. Still reeling from the residual force, He Tian quickly grabbed a nearby tree with his fingers to steady himself. Before the pain reached his brain, Lin Feng had already lunged at him like a ferocious ape, closing the distance in just a couple of strides. The punch Lin Feng threw was even more explosive, carrying an indescribable rhythm. For a moment, He Tian seemed to see a mighty ape, unmatched in the world, charging at him. This was not a punch that a mere boy could throw, He Tian thought, horrified. What kind of monster was this? In a life-or-death moment, He Tian knew that not fighting back would mean certain death. He roared, his blood and energy surging as he punched with all his might. Unfortunately, his broken leg made his stance unstable, and his punch lacked strength. How could he possibly contend with the most powerful move of the demon ape mountain fist, the demon ape slaying dragon? As their fists collided, the fabric on He Tian's arm instantly shredded, and his entire arm broke inch by inch. His whole body, enveloped in a mist of blood, crashed heavily into the nearby wasteland. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng scanned the surroundings and noticed his electric scooter toppled on the roadside. Fortunately, no one had witnessed the scene, with only 2 cars slowly approaching from a distance. He walked into the wasteland and saw that He Tian's leg and arm were crippled, and his internal organs had suffered severe damage. The pungent smell of blood filled the air. Lin Feng stared at the burly man half-laying on the ground, baffled. If he hadn't been drawn by the man's physique while riding his scooter, noticing the ambush out of the corner of his eye, he might have met his end today. The man on the ground continued to cough up blood, but Lin Feng seemed indifferent as he approached. "Why did you try to kill me?" he asked, immediately regretting it. Since arriving in this world, he had only offended 2 groups, the returnees he had killed and the Wu army he had injured. Lin Feng's heart sounded the alarm. If the person coming after him was a returnee, then today's attacker was certainly something other than human, not an ordinary martial artist. His mind raced and reached a disturbing conclusion: it could only be Wu Jun. Lin Feng's eyes were sharp as he fixed his gaze on the battered man on the ground, asking coldly, "How much did Wu Jun pay you?" The man's breath caught for a moment, a subtle reaction that didn't escape Lin Feng's keen observation. As expected, Wu Jun had sent him. The man on the ground, He Tian, endured the searing pain and looked up with difficulty at the approaching Lin Feng. His voice trembled from the pain. "Lin Feng, I've looked into your background. You're a first-year student at Second High, and your parents are ordinary people." He paused, gasping before continuing, "I hope you calm down. If you kill me, you'll be labeled a murderer." Lin Feng frowned, asking coldly, "So what?" He Tian coughed a few times, forcing out his words, "So I hope you'll let me go." Lin Feng's voice dripped with sarcasm. "So by your logic, good people deserve to suffer?" He Tian took a sharp breath, continuing his argument. "That's just how the world is. Even if you call the police now, with my injuries, do you think they'll believe I tried to kill you? Or that you were trying to kill me?" Lin Feng's expression darkened instantly. Seeing this, He Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking his words had successfully trapped the young man within the constraints of societal rules. In his eyes, Lin Feng was just a 16-year-old kid, even if exceptionally gifted, still young and naive. However, Lin Feng suddenly said, "Letting you go is fine, but I have one condition." He Tian asked warily, "What is it?" Lin Feng's voice was as cold as ice. "Help me lure Wu Jun out. If I don't vent my anger today, I won't be at peace." He Tian knew he had to go along with the young man, so he nodded in agreement despite the pain. "All right, no problem. I'll call him." The call connected, and Wu Jun's excited voice came through the phone. "Tian go, is everything taken care of?" He Tian quickly cut him off, fearing Wu Jun might slip up. "It's all set. But I didn't kill Lin Feng." "What?" Wu Jun's confused voice came through. "Why not?" He Tian hurried to explain. "Don't get upset. I know you hate him, so I left him alive for you to handle personally." Wu Jun understood. "Oh, haha, that's why you're the best, Tian go. Where should we meet?" "You decide. Let's meet at the Tianyi abandoned building. No one will be there, and I can take my time with him." "All right, He Tian said, hanging up. Lin Feng suddenly said, "Thank you," which made He Tian pause. But then he felt a fierce, killing intent rush towards him. He hastily raised his only remaining arm to block, but it was no match for Lin Feng's powerful punch. With a crack, He Tian's head tilted to one side. Lin Feng coldly looked at the corpse on the ground, muttering to himself, "Killing is obviously illegal, but if no one knows, is it really illegal?" Lin Feng gazed coldly at the body on the ground, his heart untroubled. He quickly weighed three options: letting the person go, calling the police, or resolving the matter completely. Letting the person go was akin to courting death, and calling the police would make it difficult to prove his innocence due to the disparity in injuries. Ultimately, he chose the most secure option of a physical resolution. In the inky darkness of the night, Lin Feng cautiously peeked out, surveying his surroundings. On the deserted road, cars occasionally roared past. He held his breath and waited until the traffic had receded before sprinting across to park his electric bike securely. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Feng carefully assessed the environment. As he suspected, there were no surveillance cameras along this stretch of road, clearly chosen by the assassin with precision. This discovery provided him with some relief as he turned his focus to a nearby silver-gray car. It was an old model bearing local plates from Baya City, the very vehicle the assassin had just exited. Lin Feng gently tugged on the door, which opened easily. He swiftly slipped into the driver's seat, started the engine, and cautiously checked the road on both sides. Once he was sure no one was around, he drove the car across the street, opened the trunk, and stuffed the body inside. The bloodstains on the ground were stark, but there was no time to clean them up. Lin Feng covered his face with clothing and started the car again. Even though nighttime surveillance likely wouldn't capture clear facial features, he opted to conceal his face for added security. Damn surveillance. Lin Feng cursed inwardly, knowing he could only blame his own lack of power. If he wielded strength beyond the reach of national order, he wouldn't need to be so cautious. The vehicle quickly disappeared at the intersection. Moments later, Lin Feng emerged quietly from the nearby bushes. It turned out he wasn't going to dispose of the body, but had instead parked the car on another street. Lin Feng hopped onto his electric bike, cranked up the speed to maximum, yet he didn't head straight to where Wu Hui was. Instead, he returned home first. Time was tight, and there was a more pressing culprit he needed to deal with. Lin Feng never anticipated that Wu Jun would hire an assassin to take his life. The incident stemmed merely from him securing a spot as an official disciple. However, the martial arts school had quotas every year, and Wu Jun, unable to pass for over a decade, unfairly blamed others. This mindset was perplexing, and hiring a killer over such a trivial matter was utterly absurd. Nonetheless, Lin Feng understood that the world was indeed absurd. He had to act swiftly to ensure his own safety. Due to the diversity of species, even within the same species, there can be a wide variety of differences. Lin Feng returned home quietly, noticing that Su Hong and the others were already asleep. He tiptoed into his room, quickly changed into black clothes, and found a flashlight. As midnight approached, Lin Feng stood on the balcony, overlooking the silent neighborhood. He carefully observed the building's layout and swiftly mapped out a descent route in his mind, using the balcony, pipes, and windows as footholds. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng agilely swung down like a nimble monkey, landing steadily on the lawn below the 5th floor in less than 2 minutes. To avoid attracting attention, Lin Feng bypassed the main entrance of the community and quietly climbed over the wall to leave. He could have headed straight to the abandoned Tianyi building to deal with Wu Jun, but he deliberately returned home to appear on camera and then climbed out the window. This was all to create the illusion of returning home and avoid triggering the fourth profession, prisoner. Once out of the community, Lin Feng did not opt for a taxi, but instead ran towards where he had parked earlier. With an agility score of 12, his speed rivaled that of an electric scooter. Cautiously avoiding surveillance cameras along the way, he quickly reached the parking spot. Meanwhile, in front of the abandoned Tianyi building in the northern suburbs, a red luxury car slowly pulled up. Wu Jun excitedly got out of the car, holding a flashlight and a canvas bag. He never expected He Tian to spare Lin Feng's life, and this unexpected turn of events thrilled him to the core. Wu Jun was already contemplating various torture methods, hoping that He Tian hadn't harmed Lin Feng too severely, which would affect his upcoming game. As time ticked by, Wu Jun's excitement grew stronger. Just then, a faint noise came from downstairs. Wu Jun hurriedly pulled up his pants and shone his flashlight towards the stairwell. A shadow slowly ascended, and when the light illuminated the person's face, Wu Jun was stunned. "It's you?" Wu Jun looked at the unscathed Lin Feng in disbelief, his mind racing with countless questions. Where was He Tian? Could he have failed? How was this possible? At this moment, Lin Feng was seething with anger. He had wanted to quietly practice martial arts and improve himself, but this spoiled second-generation rich kid had disrupted his peaceful life, even forcing him to kill. In 2 steps, he was in front of Wu Jun, delivering a punch to his chest. Blood splattered as Wu Jun's body slammed against the concrete wall like a hanging picture before crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Feng glanced at the blood-soaked scene, slightly regretting that he had struck too hard, realizing that cleaning up would be troublesome. He picked up Wu Jun's corpse, retrieved the fallen flashlight, and noticed the canvas bag nearby. Giving it a gentle kick, he heard the sound of metal clinking. Lin Feng's face showed a peculiar expression as he set down the body and opened the bag. The flashlight beam illuminated the bag, revealing a blinding golden glow that left Lin Feng momentarily breathless. The next morning, Lin Feng rode his electric bike to the martial arts school. As he passed the scene of last night's incident, he carefully observed the surroundings. Apart from some slightly messy traces on the grass, there was no visible sign of anything unusual. Upon arriving at the school, Lin Feng pushed the door open and ran into Yijia. "Morning, Yijia." Lin Feng greeted her. Yijia glanced at the clock on the wall and said in surprise, "Hey, Lin Feng, why are you so late today?" Lin Feng smiled and explained, "I accidentally overslept today." In reality, he had been extremely busy the night before. First, he dealt with the bodies, then cleaned up the scene. Thanks to his obsession with crime shows in his previous life, he had acquired the professional knowledge needed to make the bodies disappear completely and leave the scene spotless. He didn't get home until 4 or 5 in the morning. However, thinking about the generous reward from Wu Jun, Lin Feng felt that the hard work was worth it. Lin Feng walked into the changing room, took off his jacket and shirt. Standing in front of the mirror, he was surprised to see his body changing at a visible rate. His muscles were bulging, especially on his shoulders and arms, and the structure and definition of his muscles were taking shape. Without the support of the magic ape mountain fist, even with the help of the data panel and flow state, his progress wouldn't have been this rapid. Putting on his martial arts uniform, Lin Feng recalled yesterday's training. He divided his time equally between practicing the magic ape mountain fist and focusing on the shadowless force. He had upgraded his shadowless force practice to level 4, and his movements were smooth and fluid, though the pain in his body hadn't significantly lessened with the advancement. However, the training effects were noticeably enhanced, and after yesterday's practice, Lin Feng felt a clear increase in the strength of his legs. When he reached the 3rd floor, Lin Feng opened the door to the training room and was surprised to find Feng Lai already waiting inside. "Good morning, coach," Lin Feng greeted. Feng Lai looked at Lin Feng with a peculiar expression. What's going on with you?" "What's wrong, coach?" Lin Feng asked, touching his face to ensure there was nothing unusual when he had checked in the mirror earlier. Suddenly, Lin Feng shivered, as if something indescribable had approached him. He instinctively stepped back and immediately felt a lightness, as if something had been pulled away from him. Lin Feng frowned and looked at Feng Lai in confusion. Feng Lai asked, "Have you mastered the magic ape mountain fist? When did you break through?" Lin Feng realized what had happened and answered honestly, "I broke through the night before last." "Impressive, truly impressive," Feng Lai remarked. "If only I had your talent back then." However, once the magic ape mountain fist is perfected, the process of modifying your muscles and bones will accelerate. This process is more painful than gradual modification, so be prepared. Lin Feng nodded. "Don't worry, coach, I'm prepared." He thought for a moment and added, "Coach, I've already mastered the shadowless force. Since you're here, why not teach me the second set of shadowless force techniques now, so I don't have to come back tomorrow?" Half an hour later, Feng Lai walked out of the training room with a wry smile on his face. "Qilong, do you think I'm a bit unreliable as a master? I can't guide my disciple in martial arts at all, and I feel like a martial arts manual distributor NPC. Aren't you?" A voice only Feng Lai could hear echoed in his mind. Feng Lai laughed at himself. "You know, I really am. Being the master of a genius is quite a pressure." Feng Lai gazed into the void, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "It seems my student considers me some sort of righteous figure. He'd rather risk his own life to kill than seek my help." His voice carried a hint of sarcasm. With his current strength, he could easily handle it himself. He's just too soft-hearted. Feng Lai's eyes sharpened, as if piercing through the emptiness. Since he killed Wu Jun, why not deal with Wu Hui's entire family? If you don't pull the weeds up by the roots, they will grow again with the spring breeze. Once you've decided to act, you shouldn't leave any survivors. As he finished speaking, a semi-transparent, scaly claw extended from Feng Lai's heart, clutching 2 fear-filled spirits. They were Wu Jun and He Tian. "Please no." Wu Jun's spirit began to plead, but a golden flame instantly consumed his spirit form. After a scream, he vanished into nothingness. He Tian's spirit, witnessing this, trembled and curled up in fear. Feng Lai looked at He Tian coldly. "When I ask you about the situation later, answer truthfully." He Tian nodded repeatedly. With a thought, Feng Lai retracted the claw, dragging He Tian back into his heart. "What did your student do yesterday?" "The resentment from these 2 spirits is quite significant." A voice called Qilong questioned. Feng Lai sneered. "They were killed. Wouldn't there be a lot of resentment?" He paused. "Qilong, speaking of righteous figures, I've tirelessly protected Beha City day and night, saving hundreds of thousands over the years. Doesn't that qualify as righteous?" Qilong pondered for a moment. "By numbers, it certainly does. There you have it." Feng Lai laughed heartily. Is my disciple wrong to think I'm righteous? Time flew by, and soon it was noon. In the martial arts school, a piece of news exploded like a bomb. Did you hear? The school just received a call. Senior Wu Hui's family had a fire this morning, and they're all gone, a student said gravely. How is that possible? Others were incredulous. Senior Wu Hui was so skilled. How could he die in a fire? Someone pulled out their phone and opened today's news. This morning at 10:18, a severe fire broke out in a villa in the Behasinic Villa district. The death toll is 7. I've been to that villa. It's Senior Wu's home, someone exclaimed. In the cafeteria, Lin Feng, who was enjoying his meal, was stunned by the news, his chopsticks suspended in midair. His mind was a blur, but he vaguely realized this was no accident. How could someone who had practiced martial arts for years die in a fire? The only explanation was that Wu Hui's family had been dealt with. Suddenly, Lin Feng's phone rang. It was Feng Lai calling. He answered, and Feng Lai got straight to the point. You must have received the news? I did it. The words hit Lin Feng like a heavy blow, leaving him dumbfounded. Feng Lai's voice continued. Wu Jun's family had considerable assets. With their son dead, did you think they'd let it go? Even if they couldn't find out you did it, can you guarantee they wouldn't take out their anger on you because they couldn't find the culprit? As for Wu Hui, it's indeed a pity. He was reasonable and smart, but he was Wu Jun's brother. Feng Lai's tone turned serious. Lin Feng, what I want to tell you is, in the future, either don't act at all, or if you do, make sure to finish it completely, leaving no chance for others. Showing a bit of kindness is being unkind to yourself and those around you. Did you take out their entire family? Lin Feng gasped, his voice involuntarily lowering. Aren't you with the authorities? Aren't you one of those special agents who hunt down evil gods and demons? Feng Lai's lips curled into a cryptic smile. Who said being with the authorities, or being a good person, means you can't kill? Lin Feng, don't let conventional morals bind you. Remember, your life is more important than anything else. Only by staying alive can you do what you want, whether it's good or bad. If anyone poses a threat to you, even if it's just a hint of murderous intent, you take them out by any means necessary. Feng Lai's words shattered Lin Feng's understanding of the world like a sledgehammer. He stared in disbelief at this enigmatic man, memories of his previous impressions of Feng Lai flashing through his mind. Though mysterious in his actions, he was undeniably dedicated to dealing with extraordinary events across Bay City, a bona fide official operative. It was this impression that had prevented Lin Feng from seeking Feng Lai's help before taking down He Tian. Lin Feng feared that even if Feng Lai could solve the problem, Wu Jun would not face the punishment he deserved. Yet now, this demon-slaying captain completely overturned Lin Feng's stereotype of a righteous captain. Feng Lai wasn't the rule-abiding good guy. He was a more radical and ruthless figure than Lin Feng himself. Lin Feng couldn't help but recall a line from a movie, an angry shout. Should good people have guns pointed at them? If it were Feng Lai, the bad guy would likely be in pieces before they even touched the gun. 7 days later, inside the training room, a fierce punch, accompanied by a gust of wind, aimed straight at Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng quickly retreated, simultaneously delivering a powerful leg swipe at his opponent. Lu Chang raised his padded arm to block, but the forceful kick sent him flying back, taking several steps to steady himself. Stop! Stop! That's enough, Lu Chang quickly called out, panting as he removed the pads from his arms. He rolled up his sleeves to reveal his reddened and swollen arm. Sorry, Changge. Lin Feng promptly apologized. No worries, just outmatched, Lu Chang replied with a wry smile. But your legwork is really getting impressive. It had been 8 days since Lin Feng's incident. He had already mastered the 3 sets of moves from the shadowless force, practicing the 85 movements daily, which continuously increased the strength in his legs. Not only had his technique become more refined, but he had also gained 2 points in agility and 1 point in strength. You're improving every day, and I'm no longer a match for you, Lu Chang remarked in awe. I have no idea how you're training. 3 days ago, Lu Chang had wandered into the training room and, feeling inspired, sparred with Lin Feng. They've been competing ever since. When facing Lu Chang, Lin Feng refrained from using the Demon Ape Mountain Fist, which could have easily defeated Lu Chang with a single punch. Instead, he relied on basic punches and kicks, but the power behind his kicks, honed by the shadowless force, was still formidable even when he tried to restrain it. Lin Feng unleashed a powerful kick, and the full force of his shadowless kick became immediately apparent. The strength and speed of this move were far beyond any ordinary kicking technique, even though it wasn't yet in its perfect form. During his practice, Lin Feng still experienced pain in his body, indicating that the shadowless kick hadn't fully transformed his muscles and bones, and he had yet to master it completely. Over the past 7 days, Lin Feng's attributes had changed significantly. Name: Lin Feng. Source energy: 1. Age: 16. Strength: 15. Agility: 15. Constitution: 16. Intelligence: 19. His level as an ancient martial artist increased to LV 6753-2400. His student profession reached LV 5925-1200, and his chef profession advanced to LV 3110500. Except for the student profession, which was just a bit shy of leveling up, the other two professions each gained a level. During this period, Lin Feng dedicated himself to practicing the magical ape mountain punch. This foundational martial art, when perfected, had a significant effect on honing his body, granting him 3 points in constitution, 1 point in agility, and 2 points in strength, totaling a 6-point attribute boost. The only downside was that despite 7 days of intense training, the form of the magical ape had not yet taken shape. The 2 attribute points gained from leveling up as an ancient martial artist and chef were all added to Lin Feng's intelligence. With 19 points in intelligence, his perception abilities increased dramatically, allowing him to sense things ordinary people couldn't. Just last night, as he was heading home from training, he vaguely sensed something following him. He stopped his bike and threw a punch using the magical ape mountain punch, faintly hearing a scream as the mysterious presence vanished without a trace. For the talent points gained after leveling up, Lin Feng chose to add them to the last available talent, learning LV3, which passively enhanced his learning ability by 140. All 4 talents learning, flow, fury, and dominance were now maxed out. He chose to save the remaining talent point instead of activating the agility talent for the chef profession. Lin Feng originally thought that reaching level 6 as an ancient martial artist would unlock a 3rd talent, but he was disappointed. Upon reaching level 6, the talent page remained blank. The next level, 7, required 2,400 experience points, which would take at least 5 or 6 days to achieve, even at the current leveling pace. Chong, do you need to see a doctor for your arms? Lin Feng noticed Lu Chong's arms were red and swollen and asked with concern. No need, I'll just massage them myself later. Lu Chong looked at the young man before him, who was now taller than himself, with a complex expression. The Lin Feng standing here was a far cry from the one who first entered the martial arts hall. A broad back, slender waist, and muscles that seemed ready to burst out of his martial arts uniform. His arms, especially, almost reached his knees when hanging down. Such a drastic transformation was undoubtedly an alteration of muscles and bones, truly remarkable. Lu Chong mused to himself. Achieving such significant change in such a short time is only possible by mastering a martial art to perfection. But how many can truly master a martial art? This is the true path of martial arts, unlike my own. Reflecting on over 6 years of hard work, which couldn't match Lin Feng's progress in just a month, Lu Chong couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. The gap between people can sometimes be incomparable. At that moment, there was a knock on the training room door. Concerned about being seen practicing the magical ape mountain punch, Lin Feng had kept the door locked, with only Feng Lai having access. Brother Ma. To his surprise, it was Ma Honyuan outside the door. Old Lu is here too? You need to leave. I have something to discuss with Lin Feng. Ma Honyuan immediately issued a dismissal upon seeing Lu Chong present. Kick me out? Old Ma, what shady business are you up to? Why can't I know? Lu Chong, hearing Ma Honyuan's words, was even more reluctant to leave. Go take care of your own business. I really have something important. Ma Honyuan forcibly pushed Lu Chong out the door, and after closing it, he spoke to Lin Feng with a somewhat conflicted expression. Junior brother Lin, I shouldn't have come today, but I had no choice. Someone insisted I come. No problem. What's the matter, senior brother Ma? Lin Feng responded calmly. It's simple, really. Someone asked me to arrange a meeting between you and them, to have a meal. I hope for my sake, you'll agree to go. Just a meal? Of course, there's more to it, but you don't have to agree to anything. Ma Hongyuan's words carried a hint of difficulty. As soon as Ma Honyuan finished speaking, Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. The two stood face to face in the martial arts hall corridor, with a hint of tension in the air. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng spoke. Brother Ma, I'm not good at socializing and prefer not to deal with strangers. Just tell me what it is, and if I can do it, I will. His words politely declined the meeting request, yet left some room for negotiation. After all, it was Ma Honyuan who had taken Lin Feng back after he fainted from soaking in the Wanzhun Longu Tang last time. Over time, their interactions had been pleasant, and Lin Feng was not one to be ungrateful. Ma Honyuan sighed lightly upon hearing this. Junior brother Lin, the restaurant isn't far, just at Yunting Lu, about 200 or 300 meters from the martial arts hall. Brother Ma, please understand, I don't want to go. Lin Feng shook his head, his tone firm. Ma Honyuan knew Lin Feng's nature well. Despite his young age, Lin Feng spoke with a maturity beyond his years and rarely changed his mind once it was made up. Moreover, Lin Feng's status had changed significantly recently. Ma Honyuan didn't persist, but instead smiled wryly. Being the middleman is really not easy. Junior brother Lin, can I make a call and check? Of course, Lin Feng nodded, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He had been training in the room daily and hadn't interacted much with others, barely even nodding to those in the martial arts hall. Who could have asked Ma Honyuan to make this request? Ma Honyuan took out his phone and dialed a number. Lin Feng heard him speaking softly. 20 million. Okay, I'll tell him. After hanging up, Ma Hanyuan spoke with a complex expression. Here's the thing, junior brother Lin, your exceptional talent has reached the headquarters of the martial arts hall. It seems there's an intention to promote you to a true disciple. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at this. Ma Hanyuan continued explaining that formal disciples of the martial arts hall were merely outer disciples of the Bai Yuan Dao, with their skills and treatment far inferior to those of inner disciples. Inner disciples were the real members of the Bai Yuan Dao. All formal disciples, including Zhang Min, Wan Lei, and Ma Hanyuan himself, aspired to become inner disciples and had been striving for it for years. Above the inner disciples, the Bai Yuan Dao had an even higher status, the true disciple. True disciples received the sect's authentic martial arts teachings and were at the core of the sect. Each generation of Bai Yuan Dao only had 10 such positions, and those who received this inheritance were exceptionally gifted. Ma Hongyuan's tone carried a hint of melancholy. I approached you, junior brother Lin, because someone is willing to offer 20 million for you to give up this position. Again, Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. The Wu family, who previously asked him to give up his formal disciple position, was no longer around. And now this? A true disciple position for 20 million? This offer was indeed surprising, as it's a fortune most people could never imagine earning in a lifetime. Seeing Lin Feng's expression change, Ma Honyuan quickly advised, junior brother Lin, while the money is substantial, I suggest you don't give up the true disciple position for immediate gain. Money can be earned over time, but a true disciple position cannot be bought with money. Lin Feng listened, lost in thought. He understood this principle well. Given that someone is willing to offer 20 million, this so-called true disciple position must be worth more than that. Lin Feng calculated in his mind, realizing he had once again gotten ahead of others and blocked some people's paths. He turned to Brother Ma and asked directly, Brother Ma, who contacted you? Brother Ma hesitated slightly, but answered truthfully. Someone from headquarters who happens to know me, so they asked me to invite you for a meal. However, the person behind it is definitely not him. A glint of insight flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he analyzed. I guess it must be that talented inner disciple who has a chance to become a true disciple, afraid that I'll take his place, so he did this. Brother Ma nodded in agreement. It's usually whoever stands to gain or benefit from something who will take action. Lin Feng pondered and said slowly, Brother Ma, I can't give you an answer right now. I need to think this over carefully. Of course, Brother Ma said understandingly. Take your time to consider, Lin Jr. brother. However, my suggestion is to refuse, though that's just my personal opinion. Think it over, and if you decide, feel free to call me. After leaving a phone number, Ma Honyuan took his leave. Lin Feng stood there deep in thought. 20 million was indeed tempting, but it wasn't particularly alluring to him at this point. In this world, money was important, but strength was even more crucial. Besides, he still had the gold coins from Wu Junbao and wasn't short of money for now. The offer of a true disciple position was unexpected. However, considering his exceptional recovery, explosive potential, and rapid martial arts learning, it wasn't surprising that he had caught the attention of the Bai Yuan Dao headquarters. After weighing his options, Lin Feng picked up his phone and called Feng Lai. Since the massacre of the Wu family, his trust in Feng Lai had increased significantly. What's up? Feng Lai's deep voice came through the phone. Coach. Lin Feng recounted the recent events to Feng Lai. 20 million? Huh. Feng Lai sneered. These useless people are still doing the same shady things as before. But their information is sharp. I hadn't even heard about it, and they've already sent someone. What do you think about this matter? I'm not interested in becoming a true disciple, Lin Feng answered firmly. Oh, are you after the 20 million? Feng Lai probed. No. Then why not? The question stumped Lin Feng. Why not? With his data panel and training under Feng Lai, the martial arts he was learning, whether it was the Demon Ape Mountain Fist or the Shadowless Thunder, were not ordinary skills. He could quietly train at the Bai Yuan Martial Hall without needing to become a true disciple. Most importantly, in Beha City, he had Feng Lai's backing. If any problem arose, he could directly call on Feng Lai. Given the chaotic times, being a novice, having a boss for protection provided a sense of security. Of course, he couldn't voice these thoughts. Lin Feng simply said, I think training with the coach is quite good. Haha, Lin Feng, your flattery is quite satisfying. Feng Lai's hearty laughter came through the phone. I wasn't trying to flatter you, just stating the truth, Lin Feng quickly defended. You rascal. Feng Lai's tone turned serious. You don't know the benefits of being a true disciple. It's not just about learning the foundational martial arts of the sect. There are also various secret martial arts. The status is equivalent to an ordinary elder in the sect, like the Hall Master Su Hao. Besides the training resources, the annual dividends for a true disciple are substantial, given by Yuan Dao's sizable assets. For ordinary people, becoming a true disciple is like reaching the pinnacle in one step, far beyond what a mere 20 million can offer. Lin Feng paused, then asked, apart from dividends and training resources, isn't the Demon Ape Mountain Fist I'm learning a foundational martial art? Is the shadowless thunder inferior to those secret martial arts? Huh, that's true as well. Feng Lai agreed. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. Coach, what exactly is your position in Bai Yuan Dao? My position is just an ordinary coach, Feng Lai teased. Then his tone shifted. Of course that's now. I was once one of the true disciples of Bai Yuan Dao. Really? I suspected as much, Lin Feng thought to himself. Feng Lai's voice continued over the phone. When I was selected as a true disciple, just like you, people tried to buy me with money, and some even intervened directly. However, after I killed 5 inner disciples, 1 true disciple, and 1 elder, they became more restrained. Lin Feng was stunned, his mind reeling with shock. 5 inner disciples, 1 direct disciple, and an elder were killed? This was not an initiation into the sect, it was a bloody massacre. He could only silently give a thumbs up in his mind, secretly admiring Wu Jun's ruthless methods. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Lin Feng asked, Coach, as a direct disciple, why are you here working as a regular coach? A flicker of a complex emotion crossed Feng Lai's eyes, but he answered calmly, if I weren't here as a coach, how would you have met me? Sensing that Feng Lai wasn't keen on discussing further, Lin Feng wisely refrained from asking more. Feng Lai steered the conversation back on track. Let's talk about being a direct disciple. Lin Feng, do you really not want to become one? Lin Feng admitted honestly, I don't want to leave Behe City. Feng Lai laughed heartily. Is that all? Just make a trip to the capital, get the title of a direct disciple, and then come back. It only takes a few days. Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Is that possible? Why not? Feng Lai countered. Realization dawned on Lin Feng, and he nodded repeatedly. Then there's no problem. Feng Lai advised. All right, that's settled. But about the 2 million over there, don't be in a hurry to refuse them. Lin Feng understood and nodded. I know. As soon as Feng Lai hung up, a voice in his mind spoke. Haven't you already taken this kid as your disciple? Why are you sending him away? Feng Lai's lips curled into a slight smile. Who said I'm sending him away? As I recall, in your White Ape sect, direct disciples are required to apprentice under several elders and the sect leader, aren't they? He didn't answer directly, just smiled meaningfully. The phone rang again. It was the owner, Su Hao. Feng Lai answered, and Su Hao's voice came through. Junior brother Feng, where are you? I recently found some new tea. Come up here and try it. Feng Lai replied bluntly. Senior brother Su, let's skip the tea and get to the point. Su Hao was surprised. You already know? What's there not to know? Someone's already made a move before you. Feng Lai replied calmly. Su Hao cursed and then asked, since you know, what's your opinion? Junior brother, the sect leader and the others aren't targeting you specifically. They just think Lin Feng, with his 3 talents, is a rare find, so? Feng Lai interrupted. Say no more, I agree. In Su Hao's office, he was on the phone with a middle-aged man in his 50s. Sect leader, no, junior brother Feng didn't make any demands. The sect leader pondered for a moment. That's rather unusual. It's not like Feng Lai. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was oblivious to all of this. He was in the training room, fully focused on practicing the demon ape fist. To him, becoming a direct disciple or 2 million didn't matter as much as martial arts. He chose to go with the flow and not let these matters disturb his peace of mind. In the training room, each of Lin Feng's moves created a powerful gust, causing a buzzing sound around him. His breathing and the sound of his muscles and bones resonated together, forming a unique martial symphony. Every punch was infused with his full strength, the wind from his fists fierce and unstoppable, as if a demon ape truly roamed the mountains. His muscles rippled and twisted like a giant python, each part of his body honed by the surge of energy and blood. Lin Feng was absorbed in the practice of demon ape mountain punch, his entire body moving as if alive, with sweat sliding down his well-defined muscles. Fortunately, he was in a secluded private training room, or this display would have left others in shock. After 50 minutes of this flow state, Lin Feng halted his movements. A system prompt appeared. Your skill, Demon Ape Mountain Punch, is perfected, unable to gain more experience. Your profession, Ancient Martial Artist, has gained 79 experience points. Unlike before, Lin Feng did not feel breathless or exhausted after this session. Aside from the strange sensation from the changes in his muscles and bones, he felt no fatigue. The constant soreness and pain, which had once been unbearable, had now become a familiar sensation. The results of his muscle and bone transformation were evident. Lin Feng's arms had lengthened by at least 3 centimeters, and the muscles on his back had undergone a remarkable change. Thick, rope-like muscles lay hidden beneath his skin, ready to stand out with the slightest exertion, covering his entire back in a formidable display. Additionally, subtle changes appeared in his abdomen, arms, thighs, and even his heels. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Lin Feng saw it was nearly 2 p.m. It was his father Lin Guoting's birthday, and he planned to cook a lavish birthday dinner for him. He quickly took a sip of water, wiped the sweat from his body with a towel, and began tidying up the training room. Once finished, Lin Feng rode his electric scooter to pick up the pre-ordered birthday cake from the bakery. After returning to the neighborhood, he placed the cake at home and headed to the nearby market to buy ingredients. As soon as he entered the market, he bumped into his mother's friend, Antigua. Isn't this Xiao Feng? No classes on a Thursday? Antigua asked in surprise. Hi, Antigua. I took a day off for something. Lin Feng replied politely. Antigua couldn't help but pinch the muscles on Lin Feng's arm, exclaiming, I haven't seen you in a while, Xiao Feng. You've changed so much, you've got muscles now. Antigua, I've been working out, Lin Feng explained. No wonder. Antigua nodded in understanding. After a brief chat, they went their separate ways. Lin Feng began purchasing ingredients: pork belly, ribs, shrimp, chicken, vegetables. Just as he was about to buy some corn, he felt an invisible wave pass through him. His head buzzed, and his vision became blurry. This disoriented state lasted only 2 seconds before Lin Feng snapped back to reality. To his surprise, the bustling market had quieted down significantly. Though people were still moving, buying, and selling, their actions had become stiff, like robots. Lin Feng saw Antigua, who had just been talking to him, walking past with a dazed look, carrying several bags. Antigua, Lin Feng called out, but she did not respond, continuing to stare blankly ahead. He reached out to stop her, and she halted, but her eyes remained fixed forward, seemingly oblivious to Lin Feng's presence. When he let go, she continued mechanically to a vegetable stall, picking up a cabbage. The vendor, equally dazed, took the cabbage and placed it on the scale. 4 yuan and 6, the vendor said mechanically. Antigua scanned her phone, took the cabbage, and left the market with stiff steps. Scanning the area, Lin Feng noticed everyone had become like this, as if they had suddenly lost their souls and turned into mechanical puppets. Witnessing this eerie scene, Lin Feng felt a chill run straight to his head, sending shivers down his spine. He wasn't affected by the voidless domain. On a rooftop not far from the market, Zhaoya opened her eyes in surprise. Who? That disciple from Captain Feng's team. The jerk who didn't save you? Cheng Wujia, you can't really blame him for that. Didn't Brother Tong say that his true strength hasn't even reached the elephant realm? Killing those 4 returners was just because he temporarily awakened some kind of berserk bloodline. When I saw him kill those 4 returners, I thought his strength was at least above the mortal realm, so I hoped he could save me. It's only right for someone with such poor strength to choose not to save others and run away. You almost died, and you're still speaking up for that brat. I'm not defending him. Zhaya shook her head, her ponytail swaying as she spoke honestly. I'm just stating the facts. Besides, I'm fine, aren't I? If it weren't for Captain Feng risking injury to save you, you would have been dead by now. Anyway, I can't stand that kid. He didn't even try, just ran off immediately. His courage is smaller than a woman's. I really don't know what Captain Feng sees in him. The two stood on the rooftop, talking non-stop while their eyes were fixed on a building ahead. You say the kid is still conscious, but he hasn't even cultivated inner strength. How is he not affected by the voidless domain? Zhaoya frowned. Earlier, when she set up the voidless domain, she sensed Lin Feng and focused her attention on him briefly. She noticed that after the domain was deployed, Lin Feng was only momentarily dazed for less than a second before snapping back to clarity. Maybe his mental strength is extraordinary, she said as she spoke. In the building opposite, 2 figures simultaneously crashed through the glass, falling from over 10 meters high. With a bang, the concrete ground beneath them cracked, forming 2 deep pits as they landed steadily, unharmed. Both figures were burly, like 2 towering black iron pillars. One was Tong Bin, and the other was even taller and stronger than him. Finally found this beast, Cheng Wu leaped down, landing behind the burly man. You enforcers are truly relentless. Just for eating a few people, you chase me down like this? The burly man sneered, looking at the two. Eating people? A few? Zhaolei, do you have any conscience left? Of course I do, but those soft, pulsating hearts are just too delicious. When I look at this food, it's hard to resist. The burly man licked his lips, his eyes filled with madness. Die! Cheng Wu's body flickered, the concrete beneath her feet exploding as she vanished from sight. A frost-laden fist tore through the air, appearing in front of the burly man. His pupils shrank, and he opened his large hand. Fist met palm. Immense power mixed with icy frost. The burly man couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Looking at his frost-covered arm, he grinned hideously. Quite the fierce woman, really tasty. With that, he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, channeling his energy, dispelling the frost from his arm. He stepped forward, swinging his long arm lightly to block Cheng Wu's attack once more. Meanwhile, an off-road vehicle sped over, and as the door opened, Tong Bin reached in and pulled out a large, pitch-black octagonal hammer from inside. With a light step, he seemed to shrink the ground beneath him, appearing behind the burly man in the blink of an eye. Tong Bin raised his hammer, but instead of a fierce wind, it fell gently as if made of paper, without any force. This silent strike caught the burly man off guard, as he was fully focused on Cheng Wu, only noticing the hammer when it was a foot away from his back. The burly man's face changed dramatically, and he spun around urgently, willing to take a hit from Chung Wu to counter this sudden threat. Channeling his strength into his palm, he turned to meet the hammer. Boom! The collision of palm and hammer resounded like a thunderclap. Ah! The burly man screamed in agony as he was sent flying, crashing heavily into a distant wall. The wall cracked like a spider web, and the arm he used to block the hammer was a mangled mess. Before he could steady himself, Tong Bin's hammer came crashing down again like a mountain. He barely managed to roll out of the way, now revealing a half-demon form. Covered in black fur, his body grew larger, with fangs bared. Just as he was about to lunge at Tong Bin, a large hand silently pressed down on his head. Feng Lai's force subdued the burly man, now half-demon, in an instant. His movements stopped abruptly, and he collapsed to the ground, limp. Feng Lai withdrew his hand as a truck pulled up. Two tall young men got out, saluted Feng Lai, and swiftly lifted the burly man's body into the truck bed before speeding off. The entire process was seamless and evidently well-rehearsed, taking less than a minute to complete. You've just witnessed a decent battle. Your ancient martial artist profession has gained 25 experience points. The system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's ear. Back so early today? Feng Lai turned to ask Lin Feng, who was hiding in the corner. Coach, Brother Tong. Lin Feng emerged from his hiding spot, greeting them with his hands full of bags. Tong Bin smiled at Lin Feng. Do you live nearby, Lin? Just over there. Lin Feng pointed to the Xinglong neighborhood. At that moment, another large vehicle arrived, and 7 or 8 people disembarked to silently clean up the scene. Except for the large hole in the upstairs window, the traces of the battle on the ground quickly disappeared. Feng Lai and his team seemed accustomed to this, while Lin Feng watched in amazement. From above, a figure descended slowly, and Lin Feng recognized her as the girl who had sought his help that day. Feng Lai introduced them. These are my team members, Chung Wu and Zhao Ye. You should remember them, right? I do. Lin Feng nodded, then apologized to the girl. Sorry I couldn't save you last time. Zhao Ye smiled. No worries, I'm perfectly fine now. Her easygoing manner caught Lin Feng slightly off guard. Zhao Ye, they finished up. You can lift the void boundary now, Feng Lai reminded her. Got it. Zhao Ye clenched the stone in her hand, closed her eyes, and concentrated. Lin Feng could feel a certain power flowing into the stone, and the strange sensation that enveloped him like a fine veil quickly dissipated. Suddenly, the once mechanical passers-by regained their vigor, and the street buzzed with activity. Void boundary? Lin Feng's eyes widened with curiosity. Feng Lai explained, to handle situations like this, we usually set up a void boundary around the area. Ordinary people inside it get their minds distracted, focusing only on their immediate tasks. So that's how it is, Lin Feng pondered to himself. Why wasn't I affected? Could it be because of my high intelligence? What are you doing with all those bags? Feng Lai asked. It's my dad's birthday today, so I'm planning to cook a meal for him to celebrate. You can cook. A little, Lin Feng replied, then asked. Coach, are you all done with your work? Feng Lai nodded. We only handle the source of the problem. The cleanup isn't our responsibility. In that case, why don't you come over for dinner tonight? Lin Feng invited. Feng Lai agreed readily. Sure. I'd love to try your cooking. Brother Tong, Chung Wu, Zhao Ye, you're all welcome too. Lin Feng extended his invitation warmly. The three exchanged glances with Feng Lai and nodded in agreement. You go on ahead and prepare. We know where you live, and we'll come over soon, Feng Lai said. All right, come early, Lin Feng replied as he left. After Lin Feng departed, Tong Bin couldn't help but comment. Captain Feng, aren't we intruding on someone's birthday celebration? Exactly, Chung Wu echoed. Hee, Feng Lai chuckled. You guys are funny. It's not like I forced you to go. You agreed on your own, but now you're blaming me. With that, he headed towards a nearby market, turning back to the three. What are you standing around for? We're going to someone's birthday dinner. Shouldn't we buy a gift? Today is Lin Guoting's birthday. Originally, it was just going to be a small family celebration, but with a few more guests, the atmosphere became even more lively. Lin Feng called Su Hong to inform her, and then hurried to the market to buy more ingredients. He had invited Feng Lai and his 3 companions over for dinner, secretly hoping that Su Hong and the others would get to know Feng Lai, which might be useful in the future. Lin Feng recalled the thrilling battle he had witnessed earlier. In just a few minutes, the fight had opened his eyes. Whether it was the burly man covered in black hair or Chung Wu and Tong Bin, their speed and strength far surpassed Lin Feng's. Chung Wu's punches carried a frosty force, and Tong Bin's skill with the hammer was extraordinary, making it no surprise they stood out at the martial arts school. As for Feng Lai, his abilities were unfathomable. Lin Feng couldn't even catch the moment he struck, only seeing him end the burly man's life with a gentle palm. After finishing the household chores, Feng Lai and his group arrived with gifts. Lin Guoting had come home early from work, intending to suggest dining out, but Feng Lai politely declined. So, the birthday star cooked himself, while Lin Feng was shooed out of the kitchen to entertain the guests. In the living room, Feng Lai, Tong Bin, and Lin Feng chatted casually. Chengwu quietly browsed the books on the shelf, and Zhao Ye slipped into the kitchen to assist Lin Guiting. During the conversation, Lin Feng raised a question about the identity of the burly man. Tong Bin explained. He was a magic warrior. Lin Feng frowned and asked, Coach, Brother Tong, it seems like Beha City has become unusually chaotic recently. What's going on? Tong Bin chuckled. It's always been like this. You just didn't know before. But it has indeed gotten a bit more chaotic lately. We've just found out the reason someone discovered traces of a great demon called Gongjiao in Beha City. Once the news spread, both evil gods and magic warriors became restless. A great demon called Gongjiao? Lin Feng asked curiously. Feng Lai calmly explained. These creatures, possessing incredible powers, are considered rare treasures by magic warriors. They crave to devour these great demons to gain power. And for the followers of evil gods, great demons are ideal vessels. Once the traces of a great demon are revealed, it inevitably triggers a struggle for possession. Lin Feng pondered this. Legendary monsters had become a sort of cultivation resource in this world. He couldn't help but reflect that humans truly are the most formidable species. After the dinner, everyone had a great time. As the guests left, satisfied and full, Lin Guiting leaned back on the sofa contentedly and said to his son, I didn't expect your coach Feng to be so approachable and down-to-earth. Good temper. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. He is indeed like that with his own people. Su Hong, curious, asked, Are the other three your classmates from the martial arts school? Wow, that girl named Zhao Ye is really pretty, and your senior fellow student is incredibly tall and strong. I was worried he'd hit the ceiling. Lin Feng chatted with his parents for a bit in the living room, then gave Lin Xiao a look. The two brothers went to their rooms and brought out the gifts they had bought for Lin Guiting. Wow, my son, you've really grown up, Lin Guiting said, delighted with the birthday gifts. Su Hong, on the other hand, complained, You obviously like your dad more. I got nothing for my birthday. Su Hong's birthday had already passed, and at that time, Lin Feng hadn't traveled back in time yet, so he was only focused on internet games and didn't think about giving gifts for their birthdays. However, Lin Feng had prepared in advance, and the two brothers each took out another gift and handed them to Su Hong. Although she said it wasn't her birthday and she didn't need any gifts, she couldn't hide her smile. The gifts from the brothers weren't expensive, but as parents, it's the thought that counts, not the value of the items. Leaving some space for their parents, Lin Feng returned to his room. After these days of studying, his desk was now piled with senior year textbooks. Career, Student LV 592-51200 Basic Skills. Language LV 62602-400 Math LV 55321-200 Chemistry LV 55651-200 Physics LV 536-11200 History LV 62562-400 Biology LV 54801-200 Geography LV 51211-200 Miscellaneous LV 3250500. Lin Feng had already learned most of the senior year subjects. If he could remember and master all the senior year knowledge, he could level up his student career to over level 6. To advance further, he would need to study college courses. Under the flow of light, Lin Feng, in a state of flow, set aside all distractions and focused entirely on his textbooks. Meanwhile, in Lihua Nation's capital, within a traditional mansion, someone said, Feng Lai, that scoundrel, I don't know what he's thinking this time, but he's compromised. The sect leader and several elders have decided to assess Lin Feng's aptitude soon. Have they been bribed? Isn't his family from an ordinary background? 20 million is something they couldn't earn in several lifetimes. Aren't they tempted? No news has come, so someone must have tipped them off. What should we do next? If this kid really has such great talent, then Jinner might be. The strong scent of medicine wafted through the mist and into Lin Feng's nostrils. He sat naked in a tub of medicinal liquid, his eyes closed, practicing the peculiar rhythm of the demon ape breathing technique. With each breath, it felt as if countless tiny insects were wriggling beneath his skin, causing the potion in the tub to ripple continuously. This time, Lin Feng wasn't soaking in the myriad needles bone-melting soup, but rather in the tendon-strengthening and bodybuilding soup specially prepared by Feng Lai. Since Lin Feng had perfected the demon ape mountain fist, Feng Lai insisted that he soak in this concoction at the apothecary before each practice session. Despite its ordinary name, the soup had remarkable effects when used with the three elements pill. It helped Lin Feng's body endure the daily high-intensity martial arts training. The tendon-strengthening and bodybuilding soup wasn't as intense as the myriad needles bone-melting soup, but was highly effective in altering tendons and bones. While soaking, Lin Feng experienced intense sensations of itching, numbness, and soreness, which were just as challenging as the myriad needles bone-melting soup. After one session, Lin Feng learned to enter a state of flow during the soak, making the 30-minute medicinal bath feel like an instant. When Lin Feng awoke from his flow state, an array of peculiar sensations rushed over him. The intense soreness and numbness from his muscles writhing almost suffocated him. He quickly stood up and stretched, his bones and tendons emitting a series of crisp sounds. A cloud of turbid air expelled from his mouth, slicing through the mist like an arrow. With the cultivation of the demon ape mountain fist, Lin Feng's body was surpassing its limits daily. He could faintly sense that the form of the demon ape was nearing completion. Despite the unpleasant smell of the medicine, Lin Feng endured, washed his body, dressed, and strode out of the bathing room. Outside, Lu Sun sat behind the consultation desk, while Tong Bin was seated nearby, devouring guiyuan meat. Lin Feng greeted them and politely declined Tong Bin's invitation to join. Although he was usually in a semi-hungry state, the soak in the tendon-strengthening and bodybuilding soup left him feeling full. Lu Sun called Lin Feng over and scrutinized his physique. Broad back and long arms. Your ape-like form is nearly complete. Truly exceptional talent. Lin Feng did not correct Lu Sun's misunderstanding of the demon ape form as a common ape form. Instead, he quietly sat down for Lu Sun to check his pulse. As Lu Sun examined him, he remarked, Feng Lai is generous to let you soak in the tendon-strengthening and bodybuilding soup. But no matter how generous he is, it will ultimately benefit someone else. Master, please stop with the sarcastic remarks, Lin Feng frowned. If Uncle Feng hears this and changes his mind about letting me go, how will you explain it to the sect leaders? Lu Sun was about to speak when Tong Bin suddenly interjected. Junior brother Lin only has the qualification to be chosen as a true disciple. He's not one yet. Tong Bin, can you shut up? Lu Sun glared at Tong Bin. Do you think I don't know that? Do you need to teach me? Tong Bin shrank back, picked up a basket of guiyuan meat, and muttered, Fine, fine, I'll just eat, and keep quiet, okay? With that, he slipped into the adjacent massage room. Lu Sun shook his head and sighed, withdrawing his hand from Lin Feng's wrist. Aside from the fluctuations caused by altering your muscles and bones, everything is normal, he said, then added smugly. Kid, you being selected as a true disciple has a bit of my contribution. If I hadn't reported your situation, you would have remained a hidden gem here. Lin Feng thought to himself that these two, master and disciple, didn't act like it at all. However, their bickering was rather amusing. After sending away the troublemaker Tong Bin, Lu Sun continued. Once you become a true disciple, with your recovery talent, the physical techniques of the Qi Ling path will suit you perfectly. I suggest you join Elder Qi's sect. Qi Ling path? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Lu Sun explained. Though it's called the White Ape path, it's divided into the Qi Ling, White Ape, Tian Sha, Bai Hai, and Qing Mu branches. Our sect was originally called the Five Spirits sect, but for certain reasons, it was renamed. Each branch can have 2 true disciples per generation, totaling 10 true disciples. The White Ape and Tian Sha branches are full, leaving 1 spot each in Qi Ling, Bai Hai, and Qing Mu. With your talent, you can join any branch, but the Qi Ling path's physical techniques are particularly suitable for you. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and then asked, Thank you for the advice, Elder Lu. Do you know which branch Coach Feng belonged to? Him. Lu Sun smirked. Feng Lai was once a disciple of the White Ape branch. Lin Feng frowned. Becoming a true disciple meant joining one of the branch elders, which seemed different from what Feng Lai had told him. Leaving the pharmacy, Lin Feng called Feng Lai. Feng Lai's voice came through the phone. No worries, just do your best. As long as you gain the status of a true disciple, it's fine. If anyone bothers you, just take them down. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. True transmission? In the White Ape Martial Arts School, Lu Chang, Zhang Min, and the other formal disciples were wide-eyed in disbelief. The news came from the head of the school, making it highly credible. They exchanged looks, their eyes filled with nothing but shock. Becoming a true transmission disciple was something they didn't even dare to dream of. Even the most talented among them, Zhang Min, had never dared to think in that direction. Zhang Min vaguely recalled the boy in a school uniform who had clumsily inquired about the martial arts school. In a short time, he had soared to great heights, while she remained stagnant. Lu Chang murmured to himself, I knew it. From the day Lin Feng joined and mastered the White Ape Mountain Fist, I knew he was extraordinary. Meanwhile, in the office of the martial arts school, the headmaster, Su Hao, suppressed his anger as he sternly rebuked Ma Honyuan. A true line of transmission. Do you know what that means? It means a 50% chance of becoming a great elder and a 10% chance of becoming the sect leader. You're just a low-level outer disciple. What gives you the right to be involved in this? Ma Honyuan, flustered, urgently explained. Headmaster, I didn't say anything. I just passed on a few words and advised Lin Feng not to agree to their terms, not to give up the true transmission position. Su Hao sneered. Do you think that matters? Will they listen to your explanation? Your involvement in this matter is itself a grave mistake. Ma Honyuan, you're not young anymore. Don't you know to think twice before acting? In ancient times, getting involved in a true transmission dispute would not only bring disaster upon you, but also your entire family. Ma Hongyuan's face turned ashen, and he quickly admitted his mistake. Headmaster, I know I was wrong, and I won't dare to do it again. There won't be a next time, Su Hao said solemnly. The main sect has ordered that your status as a formal disciple be revoked. These words struck Ma Hanyuan like a bolt from the blue, leaving his mind blank. That position was something he had spent countless time and effort to earn. In a final act of desperation, he pleaded, "Headmaster, what about senior brother Lu Ping? He was the one who contacted me." Mentioning Lu Ping, Su Hao sneered, "He's far worse off than you. His martial arts have been crippled, and his tendons and bones have been broken. He's now a cripple. You're only stripped of your formal disciple status, which is lenient." Ma Hanyuan left the office in despair. At this moment, he felt nothing but regret for his thoughtlessness, not daring to entertain any other thoughts. Su Hao's warning echoed in his ears. "I know you're angry, and I know young people can act rashly. But I must remind you, while you are protected by the law on the surface, in the shadows, no one can fully protect you." As a disciple who had trained in the martial arts school for years, Ma Hanyuan knew well the power of the White Ape path. At this moment, he didn't dare to harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Regret was the only thing on Lin Feng's mind as he sat by the window of the northbound train, watching Beha Station gradually disappear from view. He withdrew his gaze and surveyed the noisy carriage. Passengers arguing over seats, children crying incessantly, and others talking loudly on their phones without a care. Seated next to Lin Feng was a tall, imposing young man named Li Wang. He had been sent by the main sect of Baiyuan Dao to escort more accurately, to protect Lin Feng to the capital. As soon as Lin Feng's status as a true disciple was confirmed, Li Wang rushed to the martial arts school, and that very afternoon, they boarded the train heading to the capital. "Junior brother Lin, do you know why I chose to travel by train instead of flying?" Li Wang suddenly asked. Lin Feng knew the reason. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, nothing is under control, and in the event of an accident, even martial artists would find it difficult to react. In contrast, a train offered more room for maneuver. However, he didn't pretend to be clever and simply shook his head to indicate he didn't know. Li Wang chuckled. "It's because I don't want to entrust my life to others. Not just me, many martial artists and prominent figures prefer not to travel by plane." Li Wang observed the always quiet and reserved Lin Feng and remarked, "Junior brother Lin, you don't seem like a young person, being so composed." He continued, "The main sect's report shows that junior brother Lin possesses extraordinary recovery, extraordinary learning, and explosive bloodline talents. I didn't expect your ape form to be forming as well, which means you have 4 talents. With such gifts, the 3 Veins elders will surely be very satisfied." The 3 Veins. Lin Feng keenly caught the implication. Does that mean there are 2 other Veins not too pleased with my going north? The Chiling, Bihai, and Qingmu Veins are certainly thrilled about your arrival. But as for the other 2, it's hard to say, Li Wang explained. "Which Vein do you belong to, senior brotherly?" Lin Feng asked. "Are you also a true disciple?" "Me?" Li Wang shook his head with a smile. "No way, my talents are far inferior to yours. I'm just an inner disciple. My master is the great elder of the Chilean vein, just a step away from reaching the refining viscera stage, the highest among the 3 veins. If you were to become his disciple, it would greatly benefit you in the future. Moreover, our Chilean veins Chilean body refinement technique aligns best with your extraordinary recovery. If you agree to join the Chilean vein, my master can arrange a mansion for you in the capital and even transfer your family's household registration there." "Rubbish!" An angry voice interrupted Li Wang's persuasion. A woman and a middle-aged man in their 40s swiftly approached. "Dear masters, could you give us these 2 seats?" The woman asked the passengers opposite Lin Feng, handing over 2 thick wads of cash. The ticket to the capital was only a little over 300 yuan, yet the woman offered 2 stacks of green bills, each at least 10,000. The passengers gladly accepted the money and vacated their seats. The woman and man quickly introduced themselves after sitting down. "Junior brother Lin, I am Su Yu from the Bihai vein." "Junior brother Lin, I am Duan Guan from the Qingmu vein." They both glared at Li Wang, with Su Yu gritting her teeth. "Li Wang, you're so sneaky. We agreed to come pick up junior brother Lin together, yet you secretly rushed ahead, almost succeeding in your plan." Li Wang was unfazed. "You 2 aren't slow either, and your noses are sharp like dogs. I deliberately chose an ordinary train and ordinary seats, yet you still managed to track me down." Su Yu was furious. Duan Guan quickly intervened. "Junior sister Su, don't argue with brotherly." He turned to Lin Feng and earnestly said, "Junior brother Lin, the conditions brotherly mentioned, our Qingmu vein can also offer. If you agree to join Qingmu, we can do even better." Su Yu, unwilling to be outdone, quickly added, "Our Bihai vein can do the same." The train was chaotic and noisy, yet the area where a few people sat seemed like a different world. 3 individuals were on edge, swords drawn, glaring at each other with hostility. Whether it was Li Wang or the newly arrived Duan Guan and Su Yu, they all eyed each other warily. Although they belonged to the same sect, their positions differed, and thus did their interests. Their actions aimed to persuade Lin Feng to join their particular branch. Lin Feng, with his multiple talents, was highly sought after by the elders of the three branches, akin to a prized possession. The Bai Yuan and Tian Sha branches already had their quota of disciples, but the other three branches still needed one more, so they all approached him, not wanting to miss the chance to recruit Lin Feng. As the saying goes, a good mentor is easy to find, but a talented disciple is rare. With a gifted disciple, there's no worry about finding a good mentor. Su Yu sneered at Li Wang and then said to Lin Feng, "Junior brother Lin, you may not know this, but for a martial artist, cultivation resources are the most important, not houses or residency permits, because those are just superficial things. Don't be fooled by the seemingly good conditions Li Wang offered. In reality, those things are worthless to a martial artist." Li Wang's eyes widened in anger. What? Am I not stating the truth? Once junior brother Lin becomes a core disciple, won't he naturally have those things? Offering such conditions is just taking advantage of junior brother Lin's youth? Su Yu's words were somewhat tactful. She originally intended to say that offering such conditions was taking advantage of Lin Feng's naivety, but she softened it to avoid offending him. Meanwhile, Duan Guan ignored the bickering pair and said to Lin Feng, "I heard the promises junior brother Li made to you, and we in the Qingmu branch can also fulfill those. Moreover, my master has said that if you join us, you will receive 20 more resources each month than other core disciples." Li Wang and Su Yu gasped. Ruthless. Truly ruthless. The Qingmu branch was well prepared. Though 20 more resources might not seem like much, the cultivation resources for core disciples often included secret medicines crafted by the sect, things money couldn't buy. However, increasing by 20 meant someone else would lose 20. Who would that be? It could only be the current Qingmu core disciples, or perhaps the Qingmu elder himself. The offer was undeniably generous. Unable to remain seated, Li Wang stood up and said, "Junior brother Lin, excuse me, I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back." "I'll go too." Su Yu quickly followed. Their restroom visit was just a guise. They actually needed to make calls to seek advice because the offer from Qingmu was beyond their authority to compete with. To propose a better offer, they had to consult higher-ups. "Junior brother Lin, actually, this is just a part of our offer. If you join the Qingmu branch, our master has promised that you will be the next great elder of Qingmu. With your talent, how could resources ever be an issue? What do you think?" Lin Feng maintained a blank expression, though inwardly he was fuming. All three branches were vying for him, each presenting their own conditions. Choosing Qingmu now would inevitably offend the other two, potentially leading to unforeseen troubles. How could he agree so easily? Lin Feng humbly shook his head, a slight smile on his lips. "Brother Duan, you're joking. I haven't even secured the spot for the true inheritance yet." Brother Duan laughed heartily. "Haha, with your talent, brother Lin, it's just a formality." The scene shifts to a wooden building at the Baiyuan Dao sect's gate in the imperial capital. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, casting dappled shadows inside the room. A handsome young man sat cross-legged on a bed, his eyes closed. Beside him, wisps of smoke rose gently from a golden incense burner. Miraculously, after 3 feet, the smoke transformed into crane-shaped forms, elegantly spiraling and dancing around the room until they vanished. After a moment, the young man opened his eyes, his voice cool and clear. "Come in." A man who had been waiting outside hurriedly pushed the door open. The rich fragrance hit him, causing him to shiver and resist the urge to take a deep breath. The young man, seemingly oblivious to his subtle reaction, cut straight to the point. "Have you found out about Lin Feng and Feng Lai?" The man answered respectfully. "Yes, I found out." Lin Feng was originally an ordinary high school student at Beihai City No. 2 High School. He was discovered to have remarkable talent after joining Feng Lai's martial arts class. Feng Lai then had Su Hao officially recruit Lin Feng as a disciple. Su Hao intended to recommend Lin Feng to the inner sect, but Feng Lai stopped him. The young man frowned slightly. "Stopped? Does Feng Lai intend to take Lin Feng as his own disciple?" He pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "No. If Feng Lai really wanted to take him as a disciple, these things wouldn't be happening now." The man continued his report. Su Hao said he doesn't understand Feng Lai's intentions either. When Lin Feng became an official disciple and paid respects to the founder, Feng Lai didn't show up. For a while afterward, Feng Lai was guiding Lin Feng in martial arts until Lin Feng displayed 2 other talents. Su Hao, worried about keeping it hidden, reported Lin Feng's situation to the sect master. The young man nodded thoughtfully. The man couldn't help but ask, "Brother, I don't understand. He's just someone with good perception and extraordinary recovery abilities. Why is the master so anxious to recruit him?" The young man replied expressionlessly, "You don't understand. His perception isn't just good, it's extraordinary." "Extraordinary?" The man looked puzzled. The young man said calmly, "You might not know, but he's been practicing martial arts for less than a month, and his bones and muscles are nearly transformed." "What? How is that possible?" The man was shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief. The young man continued, "It's not impossible. Now you should understand why the master is so anxious. With such talent, not only is he more than qualified to be a true successor of Baiyuan Dao, but he could even be a true successor of the two great sections. He added with a bitter smile. Compared to him, we so-called geniuses are less than ordinary. I really don't know why Feng Lai didn't keep him in Baya City. He had him in his grasp, but let him go. The room fell silent. After a long pause, the man cautiously asked, "So, brother, what are you planning to do next?" The young man chuckled. "Me? What can I do? It's none of my business." The man wore a peculiar expression, hesitating as he looked at the young man. "With such talent, if the master really takes him as a true successor, then your position, brother, might be." The young man interrupted. "It hasn't happened yet, has it? Besides, I'm not the only one who doesn't welcome his arrival. The other two probably feel the same way. The inner sect disciples aspiring to be true successors are also unwilling to see it happen. For instance, Tang Jun was the first to jump out, wasn't he?" He said meaningfully. "Now it's just a matter of who loses patience first." Early morning, at Kyoto North Station. The train slowly pulled in, its wheels making a low rumbling sound as they rubbed against the tracks. Lin Feng opened his eyes, having only briefly dozed off after a restless night. However, thanks to his innate abilities as a leader, he didn't feel the least bit tired. The three people beside him were already awake, looking alert. Last night, after Li Wang and Su Yu returned, they offered conditions similar to those of the Qingmu faction, even proposing additional benefits. Lin Feng maintained an ambiguous stance, neither accepting nor rejecting any side. Throughout the journey, he consistently kept a low profile, speaking and asking questions sparingly, and avoiding much interaction with others. As the train came to a complete stop and most passengers disembarked, the three companions cautiously escorted Lin Feng out of the carriage. The sky over Kyoto was a dull gray, and the cool air was invigorating. Lin Feng glanced at his phone, 7:45. At this hour, his family, including Lin Guiting, should already be up. He quickly called home. "Mom, I've arrived in Kyoto." Lin Feng briefly reported his status, reassuring his mother's worries. Just as he was about to hang up, his sister Lin Xiao grabbed the phone, excitedly asking for gifts. Lin Feng responded with mild exasperation and then ended the call. Duan Guan, standing nearby, laughed. "That's more like a young man." On the train, "I almost thought junior brother Lin and I were the same age." Lin Feng calmly replied. "Brother Duan, you're joking. It was just too stuffy on the train, so I didn't feel like talking much." The three escorted Lin Feng downstairs to the parking lot, where three impressive cars were waiting. A slightly chubby middle-aged man stood in front of them. "Tang Shishu." Su Yu exclaimed in surprise, while Duan Guan and Li Wang also showed astonishment. This true disciple from the previous generation, who rarely involved himself in sect affairs, was here today. Tang he chuckled and explained, "I happened to be passing by to pick up some things and heard you were arriving soon, so I thought I'd come by to pick you up." His eyes landed on Lin Feng, nodding in approval. "You must be Lin, my nephew." Impressive, quite the demeanor. They got into the cars, with Tang he specifically arranging for Lin Feng to ride with Su Yu. Inside, Tang he warmly inquired about Lin Feng's age and current situation, even mentioning Lu Sun from Beha. Lin Feng succinctly answered, "I just turned 16 this year. Elder Lu is doing well, eating and sleeping fine." Throughout the scene, although Lin Feng remained cautious and reserved, the attention and respect from those around him were evident. Every detail hinted at Lin Feng's extraordinary identity and status, as well as the complex situation he faced. Tang he had his own troubles, aside from his troublesome disciple Tong Bin who often undermined him. He sighed, a hint of longing flashing in his eyes. "Ah, that old fellow has been staying up in Beha and refuses to come back. It's been years since I last saw him." Shifting his focus to Lin Feng, Tang he asked, "Lin Feng, did Feng Lai say anything when you came to the capital this time?" Lin Feng shook his head, looking slightly helpless. "No, Coach Feng didn't say anything when I left." "Did your coach give you any advice on which sect to join?" Tang he pressed further. "None at all," Lin Feng replied with a wry smile. "To be honest, Elder Tang, yesterday Sister Su and brothers Li and Duan each talked about the benefits of their respective sections. Now my head is in a mess. Do you have any suggestions on which sect I should join?" Tang he shook his head and turned his gaze to Su Yu, smiling. "I wouldn't dare suggest anything. If I did, someone might want to have my head." Su Yu chuckled. "Elder Tang, even if you want Lin to join your sect, none of the elders would mind." "Haha, really? Then I'll talk to your master about it later." Tang he laughed heartily. The car continued on its way, gradually leaving the bustling city. As Tang he was speaking, his expression suddenly became serious, and he sneered. "I didn't expect them to actually come." He quickly grabbed Lin Feng beside him, kicked open the car door, and pushed him out before Lin Feng could react. Seeing this, Su Yu hurriedly followed them out of the car. At that moment, a flash of a blade sliced through the air, splitting the speeding car in half. With a light tap on the ground, Tang he leaped 10 meters away while carrying Lin Feng. Suddenly, two figures pounced from the trees like lightning. Tang he quickly struck each of them in the chest. Blood burst from their backs, and they were sent flying backward. With a swift motion, Tang he grabbed two incoming bullets in front of Lin Feng. With a flick of his wrist, two snipers hidden in the grass in the distance were hit in the forehead, blood splattering instantly. Carrying Lin Feng, Tang He ran while staying alert to his surroundings. Once he confirmed there were no more shooters, he focused on moving forward. Watch out, Lin Feng suddenly shouted. Tang He then noticed a glimmer approaching silently from the right. His expression changed, and he quickly struck out with his palm. A powerful force surged forward like a tidal wave. The glimmer didn't retreat but instead advanced, slashing fiercely. Tang He quickly retreated while tossing Lin Feng aside. The blade sliced through the air, leaving a trail of blood on Tang He's arm. Lin Feng was thrown 5 or 6 meters away and landed steadily after a flip. Looking up, he saw a cut on Tang He's arm, but fortunately, the injury wasn't serious. Opposite Tang He stood a figure with a monkey mask, holding a blade. So it's Jingho. No wonder the blade technique is so good. These bastards really spent some money. Tang He said with mild surprise before charging forward without hesitation. In the distance, Li Wang and Duan Guan were also entangled with several people. Lin Feng quickly hid behind a large rock. At this moment, Su Yu ran over, hurriedly pulling Lin Feng. Junior brother Lin, quickly, let's go. She tugged hard, but found she couldn't move Lin Feng. Surprised, she turned back and asked, Junior brother Lin? Lin Feng calmly replied, Sister Su, Elder Tang hasn't lost the upper hand, and neither have brother Li and the others in the distance. Why should we leave? Su Yu anxiously stomped her foot. Who knows if there are more enemies around here? This place is too dangerous. I want to get you out of here. Lin Feng looked at Tang He, who was overpowering the assassins nearby, and shook his head. Sister Su, can you guarantee we won't encounter assassins if we leave? I actually think it's quite safe here. You see, Elder Tang is about to take care of the assassins. Junior brother Lin, you're so stubborn. Elder Tang is skilled, but he cannot defeat his opponents instantly. This place is very dangerous. Come with me. Su Yu said, reaching out to grab Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged nimbly. Surprised at not catching him, Su Yu said coldly, Lin Feng, you're too stubborn. She reached out again, this time using a grappling technique, moving much faster than before. Just as she was about to seize Lin Feng, an explosive sound of fists echoed in her ears. With a single punch, he shattered the air. Su Yu's face changed dramatically, her pupils contracting sharply. Lin Feng's strike was like a bolt from the blue, catching her completely off guard. The quiet boy who had been sitting in the corner all along suddenly unleashed such a powerful punch, which far exceeded her expectations for a beginner. The force of the punch roared towards her, and Su Yu instinctively raised her left arm to protect her face, setting aside her surprise. The immense power hit her like a broken kite, sending her flying backward, carving a long mark on the ground, and she barely managed to regain her footing after several steps. Just as she was about to voice her anger, Lin Feng closed the distance like an arrow shot from a bow. Another punch came crashing in, and Su Yu instantly recognized the move as White Ape Hunts Tiger, a classic technique from the White Ape boxing style. Yet, this seemingly ordinary move was now executed with astonishing power and precision, enveloping her with no room to escape. Has he mastered the White Ape boxing to perfection? The thought flashed through her mind. With eyes wide open in fury, Su Yu gathered her inner strength into her fist and struck back Hedon. Open! She shouted, choosing to meet force with force. Boom! The collision of their punches was deafening. Su Yu grunted, each retreating step leaving deep imprints on the ground, and she ultimately spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng didn't escape unscathed either, knocked back several meters by the recoil, his right fist a bloody mess. However, as soon as Lin Feng landed, his thigh muscles tensed abruptly, and he transformed into a whirlwind, charging forward once more. His speed was astounding, with swirling fallen leaves marking his path. A fierce roundhouse kick tore through the air, like a black dragon emerging from the abyss, its roar echoing. This seemingly simple kick, enhanced by his shadowless force, had extraordinary speed and power. The force radiated outward, intimidating all who witnessed it. Su Yu's instincts screamed at her, warning her not to take it Hedon, prompting her to quickly retreat. As the long leg brushed past her, she breathed a sigh of relief, only to see Lin Feng pivot and his other foot swing towards her abdomen like a ram's horn. The sudden reverse kick, with its cunning angle and blinding speed, left Su Yu no time to react. Despite her protective inner strength, the kick landed heavily on her abdomen. The intense pain surged through her, damaging her internal organs, as she was lifted off the ground, spewing blood that stained half her garment. Lin Feng never believed in the saying, don't chase a desperate enemy. He only believed in the principle of beating a dog when it's down. Seeing Su Yu fall to the ground in embarrassment, he pounced without hesitation, swinging his powerful hammer directly at Su Yu's head. The air was filled with a fierce wind, as if invisible blades were slicing through it. Just as Su Yu's head was about to be smashed like a watermelon, a strong hand suddenly reached out, snatching Su Yu away in midair. Lin Feng missed his strike and was about to attack again when he realized the rescuer was Tang He. He immediately restrained his aggression, though the murderous intent in his eyes hadn't completely faded. Tang He looked at Lin Feng's fierce expression and couldn't help but praise. You've got quite the lethal touch, just like someone we both know. Pulled back from the brink of death, Su Yu's face was as pale as paper. She pointed at Lin Feng, her voice trembling with anger and fear. Elder Tang, this guy is crazy. I was trying to help him leave this dangerous place, but he repaid kindness with treachery and attacked me. Hearing this, Tang He raised an eyebrow, his voice icy cold. Su Yu, do you think I'm blind? Why do you think I'm here? Isn't it clear to you? Su Yu's face turned even paler, as if she might faint at any moment. Tang He's eyes flashed with cold light as he continued. I already gave you a chance out of respect for your master. Yet you didn't cherish it and dared to ambush someone at the gate. Do you think everyone is a fool? Su Yu tried to defend herself. Elder Tang, I really intended to protect Lin Feng. Tang He, uninterested in her excuses, released a burst of energy from his palm, knocking Su Yu unconscious. He sighed. I knew this tree was rotten to the core, but I didn't expect it to be this bad, ambushing people at the gate. Truly impressive. Holding the unconscious Su Yu, Tang He glanced at Li Wang and Duan Guan, who were still engaged in battle nearby. Instead of helping, he turned to Lin Feng, with a hint of admiration in his voice. Lin Feng, with your initial internal strength, you nearly defeated a master of internal energy. You're quite something. Lin Feng was taken aback and quickly replied modestly. Elder Tang, you're joking. I only managed to catch senior sister Su off guard. In a fair fight, there's no way I could be her match. Tang He chuckled. Even in a proper match, with your style, Su Yu wouldn't stand a chance against you. How's your injury? Didn't break any bones, did you? The assessment for true disciples is coming up. Breaking a bone wouldn't be good. Lin Feng checked his injured hand, recalling the hard punch he exchanged with Su Yu earlier. His attributes had reached 15 points, with a base strength of over 1,000 pounds. Combined with the explosive power of his technique, he slightly had the upper hand. He couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of those who had cultivated internal energy. Sincerely, Lin Feng said, Thank you, Elder Tang, for saving my life today. Without you, I fear I wouldn't have made it. Tang He gave a meaningful smile. Is that so? But I have a feeling that even if I weren't here, you'd be the only one left standing. Lin Feng quickly shook his head in denial. No way. Any of these people could handle me easily. How could I survive? Tang He asked with a smile. In that case, do you owe me a big favor? Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then admitted, yes. Tang He laughed heartily, while Lin Feng turned his gaze to the nearby scene. The assassin wearing a monkey mask was hanging limply from a tree, and aside from the initial wound on his arm, Tang, he had no other injuries. This meant the masked man, who could unleash impressive blade strikes, lasted only a few moves against Tang He. Lin Feng studied the amiable-looking middle-aged man before him. Outwardly, Tang He seemed like a chubby, short uncle from the neighborhood, but the strength he displayed was unmatched by anyone Lin Feng had encountered, except for Feng Lai's mysterious palm strike. Elder Tang, if I may ask, what level of martial arts have you reached? Lin Feng inquired curiously. Are you asking about my level? In terms of the 7 realms of true form, I've reached the 4th realm, Tong Shui. Tang He replied. Lin Feng was intrigued and was about to ask more when he caught a glimpse of a red light rapidly approaching from the horizon. Elder Tang, what is that? He asked cautiously. Tang He calmly replied. Don't worry, it's one of ours. A person. Lin Feng looked at the swiftly approaching red light, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Lin Feng widened his eyes as a flash of crimson light zipped past the treetops in the distance and landed right in front of him in the blink of an eye. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an elderly man with a head full of red hair and a face marked with wrinkles, dressed in coarse linen clothes. The moment the old man landed, his gaze swept over to Tang He, and he paused in surprise. He said, I didn't expect to see Brother Tang here. Had I known, I wouldn't have come. Tang He replied with a hint of sarcasm. Huh? You're quite eager, brother. The red-haired elder ignored the sarcasm in Tang He's words and instead looked around, his eyes settling on the corpse of a startled monkey in the tree. He said coldly, These guys have the audacity to act here, truly bold. At that moment, Li Wang came running breathlessly, bowing respectfully to the red-haired elder. Master. The elder snorted, ignoring Li Wang, and turned his attention to Lin Feng. His expression softened as he asked, You must be Lin Feng? Lin Feng had already guessed the elder's identity, presumably the Grand Elder Qi Ling of the Qi Ling lineage. As he knew, Qi Ling was not his real name, but one adopted after assuming the position of Grand Elder. Lin Feng quickly cupped his hands and said, Lin Feng, greetings to Elder Qi. Qi Ling's eyes sparkled as he looked Lin Feng up and down, nodding repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. The ape form is nearly complete. If it weren't for that scoundrel old Lu assuring me your bones were inadequate before, I would find it hard to believe someone could transform their physique in such a short time. Cheetah added fiercely, Lin Feng, don't worry. Today's events aren't over. I will surely seek justice for you. Lin Feng remained noncommittal. He knew well that if the other party dared to launch an attack here, they must have been prepared. Of course, excluding madmen. In the distance, several cars roared toward them, all belonging to the Bai Yuan Dao sect. Qi Ling instructed, Li Wang, you and Duan Guan stay here to clean up. Make sure no one else interferes. Yes. Li Wang and Duan Guan responded in unison. Qi Ling turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, let's return to the sect. The three of them traveled westward by car, passing several checkpoints until they finally reached their destination, the Bai Yuan Dao sect. Before them was a majestic peak, with an ancient architectural complex sprawling across it. From afar, it seemed that a colossal four-armed ape statue stood atop the mountain. It was as if they had traveled back in time from the modern city to the ancient past. Qi Ling instructed, Zhou Li, arrange for Lin Feng to stay in Qian Yi Pavilion. A young man replied, Elder Qi, I understand. You and Uncle Tang should hurry. My master and several uncles are waiting for you. Qi Ling told Lin Feng, you have my phone number. Call me if you need anything. Yes, thank you, Elder Qi. Lin Feng felt a bit uneasy with Qi Ling's enthusiasm. The person welcoming Lin Feng, Zhou Li, was the direct disciple of the sect master Tsang Cheng. He appeared to be around 26 or 27, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and spoke in a gentle and refined manner. Walking beside him, Lin Feng could faintly sense a sharp aura like a sword, indicating that Zhou Li's martial arts skills were extraordinary. Zhou Li explained, originally, the sect master and several elders intended to meet you today, but due to this incident, it has to be postponed until tomorrow. Lin Feng responded calmly, it's fine, any day is the same. The two of them walked slowly along the mountain path, the ancient surroundings starkly contrasting with the modern city they had just left, as if they had stepped into another world. The distinctive architecture surrounding Lin Feng immediately caught his attention. A few minutes later, Zhou Li led him to a large and uniquely styled building with a sign above the door that read Qian Yi. Junior Brother Lin, this will be your residence for the next few days, Zhou Li explained. At the entrance stood a young woman in traditional attire. She quickly greeted them. Greetings, young Master Zhou and young Master Lin. Zhou Li introduced her. This is Ding Yi, who will be taking care of your daily needs, junior brother. If you need anything, just let her know. Lin Feng nodded in gratitude. After some brief pleasantries, Zhou Li took his leave. Young Master Lin, is there anything you need? Ding Yi asked respectfully. The title, Young Master Lin, made Lin Feng feel uncomfortable, so he quickly corrected her. Sister Ding, just call me by my name. Is there a training room here in Qianyi Pavilion? Of course, would you like to go there now? Please take me there now. Ding Yi led Lin Feng inside Qianyi Pavilion, up to the training room on the second floor. Lin Feng instructed, I will be training for a while. Please turn away anyone who comes looking for me. Ding Yi acknowledged his request and left, while Lin Feng closed the door to the training room. The training room was more spacious and luxurious than a martial arts hall. Along the walls were supplies of food and water to replenish energy. Lin Feng carefully inspected the wooden walls, finding nothing unusual. He was eager to find a training room because, after a fight with Su Yu, he sensed a significant change occurring within his body. He vaguely felt that the long-awaited transformation into the form of the demon ape was nearing completion. Taking out a Sanyuan pill from his backpack, Lin Feng swallowed one and began practicing the demon ape mountain fist. After just one set, he felt an intense soreness and pain, 10 times stronger than usual, almost making him jump. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng persevered. By the second set, his entire body turned red, his muscles moved strangely, his tendons twitched like snakes, and his bones creaked. By the third set, Lin Feng had grown to a height of 2.5 meters, with his body making booming sounds. As he started the fourth set, his enlarged body gradually returned to normal size. Upon completing the set, his whole body resonated as if playing a symphony. This strange sensation lasted for over 3 minutes before subsiding. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout, feeling an exhilarating rush of power coursing through his body. He clenched his fist lightly, sensing the strength in his fingers and arms, as if a single punch could now unleash several times his previous power. Just as he was about to test it out, a panel appeared before him. Through extensive practice, your skilled demon ape mountain fist has transformed your body. You have developed a new talent, demon ape form. New talent acquired? Lin Feng stared at the panel notification, a bit stunned. The form of the demon ape, created by the transformation of the demon ape's mountain fist into the muscle and bone alteration technique, had been incorporated into the data panel. Could the specific data of the demon ape form now be directly observed? Lin Feng quickly opened the attribute panel. The new talent, demon ape form, was not on the first page of attributes. He directly navigated to the fourth page, the page for ancient martial artists. There, on the left side of the talent page, at the bottom row, appeared a golden icon with an ape shape. Demon ape form. Increases strength by 7 points, agility by 5 points, constitution by 1, and enhances the training speed of the moving mountain demon ape's form at all levels by 35. It also boosts the training speed of fist, claw, and staff weapons by 20. Body growth increased by 2. 13 points? An increase of 13 attribute points at once? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. No wonder he felt an explosive strength throughout his body. He thought it was an illusion from forming the demon ape shape, but it was truly an enormous boost in attributes. The increase was indeed quite exaggerated. Achieving the demon ape form could be described as a rebirth. This is the difference between ordinary people and those with extraordinary talent. No wonder various sects are eager to recruit those with exceptional talent. Their basic attribute talents alone far surpass ordinary people. Moreover, the demon ape form doesn't just increase various attributes. The description below also shows a 35 increase in the training speed of moving mountain demon ape's form at all levels. This enhancement is incredibly powerful, even more so than the 13 attribute points increase. The 13 attribute points are a one-time enhancement, but the increase in training speed can accelerate progress from physical strengthening to true form across 7 levels. The demon ape form is truly a talent that even Feng Lai envies. The foundation of true form, the foundation of martial arts, is no exaggeration. As for the 20 increase in training speed for fist, claw, and staff weapons, it needs no further mention. What does body growth increased by 2 mean? Lin Feng couldn't understand. Does it refer to physical development, natural growth of body attributes, or something else? He frowned. The data panel is excellent except for the lack of a user manual, requiring everything to be discovered through trial and error, unlike the systems in those time travel novels he read in his previous life. What does the after constitution mean? Does it imply that constitution will continue to increase after forming the demon ape shape? A few moments later, Lin Feng chuckled. There's no point in overthinking these things now. Only time and experience will reveal their true nature. After reviewing the new talent, demon ape form, he flipped the data panel back to the first page. Name, Lin Feng. Source quality, 1. Age, 16. Strength, 22. Agility, 20. Constitution, 18. Intelligence, 19. Attribute points, 0. Talent points, 1. His 4 attributes far exceeded those of ordinary people, already more than twice as strong. The only awkward aspect was the intelligence attribute. In all 3 professions, whether as a student, chef, or ancient martial artist, the upgraded attribute points had been added to intelligence, except for one instance of adding to constitution. Yet, even after so many additions, his intelligence was only slightly higher than his constitution and still lower than the strength and agility, which he had never increased. The lack of a way to boost intelligence is indeed frustrating. Lin Feng noticed he had 1 talent point remaining and felt a spark of inspiration. He quickly navigated to the Ancient Warrior page, intending to use the leftover talent point to upgrade the newly acquired form of the demon ape. Concentrating deeply, he focused his mind on the icon for form of the demon ape, attempting to enhance it using the method for upgrading talents like flow of mind. However, 2 consecutive attempts ended in failure. Lin Feng frowned, scrutinizing the icon for form of the demon ape and realized it differed from other occupational talents. While other talents displayed a level once activated, this one did not. He speculated that this acquired talent might not be upgradable using talent points. Alternatively, it might require 2 or 3 talent points for an upgrade instead of just 1. This theory would have to wait for verification until he had more surplus talent points. With a sigh, Lin Feng closed the attribute panel and refocused on reality. At that moment, he could distinctly feel explosive power coursing through every muscle, and his energy was indescribably abundant. He walked slowly to the full-length mirror in the training room and gently removed his shirt. The reflection startled Lin Feng slightly after the transformation. His arms, back, and abdomen had visibly changed. The transformation wasn't about exaggerated muscle growth, but rather an optimization of his overall physique. His muscles weren't bulky but were instead smoothly contoured, each one exuding a sense of immense strength. Lin Feng gently stretched, watching as his muscles seemed to come alive, flowing and shifting beneath his skin without appearing out of place. Next, Lin Feng took a deep breath and clenched his fists with all his might. Instantly, his muscles tightened like ropes, forming intricate patterns all over his body, especially on his back, where the muscles intertwined to create a mysterious, rune-like design. As the rune pattern formed, Lin Feng sensed something faintly. He closed his eyes to feel it more clearly and discovered a thick energy enveloping him. Particularly from beneath his feet, a massive force seemed to be welling up from the ground. However, this sensation wasn't entirely clear, as if something was in the way, or as if he lacked a key element to fully harness this power. Moving mountains and shifting rivers. Is this the power of the earth? Lin Feng opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. He hadn't expected to experience such supernatural power so soon after achieving the form of the demon ape. However, there was still a long way to go before he could truly master this power. Lin Feng quietly released the force and put his shirt back on. Apart from slightly lengthened arms, there were no obvious changes to his body. The length of his arms wasn't exaggerated and would go unnoticed unless closely examined. The Lin Feng in the mirror no longer bore the frail, scholarly appearance of the past. His youthful aura had long since faded. His eyes were steady, and his dark pupils seemed like unfathomable abysses, exuding a mysterious aura rather than sharpness. With the transformation into the form of the demon ape complete and no inhuman changes to his body, Lin Feng felt a slight relief. After checking his physique, the next step was to conduct various tests. However, Lin Feng didn't rush into action. With a sudden increase of 13 attribute points, including 7 in strength, his body struggled to adapt to this surge of power. While an ordinary person might take a long time to acclimate, Lin Feng, as a martial artist, had his methods. He slightly bent his knees and rounded his arms in the posture known as White Ape Embraces the Moon, beginning to practice standing meditation. As a form of static exercise, standing meditation could calm the energy and meticulously adjust the body, perfectly addressing this issue. White Ape Embraces the Moon was the first martial art Lin Feng learned, and he had long since mastered this foundational standing meditation. Now, in the form of the demon ape, it was as if a true demon ape was embracing the full moon in the sky. With the operation of the demon ape breathing technique, Lin Feng gradually calmed down. The circulating energy and the wild power and vitality within his body were slowly tamed, integrating into his flesh and blood. The sun slowly set, painting the sky in a brilliant shade of orangerd. Lin Feng awoke from his deep meditative state and began to complete his practice. He slowly raised his hands, feeling the energy and blood in his body surge like a tide. As his hands reached his shoulders, he gently pressed down, and the surging energy calmed like a river flowing into the sea. With his practice complete, Lin Feng exhaled a long breath of turbid air. After a lengthy session of standing meditation, the sensation of overflowing power throughout his body had dissipated, and the strength from the form of the magic ape had fully integrated into his being. Without adopting any specific fighting stance, Lin Feng casually threw a punch. Instantly, a deafening explosive sound filled the training room. He was surprised to discover that this casual strike had about 60 to 70% of the power of the magic ape mountain fist. What's going on? Lin Feng frowned in thought. Although his strength attribute had increased to 22 points, 7 points higher than before, it still didn't explain why he could unleash such powerful force without using a technique. He repeatedly opened and clenched his fists, silently sensing the changes in his body's power. After several rounds, Lin Feng suddenly realized. Although the form of the magic ape hadn't visibly altered his appearance much, his muscles and bones had undergone a complete transformation. Even with the simplest punch, his muscles and bones exerted force in the manner of the magic ape, naturally resulting in far greater power than before. This transformation had elevated him beyond the ordinary. Lin Feng moved lightly, pushing off with his feet, and in an instant, he was at the door of the training room. Stepping outside, he was greeted by a magnificent sunset view. The distant mountains rose and fell. The sun was a half-disk on the horizon, and the sky was tinged with a fish-scale pattern of red. Chinny Pavilion was built on the edge of a cliff, with a small platform outside the training room. Lin Feng strolled to the cliff's edge and leaned against the railing, gazing out at the layered mountains, birds flitting through the air, and a refreshing breeze that invigorated his spirit. Suddenly, a large black-backed bird flew towards the sky above Chinny Pavilion. Lin Feng took a quick breath and pushed off forcefully with his feet. The wooden planks splintered instantly, and he shot up over 10 meters high like an arrow from a bow. The bird, soaring with its wings spread, was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a person and panicked. Ignoring the bird's alarm, Lin Feng swiftly plucked a feather from its tail, and his body began to plummet back down. Bang! Lin Feng landed steadily on his feet, the wooden planks beneath him collapsing again. The immense recoil traveled up from his feet, but was effortlessly absorbed by his muscles and bones. Unperturbed, he examined the feather in his hand, giving it a gentle blow, sending it drifting down the cliff. Lin Feng's face broke into a smile, feeling incredibly exhilarated. Since he began practicing martial arts, he had been cautious every day, not daring to slack off. Although he had made significant progress, he always felt something was missing, a sense of unrestrained satisfaction. At this moment, being able to leap 4 or 5 meters high allowed him to experience the true joy of martial arts. Lin Feng regretted that this wasn't his own territory. Otherwise, he would have loved to transform into a madman and let out a long, carefree shout. Lin Feng stood on the ruins-like platform, feeling the surge of power within him. His agility and strength had doubled that of an ordinary person, yet this didn't fully explain his astonishing jumping ability. This was all thanks to the perfect combination of the shadowless force and the form of the demon ape. The fusion of these two techniques granted him unimaginable explosive power. Furrowing his brow in thought, Lin Feng recalled an ancient legend once mentioned by Feng Lai. Some could master up to 72 true forms. Clearly, A person could possess multiple forms simultaneously, but there must be a complex secret behind it. He eagerly pulled out his phone and dialed Feng Lai's number. Have you mastered the form of the demon ape? Feng Lai's voice carried a mix of surprise and a hint of wry amusement. If the ancestors knew you achieved it in a month, they'd be stunned. Feng Lai explained that one could indeed alter their muscles and bones to master various forms. However, the conflict between forms was significant, and recklessly practicing conflicting techniques could lead to disastrous consequences. Even if the forms didn't conflict, mastering more than 5 complete true forms was nearly impossible. Lin Feng pressed for more details about the legend of the 72 true forms, but Feng Lai merely laughed and said that he would reveal it when the time was right. After hanging up, Lin Feng turned to see Ding Yi, who had appeared beside him at some point. She smiled as she reported a list of visiting elders, all of whom she had turned away, citing Lin Feng's training as the reason. Thank you, Sister Ding, Lin Feng said sincerely. No problem, it's my duty, Ding Yi replied warmly. Young master, after training for so long, you must be hungry. Would you like to eat first or bathe before eating? I'll take a bath first, then eat, Lin Feng decided, noticing the strange smell on him. He followed Ding Yi to a luxurious bathroom, fully equipped and even prepared with 2 beautiful maidens to assist with bathing. Lin Feng sternly refused such an absurd arrangement and soaked alone in the large bath. After washing up, Lin Feng changed into the expensive clothes prepared for him by the White Ape sect. As he exited the bathroom, he found a group of people waiting outside. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to face the upcoming meetings. Lin Feng emerged from the bathroom feeling refreshed. Ding Yi was already waiting outside the door. Seeing him, she gave a slight bow and said, Young master, Mr. Zhou Li, Mr. Yang Xing, and others are waiting for you in the guest hall. Yang Xing. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Ding Yi explained. Mr. Yang Xing is a true disciple of Elder Nangong from the Bihai sect, the same lineage as Su Yu. Lin Feng nodded. All right, I understand. Please lead the way, Sister Ding. Ding Yi led the way, with Lin Feng following closely behind, as they walked through the traditionally styled corridors. In the distance, the brightly lit hall revealed Zhou Li, Li Wang, Duan Guan, along with an unfamiliar man, and Su Yu, who had previously been captured by Tang He. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. Su Yu appeared unpunished, instead wearing the attire of an inner sect disciple, looking calm and composed. Noticing Lin Feng's gaze, she smirked with a mix of mockery and pride. Lin Feng subtly shifted his gaze away. Zhou Li stepped forward with a smile. Junior brother Lin, you're finally here. I heard that after I left, you went straight into the training room and stayed there for half a day. Such talent and dedication are truly admirable. Let me introduce you. This is senior brother Yang Xing. Lin Feng replied with poise. Nice to meet you, senior brother Yang. Yang Xing smiled. Junior brother Lin, you are indeed impressive. I heard you were young yet remarkably handsome, and I had my doubts. Now that I see you, I realize they were understating it. With such looks and demeanor, I fear Bu Wei might have to concede his title as the most handsome man on by Yuan Dao to you. Zhou Li explained. Bu Wei is a true disciple of the Qingmu sect, always favored by the junior sisters. But it seems that title might now belong to junior brother Lin. Everyone laughed heartily. All right, Zhou Li said. I'm sure junior brother Lin is hungry. Let's eat and chat. He turned to Ding Yi. Is the food ready? It's all prepared and waiting for you gentlemen to be seated. Ding Yi replied respectfully. They entered the banquet hall, and a peculiar fragrance filled the air, making Lin Feng feel lighter. The table was laden with exquisite dishes, and at the center, a large white porcelain platter held a half-meter-long fish emitting a chill. The fish had been sliced into translucent thin slices, the source of the unique aroma. Zhou Li introduced, Junior brother Lin. This is the Dongjiang Fei Man, a spiritual fish from the northern Dongjiang, highly beneficial for martial artists like us. This one fish alone would cost at least 1.1 million outside. He gestured to Yang Xing. This meal is hosted by senior brother Yang, especially to welcome you. We owe it to your reputation that we're able to enjoy this. Lin Feng was surprised. A spiritual fish? A single meal costing 1.1 million is quite extravagant. Thank you, senior brother Yang, for your generosity. Haha, brother Lin, brother Zhou, and you too, please have a seat. Yang Xing warmly invited them as they gathered around the table. He turned to Lin Feng and asked, Brother Lin, do you drink? Lin Feng shook his head. No, I've never had alcohol. All right then, you can enjoy the food while we have a few drinks. Here, try this Dongjiang flying fish, Yang Xing said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded and picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks. The translucent fish meat looked like a precious gem, exuding a subtle fragrance. He carefully placed it in his mouth and was immediately impressed by its firm yet springy texture. As he chewed, a sweet freshness filled his mouth. After swallowing, a cool sensation spread from his stomach, relaxing every pore and bringing an indescribable comfort. Brother Lin, how is it? Does it taste good? Zhou Li asked with a smile. It's quite unique and very delicious, Lin Feng replied honestly. Just then, a panel appeared before Lin Feng. You have tasted the spiritual fish Donjiang flying fish. You have triggered the job change condition. Your chef level has not reached level 9. Your chef profession cannot change to a spiritual chef. Lin Feng was surprised, but kept a calm exterior. He thoughtfully took another bite, pondering the message. This was the second time he had triggered the condition for a chef profession change, confirming that level 9 was indeed a crucial milestone. He sighed inwardly, realizing that he needed to reach level 9 as a student, martial artist, or chef. Unfortunately, the other two professions hadn't triggered any change conditions yet. Yang Xing continued, as good as Donjiang flying fish is, it's only considered a low-grade spiritual fish. I've tasted top-grade spiritual fish before the ice soul white fish from the extreme ice lake. Now that's a true delicacy. Just one bite, and you feel invigorated, with your inner energy greatly enhanced. Half a fish is worth a month's hard training. Next time, I'll let you try it, Brother Lin, but I'll need to save up for half a year first. Zhou Li chimed in. If you really want to treat us, I can lend you the money, brother. Haha, it's settled then, Yang Xing agreed heartily. Once Brother Zhou lends me the money, I'll treat you all to a feast. Come on, Brother Li, Brother Duan, don't be shy, eat up. And you too, Brother Lin, help yourself. Li Wang and Duan Guan, who also rarely tasted such expensive spiritual fish, eagerly reached for the Donjiang flying fish. Lin Feng joined in, enjoying the meal. Under Yang Xing's smooth and amiable coordination, the atmosphere at the table was harmonious. They ate and chatted until they had their fill of drinks and dishes. At this point, Yang Xing gave a subtle signal to Su Yu, who had been quietly eating. Reluctantly, Su Yu stood up, raised her glass, and said to Lin Feng, Brother Lin, I toast to you. About what happened this morning, I really didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to protect you as you left. It was all a misunderstanding on your part. Lin Feng looked at Su Yu calmly and asked, Sister Su, if it was a misunderstanding, then why did Brother Yang specifically invite me to this meal? And if it truly was a misunderstanding, shouldn't I be the one apologizing to you? If it really was a misunderstanding, shouldn't I be the one apologizing to her? As soon as those words were spoken, the previously cheerful atmosphere at the table turned icy. Lin Feng seemed oblivious, as he picked up a piece of spiritual fish and ate it. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Lin, you've got it wrong. Zhou Li stood up with a smile. Brother Yang invited you just to clear up any confusion from this morning. The attack earlier has been thoroughly investigated by the elders and the sect leader, and it truly has nothing to do with Sister Su. She was just trying to protect you. Yang Xing nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin. If you think Sister Su was trying to harm you, then the suspicion would fall on me. After all, with your talent, once you join the Azure Sea branch, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. If I don't clarify this, even our master might misunderstand me. That's why I asked brothers Zhou, Li, and Duan to join us for this meal, to clear things up. I appreciate your good intentions, brother, Lin Feng said. But Sister Su's actions this morning are hard to explain away. Su Yu glared. Lin Feng, do you really think I wanted to harm you? What else? Lin Feng replied. Ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Why would I want to harm you? Su Yu retorted angrily. I wouldn't know, Lin Feng said. Lin, don't trust your own assumptions, Zhou Li advised. Trust the investigation of the sect leader and elders. Sister Su had no ill intentions. You know how women can be when anxious. Perhaps she was just too worried at the time. Hey, Sister Su, don't misunderstand. I'm explaining for you, Zhou added. Lin Feng shook his head, firm in his stance. No, I trust my judgment. I might not know who is pulling the strings, but I am certain that Sister Su had ulterior motives this morning. Lin Feng looked around at them. What I want to know now is, if I wanted to kill Sister Su, how could I do it? Huh? Kill me? You think you can? Su Yu sneered. Lin, don't be rash. What if you're wrong? Li Wang interjected. I trust myself, Lin Feng responded. Staring at Su Yu, Lin Feng asked, Sister Su, how should we proceed? Do we fight it out? Zhou Li spoke in a deep voice. Lin, don't be impulsive. You can't just fight within the sect. Any grievances must be resolved before the elders and the community, and there's no need to fight to the death. Fine, Lin Feng exclaimed, pulling out his phone to call Qi Ling. A duel to the death with Su Yu? Are you confident? Qi Ling asked. Tang, he said, you're skilled. If you're confident, go for it. Huh, you've got spirit. I was frustrated about this morning. Those old fools actually believed that girl. Hold on, I'll be right there. As the others in the restaurant saw Lin Feng seriously calling Qi Ling, they were momentarily stunned. Lin, is it really necessary to go this far? Zhou Li tried to persuade him. Brother Zhou, isn't this exactly what you wanted? Lin Feng replied. What do you mean by that, Lin? Zhou Li asked, puzzled. Zhou Shixiang's urgent reaction triggered Lin Feng's suspicion. He looked Zhou Li straight in the eye, a hint of provocation in his voice. Zhou Shixiang, why are you in such a hurry? Even if I become a true disciple, you'll have plenty of time to deal with me in the future, so why the rush? Zhou Li's expression changed dramatically, and he snapped. Lin Feng, what nonsense are you talking about? What kind of person do you take me for? Lin Feng remained unfazed, a cold smile playing on his lips. Nonsense, is it? Huh. If you truly didn't want us to duel, you should have outright denied it or advised us to calm down, rather than explaining the duel rules. With those words, everyone's gaze turned to Zhou Li. Lin Feng's bold words were not without reason. The best response to a private fight suggestion would indeed be to point out the sect rules against it, rather than delve into duel regulations. Could Zhou Li's reaction indicate hidden motives, as Lin Feng suggested? Zhou Li's face grew darker, uncertain if it was because his intentions were seen through or if he was enraged by the accusation. He shouted, Lin Feng, have you lost your mind? How dare you make such baseless accusations? A thought flashed across the minds of those present. Among the 7 true disciples, Zhou Li, though not the most skilled, was deemed the most promising candidate to become the next leader of the Bai Yuan Dao sect due to his exceptional martial talent. If the more talented Lin Feng joined, Zhou Li's position would undoubtedly be threatened. Thus, Zhou Li indeed had reasons to be unwilling for Lin Feng to become a true disciple. Lin Feng laughed heartily and turned his gaze to Su Yu. Whether it's true or not, Zhou Shixiang knows in his heart. Su Shiji, wouldn't a life and death duel suit you perfectly? If I die by your hand, wouldn't you have completed someone's task? A strange glint flickered in Su Yu's eyes as she calmly replied. Since you're so confident, Lin Shidi, I accept. But remember, you brought this upon yourself, so don't blame me later. The news spread like wildfire throughout the Bai Yuan Dao sect. Lin Feng, hailed as a peerless genius and soon-to be true disciple, was set to engage in a life-and-death duel with inner disciple Su Yu. Within minutes, the martial arts arena was packed with people, buzzing with speculation. Some wondered about the cause of the conflict, while others who knew Lin Feng were surprised at the audacity of this newcomer daring to face Su Yu in such a duel. In the center of the arena, besides Lin Feng and Su Yu, stood Tang He, Qi Ling, and a burly elder. Nangong confirmed once more, Lin Feng, are you sure you want to face Su Yu in a life-or-death duel? Qi Ling impatiently retorted, Nangong, how many times have you asked already? It's just a duel. What's with the repeated confirmations? For us martial artists, it's either you die or I live when facing an enemy. What's with the fuss? Nangong was not to be outdone. Qi Ling, this needs to be clear. Is it appropriate for youngsters to resolve minor conflicts with a life-and-death duel? Qi Ling did not back down. The rules were set by our predecessors, so what's inappropriate? A martial artist should have such courage to advance bravely. Lin Feng, I declare you can begin. Hold on. Tang He interrupted. Let the sect leader decide. He approached Lin Feng and whispered, why the rush, kid? It takes time to get to the bottom of things. Lin Feng wore a peculiar expression. Elder Tang, I thought you caught her red-handed this morning. So why is Su Yu unscathed by evening? Tang He chuckled awkwardly. I initially thought Su Yu was in league with Jing Ho, but it turns out that wasn't the case. The evidence pointed to another inner disciple. Lin Feng pondered. Elder Tang, how many people don't want me to become a true disciple? Tang He sighed, shaking his head. Besides a few old folks, hardly any of the younger generation likes you. Lin Feng sneered, his gaze sweeping around. What kind of sect is Bai Yuan Dao anyway? Huh, just a nest of pests. Bugs. Elder Tang, that's quite an apt metaphor. Just stating the facts. Lin Feng remarked with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Tang He let out a deep sigh, his eyes filled with helplessness and melancholy. Back in the day, Bai Yuan Dao was so illustrious, but now it's not what it used to be. Although there are indeed more bugs, you should bear with it. We will handle these matters ourselves. Handle? Lin Feng sneered inwardly. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind, and he frowned slightly. What's happening to me? He wondered to himself. Why have I become so impulsive all of a sudden? Lin Feng calmed himself and took a closer look at his own heart. Although he was displeased with Su Yu, even if he were to confront her, it wouldn't truly solve his problems. Could it be that his inflated arrogance was due to his surge in power? He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and carefully scrutinized his current state. Amidst the complex thoughts, he sought answers like peeling away layers of fog until he reached the truth buried deep within. It turned out that his true self was not one to act cautiously and hesitantly. The exhilaration of leaping several yards in martial arts was what he truly craved. While there's nothing wrong with thinking twice before acting, it lacked a sense of directness and satisfaction. Lin Feng suddenly understood. His current impulsiveness wasn't entirely due to his increased power, which might only account for a small part. The main reason was a burning anger within him that he couldn't quell. When he opened his eyes, they shone with a startling brightness. The reason for his impulsiveness was simple. He wanted to personally settle the score with Su Yu. As for uncovering the mastermind behind Su Yu, Lin Feng hadn't even considered it. He was here only to secure a spot as a true disciple and had no intention of staying in this place full of bugs for long. Once he returned to Beha, dealing with these bugs would be a piece of cake given enough time. Tang He was unaware of the flurry of thoughts passing through Lin Feng's mind. He continued explaining the morning's events. The one who attacked you this morning is a disciple under Nangong's tutelage. This young man has performed well in recent years, and Nangong has considered taking him as a true disciple. However, your appearance has sparked great interest from Nangong, causing him a strong sense of crisis. Perhaps he didn't want his years of effort to go to waste, so he enlisted the help of the frightening monkey. Lin Feng wasn't interested in the ins and outs of these trivial matters, but he was curious about the frightening monkey mentioned by Tang He. Elder Tang, which organization does this frightening monkey belong to? The frightening monkey is from the assassin organization Fright. This organization ranks its assassins according to the Chinese zodiac, dividing them into 12 levels. The frightening monkey is the 4th level, also known as Shun monkey. As the two conversed, a shout came from afar. Sect Master! Sect Master! The sect master of Bai Yuan Dao, Song Chung, finally appeared. He was just over 50, younger than Qi Ling and Nangong, with a robust build. Song Chung clearly understood the situation by now. He walked through the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the two before finally resting on Lin Feng. Lin Feng, Song Chung began, we will investigate the morning's incident. As for whether Suyu harbors ulterior motives, that's not something we can assume. You can't blame her for something she hasn't done. Lin Feng replied bluntly. I know, that's why I'll handle it myself. Song Chung frowned. Why do you think like this? Don't you trust us? Lin Feng said calmly. Sect Master, there's no need to persuade me. The implication was clear. Song Chung sighed deeply, his gaze piercing as he looked at the young man before him. All right, since you insist, we won't say more. But one thing must be made clear. In a life-or-death battle, no one will intervene. Even if you have exceptional talent and potential, we won't stop you. Lin Feng responded with determination, showing no fear. I understand. This exchange sparked various reactions from the onlookers. Some were eager to see the drama unfold, while others scoffed, familiar with Lin Feng's abilities and finding it laughable for a novice in the early stages of internal strength to challenge an expert. Some showed regret for the impending fall of a prodigy. The true disciples, however, remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent to what was about to happen. Suddenly, the sect leader shouted sternly. If that's the case, let them be. Sect leader? Elder Nangong exclaimed. The sect leader rebuked. Nangong, get out of the way. What kind of behavior is this dithering? A warrior should have a fierce spirit. You should be pleased with how the younger ones are behaving. Stop your whining. I declare, you two, begin immediately. Elder Qi Ling Yu. Elder Nangong started, but stopped. Su Yu smirked coldly, taunting. Junior brother Lin, please. Lin Feng remained unfazed. Haha. Senior sister Su, you're quite arrogant. Do you really think you can handle me? Let's find out. The crowd quickly stepped back, giving the two a clear space. Lin Feng's muscles rippled, his bones crackling, causing the elders to show surprise. Su Yu, dressed in white martial arts attire, remained composed, a hint of mockery on her lips. Come at me, junior brother Lin. Su Yu taunted. All right, Lin Feng roared, and before his words had fully left his mouth, the ground beneath him exploded as he leaped forward like a caged tiger, closing the distance to Su Yu in an instant. What a leap, like an ape, the crowd marveled. Though they had doubted Lin Feng's audacity, this leap demonstrated his true skill. Lin Feng's punch came crashing down like thunder, aiming straight for Su Yu's face. Su Yu's expression changed, realizing this punch was more ferocious than in the morning. She quickly retreated, leaping like a nimble cat to avoid the powerful strike. In midair, Su Yu channeled her internal energy, her back arching like a drawn bow, as she twisted to strike Lin Feng's waist. Though not as forceful as Lin Feng's blow, it was imbued with internal energy, and if it hit, it would severely damage Lin Feng's kidneys. Sensing danger, Lin Feng's hair stood on end. He instinctively shifted his stance, countering with the demon ape slays the dragon move from his demon ape mountain fist technique. Their fists collided, energy scattering in all directions. Su Yu was shaken to the core by the sheer force, her bones resonating with the impact, forcing her to use the momentum to glide away. Upon landing, she staggered like a drunken person, continuously retreating. However, in a life-or-death fight, there was no time to rest. Lin Feng pursued relentlessly, his arm, marked with black veins, slicing through the air towards Su Yu again. Su Yu hurriedly raised her arm to block, but it was like trying to stop a chariot with a mantis's arm. With a crack, Su Yu's face caved in, her head snapping back as she fell heavily to the ground, blood splattering. In an instant, the training ground fell silent. Everyone, whether inner disciples, true disciples, or elders, stared dumbfounded at Lin Feng's lowered fist. Internal strength versus internal energy, and in just 3 moves, the internal energy was defeated. Lin Feng stood tall and proud, like a pine tree. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the surrounding inner and true disciples as he spoke in a deep voice. I know my presence has blocked many paths and displeased many. Today, I'm giving you all a chance. Lin Feng's words echoed like thunder throughout the training grounds. The elders' gazes simultaneously fixed on the defiant young man in the center, recalling events from 20 years ago. Back then, another young, arrogant prodigy had unleashed a bloody massacre in nearly the same spot on this very field. Memories of how even an elder, who couldn't restrain himself after his beloved disciple was killed, had his heart torn out by that person sent chills through them. Qi Ling and Nan Gong exchanged glances, each reading the fear of past domination by that person in the other's eyes. When the Beihao White Ape Martial Arts School discovered Lin Feng's astounding talent, they knew he had been taught by that person. Only with that person's approval did they dare to bring Lin Feng to the main gate. What? Afraid? Lin Feng taunted the crowd. Enough! Song Chung shouted angrily to stop him. Lin Feng, undeterred, retorted. Master, are you going to interfere with the disciples' matters too? Someone tried to dissuade him. Lin Feng, how can you be so impulsive? The master is looking out for you. I know, Lin Feng replied calmly, but I hope the master doesn't hold it against me later. Everyone was stunned, not understanding his meaning as Lin Feng strode to the center of the training grounds and loudly declared, anyone dissatisfied with me can come up and challenge me. Arrogant, came a voice of discontent from the crowd. A tall young man leaped forward, landing opposite Lin Feng. Junior brother Lin, junior sister Su Yu was my friend. In a fair match, you killed her, and though I shouldn't hate you for it, your arrogance is intolerable. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. That's senior brother Shi Liang of the Qi Ling branch, someone whispered. Tang He chuckled and asked Qi Ling. Brother Qi, aren't you stopping this? Qi Ling shook his head of red hair and replied calmly. Why should I stop it? Combat has always been our five-spirit sect's traditional way to settle disputes among disciples. Besides, the younger generation should resolve their own matters openly rather than through underhanded means. Not through underhanded means? Heh, Tang He laughed meaningfully. But how come I didn't know Shi Liang and Su Yu were close enough to fight to the death for each other? Qi Ling's expression darkened at these words. In the center, Shi Liang tore off his shirt, revealing a body as if forged from steel. He sneered, Junior brother Lin, please. All right. Lin Feng didn't hold back, launching himself at his opponent like a gust of wind. His long leg lashed out with dizzying speed. Shi Liang, who had only prepared for Lin Feng's punches, was caught off guard by the swift kick. He hastily raised his arm to block, only to feel as if his left arm was struck by an iron bar. At the moment of contact, Shi Liang felt the terrifying power contained in that leg. His left arm couldn't withstand it, and he was sent flying by the kick. The onlookers saw only a blur as the highly skilled Shi Liang was swept away by a single kick. Exclamations erupted. Senior brother Shi was kicked away with one strike? How is that possible? Senior brother Shi, whose inner strength surpasses Su Yu's, was kicked away in one strike. Isn't that a basic sweeping kick? How can it be so fast? How can it have such power? The ordinary disciples looked at each other, puzzled by how a simple sweeping kick could possess such astonishing power. However, several elders and a couple of well-informed disciples had already recognized that Lin Feng had mastered a unique technique for exerting force. Similar to the White Ape Mountain Fist he demonstrated earlier, this technique could perfectly combine with various martial arts, unleashing power beyond ordinary imagination. Even the most basic sweeping kick could achieve astonishing effects with the aid of this special force. Everyone was secretly shocked. According to the information provided by Lu Sun and Su Hao, Lin Feng was just an ordinary person who knew no martial arts not long ago. Yet, in less than a month, he not only perfected the White Ape Mountain Fist, but also mastered this rare special martial art. His talent for learning martial arts had already surpassed the realm of common understanding. In the arena, Shi Liang blocked Lin Feng's kick again, but his legs were deeply embedded in the soil. His arms trembled violently from the impact, and if it weren't for his internal energy protecting him, they might have already broken. Open! Lin Feng lunged forward like a shadow. Shi Liang hurriedly raised his fists to counter. Bang! 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 The training ground seemed to shake as if an earthquake had occurred, with the two engaging in a fierce, heated collision. To everyone's surprise, Lin Feng's physique had grown noticeably larger, and the strength hidden beneath his burst martial arts robe was unimaginable. Shi Liang has lost, Tang He calmly remarked. He brought this upon himself. Qi Ling snorted. Aren't you concerned? After all, he's your disciple. Qi Ling shook his head. Dying honorably in the arena is better than living in the shadows. True. Tang He glanced at Lin Feng, who seemed possessed, and asked, Qi Ling, do you think this kid is stronger than Feng Lai back in the day? Is there even a question? Really? I heard from that old fellow Lu Sun that Lin Feng has a special explosive talent, similar to the mad blood talent. Qi Ling closed his eyes and fell silent. In the arena, Shi Liang was forced to retreat step by step, unable to withstand Lin Feng's relentless ape mountain fist. His guard was broken, leaving him wide open, and Lin Feng landed a punch directly on his head. Instantly, blood and brain matter splattered. The scene fell silent. A few female disciples, having never witnessed such a gruesome sight, couldn't help but vomit. All eyes focused on the figure in the arena. Lin Feng stood still, his chest heaving heavily, clearly exhausted from the battle. His fists were stained with blood, both his opponent's and his own, dripping continuously onto the ground. Is there any other senior who wants to come up? Lin Feng's voice wasn't loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout the arena. No one responded for a while. Lin Feng grinned and turned to look at Zhou Li in the distance. Senior brother Zhou, aren't you coming up? Zhou Li felt a chill in his heart and quickly replied. Junior brother Lin, you must be joking. We have no grievances. Why would I step into the arena? Hearing their conversation, everyone suddenly understood the reason behind Lin Feng's earlier words to the sect master. Beside him, Song Qing's expression turned grim. But I want to have a match with senior brother Zhou, Lin Feng said coldly. Zhou Li's expression changed. No, I refuse. Junior brother, even if you don't like me, there's no need for us to fight to the death. Senior brother Zhou, are you scared? These words made everyone's expressions turn interesting. Zhou Li did not get angry but shook his head with a bitter smile. Say what you will, junior brother, but I won't fight you today. Heh. With your chi opening stage cultivation, being so timid and not daring to face even an inner strength stage opponent, how can you call yourself a true disciple? A large hand suddenly pressed down on Zhou Li's head. His body instantly stiffened, and hearing this unfamiliar voice, he wanted to turn and see who had approached him so silently. However, before he could turn, a powerful force came from above, instantly turning his brain into mush. Zhou Li's body fell limply. Everyone watched in horror at the pale-faced man who had suddenly appeared. A profound legacy was abruptly extinguished. Everyone was stunned, staring in horror at the scene. The killer was not particularly tall, with a sickly pale complexion, appearing to be around 36 or 37 years old. Once people realized he was a stranger, several inner disciples and core disciples were immediately filled with rage, ready to scold him. However, they suddenly noticed that their elders and the sect leader stood motionless, as if it was not a core disciple that had been killed, but merely an insignificant fly. Even the notoriously hot-tempered elder Qi Ling remained uncharacteristically silent. This bizarre scene quickly alerted everyone, and they hurriedly suppressed their burgeoning anger and the reprimands that were on the tip of their tongues. Haha, the stranger sneered. A core disciple doesn't need extraordinary wisdom and courage, but at least should have some guts, right? If you don't even have the courage to face the weak, what kind of core disciple are you? As he spoke, he slowly surveyed the crowd. For some reason, everyone around felt as if they were being watched by a prehistoric beast, a chill rising from their tailbones, making their hair stand on end. The remaining core disciples turned pale, and some even trembled under his gaze. Feng Shidi, there's no need for this. Song Chung spoke up. The younger generation's temperament can't be compared to yours. Chung Shixiao, Feng Lai retorted. Are you saying that you blame me for killing your direct disciple without cause? Are you angry at me? No, not at all. How could I? Song Chen quickly explained. Feng Shidi, don't misunderstand. It's his own lack of ability. How could I blame you? That's good. Feng Lai nodded. Let's go to the ancestral hall. This isn't the place to talk. With that, he turned and began to walk away. Then after a few steps, he turned back and said, Lin Feng, you too. The ancestral hall. Qi Ling and Nangong exchanged glances, both seeing the worry in each other's eyes. Yet no one dared to refuse, their legs seemingly moving of their own accord, following Feng Lai's footsteps. However, not everyone was permitted to enter the ancestral hall. Only the core disciples and a few elders followed. The inner disciples were puzzled by this person's identity, but seeing the elders and the sect leader so compliant, with the sect leader addressing him as Shidi, it was clear that this man who killed Zhou Li was an elder of extraordinary status within the sect. Nangong slightly slowed his pace, noticing disciple Yang Lin was about to follow. He subtly shook his hand behind his back, signaling him. Unfortunately, Yang Lin didn't notice the hint and continued to follow the core disciples. Nangong sighed silently and quickened his pace to catch up with Qi Ling ahead. The group followed Feng Lai, slowly ascending the mountain path. Night had already fallen, and it was pitch black, but tree-shaped lamps were spaced at intervals along the path, casting bright light on the way. The wind was strong in the mountains, bringing a chill, but those walking the path seemed unaffected. Feng Lai didn't use any martial arts techniques, so the others naturally matched his pace, moving slowly and silently towards the summit. About 10 minutes later, 3 disciples guarding the mountaintop noticed someone approaching and immediately blocked the path. One of them was about to loudly warn Feng Lai that this area was forbidden, but an older disciple quickly restrained him, hurriedly bowing to Feng Lai and saying, Greetings, Uncle Feng. Uncle Feng. The 2 mountain guardians were taken aback, exchanging puzzled looks. They had been on Baiyuan Path for years and had never heard of an Uncle Feng. It's Lu Qi. Long time no see. I need to go inside for a moment, the newcomer said, his voice tinged with weariness. Of course, Uncle Feng. Please go right ahead, Lu Qi replied, his tone filled with respect. This brief exchange seemed to exhaust him completely. Just as the other 2 disciples were about to inquire about this mysterious figure, the sound of footsteps echoed along the mountain path. Turning around, They saw a group of elders and important figures from the sect approaching hurriedly. Surprised, they quickly moved to greet them. Qi Ling waved them off, saying, Lu Qi, no need for formalities, just guard the path. Yes, Lu Qi responded, watching the group ascend to the mountain peak with a worried look in his eyes. At the summit stood a massive stone statue of a giant ape, seamlessly integrated with the mountain itself. This statue, over 10 meters tall, was carved from the mountain's rock, its towering figure equipped with 4 enormous arms, each holding a weapon, a staff, a hammer, a mace, and a sword. Its legs straddled the peak, its fierce expression exuding a sense of violent ferocity. In the dim light of night, the statue seemed to come alive, its weapons poised to strike, casting an overwhelming aura. Feng Lai stood before the statue, gazing up at it for a moment before heading towards a stone house beneath it. He pushed open the door to reveal a brightly lit interior. Inside, black plaques with red characters were arranged in 5 sections, each section fronted by an ancient-looking chair of a different color. Above the plaques hung portraits. The others followed him in, finding Feng Lai standing before the yellow chair. Silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the occasional crackling of incense. The 3 disciples who didn't recognize Feng Lai were confused, stealing glances at the elders and sect leader, who all wore grave expressions. The elder of the Baiyuan lineage, Ma Yang, broke the silence. Junior brother, it's been 10 years since you last visited Master. How about lighting some incense? No need, the old man is long gone. Incense won't reach him, Feng Lai replied calmly. He turned to face the group. You're probably wondering why I left Beha City to suddenly appear at the mountain gate and bring you all here. The group remained silent, but their puzzled expressions were evident. Feng Lai addressed Lin Feng, who stood at the back. Lin Feng, demonstrate the Demon Ape Mountain Traversing Fist for the elders. The Demon Ape Mountain Traversing Fist? The elders and Song Chung widened their eyes in surprise, especially Ma Yang, who trembled as he asked, Junior brother you? Ignoring Ma Yang, Feng Lai surveyed the true disciples. Seeing their confused faces, he sneered. It's incredible that this generation of disciples doesn't even know the Demon Ape Mountain Traversing Fist. Lin Feng stepped into the center of the room, assuming a stance, and began to perform the fist technique, which he had mastered to perfection, enabling him to achieve the form of the demon ape. As he executed the moves, a powerful wind filled the hall. The force of his punches seemed to threaten the very air, accompanied by resonant grunts and shouts with each movement. The elders watched in astonishment. They had previously assumed Lin Feng was using a version of the Baiyuan Mountain Traversing Fist with special strength, never imagining it was the long-lost foundational martial art of the sect, the Demon Ape Mountain Traversing Fist. After completing a set of martial arts moves, Lin Feng silently stepped aside. He understood that today, he was likely just a tool, a mere instrument. Junior brother, when did you regain this martial art? Ma Yang's voice trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. 10 years ago, Feng Lai replied calmly. But you why? Ma Yang hesitated, his words stuck in his throat. Why didn't I hand it over to the sect? Feng Lai continued. If Master were here, I would have given it to him. It was meant for him. He glanced at the others, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. But hand it over to you. His gaze swept over them like a knife, his voice suddenly sharp and cold. Do you think you bunch of incompetent fools can protect this martial art? Can uphold this legacy? Why was the 5-spirit sect changed to White Ape Dao back then? Don't you know? Feng Lai's lips curled into a self-mocking smile. I didn't want to bother with you useless people. Do whatever you want with White Ape Dao. I can't see it from Beha City. I was ready to let the Demon Ape Mountain Fist fade away, but you were unlucky enough to have someone suitable for it cross my path. Everyone understood that he was referring to Lin Feng. The elders felt a chill at his words. The true disciples, unfamiliar with Feng Lai, could only steal glances at their masters and the sect leader, Song Chung, filled with confusion. The true disciples couldn't comprehend this man claimed to be a junior brother, yet he reprimanded the esteemed elders as if they were children. They sensed this arrogant figure might have some significant background, but couldn't fathom why so many in White Ape Dao feared him. Feng Lai paused, then continued. I was actually pleased to see you recognize Lin Feng's talent and consider taking him as a true disciple. I thought you were finally doing something right. After all, Lin Feng and I walked different paths, and I wanted him to become a White Ape Dao disciple. That way, I could account for the old man. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. But you turned out to be the same as before, hopeless. Since you can't accommodate this disciple, I'll take him. However, he looked around sharply. This place is too messy. I need to clean it up. Their faces changed drastically, as if facing a great threat. Junior brother you. Ma Yang began, but Feng Lai's piercing gaze stopped him in his tracks. What? Do you have any objections to how I handle things, senior brother? Feng Lai's eyes glinted dangerously. Ma Yang opened his mouth, but dared not speak further, lowering his head in silence. Feng Lai turned to the current sect leader of White Ape Dao, hiding in the corner, and said coldly, Song Chung, Your lineage has controlled White Ape Dao for 2 generations. Do you know what you've turned it into? Do you have anything to say? Song Cheng's face went pale, then he regained his composure, a cold smile forming. Junior brother Feng, don't push too hard. I let you have your way just now out of respect for your past contributions to White Ape Dao. Do you really think I fear you? Huh. With the 5 energies in your body, you speak so boldly, Feng Lai sneered. As soon as he finished, Feng Lai's figure seemed to vanish into thin air, moving so fast that no one could track his movements. Ah! A scream echoed suddenly. They saw Song Cheng, terror-stricken, hurriedly dodge aside. His right arm had been torn off, blood gushing forth. Song Cheng looked at Feng Lai in horror, then transformed into a 5-colored light, crashing through the door and vanishing into the darkness. Feng Lai followed closely, disappearing into the night. Moments later, a chilling, terrifying aura spread from the shadows. In less than 2 seconds, a horrifying scream pierced the night. Not long after, outside the damaged gate, a figure slowly emerged. Feng Lai, bare-chested, walked steadily out of the darkness. As he crossed the threshold, a bizarre scene unfolded. Black energy surged like a tide, instantly forming a garment as dark as ink around him. Drip, drip, blood dripped from the object he held, echoing sharply in the silent hall. Upon closer inspection, it was a twisted human head, with blood gushing from the severed neck. Feng Lai raised his arm slightly, as if manipulating invisible strings. In an instant, another disciple of the Songqing sect flew towards him like a severed kite. With a crisp snap, the disciple's neck was broken, life extinguished in a moment. The hall fell silent. The disciples, who had just been puzzled by the elder's tolerance of Feng Lai's audacity, now found their minds blank. Who could have expected that the 2 factions, once brotherly, would so quickly turn to arms, and that the sect leader would become a cold head on the table? Feng Lai walked unhurriedly into the hall and gently placed Songqing's head on the altar behind the white chair. He turned, his gaze piercing as he addressed the crowd. Brother Nangong? Here. Nangong responded with a trembling voice, filled with fear. Brother Nangong, you've always been soft-hearted. Feng Lai paused midway, causing Nangong's face to turn ashen. However, Feng Lai continued. Never mind. I have a task for you. Go and take the lives of Songqing's family and disciples. Can you do it? I can. Nangong quickly replied, terrified of angering Feng Lai by hesitating. Brother Feng, I'll do it right away. With that, he dashed out of the hall like lightning, afraid to linger a second longer. With 1 leader dead and another injured, only 3 elders remained in the hall. 7 true disciples had been reduced to 5. Songqing's power crumbled in an instant, leaving everyone in shock and fear. Feng Lai, seemingly oblivious to their fear, spoke calmly. Brother Tang, who among us has been plotting against Lin Feng these past days? Those identified have been dealt with. Tang, he replied, then added. As for the suspects, besides Zhou Li, whom you killed, there's also. His gaze fell on a handsome and distinguished-looking young man. Before Feng Lai could act, the elder of the Qingmu sect intervened. Wretched disciple, how dare you harbor such thoughts? He leapt up, striking the young man on the head. The once confident young man, who had schemed in his room, looked bewildered as he fell to the ground. Brother Feng, please forgive me for my poor discipline, allowing such scoundrels among my disciples. The elder of the Qingmu sect hurriedly apologized to Feng Lai. Since you've handled it yourself, let's leave it at that. Feng Lai walked to the yellow chair representing Earth and turned to ask, Brother Ma Yang, may I take this seat? Brother, you reclaimed the Demon Ape Mountain Fist, so the position of elder of the Demon Ape sect rightfully belongs to you. Ma Yang replied respectfully. Haha, the position of elder is meaningless to me, but today, I do feel like sitting here. Feng Lai laughed heartily as he sat down, with rows of memorial tablets of past Demon Ape leaders behind him. His gaze fell on Lin Feng, who stood dazed in the corner. He smiled and said, Why are you just standing there? Come greet your master. Aren't you going to greet your master? A teasing voice echoed in the hall, and Lin Feng immediately perked up. He looked around, his gaze passing over the grand elders of the Qi Ling, Bai Hai, and Qingmu sections. Although he had come to Bai Yuan Dao with some regard for Qi Ling, deep down, Lin Feng only acknowledged Feng Lai as his master. Recalling the moments when Feng Lai taught him the Demon Ape Mountain Fist and the Shadowless Force, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel moved. Back then, he found Feng Lai's martial arts guidance rather ordinary. However, when Feng Lai took it upon himself to eliminate the Wu family and handle the aftermath, Lin Feng's attitude completely changed. Though he still called Feng Lai coach, in his heart, he regarded him as his master. At this moment, Lin Feng unhesitatingly stepped out from the corner and knelt before Feng Lai. He respectfully kowtowed 3 times, his voice loud and clear. Lin Feng, paying respects to my master. This was the first time he knelt to anyone other than his parents, yet he did so willingly. Haha, good. Feng Lai laughed heartily in satisfaction. Beside him, Ma Yang sincerely said, Congratulations, junior brother, on accepting such a fine disciple. I believe our master would be very pleased in the afterlife. A trace of gratification flashed in Feng Lai's eyes. How could he not be pleased? Although Lin Feng is not a natural-born prodigy, his insight will surpass so-called geniuses in time. He pointed to a memorial tablet at the bottom. Lin Feng, give this old ghost a few kowtows too. Lin Feng knelt again, respectfully kowtowing 3 times to the memorial tablet of his grandmaster. After the ceremony, Qi Ling stepped forward. Junior brother Feng, congratulations on acquiring such a fine disciple. Since you have reclaimed the demon ape mountain fist of the demon ape lineage, according to the ancestors' teachings, you should be in charge of Bai Yuan Dao. Heh, managed by Yuan Dao. Feng Lai scoffed. I have no interest in meddling with your petty affairs. Besides, having a practitioner of demon martial arts like me in charge of Bai Yuan Dao would make our ancestors turn in their graves. You all decide for yourselves, and don't disturb my peace. Now, there's nothing more for you here. You may all leave. The crowd, feeling as if pardoned, quickly exited the hall. The mountain wind remained cold, mingling with the fresh scent of grass and trees, but those descending had no heart to appreciate the scenery. For a decade, they had only heard of Feng Lai's demon-slaying deeds in the North River, assuming that terrifying figure had faded with time. Whether from Su Hao or Lu Sun, the reports suggested Feng Lai had changed, peacefully teaching students in the martial arts hall. Yet today, they found him just as incomprehensible. Relieved to have escaped unscathed, they left with lingering fear. Inside the hall, only Feng Lai and Lin Feng remained. The scent of incense mingled subtly with a trace of blood. After a long silence, Feng Lai finally spoke. Lin Feng, you know Bai Yuan Dao originates from the Five Spirits sect, right? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, I've searched online before, but I couldn't find any information about the Five Spirits sect at the time. The Five Spirits sect is not a faction from Xinglua continent, but rather a sect from Yunting continent hundreds of years ago. Feng Lai's words left Lin Feng astonished. He realized that this world is far more vast than Blue Star, made up of 3 continents and numerous islands, with the 3 major continents being Xinglua, Yunting, and Jibing. Feng Lai continued to explain, the Five Spirits sect was once a super sect in Yunting continent, but it faced a great catastrophe. Some surviving disciples fled here and founded the White Ape Path. They were determined to rebuild the Five Spirits sect and reclaim the foundational martial arts of the Five Veins. Over the centuries, some scoffed at this ambition, while others dedicated their lives to it, like your foolish ancestor. Hearing Feng Lai speak of his ancestor's memorial tablet in such a manner, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Feng Lai chuckled and said seriously, I'm not exaggerating. Your ancestor was indeed stubborn, unwilling to listen, and single-minded. Seeing that Feng Lai was about to continue criticizing, Lin Feng quickly interrupted. So, Master, what do you mean? Don't worry. Feng Lai waved his hand dismissively. I won't have you do something as foolish as rebuilding the Five Spirits sect. I wouldn't bother with it myself, so why would I ask you to? Lin Feng was taken aback. He had expected Feng Lai to ask him to fulfill the ancestors' wishes, but Feng Lai clearly had no interest in rebuilding the sect. Feng Lai snorted, maintaining his stern tone. Back then, I traveled to Yunting continent to reclaim the demon ape's mountain fist, merely to please your ancestor. But when I returned, he was already gone. Despite his harsh tone, Lin Feng could sense his master's deep affection for his ancestor. So, master, what do you mean? Lin Feng asked again. Feng Lai replied earnestly. Your talent is no less than mine. I took you as my disciple for 2 reasons. First, I hope you don't follow my path of demon martial arts, but instead focus on the true form of beast martial arts. Lin Feng was about to promise never to follow the path of demonic martial arts when Feng Lai added. The path of the true form of beast martial arts is indeed extremely difficult. Only those with exceptional talent, great perseverance, or extraordinary opportunities can achieve the true form. You might wonder how those who have mastered multiple true forms have done so. Heh, over thousands of years, how many have achieved this? Aren't they all top figures? However, for someone like you who mastered the form of the demon ape in less than a month, the true form of beast martial arts should be a breeze. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. Rest assured, master, unless absolutely necessary, I won't pursue demon martial arts. Very well, Feng Lai said with satisfaction. That's just the first reason. The second reason is that if you reach that level in the future and can do it effortlessly, then go ahead and rebuild the Five Spirits sect. Effortlessly, huh? Lin Feng nodded again. Although Feng Lai didn't explicitly say it, now that he knew about the Five Spirits sect and the ancestors' wishes, he would naturally do it if he had the ability in the future. As for making it his life's goal, he wasn't particularly interested. Xinglong Community, Building 3, Unit 501. Lin Feng pushed open the door. Brother, is it really you who came back? Lin Zhao's eyes lit up as he eagerly reached for the big backpack Lin Feng was carrying. His intentions were obvious. Don't get too excited, there's no gift for you in here, Lin Feng said, instantly deflating Lin Zhao's excitement with a simple sentence. Haha, just kidding. Of course I brought you something from my trip to the capital, Lin Feng said. ruffling Lin Xiao's hair. Normally, such a gesture would make Lin Xiao react loudly, but the mention of a gift kept him focused. Brother, what did you get me? He asked, though he refrained from opening the backpack without permission. At this moment, Su Hong and Lin Guiting also arrived at the door. Lin Feng, why are you back so soon? Didn't you say it would take several days? Su Hong asked. According to Li Wang, the elders were supposed to conduct a series of tests to evaluate his talent, which would take at least a week. However, Feng Lai's unexpected intervention meant the evaluation was no longer necessary. The task was completed, so I came back, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Completed? Did you pass? Su Hong asked nervously, with Lin Guiting also showing concern. Though they weren't part of the martial arts community, they understood the benefits of becoming an official disciple after the previous incident at the martial arts school. Being a true disciple was even more prestigious, promising greater advantages. Naturally, they hoped Lin Feng had passed. Of course I passed. After everything was settled yesterday, Feng Lai asked whether I wanted to stay at the main White Ape Dao or return to Baya City. Naturally, I chose to return. Feng Lai didn't want to manage White Ape Dao's affairs, so Qi Ling took over as the sect leader, and Tang He became the Grand Elder of the Tiansha lineage. Although I wasn't apprenticed under any of the Grand Elders, I was still listed as a true disciple of White Ape Dao, ranking not 8th, but 5th. Passed. Lin Xiao exclaimed happily, huh? I told you my brother would make it. You didn't believe me, did you? How does it feel now? Not believing in your own son. I wonder how you manage as parents. It was clear that during Lin Feng's time in the capital, the three had a heated debate about whether he would become a true disciple. Lin Xiao had unwavering faith in his brother, while Su Hong and Lin Guiting were more skeptical. Su Hong gave Lin Xiao a sharp look for his smugness. Lin Guiting frowned and asked, Lin Feng, what exactly is a true disciple of White Ape Dao? Lin Xiao couldn't explain it clearly, sometimes saying true disciples were extremely impressive, and at other times claiming they were much better than official disciples, without specifying how. Lin Feng didn't elaborate. Instead, he took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Su Hong and Lin Guiting. What's this? They asked hurriedly. It's the benefit of becoming a true disciple. You two are really clueless. Lin Xiao interjected. Ugh. Su Hong gritted her teeth and turned her head. Lin Feng smiled at his mother and said, Hee hee. Mom, don't be mad. I'll zip my lips and stop talking. His tone was playful and slightly ingratiating. He continued, Mom, Lin Xiao is right. This is indeed a perk from Baiyuan Dao. His words caught everyone's attention, and all eyes were on the mysterious black card in his hand. Su Yang couldn't help but ask, do they actually give you money for becoming a true disciple? How much did they reward you? Feeling relaxed in front of his family, Lin Feng held up 5 fingers, teasing them with a mysterious smile. Su Hong quietly guessed, 5,000 bucks? Lin Xiao couldn't resist butting in, despite saying he'd keep quiet earlier. You're seriously underestimating Baiyuan Dao. Our martial arts school gives a reward of 200,000 for becoming an inner disciple, and a true disciple is way more prestigious. This time, Su Hong didn't give him a disapproving look. Su Hong and Lin Guiting looked at Lin Feng with a mix of anticipation and nervousness, asking, if inner disciples get 200,000, are you telling me this card has 500,000? Lin Feng shook his head, sparking more guesses. Lin Xiao widened his eyes and boldly guessed, could it be 50 million? Lin Feng finally revealed the answer. Congratulations, you're right. Mom, Dad, for becoming a true disciple, the sect indeed gave me 50 million. The whole family was stunned by the figure. Lin Feng explained that the card was a gift from Qiliying, and besides this money, he would receive monthly sect-allocated elixirs and profit shares. He disclosed that Baiyuan Dao owned shares in many large companies, in addition to their martial arts school and herbal company, allowing him to earn 3 to 5 million in dividends each month. After the initial shock, Lin Xiao was the first to react, excitedly shouting, huh, we're rich, I can live easy from now on. He eagerly tried to jump at Lin Feng, only to be caught midair like a puppy by his quick-handed brother. Lin Feng's parents hurriedly changed their shoes and rushed to the bank to verify the authenticity of the fortune. After they left, Lin Feng took out a brand new phone from his backpack and tossed it to Lin Xiao, saying, here's a gift for you. Lin Xiao excitedly caught the phone and immediately started fiddling with it. Moments later, he sidled up to Lin Feng with a cheeky grin and tentatively asked, hee hee, bro, now that you're so loaded, could you spare me some pocket money? Lin Feng responded without hesitation, get lost. As the first rays of the morning sun appeared, Lin Feng and Lin Xiao stood side by side on the balcony in the posture of white ape embracing the moon. Lin Feng's breathing was deep and steady, his form and intent perfectly unified, resembling a sculpture, while Lin Xiao, though slightly less composed, was doing his best to maintain the posture. As the sky gradually brightened, Lin Feng's body began to move slowly. His internal energy surged with his movements, like a rushing river. After completing the final move, Lin Feng exhaled deeply. A stream of white energy shot from his mouth like a drawn sword, piercing 3 meters into the air before dissipating. The diligent martial arts practice over this period had not only made Lin Feng physically stronger, but had also enhanced his internal organs. He mused that soon, even harming others with his breath might not be out of reach. Yesterday, when he returned with Feng Lai, Lin Feng expressed his desire to practice another form. He was quite satisfied with the attributes and benefits brought by the form of the demon ape, seeing it as an excellent way to gain extra talents apart from the professional system. However, Feng Lai disagreed with him, starting another form now. You've mastered the form of the demon ape, and your body won't expend much energy and blood due to muscle and bone transformation, Feng Lai explained. For now, you just need to focus on practicing the demon ape mountain fist, and your energy and blood will continue to grow. Pondering this, Lin Feng asked, Master, does that mean I didn't feel much change in my energy and blood recently because of the muscle and bone transformation? Feng Lai nodded affirmatively. Exactly. Whether it's building physical strength or transforming muscles and bones, both consume a lot of energy and blood. A person's daily increase in energy and blood is limited. So, despite your diligent practice and mastering the form of the demon ape, your own energy and blood haven't increased much. He added, as for mastering multiple forms, don't rush. Take it step by step. Wait until you break through to internal fortification and nurture your internal energy. Lin Feng silently noted his master's teachings, but he already had plans in mind. His apparent goal was to build up his energy and blood to perfection and nurture internal energy. But secretly, he was eager to quickly advance his ancient martial artist level to 7, while also not neglecting to level up his student profession. Even his identity as a chef wasn't to be overlooked. He hoped to reach level 9 soon, as both the secret medicine chef and spirit chef seemed promising. After completing his daily stance practice, Lin Feng did not leave immediately. Although the stance practice, White Ape Embracing the Moon, was far less effective in body training compared to the Demon Ape Mountain Fist, not even a tenth as effective, it had unique benefits for calming the mind and subduing inner energy. Therefore, Lin Feng continued to adhere to this basic stance practice. As Lin Feng finished his practice, Lin Xiao, hearing the movement, swayed slightly but quickly steadied himself, continuing to hold the stance. Just as Lin Feng took 2 steps forward, a notification panel suddenly appeared before him. You have practiced White Ape Embracing the Moon for 40 minutes with complete focus. Your skill, White Ape Embracing the Moon, has reached perfection and cannot gain more experience. Your profession as an ancient martial artist has gained 51 experience points. Your body, having been well-rested and moderately exercised, has increased in constitution by 1 point. Lin Feng quickly checked his attribute panel and found that his constitution had increased from 18 to 19 points. Even more exciting was that the form of the demon ape, which originally added 7 points to strength, 5 points to agility, and 1 points to constitution, now added 2 points to constitution. Clearly, the sudden increase in constitution today was an effect of the form of the demon ape. This discovery filled Lin Feng with joy and further strengthened his resolve to continue his diligent practice. He knew that with persistent effort, he would eventually achieve all his goals. Although the form of the mystical ape had been completed, its enhancement of Lin Feng's body continued to progress. As Lin Feng entered the living room, the door of the master bedroom quietly opened. Lin Guiting emerged, looking exhausted with dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not slept all night. The bank card with 50 million from yesterday had been a tremendous shock to Lin Guiting and his wife, Su Hong. Having led an ordinary life, they had never encountered such a large sum of money, and it almost overwhelmed them. Dad, can you even go to work today? Lin Feng asked with concern. Lin Guiting shook his head, his voice hoarse. I can't. Your mom and I stayed up all night. She's taking a day off too. Once it's light out, I need to buy some calming and sleeping pills. Dad, is it really that serious? Lin Feng said, a bit helpless. Serious? Lin Guiting replied with a wry smile. Ask your mom if she can sleep. She kept her eyes open all night. Amused by his parents' reaction, Lin Feng decided to say no more. He turned and went into the kitchen, focusing on honing his culinary skills. At dawn, just as the family finished breakfast, there was a knock at the door. Lin Feng opened it to find Su Hao and Li Wang standing there. Behind them were a sturdy man in his 30s and an elderly man with graying hair. Su Hao introduced them with a smile. Nephew Lin, now that you're an official disciple, you should address Li Wang as junior brother. Li Wang quickly nodded. Yes, brother Lin, please don't call me otherwise. It wouldn't be proper. Just call me junior brother. Pointing to the elderly man, Su Hao continued. Nephew Lin, this is senior brother Jie Qian, who is of the same generation as me. Though unsure of the situation, Lin Feng respectfully greeted the elder. Greetings, Uncle Jie. Haha, nephew Lin is indeed a remarkable young man. Jie Qian chuckled, his eyes showing approval. Su Hao then introduced. This is junior nephew Ren Yan. After the introductions, Su Hao explained their visit. Senior brother Jie is sent by the sect to ensure the safety of your family. Junior nephew Ren is skilled in massage and medicine, and he can help maintain your physical health to prevent any hidden injuries from martial arts practice. Of course, you can also assign him other tasks. Additionally, the sect is providing several residences for you to choose from. Seeing Lin Feng's surprise, Su Hao added, "Rest assured, nephew, this isn't special treatment. Every official disciple receives the same. The expenses for senior brother Jie and junior nephew Rin are covered by the sect." That afternoon, the group arrived at the most luxurious residential area by the North River. Standing on the lawn of a villa resembling a small estate, Su Hong exclaimed excitedly, "Let's choose this one. I think it's better than the other three." Lin Feng had no objections. He had originally planned to use the 50 million to buy a large house, as their current place was too small and inconvenient for martial arts practice. Unexpectedly, White Ape Sect had provided several mansions to choose from. Although the sect's members might not be exceptionally strong, their treatment of official disciples was quite generous, offering not only mansions and wealth, but also personal health management and protection by senior experts. Though Lin Feng wasn't sure of Jie Qian's exact strength, being of the same generation as Qi Lingfeng Lai suggested, he was not to be underestimated. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel at how becoming an official disciple was akin to a fish leaping over the dragon gate. No wonder people fought fiercely for this position, even resorting to underhanded tactics. And this was just for an official disciple. The resources available to a grand elder of the sect must be even more astonishing. After settling on the residence, Su Hao bid farewell. Once he was gone, Su Hong and Lin Guiting, unable to contain their excitement, incredulously asked, "Son, is this house really ours now?" Noticing his parents, who hadn't slept for over a day, Lin Feng smiled wryly. "Dad, Mom, do you want to take a few more sleeping pills?" The mansion-style villa stood quietly as the seventh building in Beha Garden, with its exquisite decor and brand-new furniture that showcased the wealth and taste of Bai Yuandao. Su Hao suggested remodeling according to Lin Feng's preferences, but Lin Feng politely declined. Su Hong and Lin Guiting were full of praise for the current setup, agreeing that no changes were needed. Lin Feng was eager to move into his new home, especially drawn to the basement's swimming pool and basketball room, which would be perfect for his martial arts practice. However, after a day of bustling activity, the excited couple finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Lin Feng quickly moved his few belongings in just 2 trips. Later, Jie Qian and Rin Yanchu visited. Jie Qian was Lin Feng's protector, and Rin Yanchu was the appointed pharmacist. To welcome them, Lin Feng booked a lavish banquet at the Beha Hotel, inviting not only Jie Qian, Rin Yanchu, Su Hao, and Li Wang, but also Lu Sun, Tong Bin, and Feng Lai. Su Hao, Jie Qian, Rin Yanchu, Lu Sun, and Li Wang arrived first. The 5, sharing a common background, enjoyed a lively conversation. However, when Feng Lai entered the private room, the atmosphere suddenly tensed, with Jie Qian, Rin Yanchu, and Li Wang noticeably more reserved. Feng Lai broke the silence, greeting, "Long time no see, brother Jie." Jie Qian forced a smile, standing to respond. "Brother Feng, you're still as impressive as ever." To be honest, they didn't want to come. I was the only one who did. Feng Lai seemed unfazed by Jie Qian's underlying tone and introduced, "This is nephew Rin Yan, a top disciple of brother Ma, whose expertise in pharmacology rivals that of old Lu Sun here." Lu Sun immediately protested, "Jie Qian, what do you mean by old Lu Sun? I'm not much older than you." Rin Yanchu quickly greeted Feng Lai. "Greetings, Uncle Feng." Su Hao tactfully diffused the situation, pulling out a chair beside him. "Come, brother Lin, sit here. Today is your disciple's housewarming, so you should drink a few more cups." Feng Lai agreed with a smile and inquired about the location of Lin Feng's chosen house. Just as Lin Feng began to answer, the private room door swung open, and Tong Bin walked in. He wore a deep black jacket, with his right arm wrapped in thick bandages and slung across his chest, clearly injured. Lin Feng asked in surprise, "Brother Tong, what happened to you?" Lu Sun quickly replied, "What else? Of course, he got into a fight." Tong Bin explained with a wry smile, "Ran into a tricky opponent during a mission." Lin Feng was taken aback, knowing Tong Bin's martial prowess, especially his mastery with the formidable 8-directional iron hammer. An opponent capable of injuring Tong Bin must be exceptionally powerful. He recalled asking Feng Lai about the unresolved case of the 9 great demons yesterday, prompting him to be on high alert. Gong Jiu's whereabouts remain a mystery. He hasn't been captured, nor has he left Beha City. He continues to hide somewhere within the city. As events unfold, Beha City has gradually become a gathering place for various forces, and the atmosphere is growing increasingly tense. On his way to the restaurant, Lin Feng encountered a few strangers with extraordinary demeanors, one of whom exuded a peculiar aura that made him uneasy. The city was in chaos due to the Gong Jiu incident, and a thought emerged in Lin Feng's mind: to find an excuse to gather 50 million and take his family on a vacation, returning once the turmoil subsides. Once this idea took root, it was impossible to suppress. Inside the restaurant, Lin Feng looked at Tong Bin, whose arm was in a sling, and apologized. Brother Tong, I didn't know you were injured. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked you to come. Tong Bin laughed heartily. Lin, you're mistaken. You can skip calling me for anything else, but how can you leave me out of a meal? Besides, this is just a minor injury. Someone nearby interjected. Minor injury? Your arm is broken in several places. And Lin Feng is now a direct disciple. So he's the senior brother, and you're the junior. Tong Bin suddenly realized and promptly corrected himself. Ah, yes, yes, greetings to Brother Lin. Lin Feng quickly waved his hand. Brother Tong, don't listen to Lu Lao. Let's stick to the old way of addressing each other. After some pleasantries, everyone took their seats. In everyday life, Feng Lai was no different from anyone else, and after a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became even more harmonious. After the banquet, Lin Feng invited Feng Lai for a walk by the river. As they strolled along the Beha, Lin Feng first inquired about some martial arts issues, and then cautiously brought up his idea of traveling with his family. Feng Lai smiled knowingly. Travel? The travel is just an excuse. You really want to escape the chaotic whirlpool of Beha City, right? Lin Feng hadn't expected his true intentions to be seen through so easily. However, Feng Lai didn't show any displeasure. Instead, he laughed and said, You are quite unpredictable. Sometimes you seem timid, yet at other times, you're incredibly bold. Like when you encountered me in that alley. Even knowing you were no match, you showed the courage to fight to the death. On the mountain roads, as a martial arts novice, if you weren't brave, you wouldn't have been able to handle even one ordinary beast, let alone 4 returnees. And just the other day on White Ape Path, you, with your inner strength, dared to look down on many inner sect disciples, displaying arrogance to the extreme, almost matching your master. Lin Feng chuckled in response. As a disciple, it's only natural to be a little behind the master. Feng Lai waved his hand. All right, stop flattering me. These are all examples of being bold. But if you claim to be brave, why are you thinking of running away before any danger has even arrived? Lin Feng gave an awkward smile. Feng Lai continued. Avoiding danger is a human instinct, a proper action for a sensible person. It's commendable. Only cautious people can survive well. He acknowledged Lin Feng's reasoning but then abruptly changed the subject. However, I won't allow you to leave. Lin Feng asked in surprise. Master, why? Feng Lai looked at Lin Feng with deep meaning. Where there's risk, there's great reward. With Gong Zhou's appearance, some people won't be able to resist. Didn't you ask what to do beyond the 5 forms? This is an opportunity. If all goes well, I will provide you with a chance for great fortune. He added, Of course, that's just one reason I'm not letting you go. Another reason is that as martial artists, we can't harbor cowardice. We must retain that fierce spirit in our hearts. Most importantly, why run when the danger hasn't even arrived? That would be embarrassing for me. Lin Feng listened and fell into deep thought. Outside the airport, Lin Feng solemnly assured Su Hong and Lin Guiting, Mom, don't worry, I'll take good care of Lin Xiao. Then he turned to Xie Qian with a sincere tone. Uncle, I'm counting on you. Xie Qian nodded in response. Lin, rest assured. If anything comes up, I'll contact you immediately. Su Hong impatiently interrupted their conversation. All right, it's just a trip, not a big deal. She turned to Lin Xiao, reminding him, remember not to play games too late at night. Lin Xiao, surprised that the conversation had shifted back to him, showed the same impatience as Su Hong. Mom, I know, you've said it 100 times. Watching the three enter the airport lobby, Lin Feng contemplated quietly. Since Feng Lai wouldn't let him leave, the best he could do was ensure his parents were away from the chaotic Beha. Initially, he wanted Lin Xiao to go with them, but Su Hong, concerned about disrupting her son's studies, was firmly against it. Reflecting on the past, Su Hong and Lin Guiting were initially reluctant to travel. They worried about leaving Lin Feng, who was 16, and Lin Xiao, only 13, alone at home. Eventually, Lin Feng's assurances, coupled with Ren Yan's presence, convinced them. Once inside the airport, Lin Xiao transformed, leaping with joy and laughing loudly. Yay! I'm finally free. Without Su Hong's constraints, he was like a wild horse, exuding happiness. Seeing his brother's joy, Lin Feng recalled his own childhood excitement when their parents left him unsupervised. However, he didn't want Lin Xiao to get carried away, so he teased with a stern face, Don't celebrate too soon. Mom bought you a stack of test papers and instructed me to make sure you do one every day. What? No way. Lin Xiao's smile froze, as if doused with cold water, while a smug grin appeared on Lin Feng's face, lifting his spirits. Lin Feng walked away with a spring in his step, followed closely by Ren Yan. Initially, Lin Feng was uncomfortable with Xie Qian and Ren Yan, sent by the Bai Yuan Dao sect. But after 2 days, he could only describe the experience as unexpectedly pleasant. Xie Qian's protection of Su Hong and Lin Guiting reassured Lin Feng. Although Ren Yan was not talkative, he was dependable and skilled. His expertise in health and wellness, from massage to herbal cooking, rivaled that of Lu Sun at the martial arts gym. With dedicated support, Lin Feng rarely visited the gym, spending most of his time training in the basement. His ancient martial arts skills improved significantly, nearing level 7. Meanwhile, his student level advanced from 5 to 6. With the upgrade, Lin Feng gained new talent points. Including the one he had left, he now had 2 points to use. He attempted to upgrade the form of the demon ape with these points, but failed, leading him to suspect it couldn't be enhanced this way. Ultimately, Lin Feng decided to allocate the points to intelligence. As his intelligence attribute increased from 19 to 20, he felt a significant change. Each time he boosted his intelligence, opening his eyes flooded him with overwhelming visual data, often causing dizziness. To avoid this, he developed the habit of closing his eyes when applying points. This time was no exception, and he shut his eyes once more. After successfully activating the acupuncture point, Lin Feng closed his eyes and sensed a peculiar change. What was once a vague inspiration became clearer, as if he could perceive everything around him. He calmly focused on sensing his own body, and images of blood coursing through his veins appeared in his mind, with his internal energy surging like tidal waves. Ran Yin drove Lin Feng's newly purchased car, carrying them out of the airport parking lot. Just as they exited, a wild off-road vehicle suddenly swerved in from the side. Ran Yin hurriedly hit the brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision. Inside the off-road vehicle sat a burly man with a crew cut, who glanced indifferently at Lin Feng before speeding away. Lin Feng keenly sensed the strong aura of blood and darkness emanating from the man, indicating he was no ordinary person. He quickly noted the license plate number and called Feng Lai. Feng Lai explained that Beha City was teeming with demons and monsters, and aside from the cultists who must be eradicated, they generally turned a blind eye to other demons and martial practitioners as long as they didn't cause trouble. Back at the new home, Lin Feng retrieved a test paper from the adjacent room and placed it on the table. Lin Xiao immediately frowned. "Brother, is this test paper real? I thought you were joking." "Of course it's real, more real than gold." Lin Feng nonchalantly headed into the basement, leaving the distressed Lin Xiao to face the test paper alone. The basement had undergone a complete transformation. The basketball hoop had been removed, and a thick carpet covered the floor. A full-length mirror hung on one wall, while 2 other walls had been dismantled, turning the space into a large training room. Lin Feng quickly removed his shoes, socks, and clothes, standing barefoot on the carpet. With a slight movement of his toes, he stepped 4 to 5 meters forward, almost as if he had teleported to the edge of the swimming pool. The underground pool wasn't large, measuring 3 meters wide, 5 meters long, and about 1.2 meters deep. The water was crystal clear under the lights. Lin Feng stepped into the water, his foot muscles constantly undulating, and his 10 toes moving agilely like oars, stirring the currents below. His body stood firmly in the water, with the surface just covering his feet, not sinking any further. This idea struck Lin Feng yesterday while practicing martial arts, recalling a novel from Blue Star where characters could walk on water. Thanks to his mastery of several perfect-level martial arts and long-term training, his muscle control had reached an incredible level. After mastering the forms of the demon ape and the shadowless force, his control over leg strength was especially exceptional. Initially, the water covered Lin Feng's thighs, then gradually lowered to his knees, calves, and finally just over his feet. However, to truly walk on water without sinking required even more refined control over his strength and muscles. Lin Feng sighed, realizing that although he had reached the realm of mastery, he still had a long way to go to achieve subtlety. After practicing in the water for a while, he finally got up, dressed, and prepared to continue other training. Just then, Feng Lai called. "Lin Feng, did your parents leave today?" "Just drop them off at the airport." "All right, then head over to 168 Longxin Street. I have a team member on a mission there, and I need you to assist him." "Okay." Lin Feng readily agreed, realizing that since hiding was not an option, he might as well face it head-on. With Feng Lai around, there seemed to be nothing to fear. Over 40 minutes later, Lin Feng arrived at Longxin Street in the Eastern District by taxi. He got out alone and walked along the street looking for number 168. The street was sparsely populated, with a little girl holding a balloon skipping past him. Eventually, Lin Feng spotted the address number 157 in front of a clothing store and continued walking. Before long, he reached his destination number 168, a foot massage parlor named Yuesheng Foot Spa. Lin Feng stood dumbfounded at the entrance, wondering, is there really a mission here? Lin Feng stood in front of door number 168, his brow slightly furrowed. To his surprise, it was a foot massage shop, completely different from what he had expected. Just as he was pondering this, he heard the sound of Feng Lai's voice, full of frustration, which startled him. Moments later, the door of the foot massage shop swung open. A young man, around 24 or 25 years old, emerged, yawning. Upon seeing Lin Feng, he flashed an awkward smile. "I thought you wouldn't arrive so early. If I had known, I wouldn't have extended my session." Lin Feng immediately understood that this laid-back young man was Tang Jin, the team member his master had mentioned. Tang Jin sized up Lin Feng, a look of surprise crossing his face. You know me? That night in the alley, besides Captain Feng, I was also there. I remember you as a skinny little pup. I didn't expect such a big change in your physique and demeanor in such a short time. Tang Jin continued, his tone tinged with admiration. I heard from Tong Bin and the others that you took down 4 returnees by yourself. Impressive, indeed. No wonder Captain Feng chose you. You're much better than a loser like me. Lin Feng responded humbly. You're too kind, Tang. Tang Jin was serious. I'm not joking. You have no idea how much I begged Captain Feng to take me as his apprentice, but he wouldn't agree no matter what. Sensing the awkwardness of the conversation, Lin Feng quickly changed the subject. So, Tang, what are we dealing with today? He was still in the dark, as Feng Lai hadn't shared any specific details, just the address. Tang Jin casually replied. Nothing too serious, just taking out a few cultists. Come on, let's head to the meeting point. He opened the car door parked next to the foot massage shop and started the engine once Lin Feng got in. As he drove, Tang Jin handed Lin Feng a stack of photos. We got word today that followers of Badiko are holding a sacrifice in Yangtong village. These are today's targets. Lin Feng flipped through the photos, which showed 3 men and 1 woman. Aside from an older woman, the others were quite young. He asked, puzzled, Badiko? Weren't the last returnees followers of Badiko too? Are these for also returnees? Tang Jin shook his head, explaining, these aren't ordinary returnees. They've been altered by Badiko's insane powers, but haven't completely lost their minds. They're true believers of Badiko, much more formidable than those mindless returnees. He pointed to the older woman in the photos, especially this one, Zhuangyu, a key figure in the Badiko cult, and our main target this time. She's elusive. If not for her, we would have dealt with the other 3 already. Curious, Lin Feng asked. Why isn't my master here? Tang Jin simply replied. Him? Captain Feng and the others have other matters to attend to. Lin Feng didn't pursue the matter further and focused on the photos. Zhuangyu appeared to be in her 50s, with ordinary features, indistinguishable from any other woman. Just as he was about to close the photos, a young man's picture caught his attention. Feng Su, Lin Feng exclaimed, flipping the photo over to reveal Feng Su, written in black ink on the back. Seeing Lin Feng's reaction, Tang Jin smiled and asked, Feng Su is a formal disciple of the White Ape Martial Arts School, right? You know him? I've met him once, Lin Feng replied, recalling Feng Su's dejected look on the training ground when he learned that poor innate talent meant a dead end in martial arts. He never imagined that someone his age would ultimately choose the path of forbidden martial arts. Tang Jin drove swiftly and arrived at the police security base within minutes. As he and Lin Feng stepped through the entrance, they were greeted by a distinguished-looking middle-aged officer. Hello, Director Zhang. Tang Jin greeted politely. Tang Jin, no need to be so formal. Just call me Old Zhang. Zhang Yun replied with a smile, turning his gaze to Lin Feng. And who might this be? Our new team member, Lin Feng, Tang Jin introduced. Zhang Yun raised an eyebrow in surprise. Another new addition to the team? How come I didn't hear a word about it? Tang Jin laughed. He's a new recruit. Lin Feng. This is Director Zhang Yun from the SWAT department. Lin Feng promptly greeted Zhang Yun, who looked him over and remarked, a fine young man, full of promise. Tang Jin cleared his throat, steering the conversation back on track. Director Zhang, let's skip the pleasantries. How's the personnel situation? We've brought in 4 experts at the Qi opening stage, Zhang Yun replied. Tang Jin was slightly surprised, but nodded in approval. For should be sufficient. Who are they? Zhang Yun smiled mysteriously. All familiar faces. This way, please. The 3 entered an adjacent room, where 4 experts were meditating. Lin Feng immediately recognized one of them, the head of the White Ape Martial Arts Hall, Su Hao. Uncle Master Su. Lin Feng greeted respectfully. Su Hao opened his eyes, surprised to see Lin Feng. Nephew Lin, I didn't expect to see you here, he said with a nod and a smile. Seeing this, Zhang Yun chuckled. So Lin Feng is a disciple of the White Ape style. It's all in the family. Tang Jin surveyed the room, a look of understanding crossing his face. As expected, all familiar faces. Master Feng from the Zhiga Martial Arts Hall, Master Su from the White Ape Hall, and Captain Qin and Captain Zhong from the police security team. He turned to a burly middle-aged man. Captain Zhong, I heard you were on vacation? The man laughed heartily. At a time like this, who has time for a vacation? Clearly, this was Captain Zhong that Tang Jin had mentioned. Lin Feng glanced around at the others. Captain Qin was a stocky man in his 40s with a square face. As for the head of the Zhiga Martial Arts Hall, Lin Feng didn't know him personally, but was somewhat familiar with the name. He recalled that when he first decided to pursue a martial arts-related career, he had researched the most renowned martial arts halls in Behe City online, and Zhiga and White Ape were the top 2. He chose the White Ape Hall because it was closer to home. At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder if his path would have been different had he chosen the Zhiga Hall. Tang Jin began to assign tasks. I'll handle Zhuangyu, and the other 3 are in your capable hands. Director Zhang's team will secure the perimeter. Finally, he turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, You'll be on standby outside, ready to intercept anyone trying to escape. Having heard the plan, Lin Feng understood. Although Feng Lai had ostensibly asked him to help, it was clear that this was an opportunity for him to gain valuable experience. For Lin Feng, this operation was more of a rare learning opportunity. The 4 targets have been assigned. Tang Jin will take on the most challenging, Zhuang Yu, while the other 3 Badaku followers will be handled by 4 experts at the Tongmai stage. Lin Feng has been given a seemingly inconsequential role, which raises curiosity among the other 3 in the room, aside from Su Hao. These seasoned martial artists, all at the Kaimai stage, quickly notice that Lin Feng is only at the Nizhuang stage, but they remain silent, not revealing any surprise on their faces. Master Feng notices Lin Feng's exceptional ape-like bone structure and is about to compliment him, but he holds back when he realizes that Su Hao, Lin Feng's fellow disciple, says nothing. Zhang Yun draws the curtains and activates the projector on the table, beginning a detailed briefing on the mission. Ladies and gentlemen, Zhang Yun says, pointing to the topographical map on the screen. Zhuang Yu is cautious. We can only gather intel from these materials. The ritual site they've chosen is a toilet paper warehouse east of the village. He explains the layout of the warehouse and the surrounding terrain, then distributes detailed profiles of the targets. Fang Su was originally a disciple of the White Ape Martial Arts School at the Nizhuang level. Yu Bo and Cheng Wei were just ordinary people before. Zhang Yun continues. The most challenging is Zhuang Yu, a 52-year-old from Beiyin, formerly a teacher who was hospitalized for mental issues before encountering the Badaku doctrine. She successfully underwent the evil power transformation and, after years of disappearance, hosted a large-scale ceremony in Beiyin, becoming one of the Ba Church's 18 followers. Besides her transformed formidable physique, she possesses the Madness Murmur's ability. Pointing to Zhuang Yu's photo, Zhang Yun emphasizes, our primary objective is to take down Zhuang Yu. Don't worry, Tang Jin says confidently. Even if a zealot from Badaku comes, they won't get away easily. He humbly adds, however, dealing with the 18 followers will require everyone's assistance. In the evening, a plane van stops by the roadside, more than 2 miles from the warehouse. Tang Jin and the other 5 sit silently inside. Su Hao holds a broad-bladed long knife, while team leader Qin grips a long sword, and the others stand empty-handed. Time seems to stand still until a hurried notification comes through Tang Jin's earpiece. Tang Jin. The targets have appeared, and the ritual has begun. Tang Jin removed his headset and scanned the 4 individuals with a piercing gaze, issuing a concise and powerful command. Let's go. Even before the words fully left his mouth, he was already sprinting towards the warehouse like a bolt of lightning. Su Hao and the others followed closely, each demonstrating their unique abilities at an astonishing speed. Lin Feng, seeing this, lightly tapped his foot and gracefully glided over 10 meters, moving with the elegance of a dancer. Chi refinement stage. Impressive indeed, Lin Feng evaluated silently. He then tensed his muscles and pushed off the ground with force, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Although his movement seemed slightly clumsy, his speed was by no means slow. On the roadside, 2 couples who had just finished work stood dumbfounded, watching the 5 individuals leap from the van and race off with extraordinary skills. They hurriedly fumbled for their phones to capture this astonishing scene, but by the time they turned around, the 5 had vanished without a trace. The master of the Zhiga martial arts school caught sight of Lin Feng following closely behind and frowned. This kid, he thought to himself. No wonder Su Hao hadn't tried to stop him before. The young man's speed was truly remarkable. The distance of over 2 miles was covered by the 5 in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng, trailing behind, was hit by the overwhelming scent of blood as he neared the warehouse. The 5 deftly leaped onto the rooftop, peering down at the scene below, and Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. On the ground lay over a dozen corpses, haphazardly piled, with a massive ritual circle drawn in blood and entrails. A crowd of people knelt within the circle, with a figure in a black hood at the front and 3 others in the second row. Before them, in the air, a spinning vortex emerged, emitting a low, murmuring sound. Thin, red lines connected everyone in the circle. As soon as they appeared, the murmuring ceased abruptly. The kneeling worshippers turned to look at them in unison, creating an eerily bizarre scene. Suddenly, a twisted, strange voice shouted in unison from their mouths. Source. Essence. Despite the odd pronunciation, the tone was filled with intense delight, as if they had discovered a rare treasure. Lin Feng's heart raced. Source essence was a term he had only seen on his data panel. This was the first time he heard it in this world, and from the mouth of a dark deity no less. The entity behind the cultist seemed to have sensed the presence of source essence within him. The vortex in the void fluctuated violently, revealing a massive outline trying to force its way through from the other side of the space. Realizing it was futile, the entity quieted down. The ritual circle's red light intensified, and the kneeling cultists began collapsing one by one, their bodies rapidly drained into husks. The blood-red runes seemed to come alive, absorbing the energy and causing the space before the circle to spin violently. At its center, a point appeared, followed by intense spatial distortions as the pencil-sized point expanded rapidly. Tang Jin finally sensed the danger. He leaped into the air, electricity crackling around him, his hair standing on end, and a blinding blue light gathering in his fist, ready to confront whatever unknown threat was about to emerge. A tremendous force descended from the sky, crashing onto the magic array like a magnitude 10 earthquake hitting a concrete surface. Amidst the deafening roar, the ground cracked into countless spiderweb-like fissures, and chunks of concrete the size of tabletops scattered in all directions. The meticulously drawn magic array was instantly destroyed in large part, and the vortex in the void that had been expanding abruptly halted and began to rapidly contract. An enraged roar emanated from the vortex, as if an angry shout from another world. As the space was about to sever, over 20 thick beams of red light shot out like arrows from the vanishing void, landing precisely on the motionless followers in the area. Simultaneously, 5 figures descended from the rooftop like phantoms. They moved with lightning speed. Some struck with knives like flashes of lightning, others swung swords like the wind, while the remaining 3 unleashed thunderous punches aimed at the followers' heads. Tang Jin reacted without delay, transforming into a flash of lightning as he charged directly at the black-robed figure at the forefront of the magic array. Just as his punch was about to land, a hand, dry and thin like a dead branch, but glowing with an eerie red light, suddenly emerged from the seemingly motionless black robe, firmly blocking Tang Jin's powerful strike. The collision of forces unleashed an astonishing destructive power. The ground beneath the black-robed figure shattered like paper, and several nearby followers were thrown aside like scarecrows. Lin Feng took a step, his figure flickering like a ghost as he appeared beside a follower emanating an eerie red glow, whose face was etched with intense agony. With a sweep of his arm, his fist crashed down on the follower's head like a meteor. With a bang, red and white matter splattered. Lin Feng knew well that whatever lay behind the void must have been Bardco, and the red light balls sent to those followers were certainly not benign. If these followers absorbed them, the consequences would be dire. Now, the only option was to strike first. Though the 5 did not communicate, they seemed to share a tacit understanding, almost simultaneously attacking the cultists. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen motionless followers had fallen in pools of blood. Lin Feng swung his fist again, aiming at another kneeling follower. However, this time, the opponent raised their head, revealing blood-red eyes like those of a demon crawling from hell, sending chills down one's spine. The man's face was grotesquely distorted, with scales sprouting across it. Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock, yet he still recognized him. Feng Su, a former disciple of the Baiyuan Martial Hall, a polite young man on the training grounds. Suddenly, an oversized hand blocked Lin Feng's fist. The immense force sent Lin Feng flying like a kite with a broken string. He barely managed to stabilize himself, and looked up to see Feng Su had transformed into a scale-covered monster, his size expanding in an instant. This creature stood over 2 meters tall, with limbs more muscular than those of a returned one. Although its head was covered in scales, it retained human features. Its pupils were not yellow slits, but a solid blood red. When it saw Lin Feng, a flicker of surprise crossed its crimson eyes. Lin Jr. brother? Feng Su's hoarse, grating voice sounded. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, realizing that although Feng Su had turned into a monster, he hadn't lost his mind. Nearby, Tang Jin and Zhuang Yu were locked in a fierce battle, their energy clashing with impressive force. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Followers granted special powers by Bag had transformed into similar monsters, numbering 6 in total. For martial artists in the Tongmai stage, each faced one monster. Su Hao, seeing Lin Feng in trouble, wanted to help, but was blocked by another creature. Lin Jr. brother, it's good to see you, Feng Su rasped with a grin. I heard you became a true disciple of Baiyuan Dao? Heh. The thought of a genius like you dying by my hand excites me more than the power I gained from the dark force transformation. Lin Feng didn't respond. He took a step forward, his speed reaching its peak with the full force of the shadowless technique, almost teleporting beside Feng Su. Clenching his fist, he shouted, "Open!" He unleashed the most powerful move from the demon ape mountain punch. The demon ape slays the dragon. This was the first time he fully executed this martial art after achieving the form of the demon ape, with his attributes greatly enhanced. Lin Feng's muscles swelled rapidly, as if iron bars were embedded throughout his body, channeling immense power to his arm. His arm expanded like a blue dragon, instantly increasing in size. As he threw the punch, it seemed to tear through the air, creating a visible shockwave. With a thunderous bang, the impact was as intense as the battle between Tang Jin and Zhuang Yu. The surrounding fighters were stunned as the monster opposing Lin Feng was launched like a cannonball. This young man, considered merely at the Nizhuang stage, moved like lightning, pursuing the monster with a murderous aura. Su Hao's eyelids twitched. He had been worried about Lin Feng, fearing for his safety. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng managed to punch the monster, a product of Bag's divine power, into the air. These creatures, reinforced by Bag's power, were notoriously difficult to handle, even for him. More crucially, the monster Lin Feng faced was Feng Su, who had martial arts skills, making it even more challenging than the others. Su Hao's blade flashed, striking his opponent's arm. With his strength channeled into the blade, even an iron rod would be severed in two. The attempt to sever the monster's arm was unsuccessful, leaving only a wound on its limb. The monster's sharp claws whistled through the air. He narrowly dodged the lethal attack with a swift movement. Meanwhile, Lin Feng launched another punch, the force of his fist slicing through the air. Feng Su's mouth dripped with blood, yet he grinned wickedly and countered with a strike of his own. As the sound of the air splitting echoed, both man and monster retreated simultaneously. Each step they took caused the concrete ground to crumble like clay, leaving deep footprints. Blood from Lin Feng's fist dripped onto the ground, blooming into small red flowers, while Feng Su's scaly arm trembled uncontrollably. Their eyes locked, as if in silent understanding, and they charged at each other once more. Bang, bang, bang. Fists and feet collided, the air around them churning violently. Each move was executed with full force, sending dirt flying and creating a terrifying scene. Feng Su's eyes grew increasingly bloodshot, his face twisted in a fierce and terrifying expression. A raging inferno burned in his heart. Why? Why did each move only fuel his anger further? He had long abandoned his conscience, devoted himself to his master, and gained this incredibly powerful body in return. Yet, why could he still not defeat this genius before him? Every punch Feng Su threw was filled with utmost strength, determined to deliver a fatal blow. Yet Lin Feng either dodged effortlessly or took the hit head-on. Feng Su couldn't help but question. After undergoing 2 divine power enhancements, how could Lin Feng possibly match his strength? How? Just then, a heart-rending scream echoed from afar. Captain Qin, while dealing with 2 monsters, was caught by one and the other tore into his abdomen, sending his insides flying. Feng Su, seeing this, was overjoyed. He forced Lin Feng back with a powerful blow and then let out a piercing screech. The 2 frenzied monsters immediately charged towards them. Su Hao was alarmed at the sight, his blade flashing with even greater urgency. Yet his opponent was covered in scales generated by Bardico's divine power, making it incredibly difficult to kill. Meanwhile, Tang Jin was suppressed by the divinely empowered Zhuang Yu and couldn't spare any effort to assist. As Lin Feng was about to be surrounded by the 3 monsters, he remained unfazed, his gaze coldly fixed on Feng Su's smug, arrogant face. Deep within, a voice echoed repeatedly, Why? Why are you forcing me? Lin Feng found himself facing 3 monsters transformed from Bardic believers, with no other choice. With a thought, he activated his first-level berserk mode. Instantly, his strength skyrocketed from 22 to 40, and his agility surged from 20 to 32. His heart pounded like a drum inside his chest, blood boiled, and muscles rapidly expanded. The strange muscles resembling those of a demonic ape fused together under the doubled strength, forming numerous patterns akin to demonic runes. These runes were more complete than before, radiating an indescribable magical power. A particularly intricate demonic rune formed from muscles appeared on Lin Feng's back. As soon as it took shape, he sensed an unknown change in his body, as if breaking through some kind of shackle. This transformation felt like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon or a fish leaping over the dragon gate. Difficult to describe. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a lightness in his body, as a stable, heavy force surged up from the ground beneath him, spreading throughout his entire body. His skin, previously flushed red from the berserk state, quickly returned to normal, and his restless mind felt as refreshed as if he had taken a cool drink on a scorching day. Not only that, but his mind, which had been slightly clouded by the berserk state, became exceptionally clear. To Lin Feng's surprise, this mysterious power seemed to further enhance the strength he had just gained. Although he didn't fully understand it, Lin Feng felt better than ever. 2 monsters, transformed from Bardic believers, stopped abruptly halfway towards him. Despite losing most of their rationality, their beastly instincts sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Lin Feng. Feng Su's arrogant laughter began to fade as he, too, noticed the terrifying change in Lin Feng. Feng Su let out an angry roar, prompting the 2 hesitant monsters to lunge at Lin Feng. However, in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng vanished. Feng Su was momentarily stunned, then felt a sharp pain in his chest. An arm, sinewy and dark, carrying unparalleled strength, seemed poised to pierce through his chest scales and impale him entirely. Lin Feng appeared in front of Feng Su in an instant, delivering a punch to his chest. Although the scales, enhanced by Bardec's divine power, blocked the fist, the violent force within it poured out like a flood. The sound of breaking bones echoed as Feng Su's chest caved in, his internal organs bursting into a mist of blood. Feng Su let out a pained scream as his massive body was sent flying backward, crashing through the warehouse building beside them, shattering countless walls. Sensing movement behind him, Lin Feng effortlessly dodged the incoming monster. His right leg swept out like lightning, muscles and tendons bulging, with the hardness of steel. With his strength and agility greatly increased, the power of his invisible strike doubled, sending the other Bardek monster flying. Not giving his opponent a chance to recover, Lin Feng swiftly moved forward, continuing his advance. Lin Feng appeared beside the monster like a ghost, his demon ape dragon-slaying fist descending with the force of a thunderbolt. The punch sliced through the air, seemingly twisting the very fabric of space. In an instant, the fist smashed heavily onto the monster's head. With a loud bang, red and white flesh burst forth like blooming fireworks. This astonishing scene immediately caught the attention of everyone around. Master Feng of the Jiga martial arts school happened to turn his head, witnessing Lin Feng's agile form resembling that of a demon ape, obliterating the monster's head with a single punch. Master Feng was shocked, questioning whether this was truly just the strength of someone in the internal strength phase. Could Lin Feng have used some secret technique to conceal his true power? Yet upon careful sensing, there was no trace of inner energy in that punch, purely an extreme manifestation of physical strength. Su Hao, standing nearby, let out a long breath of relief upon seeing Lin Feng emerge unscathed. With Feng Lai, the unreasonable overlord, present, he worried more about Lin Feng's safety than anyone else. If anything happened to Lin Feng, even if Su Hao wasn't the one in charge, he couldn't avoid Feng Lai's wrath. However, Lin Feng's strength was truly astonishing. His terrifying explosive power, ghostly speed, and ability to overpower three opponents effortlessly were as monstrous as his masters. Su Hao recalled the news from the White Ape Path headquarters a few days ago. Lin Feng, with his internal strength level, had consecutively defeated two inner disciples, even scaring the true disciple, Zhou Li, who was at the meridian opening phase. Witnessing it firsthand now, the reports were indeed not exaggerated. From the collapsed warehouse in the distance, dust billowed. Suddenly, a red figure shot out like lightning. Lin Feng, with all his senses heightened, recognized it as Feng Su, who should have been seriously injured. Feng Su's chest was severely sunken, yet his body was enveloped in a faint red glow, seemingly unharmed. Lin Feng's heart tightened. It seems smashing the chest isn't enough. I must go for the head. Feng Su charged madly, whether using some dark magic or having fully activated the power of the bardic god within him. His speed and strength had significantly increased. His features began to twist and distort, his eyes filled with madness, having lost all reason. However, to Lin Feng, Feng Su's speed was not insurmountable. With a swift slide of his foot, Lin Feng easily evaded the five sharp claws, his thigh muscles twisting powerfully as he flashed behind Feng Su like a shadow. His fist shot out like a dragon, crashing heavily onto the back of Feng Su's head. With another bang, yet another blood and flesh flower bloomed. Feng Su's massive body collapsed to the ground, headless. Lin Feng stood firm, red and white liquid dripping from his lowered fist. With a sudden stomp, the ground shattered, and he instantly appeared beside another monster he had kicked away, now charging at him. Such incredible speed made the hearts of the three meridian opening phase martial artists present race. The next moment, they saw Lin Feng deliver a fierce punch, accurately striking the monster's head. Lin Feng swiftly defeated the three monsters, and this time, his berserk state felt different from before. He didn't experience any physical or mental fatigue, nor did he feel any violent or bloodthirsty urges. Instead, he sensed a continuous flow of power rising from beneath his feet, a mysterious energy seemingly derived from the earth power of the mountain-moving demon ape. The battle raged on. Scanning the battlefield, Lin Feng noticed that aside from Tang Jin, who appeared a bit disheveled, the other three were gaining the upper hand, suggesting they would soon overcome their opponents. Once that happened, the four of them could join forces against Zhuang Yu, ensuring victory. Lin Feng relaxed slightly, contemplating whether to end his berserk state immediately. The level 3 berserk no longer had a fixed Tindi weakness period, and the sooner he ended it, the shorter the weakness period would be. However, he needed to understand the current anomaly before making a decision. With a thought, his data panel appeared before him. Lin Feng examined the attribute data closely and found it vastly different from expectations. Typically, activating level 1 berserk would increase strength by 80, agility by 60, decrease intelligence by 30, and consume 1 point of stamina and intelligence every 18 seconds. Yet, the panel displayed far exceeding numbers, strength at 48 points and agility at 38 points, roughly 20 more than the normal berserk state. More surprising was that, although the battle had lasted over 18 seconds, his constitution hadn't decreased. Instead, it increased by 8 points, equivalent to a 40 boost. His intelligence did drop by 30, but only initially upon activating berserk, with no further decline. Quickly flipping to the talent page, Lin Feng discovered that the form of the demon ape was glowing. Upon closer inspection, the talent had upgraded to Demon Ape Form LV2 Pseudo. adding a powerful Earth Vein Power Enhancement effect on top of the existing attribute boosts, an additional 20 increase in strength and agility, and a staggering 40 increase in constitution. Realization dawned on Lin Feng that all these changes stemmed from the upgrade of the demon ape form. Activating Berserk had triggered a surge in strength and agility, advancing his talent and granting the Earth Vein Power Enhancement. This discovery gave Lin Feng new insights into his potential and bolstered his confidence for the upcoming fight. Lin Feng felt the power of the Earth veins surging within him. Besides the obvious attribute boost, it seemed to offset the energy drain from his Berserk state. As he pondered the implications of this, a series of data panel prompts suddenly appeared before him. You have experienced an intense battle. The Ancient Martial Artist class has gained 571 experience points, leveling up to level 7. You have killed 3 Baidik followers, triggering a class change condition. However, your Ancient Martial Artist level is not yet 9, so you cannot switch to the Godslayer class. Immediately after, the system inquired, detected undispersed divine power within a 10-meter radius from the deceased Baidik followers. Would you like to collect it? After quickly weighing his options, Lin Feng agreed. In an instant, an almost invisible glow rose from the surrounding monster corpses, weaving like threads into his body. Moments later, a new notification appeared. Weak divine power of 0.62 points acquired. At the bottom of his attribute panel, a new convertible option appeared. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng discovered that 0.5 points of weak divine power could be exchanged for 1 attribute point, and 2 points could be exchanged for 1 talent point. This undoubtedly provided a new way to gain attribute and talent points beyond leveling up, filling him with excitement. However, amidst the joy, he noticed a reduction of 1 point each in his constitution and intelligence. He had initially thought the Earth Vein power could fully counteract the Berserk drain, but reality proved otherwise. Nonetheless, the consumption rate had notably slowed compared to the previous 18 seconds per point loss, though the exact interval remained to be determined. Outside, Su Hao finally dispatched a monster with a single slash. The creature was covered in hard scales enhanced by divine power, and heavy weapons proved more effective than swords. Seeing the reduced consumption rate of his Berserk state, Lin Feng decided to maintain it, turning his attention to the remaining 2 monsters and Zhuangyu. The newly acquired attribute and talent points boosted his confidence, preparing him for the challenges ahead. 0.5 points of minor divine power can be exchanged for 1 attribute point, and Lin Feng's current attribute panel showed he had 0.64 points, just enough to exchange for 1 attribute point. At that moment, a faint glow appeared over the corpse of a monster that Su Hao had killed nearby, with the system prompting whether to collect the divine power. Of course, collect it, Lin Feng thought to himself. The system notification immediately followed. Acquired 0.04 points of minor divine power. Lin Feng couldn't help but curl his lips. Though the gain was pitifully small, it was better than nothing. Turning his gaze, Lin Feng looked towards the intense battle in the distance. Tang Jin was surrounded by flickering electric light, each move he made accompanied by the force of a thunderbolt. As a superhuman who had awakened a special talent, Tang Jin's mastery over lightning made him a key player in this operation. However, what should have been an easy victory over Zhuangyu, a minor leader of the Bardeko sect, turned into a fierce struggle. Bardeko spared no expense, using divine power to bestow Zhuangyu with the power of an evil deity, causing the situation to take a sharp turn. Initially, Tang Jin could suppress his opponent, but as Zhuangyu gradually adapted to his surge in power, the tide completely turned. Lin Feng assessed the situation without rushing to intervene. He turned his attention to another battle nearby. Master Feng of the Zhiga Martial Arts Hall was locked in combat with a heavily scarred monster. Master Feng exerted all his strength, delivering a mountain-splitting strike to the monster's chest. Such a blow would shatter the internal organs of an ordinary martial artist, yet it only forced the monster back a couple of steps. Tough as nails, Master Feng muttered under his breath. Despite delivering such heavy blows multiple times, he still couldn't defeat the creature. As the monster lunged again, Master Feng swiftly sidestepped to dodge. In that fleeting moment, a shadow flashed by, accompanied by an overwhelming punch. Master Feng felt as if the space around him was about to shatter, and every hair on his body stood on end. With a resounding bang, the monster's head exploded like a watermelon, its contents splattering everywhere. Before Master Feng could react, his face was already covered in brain matter. Looking closely, Lin Feng had already crushed the ground beneath his feet, appearing as if he had teleported to another battlefield. There, he swiftly dealt with another monster that Su Hao and team leader Zhong were attacking. Master Feng was stunned by the scene. Lin Feng displayed not internal energy, but sheer physical strength. Although his realm was still at the internal strength level, his power far exceeded this tier. Acquired 0.1 points of minor divine power, Lin Feng noted from the system prompt, quickly glancing at his attribute panel to confirm that his constitution and intelligence hadn't decreased, which gave him some relief. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented strength. 48 points of strength, 38 points of agility, and 27 points of constitution, making him even more formidable. In the distance, the sounds of massive impacts continued, with the battle still raging on. Zhuang Yu had nearly transformed into a revenant, standing almost 2.5 meters tall, her body covered in blue scales. Her movements emitted a faint red glow from her hands, casting an ominous aura. Tang Jin was severely injured, blood staining his clothes, and his situation was precarious. "Let's go," Su Hao shouted, leaping forward with Captain Zhong. Su Hao lightly tapped the ground with his toes, propelling himself 7 or 8 meters forward like an arrow. His long blade in hand sliced through the air, aimed straight at Zhuang Yu's head. Captain Zhong followed closely, his fist like a cannonball aimed at Zhuang Yu's back. Although his technique wasn't as domineering as the demonic ape's mountain punch, the power coursed through his body, and the force hidden in his punch was formidable. However, Zhuang Yu's speed was astonishing. In a flash, Su Hao was sent tumbling through the air like a broken kite, and Captain Zhong was kicked back, coughing up blood. Neither of the two martial artists in the Tongmai stage could even touch the hem of Zhuang Yu's clothes. Tang Jin seized this fleeting opportunity, his fist crackling with electricity, aimed at Zhuang Yu's chest. Zhuang Yu sneered, her 5 massive claws clamping down on Tang Jin's fist like steel pincers. The clash of lightning and dark energy unleashed a powerful force. With a thunderous boom, dirt and stones flew within a few meters, and the two opposing energies exploded outward in all directions. Master Feng, who was about to help, stood dumbfounded, his feet rooted to the spot. The terrifying force of this battle was far beyond his capability to intervene. At this critical moment, a shadow sliced through the chaotic energy, appearing beside Zhuang Yu like a specter. It was Lin Feng, his arm bulging with veins, filled with immense strength, as he aimed a punch at Zhuang Yu's head. Demonic ape slays dragon. The punch shattered the air with a thunderous sound. A flicker of fear crossed Zhuang Yu's grotesque face as she attempted to dodge, but Lin Feng's timing was impeccable. His fist grazed her right cheek, sending her massive 2-meter-tall frame flying over 10 meters like a cannonball. Lin Feng paused, surprised. Even after such a punch, the opponent was still standing. Zhuang Yu leapt up from the ground in the distance, her face half destroyed, eyes burning with fury. "Lin Feng, watch out." Tang Jin's urgent warning rang out. Before the dust settled, Zhuang Yu's mountainous form closed in on Lin Feng like lightning. She threw a punch, clearly trained in extraordinary martial arts, and it wasn't a simple straight punch. The force gathered, and her large, scaly fist glowed with a strange, dazzling red light, crashing down like a meteor. The air trembled, the punch's wind arriving before the fist itself, scattering sand and stones. This punch was as formidable as Lin Feng's previous demonic ape slays dragon. Lin Feng didn't dodge. Instead, he stepped forward. His demonic ape form tensed, the dragon on his back rising, the intricate patterns of muscle forming increasingly mysterious runes. The immense power of the mountains flowed into him, and Lin Feng felt his strength surge to a new level. He raised his right arm, muscles taut like a drawn bowstring, focusing all his power into his fist. Demonic ape slays dragon. He launched a punch, causing the air to tremble. Both fighters unleashed their ultimate punches with all their might. The larger and smaller fists collided like two meteors in the dark night sky, carrying tremendous force. A massive sonic boom erupted, the collision of fists generating a powerful shockwave, sweeping outward like a hurricane. The concrete ground within 10 meters of their clash shattered into fragments, with countless pieces of earth and stone flying into the air, creating a terrifying scene. A massive force, like a landslide or tsunami, surged towards Lin Feng, causing a mist of blood to burst from his arm. His entire body shook as his muscles and bones resonated, and the form of the demon ape within him instinctively dispersed the invading force. The power of the mountains beneath his feet absorbed part of the punch's strength. Despite this, Lin Feng was still forced to retreat, each step creating a deep crater in the ground, as if the earth trembled beneath him. Although Zhuang Yu had the upper hand, he didn't emerge unscathed. His arms burst open, and his body was flung like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a nearby, already crumbling building. With a thunderous crash, the 4-story building could no longer withstand the impact and collapsed completely. Bricks flew everywhere, dust filled the air, obscuring visibility. After retreating 7 or 8 steps, Lin Feng finally steadied himself. His right hand trembled uncontrollably, blood streaming from his arm, staining it a deep red. He coldly stared at the collapsed building, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Su Hao and the other two stood dumbfounded, unable to regain their senses for a long time. With just one exchange of punches, the surrounding environment looked as if it had been ravaged by an apocalypse. Rubble was everywhere, buildings had collapsed, and the ground was cracked, leaving a scene of utter devastation. They were in shock. Zhuang Yu's terrifying punch would have reduced an ordinary person to pulp. Yet Lin Feng not only withstood it, but also sent the over 2-meter tall Zhuang Yu flying, crashing into and collapsing the building. How could this be the level of an ordinary internal strength practitioner? Even the super talents from prestigious sects or those naturally gifted in multiple forms might struggle to achieve such a feat. Tang Jin also stood in shock, staring at Lin Feng, the tall young man. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed something amiss. Lin Feng, it's not dead yet. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback and focused his senses. Indeed, from the pile of rubble in the distance, he could detect a faint but distinct heartbeat. Suddenly, with a loud boom, countless bricks flew into the air, and a massive figure slowly emerged from the dust. Zhuang Yu was in a dire state, covered in blood, especially around his mouth, where blood continuously flowed. He glared at Lin Feng and the others, his voice hoarse as he said, "Good, very good. But today all of you must die." No sooner had he spoken than Zhuang Yu knelt on the ground and began chanting a string of strange words. Epsilon Zeta, Delta E. As he chanted, he extended his claws and gouged out his right eye, placing it, along with the blood, into his mouth, chewing slowly. The group watched in shock, and Su Hao exclaimed in horror, "Is this guy insane?" Tang Jin's face changed dramatically. "No, it's summoning a god. It's sacrificing its life? It's truly insane. Lin Feng, we must go." He reached out to grab Lin Feng, but grasped only empty air. Lin Feng's figure flickered, crossing over 10 meters in an instant, heading straight for Zhuang Yu. Kneeling on the ground, Zhuang Yu lifted his head, revealing an empty, bloody eye socket, still chanting in that low, eerie, unknown language with a strange power that made one's skin crawl. As Lin Feng approached, Zhuang Yu's body suddenly radiated with a bright red light, grinning as he swung a backhand punch to meet him. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion. Lin Feng was sent flying by the terrifying force, his body tracing an arc through the air. Zhuang Yu's knees sank a foot into the ground as he knelt, blood gushing from his mouth. Amidst the flickering lightning, Tang Jin swiftly followed Lin Feng's attack, his electrified fist landing heavily on Zhuang Yu's chest. The blinding flash of light illuminated Zhuang Yu's face as more blood poured from his mouth, yet he revealed a sinister grin full of sharp teeth. With a light wave of his arm, Tang Jin was sent flying over 10 meters away. Bade Kokido. Zhuang Yu uttered the name as he slowly stood up. The red light subsided, releasing an aura of terror from within him that instinctively evoked a primal fear of the divine. Zhuang Yu's remaining eye fixed on Lin Feng, a blissful smile on his face. Lin Feng's gaze was intense and emotionless, but he alone could decipher the message in Zhuang Yu's eyes. The source was about to fall into his adversary's hands. The creature, whether Zhuang Yu or Bade Kochi, laughed maniacally and gestured toward the corpses of the faithful on the ground. Suddenly, its expression froze. Divine power? Where is my divine power? Who stole my divine power? Zhuang Yu roared, his body swelling to nearly 4 meters tall, radiating immense fury. Lin Feng, run! Tang Jin shouted from a distance. But Lin Feng remained still, knowing that fleeing from the descending will of Bade Kochi was futile. Instead of running for his life, he chose to fight with all his might. With a thought, the third-level frenzy was activated. Lin Feng felt dizzy, a sign of his intelligence being drained. Immediately, the sound of a war drum-like heartbeat emanated from his chest. From afar, Tang Jin and the others looked on in astonishment. Even the enraged Bade Kochi, deprived of his divine power, turned his gaze toward him. Web-like veins appeared on Lin Feng's body, his muscles surging like waves. Though they did not swell to an exaggerated degree, they exuded a sense of explosive power. The magic patterns on his body became more complete, forming a whole with the massive chain of runes on his back. At that moment, the power of the mountains surged into Lin Feng like a river bursting its banks. On the data panel, the icon representing the magic ape form talent glowed with dazzling golden light. Under the amplification of the third-level frenzy, all attributes soared once again, reaching astonishing levels in an instant. The sand beneath Lin Feng's feet began to rise slowly, as if drawn by some mysterious force. The space behind him started to distort, and a massive phantom of a magic ape over 10 feet tall gradually took shape. As the magic ape manifested, the ground shook violently, and countless rocks trembled. The magic ape let out a heaven-shaking roar, its aura of murderous rage soaring skyward, seemingly containing infinite fury. Centered on Lin Feng, the surrounding ground cracked open. Even the space around them began to warp, while the magic ape's eyes, filled with a murderous intent, locked onto Bade Kochi. In the distorted space, a massive phantom of a mountain-moving ape emerged behind Lin Feng. This wasn't an aura of evil, but a wild and savage force from ancient times. As soon as the ape appeared, Su Hao and the others felt a chill run down their spines, an inexplicable fear welling up inside them, leaving the trio frozen in place. It was an ancient terror etched into human genes, an instinctive dread passed down through generations. Tang Jin, seasoned and experienced, quickly shook off the fear in his heart, electricity crackling around him. He gazed at the phantom behind Lin Feng, secretly astonished. This apparition was composed of fist intent, vital energy, and other mysterious elements, resembling yet differing from the legendary martial souls. Regardless, Lin Feng had become a terrifying presence at this moment. Tang Jin mused to himself. This kid, who was just an ordinary high school student not long ago, has grown to such an incredible level in such a short time. It's truly terrifying. No wonder Captain Feng wants to take him as a disciple, and no wonder even with my awakened lightning control talent, Captain Feng still isn't interested. In terms of being extraordinary, I am indeed far behind. The mountain-moving ape's gaze was filled with savagery and arrogance, as if looking down on its prey. This gaze thoroughly enraged back. Initially captured by the ape's eyes, he was soon consumed by fury. I am a god, the source of fear, the entity all living beings must bow to. Badk roared inwardly, the great and supreme god of madness, Badkiketejuo, being regarded as prey? Bag's single eye was fixed on Lin Feng, his scale-covered body swelling with bizarre muscles and anger. A blinding, malevolent red light rose from him, accompanied by chilling, murmuring whispers, like the mutterings of countless madmen. You seek death, Bag growled, and his towering 4-meter figure instantly transformed into a streak of red light, charging towards Lin Feng. He howled internally, ignorant and fearless mortal. Today I shall crush you into pulp and extract your essence. Even the mighty covet such a thing. Today truly is my lucky day, and your soul, with its essence modification, must be quite special. I cannot let it slip away. Bag's corrupted arm was as thick as a grown man's waist, bulging with muscle and covered in scales with incredible defense. His fist was imbued with malevolent energy, executing a martial art from another world, an evil energy strike. Bag gritted his teeth. It's a pity I'm only a fragment of consciousness here, and who knows who has stolen my divine power. Otherwise, I, the great Bag, would disdain using any techniques, crushing all creatures present with sheer strength alone. This body, though modified several times, is still too weak, far too weak. Even the weakest deity remains a formidable presence for mere mortals. Though Bardico was arrogant, it keenly sensed something peculiar about the young human before it, especially the faint silhouette of a monkey that flickered into view, heightening its wariness. Without hesitation, Bardico unleashed its most potent power, the Sinister Strike. A terrifying howl tore through the air, yet Lin Feng faced the impending attack without a hint of retreat. The magical patterns on his body seemed to come alive, pulsating with a yellow glow. His leg muscles tightened suddenly, causing the ground beneath him to crack. He stood tall, his broad chest thrust forward, and his right arm drew back as a torrent of blood and mountain force surged into it, reinforcing his entire arm in layers. The magical patterns and the dark green tendons on Lin Feng's arm flowed continuously, as if imbued with life, lending an eerie yet captivating beauty. As Bardico's attack approached, the spectral mountain-moving ape behind Lin Feng let out a silent roar. His right arm transformed into a barely visible blur and struck with explosive force. This punch made the entire void tremble. A force, like a white wave, tore through the void, colliding head-on with Bardico's sky-splitting fist. Foolish mortal! How dare you? Bardico sneered, utterly dismissive of the human daring to challenge it. However, the anticipated outcome did not occur. At the moment of impact, Bardico's sneer froze like a photograph, replaced by a look of disbelief. How can there be such power? Bardico's eyes were vacant, unable to comprehend the scene before it. This mortal, much smaller and seemingly insignificant, stood unwavering against the Sinister Strike. Even more shocking was the seemingly fragile fist that bore a force as if a mountain had collided with it. Boom! A ring-shaped shockwave spread out from the two as its center. Countless stones and soil were sent flying into the air. The ground erupted instantly. Bardico's arm, once surrounded by seemingly invincible sinister energy, was shattered, its divine power-fueled muscles and bones fracturing, releasing a mist of blood. The invulnerable scales were blasted off. Impossible! How could my full force strike fail? How could a god be defeated by a mortal? Bardico was in utter disbelief, yet before it could comprehend, its body was already sent flying backward. Lin Feng remained steadfast, unmoving, as the earth beneath him glowed yellow, anchoring him firmly. His eyes were as black as ink, devoid of impurities, his expression as cold as the harsh winter wind. With a thought, the mountain-moving ape's specter retracted into his body, and his aura surged once more. He stepped forward, leaving a black afterimage in the void, instantly catching up with Bardico. Lin Feng's fist, like a mountain, came crashing down. Bardico hastily raised another arm to block, but with a crack, the enormous arm snapped, and its body was driven into the ground. Lin Feng followed swiftly into the pit. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike sent tremors through the earth. In the distance, Su Hao, Master Feng of the Zhiga Martial Arts Hall, and Captain Zhong were utterly stunned. They stood agape, feeling the vibrations beneath their feet and watching the debris and stones erupting from the distant pit. Their expressions were dazed, each tremor resonating like a hammer on their chests. Is this really the inner strength phase? How could someone in the inner strength phase defeat a deity like this? Tang Jin was as shocked as the other three, his mind reeling like a stormy sea. As an expert in handling such matters, he knew that although Bardco was not a true god in person, but merely a projection of consciousness, its power was still formidable. Within their team, unless Captain Feng intervened personally, they would need to give their all just to stand a chance against it. In the deep pit, Bardco was on the brink of death. Lin Feng noticed that Su Hao and the others hadn't approached, so he stopped and leaned down to softly inquire. Bardco, tell me, what is the essence? He had deliberately left Bardco with a last breath just to ask this question. Why was the essence so alluring to this evil god? It must be something incredibly important. Lin Feng was eager to understand the nature of the essence and how to obtain it. If he could harness it, he could unlock countless professions. You foolish mortal, you don't know? Haha, what a waste. Bardco, his face smeared with blood, looked regretful. In a raspy voice, he continued. But why should I, the great and supreme mad god Bardco, tell you? Haha, foolish mortal, I, the great Bardco, will return, and the essence will surely be mine. Bardco laughed triumphantly. To it, this was merely a projection of consciousness, and death was not the end, just a minor waste of divine power and the loss of a loyal follower. It looked down on Lin Feng and began to withdraw its consciousness back to its divine realm. Suddenly, Bardco's expression changed dramatically, eyes wide with terror. No, it cried out in horror, its face frozen, as if some force had captured its returning consciousness. Lin Feng suddenly saw a data panel prompt before him. You have collected 0.32 divine power. You have collected a wisp of Bardco's mad divinity. His pupils contracted sharply because this time, the data panel did not ask whether to collect the divine power. It executed the collection automatically. Not only that, but even Bardco's divinity, which was about to return, was forcibly collected. In a mysterious alternate dimension, a massive and opulent palace floats in the void. Within its grand halls, a colossal figure seated on the throne, Bardco, suddenly clutches his head and lets out a cry of agony. As he howls, the entire palace trembles violently, as if on the verge of being torn apart. Bardco knows well that while divine power can be gathered through followers, the loss of divinity cannot be compensated by ordinary means. Curse mortals. He curses, his voice filled with anger and resentment. At that moment, Lin Feng's data panel suddenly flickers, and a notification pops up. You have collected 0.32 divine power and a wisp of Bardco's madness-infused divinity. Lin Feng's expression immediately turned serious. The data panel has autonomously collected Bardco's divinity, which, although a fitting punishment for the arrogant Bardco, alarms Lin Feng. Previously, the data panel was rigid and unresponsive, showing no signs of flexibility. Now, it has gathered divine power and divinity without Lin Feng's consent. Frowning slightly, Lin Feng becomes cautious. The data panel, being his core source of strength, is his greatest secret. He would rather it remain rigid than undergo any unwarranted changes. System. Lin Feng calls out internally, but receives no response. Panel. Silence persists. With a thought, Lin Feng opens the attribute panel. As he views the attributes on the first page, his pupils contract sharply. Although he knew that Berserk LV3 would significantly enhance his strength and agility, especially with the support of Mountain's power, the figures before him far exceeded his expectations. The strength section boldly displays 22703720, totaling an astonishing 149 points. Agility, similarly boosted 3 times, 20482719, sums to 114 points. Constitution has increased to 43 points, leaving 40 points after deducting 3 points. Intelligence, aside from the 50 reduction due to Berserk, only decreased by 3 points. Lin Feng then realizes that Berserk LV3 originally reduces 1 point of intelligence and stamina every 6 seconds, yet he has only lost 2 points of intelligence after using it for so long. No wonder he hasn't felt any discomfort. He still retains 8 points of intelligence. The enhancement from Mountain's power on Berserk far exceeds expectations. The lower section of the attribute panel displays attribute points, 1. Talent points, 2. Weak divine power, 0.94. Convertible divinity, madness 1.2 purified, usable. Most striking is the newly added section, divinity. This is what the panel autonomously captured from Bardco. Focusing on the divinity, Lin Feng immediately receives relevant information. Divinity has 2 uses. It can be absorbed for personal use, or it can be enchanted onto items, turning them into extraordinary objects imbued with divinity. Lin Feng's heart races. Personal use? Isn't this the path to godhood? And enchanting divinity onto items to make them extraordinary is also a highly coveted ability. Clearly, this so-called divinity is far more precious and powerful than divine power. Becoming a god. The thought briefly crossed Lin Feng's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The mysteries of divinity aren't something that can be unraveled in a short time. They require careful contemplation over the long term. He checked his attribute panel carefully and found it unchanged from before. He tried to communicate with it using his mind, but there was no response. It seemed that the anomaly with the data panel couldn't be explained for now. Lin Feng, Tang Jin's voice came from above, clearly concerned by the silence from the pit. Tang, you don't need to come down, Lin Feng said, grabbing Bardico's corpse and effortlessly leaping out of the pit. With a thud, Bardico's massive body hit the ground heavily, like a broken ragdoll. Tang Jin and the others gasped at the sight of the god's pathetic state. Who would have thought that a descended deity would be beaten to death before even showing his might? Lin Feng, are you okay? Tang Jin asked with concern. Lin Feng didn't answer immediately. He wasn't sure what would happen after deactivating his berserk state, but he felt fine at the moment. The enhancements to his attributes had heightened his senses far beyond those of an ordinary person. Listening carefully, he couldn't hear any unusual heartbeats. The enemies were cleared. It was time to deactivate his berserk state. Before doing so, Lin Feng flipped the data panel to the 5th page. The talent, Form of the Demon Ape, was shining with a golden light. Form of the Demon Ape LV3 Pseudo. Enhanced by the power of the earth veins, strength and agility increased by 40, constitution increased by 80. As expected, the level of the form of the demon ape had increased. Additionally, a newly activated talent appeared above it. Soul of the Demon Ape Pseudo Martial Soul. All attributes increased by 20, vitality increased by 40, control over mountain power 1. With a thought, Lin Feng deactivated the berserk state. Instantly, the surging power within him receded like a tide. The newly activated talent, Soul of the Demon Ape, quickly dimmed and then disappeared from the talent page. The form of the demon ape returned to its original level. The sudden loss of power left Lin Feng momentarily unsteady, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Lin Feng, Tang Jin called again, his voice filled with worry. Steadying himself, Lin Feng was surprised by his current physical state. He took a deep breath and replied, Tang, I'm fine. After the frenzy subsided, Lin Feng was surprised to find that his condition was unexpectedly better than anticipated. Although he felt a bit dizzy and experienced tearing pain throughout his body, overall, he felt much better than he had predicted. He recalled his first experience with the frenzy, being controlled by inner violence, filled with aggression, and fainting immediately afterward. Upon waking, he was so weak that even moving a finger was difficult, and it took several days for him to recover. As Lin Feng pondered the differences this time, he quickly realized the reason might be the upgrade of his innate power, the form of the magic ape. The awakened power of the mountains not only visibly increased his attributes, but also secretly provided energy support for the frenzy. The usual 6-second depletion of constitution and intelligence had been significantly extended, clearly due to the surging power of the mountains beneath him. He couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying synergy between frenzy and the form of the magic ape. The frenzy increased his attributes, which in turn boosted the level of the form of the magic ape. After its upgrade, the power of the mountains further enhanced the frenzy by providing energy. The two innate abilities complemented each other perfectly, achieving an effect far greater than the sum of their parts. Lin Feng closed his eyes and allocated the remaining attribute point from his upgraded ancient martial artist profession to intelligence. His intelligence increased from 8 to 9 points. Instantly, a cool and refreshing sensation, like drinking a glass of spring water, dispelled the dizziness in his mind. Encouraged by this improvement, Lin Feng decided to continue his efforts. He exchanged 0.5 divine power for an attribute point and decisively added it to his constitution. Unlike the previous unremarkable increase in constitution, this time the effects were immediate. A tingling sensation, like tiny electric currents, spread throughout his body, and the tearing sensation in his muscles and bones from the frenzy was enveloped in warmth, as if he were soaking in a hot spring, relaxing his entire body. Although this wonderful feeling only lasted for a brief 3 seconds, when it faded, Lin Feng was thrilled to find his condition was 10 times better than before. Although there was still some pain throughout his body, it was far better than right after the frenzy ended. He gently moved his limbs and felt no significant discomfort. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, amazed that a single attribute point could repair most of the damage. He made a mental note of this discovery, deciding that he shouldn't always invest in intelligence, but should save some attribute points for unexpected needs. Just then, Tang Jin asked with some concern, Lin Feng, are you really okay? At this moment, Lin Feng was covered in blood, not knowing whether it was Bardique's or his own, and he indeed looked quite frightening. Lin Feng stretched his body and confidently replied, I'm really fine. Although he still felt some discomfort, his condition was much improved compared to earlier. Phew, glad everything's okay. Tang Jin sighed with relief, his eyes filled with gratitude and relief. He was right. The sudden arrival of Bardco had disrupted the balance of power, and if it weren't for Lin Feng's timely intervention, their fate could have been much worse. Just then, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from outside. Zhang Yun led his team into the warehouse. Although he had witnessed the entire battle through binoculars from afar, being on-site was a different experience altogether. The entire warehouse area was in ruins. Two buildings and the warehouse had collapsed into rubble. The ground looked as if it had been hit by a massive earthquake, especially the giant crater at the center. Zhang Yun vividly remembered that it was created by Lin Feng's relentless punches. A massive corpse lay on the ground, and even in death, its scaly, muscular form exuded an overwhelming sense of menace. Yet, no matter how formidable the monster, it had ultimately fallen before the fists of that young man. Zhang Yun glanced around and greeted everyone. Tang Jin, Old Su, Old Feng, Captain Zhong, you've all worked hard. He then turned to Lin Feng and said sincerely, Lin Feng, thank you. Amidst the scattered monster corpses, 6 people stood together, except for Captain Qin, who lay among them, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the city, a vast void domain enveloped a section of the city. Feng Lai, wearing a black jacket, squatted by the roadside, devouring sausages with gusto, grease smearing his lips. Pedestrians, shop owners, and drivers on the street were all engrossed in their own activities, as if frozen in place. At a nearby pancake stall, a burly man in his 40s with a thick beard took a pancake from the vendor, paid, and thanked him with a smile. The vendor mechanically replied, thank you. The man took a big bite of the steaming pancake, but immediately frowned. He paused for a moment, then continued chewing. However, after swallowing that bite, he didn't take another. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Feng Lai, who was squatting by the roadside eating sausages. With a chuckle, the man said, I just used large-scale soul-searching magic twice. This kind of magic only makes ordinary people uncomfortable for a while and doesn't cause much harm. Why does your nightfall have to pursue me relentlessly? Isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? Feng Lai flicked his fingers, sending the bamboo skewer precisely into a trash can over 10 meters away. He responded with a blank expression. It's good that you admit to using soul-searching magic. It's not easy to find Gongjio without large-scale soul-searching. I had no choice. Besides, Gongjio is a famous demon. Aren't your Lihua Nation and your Nightfall interested? The man chuckled and suggested, why don't we cooperate? Once we find Gongjio, we can compete for him. Of course, you can't make this decision, but you can convey my words to your Nightfall leaders. They'll surely be interested. Feng Lai took a bite of the other sausage and said, did you send out your distress signal? What do you mean? The man looked puzzled. Feng Lai sneered. Do you think I didn't act right away just to listen to your nonsense? The man finally understood the meaning behind Feng Lai's words. He laughed in anger. A joke. I need to call for help? With no one around, just you? Do you think you're one of Nightfall's 4 night dragons? You're just another fool. The large man, eyes filled with murderous intent, was about to shout in anger when his expression suddenly froze. To his shock, the pale-faced man opposite him vanished into thin air. A wave of danger surged toward him, causing the large man's face to change drastically as he instinctively activated 2 protective auras. However, these weak defenses crumbled instantly under the powerful strike of a large hand. With 2 crisp snaps, the necklace around the man's neck and the ring on his hand were reduced to dust. He was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a nearby building, sending bricks and stones scattering. Ignoring the intense pain raging within, the large man transformed into a towering, over 2-meter-tall creature, completely black and with a head almost beast-like. The arrogance on its face vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Without hesitation, it turned to flee at an incredible speed. Yet, someone was faster. A seemingly unremarkable hand followed closely, effortlessly piercing the creature's protective energy and accurately pressing against its back. A peculiar force instantly shredded the creature's enormous heart into pulp. The creature collapsed to the ground, struggling to speak, but managed only a few seconds before life completely left it. Feng Lai approached slowly. He extended his slightly gaunt right hand, causing the air around it to distort. In the blink of an eye, the arm swelled dramatically, transforming into a fearsome creature with sharp teeth, resembling a snake, but not quite. It cast a cold, golden vertical pupil over Feng Lai before extending itself toward the corpse on the ground, beginning to devour it greedily. Each bite of its massive fangs tore away large chunks of flesh. In no time, only a pile of remains and some tattered clothing were left. The creature retracted, instantly reverting to the slightly thin hand. A hint of color returned to Feng Lai's pale face. Suddenly, a semi-transparent claw extended from his chest, grabbing the large man's spirit firmly in the void. Good quality, don't waste it. The voice of Qi Long echoed, ignoring the man's pleas, pulling the spirit back into the heart. Feng Lai leisurely walked over to a nearby pancake stall. The vendor, a middle-aged woman, was trembling uncontrollably, barely maintaining her composure to continue her business. Feng Lai gave her a faint smile and said, "These pancakes aren't good enough to sell in Beha City." "Yes, yes, I'll sell them elsewhere," the woman replied shakily, quickly agreeing. Bade Kachaturdo, an evil god from another realm, presented a chilling image before Lin Feng. This god, with a full danger rating and a doctrine of madness, is also known as the god of madness. Lin Feng's eyes scanned the screen as he carefully read through the information about this malevolent deity. After returning from the mission site yesterday, he asked Tang Jin about Bade Kachaturdo, who provided him with a link to a special Websitia forum that serves both as a repository of extraordinary world knowledge and a gathering place for the extraordinary individuals of Lihua country. Lin Feng frowned slightly as he reviewed the information on Bade Kachaturdo. His goal was to understand who this evil god was, particularly since he seemed to harbor a covetous interest in Lin Feng, or more precisely, in the source essence within him. The official records on this god's origins were vague, merely stating, "a god not of this world, an evil god from another realm." This was the second time Lin Feng had encountered the term other realm, and the official designation suggested that another world existed beyond his own. Having experienced martial arts, monsters, demons, and even deities, Lin Feng was no longer surprised by the existence of other realms, though he remained somewhat curious. His search on the website led him to the name Taoyato, which referred to another world, existing in a different space-time dimension. Unfortunately, there was scant information available about that world. Lin Feng didn't delve too deeply into this knowledge, as his primary focus was on learning about Bade Kachaturdo. Unfortunately, there was little specific information about this evil god on the forum. However, there were detailed records about several of Bade Kachaturdo's followers. With his exceptional memory, Lin Feng only needed to glance over the data to commit all the information about these followers to memory. He closed his eyes to recall the details, then shut down the webpage concerning Bade Kachaturdo. Returning to the forum's homepage, Lin Feng's attention was drawn to various posts. East City, caught a top-grade spirit fish, only 5 million, interested parties can contact me. 5 million for a fish was indeed extravagant. Lin Feng recalled the delicious taste of spirit fish from the last time he tried it, and couldn't help but marvel. He continued browsing. "I'm planning a trip to the Bari Desert, looking for a partner with Jialong Realm strength. 7 days, 15 million. Jialong Realm? Bari Desert? These terms piqued Lin Feng's interest, particularly the Bari Desert. As someone with a level 5 in geographical knowledge, he was familiar with deserts large and small around the world, yet he had never heard of the Bari Desert. He clicked into the post and found the comment section buzzing with activity. "Interesting, you want Jialong Realm strength to go to the Bari Desert, but only offer 15 million? Are you insulting the Jialong Realm?" The original poster replied, "I'm offering 15 million because I also have Jialong strength. I'm not looking for bodyguards, and I'm willing to give 40 of the rewards from this mission." The forum was filled with many unfamiliar terms, but Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to ask questions. He continued browsing for a while and gradually understood the meaning of Jialong Realm. It was a rough classification of strength, divided into Mortal Realm, Elephant Realm, Jialong Realm, and True Dragon Realm. These distinctions were quite intuitive. Mortal Realm signified human strength. Elephant Realm was akin to the strength of an elephant, while Jialong and True Dragon represented higher levels of power. His attributes now far exceed those of an ordinary person, with his basic strength reaching around the level of the Elephant Realm. Lin Feng sat in front of the computer, intently browsing the forum. The flashing information on the screen made him realize there were many unmarked special locations on the official map, with the Bali Desert being one of them. Lin Feng's fingers tapped lightly on the keyboard as his eyes quickly scanned through the posts. What he most wanted to find was the word source essence, but even after an extensive search, he found nothing. Nevertheless, he refrained from directly searching for source essence on the forum. After all, something coveted even by evil gods might attract unwanted attention if searched casually. Lin Feng couldn't help but recall the evil wolf, Bardco, that had already set its sights on him, sending a shiver down his spine. Closing the forum page, Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, his thoughts drifting to the strange phenomenon the panel had been collecting on its own since yesterday. Despite his continuous attempts over the past few days, the panel remained unchanged, and this mystery lingered in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng stood up and walked out of the study. In the living room, Lin Xiao was fully engrossed in a video game, his fingers moving rapidly on the controller, eyes fixed on the screen without blinking. It was Saturday, and with Su Hong not at home, Lin Xiao rarely had the chance to indulge in gaming. Watching his brother absorbed in the game, Lin Feng thought about how he still insisted on practicing martial arts in the morning, so he chose not to disturb him. After all, aside from studying, training, and doing countless practice tests, today was a rare opportunity for him to relax. From the next room came the faint sound of chewing, as Ren Yen was enjoying his special food guan meat. Lin Feng recalled Feng Lai's words that Ren Yen was no longer an ordinary person and needed medicinal meals to sustain himself. Lin Feng gently knocked on the door, greeted Ren Yan, then turned to head to the basement. Every step was filled with a sense of power, and Lin Feng reminisced about the exhilarating feeling of his attributes skyrocketing the previous day. The sensation of having control over everything was intoxicating. However, after reaching level 7 as an ancient martial artist, his new talent had yet to awaken, leaving him somewhat disappointed. He couldn't help but wonder if he had to wait until level 9 to gain a new talent. With this question in mind, Lin Feng opened the basement door, ready to begin today's training. He knew that only by continuously improving his strength could he find his footing in this world full of unknowns. Lin Feng stepped into the basement, still savoring the extraordinary sensation of being fully unleashed from the day before. His strength and agility had surpassed an astonishing 100 points, with his physique nearing 40 points. This granted him unparalleled power, extreme speed, and an extraordinary ability to perceive his surroundings. More importantly, the surge in these three attributes had pushed his physical strength beyond human limits. He felt the power of the mountains coursing through him, a force that went far beyond the mere description of iron and steel. With the added benefit of the mountain's innate power, his intelligence no longer plummeted, allowing him to maintain a clear mind throughout the battle. His control over the battle and his mastery of his own strength were far superior to when he first dealt with the four returnees. Lin Feng calculated silently, aiming to reach a state where his normal condition would boast 100 points in both strength and agility. Although this wasn't achievable in the short term, it wasn't out of reach either. He recalled how the form of the demon ape had already boosted his attributes by more than 10 points, and his physique continued to grow rapidly. And this was just one form. Feng Lai had mentioned that everyone could master 5 forms, and through special methods, could even reach as many as 72. If each form could increase attributes by nearly 20 points, then switching between a few forms would suffice. For others, altering their body structure might be a daunting challenge. But for Lin Feng, who had a data panel and the talent for mastering the tyrant's heart flow, it wasn't difficult. He thought with satisfaction that it had only been a month since he started practicing martial arts, and he had already mastered the demon ape form. Lin Feng continued pondering other ways to enhance his attributes. Besides forms that could significantly increase attribute points, leveling up his profession and converting divine power were also effective methods. For him, reaching 100 points in attributes was not an unattainable goal. He had yet to use the divine nature of madness he acquired from Bardco yesterday. He realized he knew too little about this area. He recalled the information he had just looked up on the forum. These so-called deities were often embodiments of certain rules or became gods by centering on specific traits through particular methods. For instance, Bardco's divinity was madness, becoming a god through the core trait of madness. The dragon of despair became a god through the emotion of despair as its core trait. There were also gods of war, demon lords of fear, each with their own traits, and some even possessed multiple traits. Lin Feng noted that these were all deities from the other world, Toyato. He found no information about the deities of his own world on the forum, which left him somewhat puzzled. Besides the divine nature of madness, Lin Feng also possessed divine power. He knew that divine power couldn't be used directly or for enchanting items. It could only be converted into talent points and attribute points. Converting it into talent points was evidently more effective than converting it into attribute points. Lin Feng recalled his experiment from yesterday. He found that increasing intelligence could alleviate mental discomfort, so he tried converting 0.5 points of divine power into attribute points and added them to his physique. This experiment confirmed that boosting physique could quickly heal physical injuries. This piece of information alone made the attribute allocation worthwhile, as knowing that temporarily boosting physique could have such effects would undoubtedly prove crucial in future key moments. Even more pleasing to Lin Feng was the discovery that boosting his physique significantly reduced the recovery time from post-rage weakness. He was satisfied to find that when he woke up early this morning, his body had already returned to peak condition. He moved to a corner of the basement and deftly lifted the carpet. Lin Feng pressed lightly on what seemed to be a seamless and smooth surface, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside lay 2 porcelain bottles, one large and one small. Lin Feng picked up the smaller bottle and carefully opened it. Tilting the bottle, a black pill rolled out. After sealing the bottle and placing it back, he crushed the wax coating of the pill. Instantly, a strong medicinal aroma filled the confined space of the basement. This small pill was a vibrant red throughout. Just by inhaling its scent, Lin Feng felt his blood and energy begin to stir. It was one of the secret medicines provided by Yuan Dao, known as the Nourishing Qi and Blood Pill, a top-tier secret medicine exclusively for the true disciples. According to Ren Yan's introduction, the pill's concoction required the gallbladder of the green-scaled spirit snake and various precious herbs, combined with a complex crafting process, resulting in a very low success rate. On average, the material cost for one pill was over 60,000. Lin Feng's only regret was that Yuan Dao provided him with only 4 pills a month. Even when he specifically called Qi Ling to request more, they reluctantly agreed to provide only 2 additional pills. It wasn't that Lin Feng was being demanding. The pill's effects were simply outstanding, surpassing the Sanyuan pill in nurturing the blood and energy by several levels. After swallowing the pill, Lin Feng immediately felt a warm current spreading throughout his body. On the surface, the intensity of the effect was similar to the Sanyuan pill, but its potency was gentler and more enduring. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng assumed the starting stance of the demon ape mountain fist. As his muscles stretched, he felt the surge of energy and blood within him. The form of the demon ape, known for consuming energy and blood, had successfully been transformed. Even the shadowless strength had ceased to cause pain since the day before yesterday, indicating its transformation was complete. In the past few days, after practicing the demon ape mountain fist, Lin Feng could clearly feel the growth of his energy and blood. The only regret was that after the shadowless strength transformation was successful the day before yesterday, no new talents appeared on the data panel like with the demon ape form, nor did any attribute points increase. Although the shadowless strength matched the demon ape mountain fist in gathering and exerting power, the gap between secret martial arts and foundational martial arts in transforming muscles and bones became evident. To quickly reach the realm where energy and blood flow like a dragon and cultivate internal strength, Lin Feng, after perfecting shadowless strength, chose to focus solely on the demon ape mountain fist instead of learning the subsequent thunderbolt strength of shadowless thunder. In the basement, Lin Feng entered a state of flow, immediately becoming completely absorbed in the martial art. His mind was undistracted, entirely immersed in the practice. Every move subtly strengthened his muscles and bones. Even his internal organs and bone marrow, typically difficult to train, were being honed by the unique breathing and energy vibrations. An hour and a half later, the flow state ended, but Lin Feng did not stop training, continuing to practice the unfinished moves. By this time, his body was flushed red, with steam rising from him. Lin Feng was no longer the novice who could only sustain half an hour of demon ape mountain fist practice in a flow state. Focusing deeply, Lin Feng could distinctly feel the flow of blood and the stretching of muscles and bones with each move. As he progressed, this sensation intensified. At a certain moment, Lin Feng seemed to see his differently colored internal organs devouring the medicinal power of the nourishing qi and blood pill, converting it into abundant energy and blood through the interaction of the 5 elements. This energy circulated rapidly throughout his body with the moves of the demon ape mountain fist, nourishing every part and continuously growing stronger. After completing the set of movements, Lin Feng slowly ended his practice, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. This hour and a half of training only left him with a thin layer of sweat. Not long after he stopped, a prompt appeared before him. You have undergone a session of immersive training. Your skill, Demon Ape Mountain Fist, has reached perfection and cannot gain more experience. Your profession, Ancient Martial Artist, has gained 176 experience points. Your body has been thoroughly nourished by the energy and blood, and after a certain degree of training, your physique attribute has increased by 1 point. His physique increased from 21 to 22 points. Lin Feng noticed that in the description of the talent Demon Ape form, the reference to physique had changed to 3. He wiped the sweat off his body with a towel and walked into a small room set up nearby. Inside was a massage bed and a large wooden tub for bathing. Ren Yin had been waiting there for quite some time. Silently lying on the massage bed, Lin Feng let Ren Yin apply by Yuan Dao's specially formulated secret medicine on his hands and begin massaging his muscles and bones. Although Ren Yan's technique wasn't as forceful as Tong Bin's, it was incredibly skillful. Each press and knead allowed a special force to penetrate, reaching not only the surface muscles and tendons, but also the deeper ones. After finishing a half-hour massage session, Lin Feng didn't continue practicing martial arts. Instead, he headed to the White Ape Martial Arts School. Since moving to his new home and having Ren Yin around, it had been a while since he visited. As he stepped onto the 3rd floor, Lin Feng encountered Wan Lei. Lin Shidi. Wan Lei exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean, Lin Shidi? You should call him Lin Shixiao. Zhang Min chimed in with a smile, correcting him. Oh, right. Wan Lei realized his mistake, patting his head before formally greeting Lin Feng. Wan Lei greets Lin Shixiao. Lin Feng quickly stopped him. Wan Shixiao, please. Just call me as you used to. Zhang Min interjected. Lin Shixiao, don't stop him. We are just outer disciples, and our positions are different. It wouldn't be appropriate if the coach or the headmaster saw this. Hearing Zhang Min's words, Lin Feng didn't insist any further. Zhang Min also cupped his hands in salute. Greetings, Lin Shixiao. Although the 3 had a decent relationship before, the change in status made the atmosphere noticeably tense. Sensing Wan Lei's unease, Lin Feng kept the conversation brief and then turned to head to Feng Lei's office. Zhang Min watched Lin Feng's departing figure with mixed feelings. While they struggled to pursue a single spot for an inner disciple, some people seemed to effortlessly become true disciples, highlighting a stark contrast. Nightfall, a secret organization officially established by the Lihuan nation, is one of the key forces maintaining the country's current order. Feng Lai serves as the captain of the Beihai City Nightfall team, with Zhao Ye, Cheng Wu, Tong Bin, and Tang Jin as the main team members. In the office, Feng Lai looked directly at Lin Feng and got straight to the point. Why did you suddenly decide to join Nightfall? That's not like your usual cautious nature. Lin Feng replied earnestly. Master, helping others and vanquishing demons is what we martial artists should do. You shouldn't question it. Feng Lai saw through Lin Feng's intentions. You want to join Nightfall to fend off Bardco's retaliation, using official power as your backing, right? Lin Feng felt a bit awkward, caught in his thoughts. Master, how could you think that? Besides, with you around, I don't need anyone else's strength. Feng Lai chuckled. Aren't you worried that I might not be reliable? Nonetheless, it's good to join. After all, having the government as a backing is the best place for cultivation. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Does that mean you agree? What are the requirements to join Nightfall? Are there any procedures? Feng Lai smiled. With me here, do you need procedures? Seeing Lin Feng's expression of defeat, Feng Lai was amused and continued. I already know about yesterday. That kid Tang Jin, who usually looks down on others, couldn't stop praising you, which means you really impressed him yesterday. He eyed Lin Feng up and down. Last time, after using that berserk bloodline, you were weak for almost a week. This time, you seem fine. It looks like your berserk bloodline has grown stronger. Lin Feng partially concealed the truth. I'm not sure what happened. This time, in my excitement, the power within me awakened again. I also felt a heavy force coming from each foot, continuously entering my body. After the bloodline's power subsided, I didn't feel as weak as last time. Underground power. Feng Lai mused. It seems like the mountain power of the moving mountain demon ape provided energy for your bloodline, preventing the exhaustion you experienced before. Feng Lai immediately identified the problem. The power of the mountains, a unique ability of the mountain-moving ape. Without mastering this power, how could the ape move mountains and change rivers? Master, do you need to achieve a true form before you can control this power of the mountains? Lin Feng asked curiously. Feng Lai shook his head. Not necessarily. You should be able to grasp it initially during the organ training phase. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. He then discussed joining the Nightfall with Feng Lai. After Feng Lai agreed, Lin Feng exchanged a few polite words and took his leave. Returning home, Lin Feng opened the living room door and found a middle-aged man with a plump figure, dressed in a white chef's outfit, sitting on the sofa. Ren Yin was accompanying him, and both stood up promptly as Lin Feng entered. Lin Feng, this is Gu Changqing, the head chef of Beihai Restaurant, Ren Yin introduced. Lin Feng thought it inappropriate for them to address each other as senior brother in private, so he asked Ren Yin to use their names instead. Hello, Chef Gu. Lin Feng smiled and nodded at Gu Changqing. Hello, young Master Lin. Gu Changqing responded respectfully, clearly aware of the young man's extraordinary status. After the pleasantries, Lin Feng turned to Ren Yin. Since Chef Gu is here, is everything ready? The kitchen and materials are all set, just waiting for you, Ren Yin replied. Great, then I'll trouble you today, Chef Gu, Lin Feng said politely. No trouble at all. Gu Changqing beamed. The three of them moved to the kitchen, where Lin Feng directly explained his requirements to Gu Changqing. To demonstrate and explain techniques like controlling the heat, flipping the wok, and knife skills, quickly but clearly. Gu Changqing nodded in understanding. Let's try for an hour first. Chef Gu, you may start. Lin Feng instructed. Gu Changqing picked up the knife from the cutting board and began explaining how to hold it correctly. He occasionally glanced at Lin Feng, who was watching him intently. Gu Changqing refocused and continued to explain the cutting methods for various ingredients, from meats to vegetables, in detail. As time ticked by, Gu Changqing became more engrossed in his teaching. When he looked back again, he was surprised to find Lin Feng still in the same position, listening attentively. Gu Changqing thought to himself, this young Master Lin is quite the peculiar person. Yesterday, Gu Changqing had received a mysterious phone call offering him a private teaching job at a high rate of 1,000 yuan per hour. To show sincerity, the caller even transferred an advance payment of 1,000 yuan. As a five-star hotel chef with a monthly salary of just over 10,000, Gu Changqing agreed without hesitation. He had expected to teach advanced dishes, only to find it was about basic skills like cutting, flipping the wok, and controlling the heat. Even more oddly, the student only watched without practicing. Despite the oddity, as long as he was paid, Gu Changqing didn't mind the details. He focused and continued his explanation. After some time, a voice saying, all right, interrupted Gu Changqing's lecture. He stopped and turned around to see Lin Feng with his eyes closed. Lin Feng was immersed in the knowledge he had just acquired. A system notification sounded in his mind. You listened intently to a professional chef's lecture, clearly understanding and remembering the key points. Your skill in knife work has gained 862 experience points. Your skill in wok flipping has gained 625 experience points. Your skill in heat control has gained 348 experience points. Your profession as a chef has gained 315 experience points. Your chef profession level has increased to 4. You have gained 1 talent point and 1 attribute point. Lin Feng closed his eyes as the content explained by Gu Changqing, the master chef, vividly replayed in his mind. This clarity wasn't just a rough image, but included every detail, even the subtle actions Gu Changqing unconsciously displayed during his demonstration, which Lin Feng accurately captured in his state of flow. With his exceptional memory and the focus provided by the flow state, Lin Feng gained 315 points of culinary experience in just 1 hour. This was almost 4 times more than the usual 70 to 80 points he would earn when cooking in a flow state. Lin Feng pondered to himself that while ancient martial artists and students have their own ways to level up, chefs can only gain experience through activities like cooking. He had bought some cookbooks before, but they mostly offered broad overviews and lacked specific details, resulting in minimal experience gain. Watching cooking videos on his phone also failed to reveal key details. He had considered hiring a chef to teach him at home, but his financial constraints had previously made it impossible. Now, at $1,000 an hour, the expense was well worth it. Mr. Lin, are you following what I'm explaining? Should I slow down or go into more detail? Gu Changqing asked, noticing Lin Feng's closed eyes and concerned that his pace might be too fast. What he was teaching were basic culinary skills, familiar to any chef with a few years of experience, so he worried about justifying the high fee. Don't worry, Chef Gu, your explanation is excellent, Lin Feng reassured him, dispelling Gu Changqing's concerns. He moved to the counter and picked up the knife. The sound of chopping echoed as Lin Feng's knife skills mirrored Gu Changqing's demonstration. With his precise muscle control, he couldn't replicate it perfectly, but he achieved at least 70-80 of Gu Changqing's proficiency. So, he really knows his way around the kitchen. His knife skills are quite impressive, Gu Changqing thought, surprised by Lin Feng's adeptness. He mused privately, living in such a luxurious house and being so wealthy, yet possessing such knife skill set seemed like an eccentric hobby of the rich. What's the fun in cooking when you could just enjoy meals prepared by others? After more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng set down the spatula with satisfaction and turned off the stove. A system notification appeared. You have applied the knowledge you just learned through practice. Your knife skills gained 124 experience points. Your wok tossing skills gained 85 experience points. Your fire control skills gained 35 experience points. Your professional experience gained 41 points. Lin Feng turned to Gu Changqing and said, Chef Gu, let's continue as before. Don't worry about me, just go ahead with your explanation. You can go into more detail, and don't worry about the speed, just make sure to cover the key points. Although Gu Changqing was puzzled about whether such rapid explanations could be understood, since the employer requested it, he didn't argue and nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I'll make sure to cover everything thoroughly. Over 3 hours later, Lin Feng said, Chef Gu, if you're free tomorrow, I'll give you a call. Sure, Mr. Lin, just let me know, and I'll definitely be there, Gu Changqing replied eagerly, holding the large envelope with gratitude. Lin Feng asked Ren Yin to see Gu Changqing out, while he sat on the couch, feeling somewhat dizzy. Even for him, nearly 4 hours in a flow state was a bit overwhelming. Lin Feng felt the surge of power within him and was secretly amazed. His intelligence and physical attributes had doubled, reaching 20 and 22 points, respectively. This enhancement allowed him to maintain a state of flow for 4.5 hours while studying. The 3-hour cooking lesson earlier, although not directly using the flow state, still left Lin Feng a bit exhausted. However, hard work always pays off, and the reward was substantial. Those 3 hours elevated his chef level to 5. Lin Feng checked his skill panel, and the data was clear. Chef LV 5252-1200. Fire Control LV 484800. Wok Handling LV 5841200. Knife Skills LV 5321-1200. Ingredient Identification LV 498800. Stir Frying LV 5320-1200. Steaming and Boiling LV 425800. Frying and Sautéing LV 4351800. Pastry Making LV 312950. The rich culinary experience from Gu Changqing nurtured Lin Feng's skills, helping them advance rapidly. The only regret was Gu Changqing's slight weakness in pastry making. Lin Feng resolved that after fully absorbing Gu Changqing's knowledge, he would seek a master pastry chef to fill this gap. With his chef level rising by 2, Lin Feng still had 2 attribute points and 4 talent points left. He closed his eyes and added 1 point to intelligence. Instantly, he felt a refreshing clarity, like clouds parting to reveal the sun. Awesome! Lin Feng couldn't help but shout. Although he wasn't at his peak yet, his mind was no longer clouded. He decided to keep the remaining attribute point for future needs. Lin Feng opened the ancient martial artist page and was disappointed to find the berserker talent still empty. He tried to activate the second and third levels of the ape form, but to no avail. This acquired talent clearly couldn't be upgraded with talent points. Neither the ancient martial artist nor the student professions had new talents activated. The only upgradable option was the chef series, sensitivity, passive, which could increase taste and smell by 40%. After careful consideration, Lin Feng decided to wait until the third talent for the ancient martial artist appeared before making a decision. Meanwhile, in an underground facility over 100 meters deep in Kyoto, a middle-aged man handed a document to an elderly man behind a desk. The elderly man was thin, with a head full of white hair, skin like old tree bark, and a face covered in wrinkles. The middle-aged man respectfully said, "Teacher, here is his information." The old man took the document and skimmed through it. Lin Feng, male, 16 years old. Father, Lin Guiting, mother, information missing, attending Beha City No. 2 High School. The file detailed Lin Feng's background. When the old man saw Lin Feng's performance on Bai Yuan Dao, he raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of surprise. His gaze continued downward, finally stopping at a particular point. "He actually killed Bardeko after his divine descent?" the old man asked, his tone filled with disbelief. "Yes," the middle-aged man nodded in confirmation. "This is the news we received yesterday." It was witnessed by Zhang Yun of the Beha City Special Task Force. According to Zhang Yun, Feng Lai's disciple seems to possess some kind of explosive bloodline. Explosive bloodline? The old man marveled. What an incredible talent. Just a month ago, he was an ordinary high school student, yet he managed to kill Bardeko's divine descent. Feng Lai's judgment is as impressive as his strength. He put down the documents, his tone filled with admiration. "Fortunately, Lin Feng is now one of our Nightfall members." The old man turned to the middle-aged man and asked, "What's the situation in Beha City now?" The middle-aged man gave a wry smile. "It's a mess. Various sinister forces are converging there. I've dispatched Tianza and the fourth team. Additionally, North Yanstingyu has also informed us that they are sending people to Beha." Gongjiu, the old man chuckled. "Who wouldn't be tempted upon hearing about it?" The middle-aged man looked puzzled. "Teacher, with so many people gathering in Beha, why does Gongjiu choose to stay in the eye of the storm instead of leaving?" The old man pondered for a moment. "It might be related to the incident 16 years ago." 16 years ago? The middle-aged man was even more perplexed. The old man didn't explain, but muttered to himself. Gongjiu is always cautious. Could he have discovered something? He looked up at the middle-aged man. "Is the one from the Shuangji sect still in Beha?" The middle-aged man, well-versed in the dossiers of Lihua country's key figures, replied. "Yes, that person from the Shuangji sect has been in Beha City for years." The old man fell into deep thought, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, producing a steady thudding sound. Feng Lai is a native of Beha, from the Bai Yuan martial arts school, so it's not surprising he stayed. But the actions of the one from the Shuangji sect and Gongjiu are quite unusual. After a long pause, the tapping ceased. The old man's raspy voice broke the silence. "Elevate Beha City's status to the highest level and intensify monitoring there. Inform me immediately of any developments." The middle-aged man remained outwardly calm, but internally he was shocked. A place like Beha typically wouldn't catch the teacher's attention, yet now it was of such importance. He couldn't help but wonder, what exactly happened 16 years ago? Bang! A flash of lightning, and Lin Feng was hit hard in the abdomen by a powerful punch. The force sent him flying, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground 5 or 6 meters away. He half knelt, supporting himself with his hands, gasping for air as if his insides were twisted in knots. What made it worse was the electric current in Tang Jin's punch, leaving half of his body stiff as a board. Lin Feng struggled to raise his head, a hint of confusion and reproach in his eyes. "Tang, didn't we agree not to use the lightning ability?" Tang Jin retracted the electric glow from his fist, a sheepish smile on his face. "Oops, it slipped out by accident. Lin Feng, you were pushing me so hard, I couldn't help it." "Haha, couldn't help it." Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, gritting his teeth as he got up from the ground. He gently rubbed his still aching abdomen, speaking with lingering fear. "Honestly, Tang, your lightning power is really a bane for us martial artists." He exhaled deeply, feeling his muscles and bones slowly regain sensation. The earlier shock made him shiver, silently acknowledging the formidable nature of the lightning power. Tang Jin observed Lin Feng's reaction and explained with a shake of his head, "That's natural. You're reacting this way because you don't have internal energy to protect yourself. Once you develop it, you won't be affected as much." Internal energy again, Lin Feng sighed inwardly. Reflecting on their sparring, if Tang Jin hadn't used his lightning power, Lin Feng wouldn't have been intimidated and might have even had the upper hand. But once Tang Jin unleashed the lightning, the tables turned instantly, and Lin Feng became like a lamb to the slaughter. Just one punch rendered his entire body rigid. The thought made Lin Feng uneasy. If Tang Jin had been an enemy, he might not have survived. Internal energy protection. Internal energy. Lin Feng murmured, lost in thought. Just yesterday, He had asked Feng Lai to join the Nightfall. Early this morning, Feng Lai brought him to this secret Nightfall base. As Feng Lai was explaining the organization's workings, he received a call about a high-ranking figure from Nightfall headquarters arriving in Beha. Feng Lai hurried to the train station to meet them, leaving Tang Jin to show Lin Feng around the base. As they walked and talked, Lin Feng recalled seeing discussions on forums about power levels like the Mortal Realm, Elephant Realm, and Dragon Realm, and he asked Tang Jin about them. Power levels? Tang Jin explained with a smile. These are ancient methods used to categorize personal strength. They're not entirely accurate. Terms like Elephant Realm or Dragon Realm are based on individual judgment, and everyone's standards differ. It's a rough way to estimate someone's strength level. So, Tang, what would your strength level be? Leading the group of three was a burly man in his 30s. He turned and reprimanded the young woman behind him, who merely scoffed in response, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. The burly man led them forward with steady, powerful strides. As they approached, the burly man gave Tang Jin a friendly smile. You must be Tang Jin, the top general under Captain Feng's command, right? I'm Deng Kai from the fourth group. We saw you all engaged in a match earlier and didn't want to interrupt. Just as Tang Jin was about to respond, Deng Kai continued with a hearty laugh. Oh, don't bother with formalities. I heard you could have been promoted to Nighthawk a couple of years ago, but you chose not to. We should be peers, so just call me Old Deng. He then introduced the two people behind him. These are my team members, Zhang Xiaoxian and Hua Xiao. Zhang Xiaoxian, in her 20s, was strikingly beautiful, her form-fitting attire accentuating her graceful figure. Hua Xiao appeared to be an energetic young man, his eyes bright and lively. Lin Feng greeted them politely. Lin Feng greets Master Deng and the two of you. Deng Kai looked at Lin Feng with interest and laughed. So you're the promising student of Captain Feng? Haha, truly impressive. That punch earlier was incredibly powerful, especially for someone in the inner strength phase. Remarkable. Lin Feng responded humbly. Master Deng, you're too kind. Deng Kai waved his hands dismissively. No, it's genuine admiration. At this point, Hua Xiao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke with excitement in his eyes. Your punches are flawless, Brother Lin. Your technique seems to have reached perfection. Would you be willing to spar with me? The air seemed to freeze as soon as Hua Xiao finished speaking. Everyone turned to look at him, but he appeared unaware of the shift in atmosphere, eagerly awaiting Lin Feng's response like a child eyeing a new toy. Hua Xiao, Deng Kai scolded, then turned to Lin Feng, his tone softening. Lin Feng, Brother Tang, Hua Xiao is a martial arts enthusiast. He was just impressed by your perfect technique. Please, don't take it the wrong way. Lin Feng shook his head, his tone calm. No need to apologize, Master Deng. Even if I wanted to spar, I can't right now. Brother Tang hit me earlier, and my abdomen still hurts. I'm sorry, Brother Hua, but I have to decline. Tang Jin chimed in with a laugh. Haha, my bad. I might have been a bit too rough. The tense atmosphere eased. Although Hua Xiao looked disappointed at Lin Feng's refusal, hope quickly rekindled in his eyes. Then perhaps in a couple of days. No, tomorrow. Would you spar with me, Brother Lin? At that moment, Feng Lai's voice suddenly echoed around them, seemingly coming from all directions, ethereal and elusive. Lin Feng, Tang Jin, come up to the third floor. Deng and the fourth group should join us too. As Feng Lai's words faded, Deng Kai and his group's expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes showing surprise and wariness. The secret base of Beha Nightfall is located slightly south of the city center, housed in an unremarkable standalone building, surrounded by walls, with a sign at the entrance reading Xingqian Technology Company, Limited. This four-story building has an additional 3 underground levels, fully equipped with facilities for living, training, and more. The base is home to Feng Lai, Tang Jin, and 3 others, along with support staff and some lower-level members, making up quite a number. Lin Feng followed Feng Lai to the 3rd floor, where he met a prominent figure from the Nightfall headquarters Tianza. As one of the 4 night dragons of Nightfall, Tianza is said to be nearing the true dragon level in strength. Feng Lai gathered the Beha Nightfall team members, including Zhao Ye and Cheng Wu, though Tong Bin, who was injured, was absent. The 4th group, apart from Deng Kai and 2 others, included 3 additional members, making a total of 7 with Tianza's group. After a brief exchange, Feng Lai led the headquarters visitors to settle in. Lin Feng continued with his enlistment procedures, receiving an officer's certificate and a special phone. Subsequently, Tang Jin drove him back. On the way, Lin Feng curiously inquired about his master Feng Lai's strength. Tang Jin replied with a smile. Captain Feng should have the strength of a true dragon level, but he rarely goes all out. The last time was to save Zhao Ye when he fought with the high priest of the Dragon of Despair. Lin Feng asked about the outcome, and Tang Jin succinctly replied. The Dragon of Despair's high priest was severely injured and fled, while Captain Feng expended a lot of energy. This piqued Lin Feng's interest. He recalled the forum information. The Dragon of Despair, Salagu, holds a high status in another world and is regarded as a deity with high divine power. Its high priest is at least in level threat, and the fact that Feng Lai could force him to retreat with just some energy depletion speaks volumes about his strength. Changing the subject, Tang Jin asked Lin Feng for his thoughts on the fourth group. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, "They're okay." Tang Jin chuckled and said, "They come from headquarters, so there's bound to be some arrogance. But don't worry about it. We just need to focus on doing our best." Finally, Tang Jin asked if Lin Feng could drive, emphasizing the importance of driving during emergency missions. Lin Feng answered honestly, "I can drive, but I don't have a license." Although he is only 16 in this world and has been living in school, his past life's driving experience makes him familiar with it. Tang Jin gave a knowing smile. "Just give me your car's license plate number later, and I assure you, your car will have no issues in the country." With that, he drove off. As Lin Feng reached his doorstep, his phone buzzed with a video call. The screen showed a call from Su Hong. "Son, do you miss your dad and me?" Su Hong's voice was filled with longing. "Yes, very much," Lin Feng replied softly. Su Hong and Lin Guoding were currently in a small coastal country in Yuntingzhou, part of a travel itinerary Lin Feng meticulously planned for them. To ensure they could stay abroad longer, he arranged a route spanning 7 countries across 2 continents, estimated to take 30 to 40 days. "Is Lin Xiao behaving recently?" After a few exchanges, Lin Guoting chimed in from the side. "Then why didn't he answer our video call just now?" Lin Feng listened carefully, picking up sounds around him. The insects chirping in the trees, Ren Yin simmering herbs in the kitchen, and the sounds of a game battle from Lin Zhao's room. "Bottom lane needs support," came an urgent call from the game. "This kid." Lin Feng shook his head privately. If his parents knew the truth, they might explode. He paused briefly and changed the subject. "Didn't answer the video call? He must be working on his assignments with his phone on silent. By the way, Mom, what delicious food did you have today? Where did you visit?" As expected, Su Hong eagerly began to share about the food. After the call ended, Lin Feng headed straight to Lin Zhao's room. Before entering, he heard shouting from inside. "You support, hiding behind me. Do you even know how to play?" Lin Feng entered, his face stern. "Brother?" Lin Xiao awkwardly put down his phone. "Finish this game and call Mom and Dad back. Also," Lin Feng squinted, "how long have you been playing today? Want to test my iron palm?" Okay, I'll call them back right away." After dealing with Lin Xiao, Lin Feng went to the basement and pulled out another phone from his pocket, a new acquisition from Nightfall. At first glance, it looked like any ordinary phone, but when he entered a special code on the call screen, the interface switched to a unique marketplace. Martial arts techniques, pills, weapons. This was Nightfall's internal merit exchange website. Lin Feng opened the martial arts section and saw Qingwan Body, Refining Ancient Martial Arts, 800 merit points. Aurora Beast Scale Thunder Spectrum, Ancient Martial Arts, 800 merit points. 5 Chi Demon Devouring Technique, New Martial Arts, 650 merit points. Buechi Absorbing 3 Questions, New Martial Arts, 650 merit points. Curious, he clicked on the 5 Chi Demon Devouring Technique, and his eyes froze. This was no martial arts technique. It was a sinister practice for refining demon blood and essence, devouring souls. Once reviled as dark arts, it now openly appeared on the official site. Closing the 5 Chi Demon Devouring Technique page, Lin Feng continued browsing. There was a wide variety of martial arts, with prices ranging from several hundred to over 1,000 merit points. A recent mission involving Zhuang Yu, initially clever but upgraded to a level due to Bardiko's arrival, earned him 63 merit points, even though he hadn't joined Nightfall yet. Merit points could be exchanged for money, with each point worth 100,000, but money couldn't buy merit. With Feng Lai around, martial arts manuals weren't urgent. Lin Feng turned to the weapons section, which had an array of cold weapons priced higher than martial arts, though firearms and hot weapons were relatively cheaper. However, with his current senses and reflexes, ordinary firearms posed little threat to him. The pill section was the most extensive, offering not just pills, but also various spiritual fish meat, spiritual beast meat, and even demon flesh. Flame Spirit Beast Meat, middle grade, greatly replenishes blood and chi, especially beneficial for ancient martial artists in the internal strengthening phase. 10 merit points per pound, 32 pounds remaining. This spirit beast meat seemed valuable, but it was costly 50 merit points for just 5 pounds. Just as Lin Feng was about to consult Ren Yin, the pharmacology expert, his phone vibrated, and a message popped up. "Your special friend Feng has purchased 32 pounds of flame spirit beast meat for you." In a small town in the kingdom of Lihua, a young man was staring at his phone screen, which displayed an order for 2 pounds of flame spirit beast meat. His finger hovered over the bright red payment button, unable to make a decision. Lin Feng was struggling internally. It wasn't about the money. He had worked hard for several months to earn those 20 merit points. The thought of spending them all at once made his heart ache. However, he knew he was at a critical stage of his internal development, and this rare flame spirit beast meat would greatly benefit his vitality. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and clicked the payment button. However, a disappointing message popped up. Sorry, the item you wish to purchase is out of stock. Lin Feng's eyes widened as he stared at the screen in disbelief. How is this possible? There were just over 30 pounds available, he muttered to himself, irritated. Who on earth bought it all at once? Just then, his phone vibrated with a call from Feng Lai. Lin Feng quickly answered, but before he could speak, he heard Feng Lai's cheerful laughter. No need to thank me. It was just a slip of the hand. Lin Feng realized that Feng Lai had bought the entire stock 32 pounds, equivalent to 320 merit points. He quickly expressed his gratitude, feeling both touched and a bit uneasy. Sensing Lin Feng's hesitation, Feng Lai half-jokingly said, "Of course, if you don't want it, I can cancel the order." "No, I really appreciate it," Lin Feng hurriedly replied, prompting another round of laughter from Feng Lai. Taking advantage of the light-hearted mood, Lin Feng cautiously asked, "Master, with so many people from headquarters here, what's the plan?" Feng Lai's tone became serious. "With more manpower, we'll take the initiative and deal with those with a history of misdeeds first." Confused, Lin Feng asked, "Can't we trace the source of the problem and find Gong Jiu?" "Huh." Feng Lai chuckled. "Gong Jiu is a master of disguise. It could be a beggar on the street, a teacher at school, or even a classmate you've known for years. Finding it is no easy task. Even using the star chart to deduce its location only tells us it's still in Beia City. If it hadn't inadvertently revealed its presence 2 months ago, no one would have known it was hiding there." After the call ended, Lin Feng was filled with anticipation. The order he placed at noon was personally delivered by someone from the Nightfall group in the afternoon. After expressing his thanks, he carried the 2 heavy boxes back to the kitchen. Carefully opening the well-packaged foam box, he was greeted by spirit beast meat surrounded by ice. The meat was a deep red, with clear muscle fibers, yet it was as translucent as fine jade. Lin Feng reached out to touch it, surprised to find that the spirit meat wasn't frozen stiff by the ice. Instead, it was tender and smooth, more like high-quality fish than ordinary meat. Remarkably, it had no strange smell or distinct aroma. Standing beside him, Ren Yen explained, "The meat of the flame spirit beast is like spirit fish meat, a rare type of spirit meat. However, to fully unleash its flavor and health benefits, special cooking techniques are required. There's a senior at the headquarters of the White Ape sect who knows a bit about this, but unfortunately, there's no one like that in Beia City." Lin Feng picked up on Ren Yan's hint and cautiously asked, "If we don't aim for perfection, can we just cook it casually?" "Of course," Ren Yan nodded, "but the effects on the body will be less pronounced." Hearing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up a piece of meat weighing about 3 pounds and said to Ren Yan, "Brother Ren, I'll make this into steamed and stir-fried meat to try, and you can prepare the rest as guiyuan meat." Ren Yan nodded in agreement. "All right." Lin Feng walked into the kitchen with the meat of a flame beast, only to find it in disarray. Gu Changqing had been invited to give a lecture, but had to leave early when the hotel suddenly regained power, cutting his session to just over 2 hours. Despite the brief time, Lin Feng's culinary skills had improved significantly. He mused to himself that at this rate, his chef profession might soon catch up with his levels as an ancient martial artist and a student, allowing all 3 to progress in tandem. As Lin Feng handled the spirit beast meat, he pondered how to use the remaining essence to unlock a new profession. This world had spells, but they were unlike any he knew, more akin to spell-like abilities, lacking both Eastern mysticism and Western magic. The otherworldly Teoyado did have magic, but it couldn't be performed here. Through forums, Lin Feng learned about 2 rare extraordinary professions, rune engraver and divine artisan. The former could create extraordinary items, and the latter could forge divine and spiritual weapons. Both professions were highly valued treasures in various countries, far beyond his current reach. However, Lin Feng had some ideas about becoming a rune engraver using divine attributes to elevate items to extraordinary status. Crafting 3 extraordinary items might just activate this profession. Moreover, Lin Feng had a wild idea, viewing gods as a profession. Since deities existed in this world, theoretically, such a profession should exist. He even had a vague idea of how to activate it. Once the trouble in Beha was resolved and his strength increased, he was determined to give it a try. 40 minutes later, Lin Feng not only completed 2 spirit meat dishes, but also prepared a few regular ones. The system notified him that he had created a rather careless semi-spirit feast, earning 165 chef experience points. The number surprised Lin Feng, as he hadn't entered a flow state. Lin Feng called Lin Xiao, who was immediately drawn by the aroma upon entering the dining room. "Wow, brother, what did you make today?" Lin Xiao exclaimed. Curiously, the flame beast meat had no smell initially, but once cooked, it emitted a rich fragrance. The steamed spirit beast meat was equally aromatic. Although steaming was typically for fish and seafood, Lin Feng found it surprisingly effective. When Ren Yen arrived, the 3 began to eat. After just a couple of bites, Lin Zhao's eyes widened. "Brother, what kind of meat is this? It's so delicious, and it makes me feel great." "Stop talking and eat more. Ren, please help yourself." Lin Feng invited. Ren Yin declined politely. I'll just taste it. In my current stage, flame beast meat doesn't have much effect anymore, so eating it would be a waste. Lin Feng tried to persuade him twice, but seeing Ren Yan's insistence, he didn't push further. Brother, run, what is a flame beast? Lin Xiao asked curiously. It's a spirit beast that lives in lava, Ren Yan explained. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. There are creatures living in lava? Of course, Ren Yan confirmed. Hey, brother, don't eat so fast. Wait for me, Lin Xiao said as he hurried to join the feast, seeing Lin Feng devouring the food. Lin Feng laughed. Why hurry? Keep asking your questions. Lin Xiao stopped asking and focused on the feast in front of him. Moments later, Ren Yin intervened. Lin Xiao, you can't eat anymore. The spiritual energy in spirit meat, though mild, isn't suitable for someone your age who hasn't completed body training. Though young, Lin Xiao was sensible. Feeling something unusual within, he heeded Ren Yan's advice and put down his chopsticks. Watching Lin Feng devour the meal, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Brother, can you save some for me to eat tomorrow? Oh, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. I seem to recall a time when Mom bought a cake, and someone said they'd save me some but left none. Brother, don't be so petty. That was ages ago, Lin Xiao complained. Lin Feng slowly lifted a few pieces of meat to his mouth, savoring them. Mm. This spirit beast meat is truly delicious. Lin Xiao watched his brother's actions, gritting his teeth, eyes filled with helplessness and envy. 2 days later, in the basement, Lin Feng was drenched in sweat as he practiced in the spacious area. The power of his demonic ape mountain punch was even more formidable than a few days ago. Each move not only produced a deafening sound, but also generated waves of heat, as if Lin Feng had become a moving furnace. The punch technique acted like a powerful blower, converting the medicinal effects and the spiritual energy contained in the spirit meat into surging vitality, constantly nourishing his body. In these past 2 days, Lin Feng had made significant progress. With the nourishment of medicinal baths, pills, medicinal meals, and spirit meat, along with specialized massages to relieve fatigue, and the support of the top-notch foundational martial art, demonic ape mountain punch, his internal vitality was rapidly increasing every day. As he practiced the punching technique, the vitality circulated and gathered throughout his body in a unique manner. When he finished the last few moves and the flow state ended, Lin Feng exhaled deeply, slowly concluding his practice, feeling the gradually calming vitality within. He extended his right hand and slightly exerted force, causing his muscles to ripple instantly, veins bulging, and his entire arm visibly swelling. A large amount of vitality filled it, significantly enhancing the arm's muscle and bone strength, defense, and punching power. Unlike before, Lin Feng could now easily mobilize the tidal-like vitality within him. With a mere thought, the vitality surged into his right arm, causing it to expand further. This precise control over his vitality far surpassed the abilities of ordinary internal, strengthening martial artists. Lin Feng recalled Ren Yan's explanation that ordinary practitioners needed to stimulate their muscles and bones to gather their vitality, whereas he could direct it as effortlessly as moving his fingers. Lin Feng speculated that this extraordinary control might stem from his precise mastery of muscles and force, or perhaps his intelligence, which far exceeded that of ordinary people. As his intelligence increased, his intuition became sharper. Recently, during practice, especially in the flow state while standing, he could perceive the internal state of his body as clearly as the lines on his palm. In these 2 days, Lin Feng not only used his vitality to heal bruises, but also identified some previously unnoticed hidden injuries, prompting Ren Yan to prepare specific medicinal treatments for massages. In just 2 days, most of these hidden injuries had healed. Feeling his physical condition, Lin Feng realized he was far from reaching his limits. He told Ren Yan in the massage room, "Run, just hold on a moment. I want to practice a bit more." As his vitality increased, practicing the demonic ape mountain punch became more comfortable and enjoyable, with a noticeable decrease in physical exertion. Besides the significant increase in vitality, Lin Feng's physical attributes had also improved over the past 2 days. His constitution increased by 2 points, agility by 1, and strength by 1 point. As for the action Feng Lai mentioned earlier, although it had already begun, Lin Feng hadn't been involved in the past 2 days, possibly due to having enough manpower. These past few days, Lin Feng has been deeply engrossed in practicing martial arts and cooking. His culinary skills have improved, and his chef level has risen to 6. The continuous practice of the demon ape mountain fist hasn't left him exhausted, thanks not only to the significant increase in his vitality, but also to the remarkable effects of the flame spirit beast meat and the nourishing qi and blood pill. These treasures are rare, specifically beneficial for martial artists in the internal strengthening stage, with effects far superior to ordinary pills. However, such a luxurious training method is costly. Just the materials for one nourishing qi and blood pill cost around 6 to 700,000, and the spirit beast meat is even more astonishing. Lin Feng needs to consume 5 pounds daily, with each pound worth 1 million. This extravagant training approach is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists. After finishing his training session, Lin Feng didn't continue with the Demon Ape Mountain Fist. Instead, he slowly squatted down, assuming the posture of the white ape embracing the moon stance. This habit developed during his time at Xinglong Community, where limited space prevented him from practicing the Demon Ape Mountain Fist. Every morning, he would stand in a flow state for an hour with this stance. Although the white ape embracing the moon is a basic stance with a lower level compared to the Demon Ape Mountain Fist, the insights he gained into his own body and control over his strength during this practice provided great inspiration to Lin Feng. Practicing in a flow state allowed him to perceive subtle bodily changes, which is one of the reasons he can now control his muscles with such precision. This time, Lin Feng chose to practice in a normal state without entering the flow. His legs slightly bent, arms encircling, resembling a demon ape holding the moon. As soon as he settled into the stance, a flood of thoughts surged like tides. He ignored them, letting these thoughts ebb and flow until his mind gradually calmed. This is the difference between ordinary training and the flow state. Flow allows one to instantly enter a realm of forgetting self and surroundings, whereas ordinary training requires gradual progression, making it difficult to achieve a state of self-forgetfulness every time, even for experienced practitioners. Lin Feng deliberately avoided using the flow state this time for a specific purpose. Once his mind was calm, he began to mobilize his entire body's qi and blood, attempting to gather it in the empty space embraced by his arms. The words, embracing the moon, led him to wonder what would happen if the power of qi and blood were transformed into a bright moon embraced by his hands. According to Ren Yan, the white ape embracing the moon has existed since the Five Spirits sect era, reportedly created by the sect's ancestors who observed old apes cultivating in the mountains. This stance doesn't have an accompanying breathing technique or specific force circulation route. It emphasizes relaxation and ease. Although it's just a basic stance, Lin Feng is the first to practice it to perfection. He focused his mind, guiding the surging qi and blood to gather in the empty space between his arms. Naturally, qi and blood cannot accumulate in the void. They can only linger on his arms. He then concentrated his thoughts on the space embraced by his hands. Yet after a while, nothing unusual happened. Just as he was about to give up, a phrase suddenly flashed in his mind. Substitute emptiness with reality, and reality with emptiness. This phrase, unclear whether from his past life or present, sparked a moment of insight. Lin Feng immediately changed his approach, no longer deliberately controlling his qi and blood, instead withdrawing his mind back into his body. In the void of his consciousness, he began to slowly visualize a full moon approaching, gradually becoming clear, ultimately transforming into a blood-red giant moon hanging in the sky. Following this, the image of a massive demon ape emerged from obscurity to clarity. It stood in the void, arms encircling, drawing the blood moon into its embrace. At the moment this illusion took shape, Lin Feng's internal qi and blood suddenly surged violently, rushing into his abdomen, forming a rotating giant ball of qi and blood, shrinking with each rotation. Ren Yan, who was flipping through a pharmacopoeia in the massage room, suddenly sensed the anomaly outside. He stood up and pushed the door open to check. The door was pulled by a strong suction, and he had to stabilize it with force. The scene before him was astonishing. A massive whirlwind had formed on the training ground, with air currents swirling like a dragon. At the center of the whirlwind, Lin Feng stood with legs apart, arms encircling, eyes closed in deep concentration, clearly in a state of self-forgetfulness. Such a remarkable scene, triggered by a simple white ape embracing the moon stance, filled Ren Yan's expression with disbelief. In the basement, a fierce wind raged, whipping up debris in a relentless whirl. Yet, at the eye of this storm, Lin Feng stood unmoved, surrounded by nothing but empty space. Ren Yan squinted slightly, keenly sensing a more powerful energy around Lin Feng, the source of this extraordinary phenomenon. How is this possible? Ren Yan marveled silently. Despite years of martial arts training and considerable experience, he had never seen anyone cause such a commotion with just a basic stance exercise. He refrained from interrupting, instead taking out his phone to call Feng Lai on video. Uncle Feng, Ren Yan greeted respectfully. Take a look at this. He aimed the phone at Lin Feng in the training area. Feng Lai frowned at the screen for a long moment before finally smiling and saying, "This kid is really something else." "Don't worry, Ren Yan. His energy is perfectly balanced, and there's nothing wrong. Good to know there's no issue. He'll hang up now, uncle." Ren Yan politely ended the call, but didn't leave. He carefully closed the door, cleared a few large pieces of debris from the air, and stood quietly beside the training area. After more than an hour, the whirlwind in the basement gradually subsided, eventually calming completely. The scattered debris on the ground seemed to be the only remnants of the storm. Lin Feng, who had maintained his standing position throughout, finally opened his eyes, a spark of divine light flickering in his ink-black pupils. He slowly lowered his arms from the Imbrisathemun stance, and the energy compressed in his abdomen surged outward like a tidal wave. Amidst this torrent, a unique force descended into a certain void within his abdomen. Boom! A thunderous sound, akin to a lightning strike or a giant axe cleaving the heavens, erupted as the chaotic void in Lin Feng's abdomen was torn open by this force. He shuddered involuntarily as the energy plunged into the newly opened void. Immediately, an overwhelming sensation of joy swept through him. His brain, organs, muscles, and even every cell seemed to be rejoicing. It felt as though, in the instant the energy descended and the void was opened, he was entirely renewed. This series of changes caused Lin Feng, in the midst of completing the white ape embraces the moon technique, to pause momentarily. Once the unusual sensation subsided, he slowly completed the exercise. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling as if he had undergone a transformation. Returning to his senses, he noticed the disarray around him. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, and a data panel appeared before his eyes with a prompt. You have conducted a special martial arts experiment. Your experiment was a perfect success. Your skill White Ape Embraces the Moon has advanced beyond its perfect state due to your experiment, reaching a breakthrough level. Your profession as an ancient martial artist has gained 1268 experience points. Breakthrough? Lin Feng quickly opened the data panel. The level and experience bar for White Ape Embraces the Moon had disappeared, replaced by White Ape Embraces the Moon Breakthrough. Blood Moon Visualization. The recent events flashed through Lin Feng's mind, and he realized that his spark of inspiration, that fleeting intuition, had elevated this basic stance exercise to an unprecedented level. A breakthrough, an even higher realm beyond perfection. This experiment had remarkably added 1268 experience points to his ancient martial artist profession. Lin Feng awoke from his meditative state, and, upon opening his eyes, noticed Run Yin standing nearby with a look of eager anticipation. Lin Feng, were you just practicing the White Ape Embraces the Moon stance? Ren Yin asked impatiently. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Yes and no. I was experimenting with a martial arts technique. His gaze fell on the scattered trash on the ground, and he frowned slightly. Brother Ren, what happened here? Ren Yin didn't answer directly, but handed over his phone. See for yourself. Lin Feng took the phone and watched the video of what had just transpired. The footage showed a powerful force swirling around, lifting the surrounding debris. After watching, Lin Feng returned the phone to Ren Yin, internally surprised by the magnitude of the disturbance. He closed his eyes to reflect on what he had gained from the stance practice. He felt a heightened control over his body, especially his muscles. More surprisingly, he sensed a peculiar energy in his abdomen. This feeling, could it be internal force? A thought crossed Lin Feng's mind, and the energy in his abdomen surged instantly, manifesting in his palm. The process was similar to gathering vital energy, but distinctly different. This energy didn't cause his muscles to swell. His hand appeared normal, yet Lin Feng could feel the immense power within. Internal force? Ren Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the faint glow in Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng, you've actually developed internal force? How is that possible? Your vital energy has just reached a significant level, far from the perfection of vital energy like a dragon. How could you have internal force? It is indeed internal force, Lin Feng admitted, equally surprised. He recalled the knowledge about internal force. It is developed when one's vital energy reaches a dragon-like state, and through consistent refinement, it undergoes a qualitative change, forming a unique energy internal force. This process varies among individuals. Some may never develop internal force even at full vitality, while others achieve it quickly. Lin Feng reflected on what had happened. While visualizing the White Ape embracing the moon, his vital energy concentrated and compressed, and then this internal force emerged. It seemed so. Excitement welled up within him as Lin Feng leapt forward and began practicing the demonic ape ascends the mountain fist. As he executed the moves, the internal force naturally arose, flowing through his body and continually absorbing his vital energy. After completing just one round of the form, the originally faint internal force had noticeably strengthened. Moreover, its nature had changed. Initially gentle like jade, it had become wild and restless. Despite this, the wild internal force was undoubtedly more substantial than the earlier gentle energy. Absorbing and transforming vital energy, it truly is internal force, Lin Feng murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He realized he might have touched upon a new realm in martial arts. Punching through the void, Lin Feng moved like a whirlwind through the underground martial arts training ground. His internal energy flowed around him, sometimes forming a stream of air, sometimes dissipating into nothingness, appearing both illusory and real. Each time the internal energy coursed through him, his body felt a refreshing sensation, surpassing the nourishment of his previous blood energy. Once he confirmed he had cultivated internal energy, Lin Feng was overjoyed and practiced the demon ape mountain punch repeatedly. The next day, Tuesday, Lin Feng, wearing a gray jacket, energetically pushed open the door to Feng Lai's office at the Nightfall base. Feng Lai was initially surprised by Lin Feng's unexpected visit, but as soon as he laid eyes on him, he noticed something unusual. You've cultivated your first strand of internal energy. Lin Feng, satisfied with the astonishment on Feng Lai's face, suppressed his pride and feigned a sigh. Master, you have no idea. Somehow, yesterday, I accidentally cultivated internal energy, even though my blood energy hasn't reached its peak yet. Feng Lai's mouth twitched, and he chuckled. Indeed, extraordinary. Well done. Lin Feng accepted the compliment with a smile, and then curiously asked, Master, how long did it take you to cultivate internal energy back then? He recalled asking Ren Yin the same question yesterday. Ren Yin mentioned that after achieving peak blood energy, it took him a year to nurture his first strand of internal energy. Of course, those with exceptional talent might take only a month or so. Ren Yin also mentioned that Zhou Li, after reaching peak blood energy, took just a month to cultivate internal energy, causing quite a stir in the White Ape sect. As for those who cultivated internal energy before reaching peak blood energy, Ren Yin shook his head with a strange expression, saying he had never seen or heard of such a case. Me? Feng Lai's brows relaxed. Yes. Lin Feng sensed something wasn't quite right, but asked anyway, how long did it take you to nurture internal energy back then? Feng Lai replied casually. I was born with a dragon form, and I had a strand of innate internal energy at birth. I suppose it took 10 months to nurture internal energy, which seems a lot longer than your 1 month. Lin Feng's face froze, feeling like he was showing off a small trick in front of an expert. Failing to impress, he said helplessly, Master, you are truly extraordinary. Feng Lai, satisfied with his disciple's humbled expression, said, just ordinary, just ordinary. After the joke, Feng Lai turned serious and said, Renyan sent me a video of yesterday's events. Did you gather your internal energy through the white ape embracing the moon? Lin Feng did not hide anything and recounted everything that happened yesterday. Using illusion to replace reality? Visualizing the demon ape embracing the moon. Feng Lai was silent for a moment before sighing. I found it strange that you weren't affected by the voidless realm before. It turns out you have an innately strong spiritual sense. Spiritual sense? Do you mean mental power? Lin Feng asked. More or less, it's a similar concept, Feng Lai explained with a smile. Do you think visualizing an object and manifesting it in your mind is easy? It requires a powerful spiritual sense. Typically, ancient martial artists can only strengthen their spiritual sense after reaching the acupoint unblocking stage and clearing the divine treasury acupoint. You were able to nurture a strand of internal energy from the embracing strength of the white ape purely by luck. Nonetheless, nurturing internal energy is a good thing. In Feng Lai's hand suddenly appeared a book that shimmered with a mystical golden light. He handed it to Lin Feng and said, This is the meditation technique for the inner strength phase. It complements the Magus Ape Mountain Fist. Only by combining the two can one cultivate the true Magus Ape inner strength. Lin Feng took the book and saw a detailed diagram of a seated meditation posture. As he was about to examine it closely, Feng Lai continued, Besides the inner strength techniques, you probably want to learn other forms of martial arts as well, right? Lin Feng nodded in agreement. He had come here in haste to find new forms of martial arts, and had not expected to encounter meditation techniques for the inner strength phase. Are you aware that the White Ape Martial Hall once had someone with an innate ape form? Feng Lai's eyes were sharp. And how does your Magus ape form differ from the ordinary ape form? Lin Feng shook his head, but he understood in his heart that the two forms must look similar. After all, when he was at the White Ape Dao's main sect, several elders had mistaken him for someone who had mastered the ordinary ape form, thinking he had achieved it through the White Ape Mountain Fist. Feng Lai explained slowly. The ape form is merely a mundane form, no different from ordinary birds, beasts, insects, fish, plants, and trees. Above the mundane form is the extraordinary form, such as the flame spirit beasts and spirit fish you've seen, as well as ordinary demons. And above the extraordinary form, there is another level, the form of gods and demons. Your Magus ape form belongs to this category. Our White Ape Dao's ancestral sect, the Five Spirit sect, has 5 foundational martial arts capable of cultivating the form of gods and demons. Feng Lai's words made Lin Feng suddenly realize. Although he had heard of the 5 sect foundational martial arts, learning that the Magus ape form reached the realm of gods and demons was new to him. Reflecting on the overwhelming power he felt when he unleashed his rage, it indeed deserved the term gods and demons. Seeing Lin Feng's extraordinary talent and eagerness to learn as soon as he entered the inner strength phase, Feng Lai continued to explain. Martial arts that cultivate ordinary forms are numerous, and those that achieve extraordinary forms are considered treasures of each sect. As for martial arts that cultivate the form of gods and demons, only major sects and national institutions have such inheritances. Even forces like the Night Shadow only possess 3 foundational martial arts for the form of gods and demons. Master, do you have any other techniques here? Lin Feng asked directly. Feng Lai took a sip of tea, teasingly saying, to be honest, I do have a few foundational martial arts for extraordinary forms. As for the martial arts for the form of gods and demons. Seeing his master's change in tone, Lin Feng was speechless. But then Feng Lai suddenly smiled. Huh? Just kidding. I do have a foundational martial art for the form of gods and demons here, and it's one you've heard of. The Red Spirit Body Refinement Technique. Have you heard of it? Lin Feng immediately recalled that Li Wang from the Red Spirit lineage had mentioned this technique. Are you referring to the technique from the Red Spirit lineage? Yes and no, Feng Lai replied cryptically. The technique inherited by the Red Spirit lineage was incomplete, not even covering the organ refining phase, let alone the later stages. Feng Lai then revealed the truth. Back then, your grandmaster had high hopes for me, but I chose the path of demonic martial arts. To make up for my shortcomings, I searched everywhere for the Magus Ape Mountain Fist and, by chance, learned of the whereabouts of the Red Spirit Body Refinement Technique and retrieved it. Lin Feng understood the implication anyone possessing martial arts capable of cultivating the form of gods and demons must be a formidable force. The simple phrase retrieved it undoubtedly involved a bloody struggle. Since you've acquired 2 of the 5 sect foundational martial arts, what about the other 3? Lin Feng asked expectantly. You're dreaming. The other 3 are not in my possession. However, I do know that the Divine Wood Passage technique of the Greenwood lineage is currently in the Godwind Tower of Yunting Continent. Why haven't you retrieved it? Retrieve it? There are a few troublesome old folks in the Godwind Tower, and I'm not confident enough. Feng Lai handed the Red Spirit Body Refinement Technique to Lin Feng. If you have the ability, you can go retrieve it yourself in the future. Lin Feng pretended not to hear that and eagerly opened the manual. The opening described Red Peng, an ancient divine bird, surrounded by flames, residing on the Great Flame Divine Mountain, with fire that can incinerate everything. This is the ultimate form of the Red Spirit Body Refinement Technique, akin to the Magus Ape, both being ancient divine beasts. Master, if I cultivate the Red Peng form, will it conflict with the Magus Ape form? Lin Feng asked with some concern. Ordinary forms might conflict, but the foundational martial arts of the 5 spirits sect will not. Feng Lai's words brightened Lin Feng's eyes. He carefully stored the manual and added, Master, I've already mastered the shadowless force. What about the thunderbolt force? Lin Feng stood in Feng Lai's office, secretly pleased. After mastering the shadowless force, he could finally move on to learning the thunderbolt force. Although Feng Lai had dismissed this secret martial art of the Tianhe sect as worthless, Lin Feng had already experienced the power of the shadowless force and wasn't bothered by his master's opinion. Feng Lai, your disciple really thinks of you as a treasure-distributing NPC, came the voice of Qi Long from the side. Feng Lai's face twitched, but he ignored Qi Long. He moved to the center of the office, his expression serious. Pay attention. With that, Feng Lai began demonstrating the movements of the thunderbolt force. Lin Feng watched intently, surprised by the difference. Unlike the 85 basic movements of the shadowless force, the thunderbolt force had only 56. Once he entered a flow state, Lin Feng mastered the sequence after watching it just once. Feng Lai said flatly, try it out. Nodding, Lin Feng executed the 56 movements in a seamless sequence. The familiar intense pain swept over him, but he gritted his teeth and pushed through, feeling a strange sense of exhilaration. Not bad. No mistakes, Feng Lai commented expressionlessly. Master, I'll let you get back to work. I'm off, Lin Feng said, leaving the office in high spirits, contemplating the 3 martial arts he'd just acquired. The mountain-moving ape's internal force meditation, the red spirit body refinement, and the thunderbolt force. As he exited the 3rd floor, a surprised voice called out, Brother Lin. Huaxiao quickly approached from around the corner, followed by Deng Kai and others. Excitedly, Huaxiao said, Brother Lin, I've been waiting for you. I've been itching to see your powerful punches again. Now that I've finally run into you, you have to indulge me. Deng Kai frowned. Huaxiao, what are you up to? The 2 of you are at different levels. Why do you keep wanting to spar with Lin Feng? Huaxiao hurriedly explained, It's fine, Captain. I promise to only use my physical strength, no internal force. I just want to witness Brother Lin's technique. I won't hurt him. Lin Feng was a bit surprised and apologized. Brother Hua, I'm really sorry. I'm not feeling well these days. Next time, I'd be happy to have you give me some pointers. Lord Deng, everyone, I have to go now. Let's catch up later. Before Huaxiao could say more, Lin Feng quickly made his way to the elevator, leaving the group stunned. Huaxiao called after him, Brother Lin. But Lin Feng pretended not to hear and entered the elevator. Huaxiao looked dejected, and Zhang Xiaoxian laughed. Huaxiao, is it really worth it? Is his martial art really that impressive for you to be so interested? What's so impressive? Another person chimed in. I saw him get knocked down with one punch the other day, and it took him a while to get back up. Huaxiao retorted. Zhang Xiaoxian, You're only seeing the surface. Zhang Shaoxian scoffed. Are you saying I lack vision? How impressive can someone be at the internal strengthening stage? Shaoxian, he's no longer just at the inner strength stage. The woman's voice carried a hint of surprise. I can clearly see an internal force within his vigorous energy. Internal force? The words left everyone present in a state of shock. How could it be possible for someone whose energy was not yet complete to have already condensed internal force? Lin Feng stepped out of the elevator slowly, recalling his two encounters with Hua Xiao. During their first meeting, he thought Hua Xiao was there to provoke him. But this time, he saw the pure martial spirit in Hua Xiao's eyes and couldn't help but smile. Normally, he wouldn't mind sparring with this martial arts enthusiast to gain some experience. However, at the moment, he was in possession of two top-notch secret manuals and naturally wouldn't reveal his skills easily. Driving the ordinary SUV that Ren Yin helped him purchase, Lin Feng navigated away from the Nightfall base with ease, thanks to his past life's driving experience. The streets were sparsely trafficked on a weekday, and he drove leisurely for about 20 minutes. His phone rang abruptly. It was Tang Jin calling. Hello? Tang. Lin Feng. Why didn't you let me know you were coming to the base today? I just got the news and went upstairs to find you. But you had slipped away. I had something to discuss with my master and left right after. Hee. A new foot massage place opened at the Liuhe Mall. Want to check it out with me? No thanks, Tang. Lin Feng replied perfunctorily before hanging up and continued to focus on driving. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of danger washed over him, making the hairs on his body stand on end. The wall of intuition alerted him, and he immediately hit the brakes. A bizarre force swept over the surface of his body. Void realm? No, something feels different. Lin Feng cautiously scanned his surroundings and noticed that all the other vehicles on the road had vanished. Ahead on the straight highway, a figure was slowly approaching. It was a middle-aged man in a black suit and a hat, appearing to be in his 40s with an unremarkable face. However, when he looked at Lin Feng, his features twisted and transformed into a pale face with a high nose bridge and distinct features that indicated his identity from the extreme northern continent. Azel, Lin Feng blurted out, recognizing one of the four high priests of Bardico. Haha, I didn't expect you'd know me, Azel said, elegantly removing his black hat and bowing with a perfect gentleman's manner. Friend, my lord, Bardico, sends his regards. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold as he slowly pushed open the car door. He had anticipated that Bardico wouldn't easily give up on the source material, but he hadn't expected them to act so quickly. His mind raced as he analyzed the current situation. Feng Lai had classified his identity as top secret through the Nightfall headquarters, making it impossible for lower-level personnel to access it. The enemy's decision to intercept him on the road rather than ambush him at home clearly indicated that after learning of his Nightfall affiliation, they couldn't find his real information and chose to wait near the base. This clumsy yet effective method exposed their urgency and confidence. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, with even the chirping of insects and birds vanishing. North River Avenue remained, yet it felt like another realm. Lin Feng realized he had been drawn into a barrier akin to a void realm. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he felt the weighty power of the mountains, and he breathed a sigh of relief. With this power, he could face the situation more calmly. Confronting Azel, the A-level danger and chief priest of Bardico, Lin Feng activated the third-level berserk mode without hesitation. Instantly, his muscles surged like waves. Strange magical patterns surfaced on his skin, intertwining with the blue-black veins to form a massive, innate formation. The power of the mountains surged into Lin Feng like a tide, granting him an unprecedented sense of strength. When he clenched his hand, the air cracked audibly. This time, the feeling was even more exhilarating than before. Not only were his strength and senses enhanced, but his mastery over the mountain power was also more adept. A thought struck Lin Feng, suspecting that this improvement might be related to an increase in intelligence. He immediately added another point to intelligence and indeed felt a stronger command over the mountain power. From a distance, Azel hadn't made a move but instead observed Lin Feng's transformation with an appreciative smile. Impressive, such extreme power, no wonder I had to come personally. Azel's composure raised Lin Feng's guard. He sneered, meeting Azel's gaze. You seem confident. Did your master Bardico ever tell you about the time he cried out in agony before me? Lies don't harm. It's the truth that cuts like a knife. Azer's face wore a smile, but his eyes shot out a chilling gleam. With an elegant motion, he placed his hat back on his head, his voice cold and menacing. Insult my master? Very well. Soon, I'll break every bone in your body, one by one, and I'll open your abdomen right before your eyes to savor your innards slowly. Is that so? I'd like to see the fireworks when your brains explode, Lin Feng replied coldly. Fireworks? What a splendid metaphor. Azer let out a sinister laugh. You'll witness them soon enough. Lin Feng's leg muscles tensed instantly, and the concrete ground beneath him cracked. He launched himself like an arrow, crossing over 10 meters in a flash to appear in front of Azer. A powerful punch shot through the air, his veined arm leaving a dark trail, accompanied by a wave-like surge of air, aiming straight for Azer's face. Just as the punch was about to land, a large crimson hand, swirling with intense dark energy, appeared out of nowhere, catching the blow that could tear through space. The force scattered, and the ground beneath them cracked open like an earthquake, sending debris flying. In the chaos, Azer's black-clad legs swept in like lightning. Lin Feng hurriedly raised his arm to block, but it felt like being hit heat-in by a steel rail. Even with his legs firmly rooted, he was pushed back, carving deep grooves in the ground, sliding several meters before regaining his stance. Is that all you've got? Azer taunted. His figure flickered, closing the distance as if he had traversed space, his scaled hand reaching for Lin Feng. Instead of retreating, Lin Feng advanced. The demon markings on his back writhing, his muscles and tendons tensed like steel cables. Layer upon layer of power built up inside him, channeling into his right arm. This punch was far more powerful than before, crashing heavily into the dark energy-laden hand. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the ground caved in. A mountain-crushing force surged into Azer's arm, shattering the dark energy shield instantly. His clothes exploded, turning his elegant attire into tatters, and he was blasted backward like a cannonball, finally stopping over 10 meters away, barely dissipating the terrifying force. Azer's right hand trembled as he landed, disbelief written across his face. No internal energy, yet you managed to shatter my dark energy with sheer muscle power? What kind of inhuman strength is this? He burst into laughter. Good. Very good. This is interesting. You've finally made me feel a hint of excitement. His right arm swiftly became covered in layers of scales, transforming into a grotesque, monstrous claw. Again, Azer roared with excitement, charging forward as a mass of red light, his robes tearing through the air with a crack. The dark energy on the monstrous claw solidified, each scale exuding a chilling aura. Lin Feng remained unfazed, eyes slightly narrowed, feeling the flow of power within. Since yesterday, after grasping a hint of internal energy from the white ape embracing the moon technique, his control over his body had reached a new level. His breath sank into his dantian, and with a thought, an immense force of vitality surged into his right fist. Open! With a shout, Lin Feng's legs exploded with power, the ground beneath him fracturing once more. As he unleashed his punch, it was like a tidal wave, a visible force heading straight for Azer's face. You! Azer hastily raised his arm to shield himself, but was once again sent flying by the unstoppable force. Wow! This power, it's truly incredible. Azar landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He looked at Lin Feng and sincerely exclaimed, "For someone who's just a low-level warrior, you possess strength far beyond your level. Impressive. No wonder I covet your body and soul." Body and soul? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Bartko hadn't even revealed the nature of the source to his most loyal followers? So cautious? Afraid it might attract other prying eyes? Thoughts raced through Lin Feng's mind, but he knew he couldn't afford to waste time. With the power of the mountains supporting him, his berserk state would still drain his intelligence and physique, albeit at a slower rate. It was best to end the fight quickly. Lin Feng suddenly pushed off the ground with force, and the power of the mountains propelled him forward, making him seem to disappear and reappear right in front of his opponent. Azar squinted slightly, seeing Lin Feng, who was 10 meters away just a moment ago, suddenly appear within striking distance. A massive fist, charged with ferocious energy, zoomed towards Azar's chest. Huh. Azar chuckled lightly and made no move to dodge as the fist neared his chest. Bang! Lin Feng's punch, strong enough to shatter iron, landed hard on Azar, but it felt like hitting a steel mountain. Lin Feng sensed the opponent's muscles and bones vibrating, instantly dispersing the terrifying force into the ground. The surrounding earth was blasted apart, forming a shallow crater. While Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, Azar's giant hand came swinging towards him. Lin Feng quickly raised his arms to block, but the immense power still sent him flying, carving a deep trench in the ground. I've undergone 5 divine enhancements to achieve this power. Did you really think I was using my full strength earlier? Azar sneered, his body suddenly sprouting scales that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. As his body grew larger and more muscular, he taunted, "Today, you'll experience the might of my 5-time enhanced form." In an instant, Azar transformed into a nearly 5-meter monster. Unlike Zhuang Yu's Ritterni transformation, Azar's demonic form had scales with a metallic luster, and his skeletal and muscular structure appeared even more terrifying and monstrous, like a moving mountain of flesh. Time for you to witness my true power. Azar's massive body vanished from its spot, and his enormous fist, filled with terrifying force, came crashing down. So fast, Lin Feng was taken aback. Azar's speed had at least doubled. Bang! Lin Feng was sent flying again. While airborne, he heard the sound of the air splitting, and a giant hand was already in pursuit. He quickly blocked, but was once again knocked away, crashing through several large trees. It seemed like he couldn't keep up with Azar's speed. No. Lin Feng adjusted his breathing, and gradually, Azar's movements became clearer to him faster. Bang! Bang! After getting hit twice more, Lin Feng finally began to adapt to Azar's speed. His thigh muscles bulged like iron rods, striking Azar as he attacked again. Ha! Azar leaped back, landing at a distance, casually patting the spot where he was hit, unfazed. He looked at Lin Feng with a smile. How about it? Since I dare to come, I'm confident I can kill you. Is that so? Lin Feng replied, lowering his head as a trickle of blood dripped from his mouth. He slowly pulled his legs from the ground, discarding his tattered boots, and tore off his shredded clothes. Instantly, his weltoned upper body, adorned with intricate patterns, was revealed to Azar. Black veins, like coiled dragons, rose on Lin Feng's muscles, intertwining perfectly with his muscular markings, creating an indescribable, mesmerizing beauty. The massive demonic marking on Lin Feng's back resembled a giant demon spider perched behind him, with the concentrated power of the mountains swirling around it, yellow dust flowing like water across his back. Lin Feng extended his hand, and countless grains of dust gathered around him, moving with his thoughts, swirling continuously, as if alive. Kill me? You. Lin Feng suddenly looked up, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. With a loud shout, the space behind him twisted and deformed, revealing a massive mountain-moving demon ape that stomped heavily on the ground. The moment the demon ape saw its enemy, it gave a silent roar, causing the surrounding mountains to churn like boiling water. Azar's expression changed dramatically. Although he didn't fully understand the situation, his instincts told him that the situation was dire. He immediately leaped into the air, charging straight at Lin Feng. Just then, a giant earthen hand formed from the power of the mountains burst out from the ground, reaching for him. This earthen hand might be enough to deal with ordinary people, but it was no match for Azar. A flash of red light from his hand easily dispersed the glowing yellow hand. However, this was exactly what Lin Feng had anticipated. In the moment Azar was distracted, Lin Feng had already stepped forward, with dragon bones appearing on his back, his muscles and bones emitting a synchronized cracking sound. He gathered all his mountain power, blood energy, and the internal force he had just condensed the day before into his right fist. This punch was incredibly powerful, even drawing in the surrounding light, as it unleashed a force like a tidal wave. Azar, caught off guard, was struck directly in the chest by the punch. With a crack, his chest bones shattered, and he spat out blood, being knocked back, but still managing to push Lin Feng back as well. You deserve to die. Azar's eyes blazed with fury, ready to attack Lin Feng again. But suddenly the solid ground beneath him turned to quicksand, causing him to lose his footing and his massive body to lurch forward uncontrollably. Lin Feng was prepared for this, and a powerful punch, imbued with muscle, blood, mountain force, and internal energy, was ready and waiting. Azar's head collided heavily with the waiting fist. With a bang, a mist of red and white exploded in the air. Without pausing to check Azar's body, Lin Feng swiftly moved to an open area over 200 meters away. With his enhanced intelligence, his senses had become sharper, allowing him to clearly detect the barrier wall ahead. Gathering all his strength again, he punched the air 3 times. The space shattered like a mirror, and the sounds of traffic and birds returned, revealing the road and its vehicles. Suddenly, a parked car appeared on the road, colliding violently with a vehicle traveling at high speed. Lin Feng ignored the chaos, focusing on finding the person who had set up the barrier. He knew that only someone with a mental gift like Zhao Yi could cast such a barrier. As he searched to no avail, a small fist-sized stone on the grass caught his attention. It was a black-gray stone covered in tiny runes, clearly the work of a rune carver, and the source of the barrier. Unfortunately, the person who activated it had already fled. Several pedestrians by the river stared at Lin Feng in disbelief as he took strides of 7 or 8 meters. Mommy, is that man an immortal? A little girl asked innocently. Ignoring the astonishment around him, Lin Feng retrieved 2 manuals from his car and returned to Azar's body. At that moment, several prompts appeared on his data panel. You have survived a life-and-death battle. Your skill mountain-moving demon ape fist is now perfect and no longer gains experience. Your ancient martial artist experience increased by 625 points. You have reached level 8 as an ancient martial artist. You have gained 1 attribute point and 1 talent point. You have acquired weak divine power, 0.82. The only thing that displeased Lin Feng was that the data panel had once again collected divine power without his consent. By now, a crowd had gathered, some pointing and others calling the police. Lin Feng quickly picked up Azar's massive body and, ignoring the commotion, headed straight for the night. On the way, Lin Feng opened the ancient martial artist talent page, and his heart skipped a beat. A new gray icon appeared above the berserk skill, severed limb LV1 inactive. Below the icon, it read, those with this talent can heal any wound on their body. To heal faster, attribute points can be used to accelerate the process, with 1 point reducing healing time by 10%. A new talent finally emerged, Lin Feng looked at the panel and let out a long sigh. Since reaching level 3, each upgrade of his 2 professions had been a cycle of anticipation and disappointment. He even thought he would have to wait until level 9 for a new talent to appear. Unexpectedly, at level 8, the new talent finally arrived. Dismemberment LV1 inactive. This talent allows the bearer to heal any wound on their body. For faster healing, attribute points can be used to accelerate the process, with 1 point reducing the time by 10. Lin Feng frowned at this non-combat, non-learning recovery talent. His initial joy was instantly extinguished. Was this all just an ability to enhance healing? Was this what countless moments of expectation had led to? But his gaze suddenly fixed on the words, any wound. His heart began to race, and his mind whirled. Any wound could heal, and attribute points could speed it up? What did this mean? Could it mean that, aside from fatal injuries, all other wounds could be repaired? Even if stabbed in the chest, as long as he remained conscious, reacted quickly, and had enough attribute points, he could heal instantly? Lin Feng's eyes widened, his heart pounding more intensely than when he faced Azel. I'm sorry, I was too shallow. He apologized inwardly to the talent for his previous underestimation. This wasn't just dismemberment. It should be called immortality. Without hesitation, he invested a talent point. The previously gray dismemberment icon immediately burst into a golden glow. Unlike the calm activation of flow state, dominance, or fury, at this moment, a strange warmth surged through his body, spreading instantly. Every organ, muscle, cell, and even molecule was gently enveloped by this warmth. A tingling electric sensation swept through his body, so comfortable that he almost moaned with pleasure. This unprecedented feeling made him finally understand why this electric tingle was so intoxicating. Lin Feng's spiritual awareness suddenly heightened, with every cell and muscle in his body celebrating as if enveloped by a tingling electric sensation. This familiar feeling reminded him of the moment he first activated his Dominator's talent. He quickly focused on the newly upgraded Severed Limb LV1. In an instant, the talent leveled up again. Severed Limb LV2 granted him an astonishing self-healing ability, doubling his wound healing speed and allowing him to accelerate recovery by consuming attribute points. Soon after, Severed Limb LV3 reached its maximum level, further enhancing this ability, doubling the healing speed again and significantly improving the efficiency of attribute points. The euphoria from the consecutive upgrades made Lin Feng take a deep breath. He swiftly opened the panel to check for other changes. Aside from the significant boost in talent, he gained 0.82 points of divine power, though regrettably no divinity. Lin Feng was secretly thankful for his decisive action against Azel, as the consequences could have been dire otherwise. After closing the data panel, Lin Feng, despite carrying Azel's massive corpse, moved with lightning speed. He initially thought of discarding the body, but then reconsidered, thinking it better to let the logistics department handle the aftermath since it had already caused a stir. Leaping between tall buildings, he soon spotted the Nightfall base. With a swift step, Lin Feng dashed directly into the courtyard. Who goes there? Came the alert shout from several directions simultaneously. A white-haired old man with one arm emerged from the shadows, his bony hand glowing white as he aimed for Lin Feng's vital points. Lin Feng reacted swiftly, extending an arm like a green dragon to firmly grasp the old man's hand. The old man felt as if clamped by iron, unable to move. Uncle Xiao, it's me, came the deep voice. The one-armed old man then recognized the newcomer's facete was Lin Feng, the apprentice of Feng Lai, who had arrived a few days ago. Upon seeing Lin Feng's current appearance, the old man couldn't help but widen his eyes. Lin Feng stood barefoot, his upper body exposed and covered in blood and grime. His towering frame was lined with dark, sinewy muscles and terrifying demonic tattoos. His gaze alone was enough to send a shiver down one's spine. The one-armed old man stood at the entrance of the night base, his gaze sharp and penetrating. In the first half of his life, he hunted demons with the Night Squad, and in the latter half, he guarded this base, witnessing countless ancient martial artists, demonic martial artists, and evil martial artists. However, at this moment, his attention was captured by the young man's muscles in front of him. Those muscles, at first glance, were terrifying, enough to make one's scalp tingle. But upon closer inspection, their perfect lines were mesmerizing. Veins coiled like dragons, brimming with astonishing power. Even more striking were the demonic tattoos, both alluring and unique, perfectly complementing the physique. The old man recalled how the young man had effortlessly caught his inner strength-laden claw earlier, and couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. His gaze inadvertently swept over the corpse at the young man's feet, and his pupils contracted sharply. As a veteran of the night, he immediately recognized that the remains were no ordinary demon. Just then, Feng Lai's voice came from the third floor. Come on up. He then added, Uncle Xiao, please take care of the body. Lin Feng leaped effortlessly into Feng Lai's office on the third floor. Feng Lai scrutinized his disciple and asked, Did you encounter an attack by Bardco followers? Lin Feng nodded in response. I was attacked shortly after leaving the base, over by North River Avenue. An ambush? Most likely. Feng Lai glanced at the body being carried away downstairs and smirked. It seems your opponent was quite formidable, one of Bardco's followers. Azel. Lin Feng replied. The High Priest Azel? A hint of surprise flashed across Feng Lai's face, followed by a laugh. Lin Feng, you never cease to amaze me. His gaze fell on the demonic tattoos on Lin Feng's body. Your bloodline talent is indeed remarkable, to have catalyzed the form of the demon ape to such an extent. No wonder even Azel fell at your hands. Master, I was just lucky. Lin Feng admitted honestly. If not for the increase in intelligence allowing him to initially control the power of the mountains, today would have been a fierce battle. Although he did not fear Azel in physical strength, if the opponent had summoned Bardco at the cost of his life, he would have been defeated without a doubt. Feng Lai nodded. Killing Azel is indeed something to be proud of. However, what I want to know is how long you can maintain your current state. Lin Feng glanced at his intelligence value, which had dropped to 7, and replied, not much longer. Then why haven't you exited this state? Feng Lai asked. Lin Feng realized that he had been maintaining his berserk state to guard against potential attacks on the way. Now, by Feng Lai's side, there was no need to worry anymore. He immediately disengaged from his berserk state. Instantly, fatigue washed over him like a tide. Lin Feng's attributes on the panel returned to normal, and the muscles, demonic tattoos, and black tendons on his body quickly faded. He slumped, but was fortunately caught by Feng Lai in time. Master, I'm fine. Lin Feng allocated a point to his intelligence, feeling slightly better. Feng Lai handed him a pill the size of a longan. Lin Feng took it, crushed the wax coating, and a fragrant aroma filled the air. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill. The medicinal power quickly took effect, spreading from his throat to his abdomen, then throughout his body. Lin Feng immediately felt his fatigue dissipate, his whole body relaxed, and even the pain significantly subsided. Lin Feng looked at the pill in his hand with astonishment. His initial plan to use it for relieving his physical injuries vanished instantly. Produced by the Danding Pavilion, this top-grade healing medicine was bound to have extraordinary effects. Feng Lai noticed Lin Feng's eager gaze at the porcelain bottle and sighed helplessly. All right, you've won me over, he said, tossing the bottle gently to Lin Feng. Thank you, master. Lin Feng exclaimed joyfully, catching the bottle and examining it with delight. There are only 3 left. Don't use them recklessly, Feng Lai cautioned. Lin Feng nodded solemnly before changing the subject. Master, there are still people from the Bardic cult in Beha. Aside from Azel, someone else attacked me earlier. Did you see what that person looked like? Feng Lai asked. Lin Feng shook his head. No, I didn't. No worries, I'll call Zhang Yun and see if we can find any clues from the surveillance. Time passed, and soon it was midday. In the lowest level of the basement at the Beha Nightfall base, a group of workers in protective suits were busy around Azel's corpse. Some were meticulously examining the scales, while others focused on analyzing the muscle texture. Among them, the host of Beha Base, Old Tang, and Deng Kai from the Kyoto 4th Group were particularly noteworthy. After a thorough examination, Old Tang concluded, based on the scales, muscle, and bone strength of the corpse, this is no ordinary Bardic cult follower. It has undergone at least 5 divine power enhancements. From the reconstructed skull features and the level of divine power enhancement, we can confirm that the corpse is indeed Azel. However, there's something strange. There's not a trace of divine power left in the body. Someone questioned, Old Tang, it's not surprising there's no divine power left. Maybe the fight was so intense that Azel exhausted his evil energy. This comment left everyone in deep thought. On one side was a newcomer to the Nightfall, and on the other, a cultist who had undergone 5 enhancements. This disparity in strength left the dissection room in an eerie silence. Old Tang broke the silence. All right, this isn't something we need to worry about. Just submit the examination report and Azel's skull. Deng Kai, thank you for your hard work today. Deng Kai removed his protective suit and responded politely. It was my duty. Old Tang, once the examination materials are ready, just bring them to me for signing. All right, I'll find you later. As Bardic's chief priest, Azel was a wanted criminal across nations. His death needed thorough investigation, especially to confirm the true identity of the corpse. After all, the reward for killing Azel was substantial. The key issue was that the head of the corpse Lin Feng brought back was shattered, and there were no other witnesses at the scene. This is why Azel's body needed such careful examination. This task should have been handled by Feng Lai, the captain of the Beha Nightfall team. However, due to his mentor-student relationship with Lin Feng, Deng Kai was brought in to assist in verifying the identity of the corpse. Deng Kai's role was fitting, as he was both the leader of the 4th Group and a member of the Nightfall headquarters. Deng Kai left the dissection room and went to the 2nd floor. The members of the 4th Group were in a heated discussion and fell silent as he entered. Someone eagerly asked, Captain Deng, what's the result? Is that corpse really Azel? Xiao Xian insisted it couldn't be Azel. But such a massive creature, even if it's not Azel, must be at least a C or B level threat, right? Deng Kai glanced at Zhang Xiaoxian in the corner, understanding why she was so adamant. He replied solemnly, "The corpse is indeed Azel." Ah, everyone gasped in surprise. Unfazed, Deng Kai continued. Based on the on-site investigation and witness testimony, Azel was killed by Lin Feng alone. The group widened their eyes in disbelief. Azel, with an A threat level, had power comparable to the Jiao Long realm. Even if their entire team was dispatched, they could barely manage. How could one person do it? And Lin Feng had only joined Nightfall a few days ago and was younger than them. Haha, Xiaoxian, did you see that? Hua Xiu said triumphantly. You mocked Lin Feng for not having Jiao Long realm strength before, and now he's taken down a Jiao Long level cultist. Convinced now, Zhang Xiaoxian gritted her teeth, her forehead veins bulging, but Hua Xiu paid her no mind, eagerly continuing. Haha, now you all see how formidable Lin Feng is. I have good judgment. I knew Lin Feng was extraordinary at first glance. Captain, how about my judgment? Deng Kai's face twitched slightly, wishing he could punch Hua Xiu's smug face. In the darkness, Lin Feng opened his eyes. A sliver of light seeping through the bedroom curtains was enough for him to see everything in the pitch-black room. This was thanks to the comprehensive enhancement of his attributes, which not only boosted his strength and stamina, but also significantly improved his five senses, reaction speed, recovery ability, and the quality of his skin, muscles, and bones. Lin Feng glanced at the clock on the bedside table, 3:25 a.m. He was surprised to find that he had slept for less than 3 hours, yet felt refreshed and invigorated. This sense of ease and vitality seemed even stronger than usual, as if some unknown changes had occurred within him. He gently stretched his muscles, feeling an unprecedented sense of clarity in his body. After detailing the events of the night under the cover of darkness, he had gone straight home. Due to his physical condition, he hadn't practiced martial arts but instead studied the 3 new martial arts techniques he had acquired. Lin Feng closed his eyes and focused on sensing his body. In his awareness, his blood flowed like a rushing river, his vital energy spread like mist, and each major tendon was clearly visible. To his astonishment, the hidden injuries from previous martial arts training had completely vanished, and even his internal organs seemed more agile. Realizing the truth, Lin Feng understood that this was the effect of his talent, regeneration. This talent not only actively healed wounds, but also passively repaired all hidden injuries and damage within his body. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of this talent, which far exceeded his expectations. Stepping out of the bedroom, Lin Feng listened intently. Aside from himself, there were 2 other breathing patterns in the courtyard. Rin Yan's breathing was slow and steady, while Lin Zhao's was short and rapid. The surroundings were silent, broken only by the occasional sound of insects. After a brief wash, Lin Feng headed to the basement. The 3 martial arts techniques he had obtained from Feng Lai lay before him. One for channeling internal energy, another for altering the body, and a third for developing special force techniques. 2 of these formed the foundational martial arts for cultivating the form of gods and demons, while the other was a unique secret martial art. These techniques were not just good, they were truly top-tier secrets. Lin Feng began practicing the Qi Ling body refinement technique. This martial art consisted of 28 moves, neither a fist nor a palm technique, but a complex body refinement method. It required coordination of breathing, force application, and other methods to develop 9 different types of force, thereby altering the muscles and bones to ultimately cultivate the form of the Red Rock. In the underground training area, Lin Feng initially appeared somewhat clumsy, but after practicing twice and becoming slightly familiar with it, he entered a state of flow. In this state of complete concentration, time seemed to stand still, and everything external ceased to exist. Lin Feng was immersed in the mysteries of martial arts, focusing intently on honing his body in preparation for future challenges. An hour and a half passed in the blink of an eye, as Lin Feng immersed himself in intense practice. His skill in the Red Spirit body refinement technique saw a tremendous boost, advancing from beginner to proficient level, which also enhanced his physical attributes by 2 points. After finishing his practice, Lin Feng opened his status panel to carefully examine the changes in his attributes. Despite undergoing rigorous training, Lin Feng did not feel exhausted, though he was ravenously hungry. He grabbed 2 pieces of guiyuan meat made from flame spirit beast from a nearby cabinet and devoured them in a few bites. After a short rest, Lin Feng headed to the modified study next door. The study was filled with books and university textbooks that Rin Yin had collected for him. The high school curriculum no longer provided Lin Feng with any experience points, so he could only gain student experience from these advanced books. He sat at the desk, opened a book, and once again entered a state of flow, immersing himself in the vast ocean of knowledge. While Lin Feng was focused on his martial arts and studies, important events were unfolding within the night base. Feng Lai stood behind the door, smiling as he greeted. Greetings, Lord Tianzi. Captain Feng. No need for formalities, just call me by my name. Tianzi replied with a smile. Haha, I wouldn't dare address you by name. Please come in, Lord Tianzi. Feng Lai said as he led Tianzi into the office. Can I get you something to drink? No need for that, Captain Feng. I have urgent news to share, Tianzi said with a serious expression. What urgent news? Please, go ahead, Feng Lai said, dropping his smile and listening intently. Tianzi fixed his gaze on Feng Lai, pausing for a moment before saying, we just received word from headquarters that the presence of Xiao Xiao and Enchilao has been detected near Ligong County. Ligong County. That's a city on the western border of the Lihua Kingdom, Feng Lai frowned. Xiao Xiao and Enchilao? The other two high priests of Bodico. Exactly, Tianzi confirmed with a nod. They have already entered our country. More importantly, it seems they are not the main figures of this visit. Not leading the mission? Could it be that Baron Nickel is here? Feng Lai speculated. Tianzi took out his phone and played a slightly blurry video. In the footage, a tall middle-aged man could be seen respectfully following a man in a suit. It certainly seems to be the emissary, Baron. Otherwise, Xiao Xiao wouldn't show such deference to someone, Feng Lai said, staring at the video with a serious expression. The divine envoy, a representative of the gods on earth, or perhaps a manifestation of the gods themselves. Tianzi surveyed the scene before him, pondering silently. The Bardic Church had been present for many years, yet had only produced this one envoy, and now they had come in full force. He turned to Feng Lai, his voice low. Captain Feng, they definitely aren't here for Gongjiu. Previously, Azel absolutely. Before he could finish, Tianzi abruptly stopped. An intense sense of danger surged through him like an electric current, causing his hair to stand on end. Feng Lai's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed on him. Is this your personal opinion, or is it Guangshan's? Although Feng Lai's tone wasn't harsh, Tianzi's heart rate suddenly accelerated. He recalled the deputy leader's instructions as he was leaving the capital. Tianzi, out of the 4 night dragons, do you know why I specifically chose you to go to Beha? At the time, he had only shaken his head. The deputy leader continued. Because you handle matters calmly and discreetly. Although the other 3 aren't arrogant, they are quite proud. Becoming a night dragon certainly gives one reason to be proud. Controlling one of the 4 departments of the night, being a ruler in the darkness, can indeed make one feel superior. However, it's easy to forget humility. But in this world, there's always someone better, and beyond us, there are gods, though few understand this. Tianzi recalled his earlier confusion, not understanding why the deputy leader had said these things. The deputy leader added, this time, you're going to Beha only to deal with the Gongjiu matter. Don't get involved in anything else. He then handed Tianzi a document without a marked level, instructing, destroy it immediately after reading. The contents of the document left Tianzi stunned. The first thing he saw was Feng Lai's name, followed by a series of unbelievable records. The deputy leader's information couldn't possibly be fabricated. Each record about Feng Lai filled him with dread. It was then he realized that the knight had been hiding such a violent no, a mad individual. At this moment, Feng Lai's expression changed abruptly, confirming the behavior described in the records. Tianzi's heart sank, and he quickly explained, Captain Feng, you've misunderstood. We have no intention of targeting you or your apprentice. The Bardic Church has mobilized fully this time, and Commander Guang is worried you might not handle it alone, so he's planning to come and assist personally. Assist? Feng Lai shook his head, his tone resolute. Since this is my own matter, there's no need to trouble the organization. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.